Others who travel through time are not male protagonists with against heaven luck, but invincible divine beasts. However, I have become the villain who serves as a stepping stone for the protagonist. Just when I was disheartened, I awakened a dark ability that enslaves all beings to do your bidding. At this moment, Jingzhou University is facing a zombie crisis. Students must guard against zombies and be wary of those around them who might harm them, as pushing others out can buy a few seconds of escape time for themselves. In a critical moment, I did just that. I kicked a male classmate behind me in the abdomen, crippling his ability to run, using his life to buy myself time. Qingfeng, save me! Cried the classmate in pain. Yi Qingfeng tried to pull him but was a step too late and could only watch helplessly as his close friend was devoured by zombies. Yi Qingfeng angrily cursed you as a beast, questioning why you had to kill him as he was your classmate. I remained indifferent, even feeling that Yi Qingfeng should not be left alive. When they ran to the first floor and found the exit blocked by zombies, Li Wenbin cursed loudly and urged them to charge through. I pulled Li Wenbin aside and said that my bodyguard had a gun and as long as I was alive, he could stay alive. Li Wenbin quickly expressed that he would protect me. Yi Qingfeng wanted to lead everyone forward, but no one listened to him until I rebuked everyone and then they followed Yi Qingfeng. Although I am irritable, I know that now is not the time to deal with Yi Qingfeng. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng's decisive and brave actions against the zombies were a far cry from his usual timidity. Huang Xiaoting was surprised by his change. Yi Qingfeng said it was just a burst of potential, but his failure to save his close friend intensified his hatred towards me. He suddenly realized that Li Wenbin and I had disappeared, guessing that we had gone to the supermarket. In the supermarket, I felt that Yi Qingfeng was not simple. But Li Wenbin thought it was just good luck. I worried whether the supermarket glass could withstand the impact of zombies. Li Chang said it was bulletproof glass. The supermarket had enough food and drink for now, but we couldn't stay there indefinitely. I lay in a chair pondering the situation, thinking that waiting for military rescue was unreliable and that I had to plan for myself. At that moment, Li Wenbin suddenly exclaimed that the sky had turned red, realizing that the anomaly might have just begun. Meanwhile, Yi Qingfeng had been waiting in the classroom for the celestial and terrestrial anomaly. He knew this was an opportunity for all things to evolve and that true chaotic times were about to begin. However, the people in the classroom were agitated by the change in the sky. At this moment, as I watched the sky turn dark, I felt uneasy, thinking that zombies might not be the scariest thing, because soon people would come to the supermarket. The zombies started to increase in number and got excited, wandering around. Li Chang thought it was due to the celestial and terrestrial phenomena and suspected that the zombies had become stronger. Just then I discovered that I had awakened a powerful dark ability. Li Wenbin had also awakened a fire-based ability. And Li Chang had awakened a control ability. I was still not sure if the awakening probability was 100%. Suddenly, the sound of zombies hitting the glass startled everyone. Outside, 6 zombies excitedly slammed into the glass doors. I decided to test my ability using zombies, injecting them with my dark powers. The zombies affected by the dark ability became stronger and swept away other zombies. After Li Wenbin and Li Chang each dealt with a zombie, I ordered the doors to be closed. Using 4 zombies as shields in front, the gate was shut again by Li Chang and Li Wenbin, one on each side. Tainted with Chu Xiu's dark power, these 4 zombies were far more ferocious and several times stronger than the others. With a roar, the 4 zombies, aided by Li Chang's control abilities from the shadows, successively killed more than a dozen zombies. Since there were no living people around, the zombies had almost no desire to attack each other, and the remaining zombies gradually dispersed as the scent of life faded. After the initial battle, Chu Xiu gained a practical understanding of his dark abilities. This dark control didn't require his constant personal oversight. Instead, he could simply issue commands and have them followed. You must understand, zombies are creatures without reason, yet the dark powers allowed them to obey commands, a terrifying strength. The full potential of these dark abilities was something Chu Xiu knew he would have to explore gradually. Master Chu, is your awakened ability a control ability like Li Chang's? Truly worthy of Master Chu, directly controlling 4 zombies, something even Li Chang can't manage, Li Wenbin complimented after killing another zombie, impressed by Chu Xiu's formidable power. Let's check if there's something inside these zombies' brains. Chu Xiu ignored Li Wenbin, letting him continue with his misunderstanding. According to novels he had read before, with the emergence of abilities, there was a high chance that these zombies' brains contained what were called cores. Li Chang, being a possessor of control abilities, naturally realized that the power displayed by the young master was not mere control. However, he wisely chose not to reveal this. Master, there really is something inside. A bodyguard fighting back disgust extracted a gray brain-coated core from a zombie's head with a dagger. Master, mine seems to be a different color, another bodyguard said, pulling out a pale yellow core from another zombie's head. Master Chu, they're cleaned, Li Wenbin took the cores from the two men, cleaned them with a pack of tissues, and then handed them to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, satisfied, accepted the clean cores. This guy really was a loyal lackey of his predecessor, quite observant indeed. The cores felt very hard and were ice cold to the touch. At that moment his mind drifted back to a scene he noticed while escaping the academic building. Yi Qingfeng seemed to have engaged in decapitating zombies, although there were no cores in the zombies' heads at that time. Could it be that Yi Qingfeng had known about these changes since then? Things seemed to be getting more interesting. A subtle smile appeared on Chu Xiu's lips. As he subconsciously activated his dark abilities to see if he could absorb the core, he saw the core disintegrate into powder visible to the naked eye. Master, after absorbing this core, have you become stronger? Li Wenbin asked excitedly, witnessing the scene. It seemed that one way to become stronger was indeed through absorbing these cores. Chu Xiu was quite satisfied and remarked, indeed we have become stronger. Go and collect all the crystal cores outside. Only by becoming stronger can we truly survive. This was also Chu Xiu's reminder to them that only by strengthening themselves could they ensure their better survival. Yes, Li Chang immediately took action, checked the situation outside the door to make sure it was safe, and then took 3 people out to dig for crystal cores. Utilizing the dim streetlight, Chu Xiu gazed at the wandering zombies with fiery eyes. These were the nourishment for his strength. Meanwhile, Yi Qingfeng was also out in the classroom, slaying zombies alone and collecting crystal cores to enhance his strength. Having awakened a spatial ability similar to one from his past life, he intended to seize every advantage early on to become the strongest ability user. He had planned all this. By tonight his strength would undergo a dramatic transformation. After all, currently he was the only one aware that zombies' brains contained crystal cores that could enhance strength. Even if others discovered this later, he would have already developed a step ahead. As for Chu Xiu, Yi Qingfeng believed that he was still reveling in the joy of having gained a new ability. Yi Qingfeng sneered proudly. He would settle countless grudges with Chu Xiu in due time. Meanwhile, many smart individuals in the school had also started to step out, emboldened by their abilities to slay zombies. The information that zombies' brains contained crystal cores which could enhance ability power was also kept secret by many. Minutes before the darkness would dissipate, Chu Xiu had already managed to collect nearly 2,000 crystal cores. Considering the total student population of the university was just over 30,000, this was a significant number. Yi Qingfeng, working alone during this visually impaired dark moment, had managed to collect only about 800 cores. After absorbing several hundred, he began to feel quite pleased with himself and even secretly gave some crystal cores to Huang Xiaoting. Huang Xiaoting's awakened ability was a rare healing power, and the importance of a healer was self-explanatory. Dawn was about to break. Seeing the darkness outside gradually disappear to the naked eye, Chu Xiu knew that a new era was about to begin. He had already absorbed enough zombie crystal cores and only then shared the remaining few with Li Wenbin, Li Chang and others. Chu Xiu, why did we attract all the zombies around our supermarket? Isn't this very dangerous? Li Wenbin looked at the wandering zombies outside, not understanding Chu Xiu's actions. Danger is exactly what we need, because I don't need the useless. Those who can't deal with zombies will face natural selection, and the fate of the useless is death, Chu Xiu said, sitting at the cash register like a fisherman waiting for the fish to bite. He aimed to form a team and eventually evolve into a force by attracting enough strong ability users. Yi Qingfeng continuously encouraged the people behind him, hurry up, we'll reach the supermarket soon, and once we get there'll be food. For Yi Qingfeng, zombies were now a piece of cake. It seems he really has changed. Huang Xiaoting now sees Yi Qingfeng in a different light. The thought of Yi Qingfeng secretly giving her a core made her feel a peculiar warmth towards him. It seems someone is coming. Chu Xiu saw a disturbance among the zombies outside and knew for sure that someone was eyeing the supermarket. Young Master Chu, it's that Yi Qingfeng kid, Li Wenbin suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Chu Xiu looked towards the distance and saw Yi Qingfeng, like a god of war, waving his hand and decapitating zombies effortlessly. The zombies' weakness was still their heads, either by smashing or severing them. Impossible, how can this guy be so strong? Li Wenbin gasped in disbelief. Hearing this, Chu Xiu glanced at him, sensing something off in his words but couldn't pinpoint what it was. It's young Master Chu inside. That's great. A classmate spotting Chu Xiu inside the supermarket shouted with joy, indeed, he's here. Yi Qingfeng having cleared the zombies blocking his path also noticed Chu Xiu. Everyone follow me, the supermarket has enough supplies for us to survive. Young master, should we open the door? Li Chang asked. With one more person, there's less supplies. In this apocalypse, everyone knows how precious supplies are. Hey, after all, we are classmates, let them in. Chu Xiu then commanded the zombies nearby infected by his dark power to attack Yi Qingfeng and his group. What's happening? The people around Yi Qingfeng, unaware of the truth, quickly unleashed their abilities in defense, but the next second a dark zombie at the forefront easily dispersed these ability attacks with a swipe of its hand. Chu Xiu smirked coldly, thinking you can kill a speed zombie tainted with my dark power is rather naive. The zombies influenced by his current strength had their defense and attack capabilities increase along with his own power, especially this mutated speed ability zombie, which particularly pleased him. Retreat. Yi Qingfeng, noticing the unusual behavior of the zombies, quickly instructed everyone to fall back. Having fought Chu Xiu countless times in his past life, he quickly realized that these were zombies controlled by Chu Xiu's dark abilities. In the past, Chu Xiu used his dark abilities to enslave countless people and even many different creatures to fight as his servants. Even his close friends from the past had been enslaved and forced to battle against him. Since he and Chu Xiu had not been at this supermarket together in his previous life, the situation was new but not unexpected. It seemed that his opponent wanted to kill them off and monopolize the supplies in the supermarket. However, after engaging, Yi Qingfeng felt something was wrong. These zombies were attacking only him. What does this mean? They're targeting me. Suddenly a whooshing sound came from behind, and sensing it, Yi Qingfeng conjured a blade of space in his hand and swung it behind him. But the attacking dark zombie, incredibly swift, dodged and continued slashing at him with relentless claws. In an instant, Yi Qingfeng was terrified and broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used his spatial teleportation ability to dodge the deadly strike. Being caught by a zombie meant certain infection and death. These zombies are only attacking Yi Qingfeng. Let's hurry, someone shouted. However, there were many following Yi Qingfeng, including many smart ones who had joined halfway. Seeing that the zombies were only targeting Yi Qingfeng, they quickly ran towards the supermarket. But Yi Qingfeng said he can take care of himself. Let's go first. Huang Xiaoting's close girlfriend, seeing her hesitate and watch Yi Qingfeng, pulled her irritably to follow the crowd. When Chu Xiu saw Yi Qingfeng disappear and reappear, he finally managed to confirm what he wanted to know. So you have a rare spatial ability, Yi Qingfeng. After Chu Xiu recognized Yi Qingfeng's ability, the fast zombies quickly dispersed and left. They run fast, but you're not so lucky, he thought. After losing track of the fast zombies, Yi Qingfeng turned to the regular zombies that were still attacking him. Since you like controlling these zombies, I'll kill them all for you to see. Chu Xiu, seeing Yi Qingfeng kill all the zombies he had controlled outside, was not distressed but just smiled. He could create countless dark zombies at any time and even enslave ability users to serve him. Such losses were trivial. Suddenly hundreds of people surged into the supermarket, but the store was large enough that it did not become crowded. The back area is off limits. Can't you understand the sign, college student? A bodyguard punched a student attempting to enter the supply area, causing other students with similar ideas to stop immediately. Li Chang had cleared a large area in front of the supermarket and supplies were piled up behind it. Big brother, we've been hungry for a long time, give us something to eat. Yes, you can't let us starve here. There's so much food in the supermarket you can't eat it all. Surely you can share some with us. These students suddenly became rational, trying to appeal to his conscience. The reason they were so compliant and not aggressive was because the bodyguard's handgun was pointed at them. Even though many were ability users, they couldn't stop the power of bullets. Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary and supplies naturally need to be distributed so that everyone can last longer. Chu Xiu's voice rang out from behind, and as soon as the crowd heard it was Chu Dexiao, they quickly made way. This supermarket belongs to the Chu family, and Chu Xiao is considering the bigger picture by giving everyone a chance to survive. I don't think anyone would oppose this for personal gain, Li Wenbin cleverly addressed the crowd beside Chu Xiu. Under the guise of righteousness, Li Wenbin's words effectively silenced many who might have objected. With the prestige Chu Xiu had built up at school standing out against him at this time would not end well. since there's no problem then Li Chang go get some bread and water for them, Chu Xiu said, very pleased with the crowd's compliance. Control is now in hand and soon the right to speak will be in my own hands. Yes. Li Chang took 2 people to move bread and water. Chu Xiu, what do you mean? Yi Qingfeng was the last to enter the supermarket and directly questioned Chu Xiu loudly. What's wrong with me? Chu Xiu looked at him innocently. What do you mean, Yi Qingfeng? Is there something wrong with Chu Xiu distributing food to everyone? What are you really up to? Li Wenbin, knowing full well what Yi Qingfeng meant, immediately twisted the meaning of his words to create ambiguity. Is that what I'm talking about? Don't try to change the subject. Seeing the odd looks from those around him, Yi Qingfeng quickly explained, I'm talking about the zombies outside that attacked me. Why they only attack me and you Chu Xiu are the only one with a grudge against me. Yi Qingfeng was smart not to expose Chu Xiu's dark abilities, which would make the latter suspect how he knew about them. Chu Xiu, you're so confident, trying to control everything from behind the scenes. In this life I definitely won't let you have your way. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Why the zombies only attack you? You need to figure that out yourself. You can't just blame your friend's accidental death by zombies on me. Chu Xiu slowly approached him, his voice lowering so only the 2 of them could hear. So what if it was me? Do you think just because you've awakened space abilities you can avenge him? Naive. Then, regardless of how ugly Yi Qingfeng's expression was, he turned around with a laugh. Yi Qingfeng, the stronger this guy is, the more I like him. Unfortunately, my current dark abilities are not enough to influence a willful and powerful ability user like Yi Qingfeng. Just wait, soon Yi Qingfeng will be under my control. Yi Qingfeng glared hatefully at Chu Xiu's retreating figure, but now was not the best time to strike. Now that Chu Xiu was distributing food to everyone, if I were to strike, it would be hard to win people over and even Huang Xiaoting might misunderstand me. Chu Xiu sat back at the cashier's desk, seemingly looking around casually but actually observing everyone secretly. Yi Qingfeng's strength must have also absorbed quite a few zombie nuclei, and judging from their previous performance, many people here seem not to have absorbed zombie nuclei. Moreover, Yi Qingfeng's previous zombie killings did not seem to involve taking zombie nuclei in front of everyone. It seems that this kid Yi Qingfeng is hiding something, but this is also good. It seems that the right to speak will soon be in my own hands, while also undermining the prestige Yi Qingfeng has built up from killing zombies. Speaking of which, your ability is the same as mine, a fire-type ability. Why does your ability seem so weak? Li Wenbin sat next to a classmate, pretending to be curious. Don't mention it, I still don't know how to enhance my abilities. The classmate sighed. Has Yi Qingfeng not told you that the nuclei inside zombie brains can enhance abilities? Li Wenbin looked at him incredulously, pretending to be extremely surprised. His voice made it clear to everyone present. What's Yi Qingfeng doing sneaking out by himself? Turns out he was secretly absorbing crystal cores behind our back. I even saw Yi Qingfeng secretly passing something to the school beauty Huang Xiaoting. I thought it was food, but it seems it was a crystal core. Those who knew about the crystal cores in the zombies' brains were okay, but those who didn't were quickly losing their favorable impression of Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng was really too selfish. Indeed, he couldn't compare to Chudasha. Look at Chudasha's vision and then look at him. The crowd was buzzing with discussions and the piercing words made Yi Qingfeng's face grow even more embarrassed. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems everyone understands the importance of the crystal cores. I have some more here and those with awakened abilities can come up and get one. Chu Xiu clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng was isolated by the crowd. Huang Xiaoting wanted to go over and sit with him, but her close girlfriend firmly held her back. Yi Qingfeng didn't mind, they were just a bunch of opportunists. These people were so quick to be ungrateful. If it weren't for him, it would have been a problem for these people to even reach the supermarket. Even if these people wanted to follow him, he wouldn't accept them. Yi Qingfeng didn't lack crystal cores. He didn't care for even one, and seeing Huang Xiaoting not lining up made him feel a lot better. Li Chang and Li Wenbin started distributing crystal cores to those in the queue. The cute ability users knew that Chudasha wasn't likely to be charitable, but still they lined up thinking it was better to take what was offered. Chu Xiu propped his chin, smiling as he watched the ability users lining up. Out of more than 200 people, there were more than 60 ability users. Of course, he wasn't that kind-hearted. The crystal cores were just laced with a bit of something extra. Even Li Chang and Li Wenbin didn't know about this. In this world, Chu Xiu only trusted himself. One must always be cautious. Even the crystal cores absorbed by Li Chang and others were tampered with by him. In this post-apocalyptic world, human nature is unpredictable. It's better to have control in one's own hands. the application of dark abilities is profound, and this was just a small skill he had developed. Yi Qingfeng didn't know that dark abilities could be used in this way. He only knew that Chu Xiu's dark abilities could enslave living beings and influence people's minds. However, Yi Qingfeng didn't care at all about these people's opinions of him. As long as he was strong enough, these people's opinions were useless to him. There's no such thing as a rank in abilities. After all, abilities are so varied that they can't be described by a mere rank. Chu Xiu looked at the ability users absorbing the crystal cores, then at those ordinary people who felt lost and insecure because they hadn't awakened any abilities. The fate of these ordinary people could only go with the flow. To Chu Xiu, these people were just cannon fodder. After a while, Li Wenbin came over to report his achievements. Chu Xiao, here's the list. Except for a few troublemakers, the rest are willing to join us. Well done, I'll handle these troublemakers personally. Chu Xiu looked over the list of names and their corresponding abilities, becoming even more satisfied with Li Wenbin's efficiency. With a sly grin, Li Wenbin reveled in Chu Xiao's verbal praise. Once Chu Xiao achieved his goals, he would be second only to one, a position of immense power. Sometimes seizing power is also a way to increase one's own strength. Keep up the good work, I have high hopes for you. Chu Xiu knew exactly what Li Wenbin was thinking. Ambition and ideas are good, as long as you remain loyal and serve me well, other issues are not a problem. Thank you for your recognition, Chu Xiao. Li Wenbin felt even more motivated. Now, what should we do? Aside from a few people, almost everyone has joined Chu Xiu's team. Huang Xiaoting conspicuously sat next to Yi Qingfeng. Her best friend, an ordinary person, looked at her with a mix of frustration and disappointment. What's so good about Yi Qingfeng? He's selfish and has been ostracized by everyone. It would be better to follow Chu Xiu. Remember, Chu Xiu used to have his eyes on Huang Xiaoting. With my relationship as her best friend, I'm sure I could get close to him. Huang Xiaoting's friend's eyes suddenly shifted, clearly plotting something. Don't worry, the strong are always alone. Those people are just opportunists, Yi Qingfeng said nonchalantly. But Huang Xiaoting hesitated. No buts. Yi Qingfeng cut her off. What we need to do now is to become stronger. Chu Xiu is focused on crooked paths. He'll never become a true powerhouse. Yi Qingfeng spoke with utmost confidence. I believe you can become a real powerhouse. Keep it up. Huang Xiaoting nodded firmly, feeling an inexplicable confidence in Yi Qingfeng's words. Let's go, I'll take you out to kill zombies and absorb nuclei. What we need to do now is to become stronger. Yi Qingfeng led Huang Xiaoting out the door. As they left, some people began to gossip. Look at Yi Qingfeng taking the school beauty out. That guy really puts himself before his friends, typical of a petty person. Exactly, I think Yi Qingfeng is just scared that we'll become stronger and surpass him. He has no vision. Yi Qingfeng won't achieve much. It's good that I joined Chu Xiao's team. We'll be living the good life. Right, maybe we can even take the school beauty for Chu Xiao. The ability users discussed more and more wildly, their faces growing increasingly lecherous with each comment. Chu Xiao, I have a secret to tell you. Li Wenbin, unable to contain himself, approached Chu Xiu. What's the good news? Tell me. Chu Xiu looked at him quizzically. Let's talk in the back, Li Wenbin whispered, noting the many people around. When Chu Xiu reached the back storage room and saw a woman there, he was speechless. Am I really that desperate? What? You think I'm that lustful? Chu Xiu's expression darkened as he stared at him. Startled by Chu Xiu's gaze, Li Wenbin quickly explained. Chu Xiao, you misunderstand. Speak up quickly, Li Wenbin urged her. Huang Xiaoting's close friend quickly realized the misunderstanding and explained eagerly. You've misunderstood Master Chu. I'm Huang Xiaoting's close friend. Close friend? Chu Xiu looked at her thoughtfully. Seeing her demeanor, he wondered if she was the type to stab a friend in the back. I just couldn't bear to watch Huang Xiaoting fall under Yi Qingfeng's influence. She's been deceived by his sweet talk. Huang Xiaoting's friend appeared genuinely concerned for her, prompting a sneer from Chu Xiu. Actually, Huang Xiaoting has awakened a healing ability, and only Yi Qingfeng and I know about her ability. Healing ability? Are you sure? Chu Xiu was intrigued, as healers were rare and valuable, especially since there weren't any among the 60 or so ability users. I'm very sure. She told me herself and even healed the wounds I got while escaping. Worried he might not believe her, she showed him the torn spot on her trousers and the dried bloodstains, then revealed her knee, which was unscarred. So what do you want? Chu Xiu knew that since she was selling out her friend so thoroughly, she must want something. Li Wenbin quickly interjected. Master Chu, she wants to follow us. That's a minor issue, no problem. As a reward for your information, I agree. Chu Xiu readily accepted. Thank you, Master Chu, thank you so much. Her face lit up with joy, knowing that aligning with Master Chu could guarantee her safety. Regarding Yi Qingfeng, she thought he was unreliable and wondered what spell her friend was under. She could tell that Master Chu had a promising future and was adept at winning people over. Surely he was destined to be a significant figure. Master Chu, should we? Li Wenbin hinted that he could eliminate Yi Qingfeng himself, wanting to remove this obstacle for Chu Xiu personally. Once Yi Qingfeng was gone, Huang Xiaoting would have to rely on them. Chu Xiu looked deeply at Li Wenbin, finally sensing something amiss. He had always felt something was off, and now he realized he was increasingly acting like a villain while Yi Qingfeng's plight and abilities seemed to be more in line with the protagonist's. What will you do if you can't take him down? Chu Xiu asked. Rest assured, Master Chu, although Yi Qingfeng is also an ability user, he is definitely no match for us, Li Wenbin confidently assured, looking disdainful of Yi Qingfeng. Chu Xiu sighed, realizing he truly had become the villain. His subordinates seemed like the type who would inadvertently aid an enemy. Smart as he seemed, Li Wenbin became foolish whenever Yi Qingfeng was mentioned. It was as if he was bewitched, losing all reason. For now, let's not act against him. Our priority should be to collect crystal cores and become stronger, Chu Xiu decided. If he had guessed that the other party might be the protagonist, then there was naturally no need for him to give away experience or make foolish moves. If the other indeed was destined to be a protagonist, then Yi Qingfeng became all the more crucial to obtain. To enslave Yi Qingfeng, to enslave a destined protagonist, wouldn't that make him invincible? Yi Qingfeng, if he needs to be killed, then kill him. There will absolutely be no lingering dangers. If we don't eliminate him now, he will surely cause trouble later. Seeing Chu Xiao walking away, Li Wenbin hurriedly stepped forward to advise him. Even if Chu Xiao didn't care about that guy, it was still up to him to eliminate any potential threats for Chu Xiao. Do your job well. I have my own plans. Right now, what we need to do is to become stronger and stronger. Don't you fall behind, and make sure I don't find you acting on your own. Li Wenbin, who was still quite useful, wouldn't be discarded unless absolutely necessary. I dare not, rest assured Chu Xiao, I will absolutely not act on my own. Li Wenbin, as if his little schemes had been uncovered, quickly waved his hands in denial. That's good, Chu Xiu said, and walked straight towards the other ability users. These ability users hadn't immediately been separated from ordinary people. They still had classmates and friends who were ordinary and needed their care. People's hearts don't harden and grow cold in an instant. Typically, it's a cumulative change over time. There were many secretly crying, a few boys and mostly girls. Girls, naturally more sensitive and fragile, were being comforted by several boys whose hormones were swelling. Nowadays, with communication broken down, whether their families were safe was unknown, and who could say whether tomorrow or death would come first? Chu Xiao, Chu Xiao, Chu Xiao. As these people saw Chu Xiao arrive, they all stood up, their attitudes becoming much more respectful, and the ordinary people hurriedly stood up as well. After experiencing life and death, everyone understood what the awakening of abilities meant. Here, personal strength signified rights and status, even dominating the life and death of others. Chu Xiu sat on a stool quickly vacated by a boy, looked at everyone and slowly said, everyone, the threat of zombies is far from over, and if we want to wait for rescue, we must ensure we all survive until then. Fortunately, our fate has not yet run out. We've awakened abilities giving us the power to fight against zombies. We need to unite all the strength we can to concentrate our efforts. Besides us, there are many other schoolmates in the school who need our help. Joining my team means you trust me. So I've decided to clear the entire school, to return it to our hands and eliminate the threat of zombies. We'll establish a safe zone, a sanctuary free from zombies. Chu Xiu's speech was very motivating. Not only did the boys listen with boiling blood, but even the girls' faces flushed with excitement. I'm with you, Chu Xiao. A sanctuary free from zombies, only Chu Xiao could think so big. Listening to you, my blood is on fire. It's good that I followed young Master Chu. Otherwise, with someone as selfish as Yi Qingfeng, I should be grateful if he didn't sell me out. Everyone clenched their fists, suppressing the excitement in their hearts as hope and light rekindled in their eyes. This light was illuminated by Chu Xiu himself. The ability users who absorbed the crystal cores given by Chu Xiu felt the dark power secretly influencing them from within. Seeing the hope rekindled among them, Chu Xiu smiled with satisfaction. It seemed his skill and motivational speech hadn't regressed, easily stirring up the passion of these students. The dark power hidden within their bodies would slowly influence their minds and silently turn them into his die-hard loyalists. Eventually, even if he asked them to die, they would do so without hesitation. Then Chu Xiu gestured for Li Chang to come over to arrange tasks for ordinary people, such as cleaning up zombie crystal cores and dealing with zombie corpses, tasks that should not waste the resources of ability users. Rest assured, young Master Chu, I stake my life that there will be no issues with the supermarket, Li Chang assured, thumping his chest. I believe you. Chu Xiu patted Li Chang on the shoulder encouragingly. All ability users who have awakened follow me. Ordinary people follow the arrangements of my bodyguard Li Chang in the supermarket. However, when Chu Xiu led his group out, they discovered that the zombies around the supermarket had mostly been stripped of their crystal cores. Young Master Chu, it must have been that guy Yi Qingfeng's doing. Damn Yi Qingfeng, he actually secretly took our crystal cores, Li Wenbin complained, constantly bringing up Yi Qingfeng. Young Master Chu, why don't we take him down? Among the crowd, a tall young man about 1.8 meters tall stepped forward. This guy named Zhao Meng was an athlete who often got into fights outside of school and had been hired by Chu Xiu's predecessor to teach many people a lesson. Zhao Meng had a good relationship with his predecessor and was very loyal. Chu Xiu liked people who valued loyalty. Young Master Chu, it's Zhao Meng who has awakened the thunder ability. I've asked many people and they all say his thunder ability is extremely destructive, Li Wenbin reminded softly, worried Chu Xiu might forget. No need for that now, getting stronger is the priority. Focus your minds on that. Chu Xiu felt the headache of being the villain again. His subordinates always seemed eager to provide the protagonist with opportunities for growth and experience. If they didn't, they wouldn't rest. What to do? Urgent. Alright then. Seeing that young Master Chu really had no intention of dealing with Yi Qingfeng, Zhao Meng gave up. Meow. Suddenly, a very fast black cat appeared from a nearby flower bed and attacked the group. Many were unable to react in time, and several received deep gashes on their arms. The pain was so intense that the nerves didn't have time to send signals, and initially people didn't even realize they had been wounded. Meow. The black cat with fierce eyes stared at the group while licking the fresh blood off its paws. Damn, have the animals mutated too? Many felt chills go down their spine and instinctively took several steps back. Don't panic just because of a mutant black cat scaring you like this. Chu Xiu looked at the black cat with fierce eyes. It was strange that there was a cat in the school, probably kept secretly by a student in the dormitory against the rules. However, seeing this mutant black cat made him realize a truth. The threat from mutant animals was far greater than that of zombies. Zombies had no potential to reproduce, and there would come a day when they could be eradicated, but mutant animals were much more terrifying. Animals had short and frequent breeding cycles, which would be a major headache in the future, but now it was still too early to worry about these things. Hiss, those who were attacked by the mutant black cat finally felt the pain, gasping in shock. Damn, this damned black cat might be carrying a virus. It's over, I'm infected. Am I going to turn into a zombie? What should I do? What should I do? Some people, seeing the bloody wounds on their arms, turned deathly pale. In the hot weather, everyone was just wearing short sleeves and it was too late for anyone to cover up their injuries. Chu Xiu saw the ashen faces of those with wounded arms and silently averted his gaze. But if these guys really turned into zombies, the crystals in their brains might be more valuable. This thought flashed through his mind. Chu Xiu, will they turn into zombies? Li Wenbin came over, truly worried that these people might suddenly turn into zombies and attack him. Don't worry, it's a mutant wild cat, not a zombie cat. The mutant wild cat is equivalent to us, the ability users, you understand what I mean? Chu Xiu kept his eyes on the mutant black cat that was still quietly licking its paws and spoke indifferently. Although what he said hadn't been verified, it was probably very close to the truth. However, those uninjured ability users didn't know this. They were very worried that the people around them would suddenly turn into zombies and attack them, so they quietly distanced themselves from the injured ones. Seeing this, the hearts of the injured broke even more. Don't worry. Chu Xiu said that this mutant black cat is equivalent to our human ability users and won't spread any virus. Li Wenbin went over to convey Chu Xiu's message. Zhao Meng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, as his arm had also been scratched by the mutant black cat. Just as everyone relaxed, Zhao Meng, frustrated, walked toward the mutant black cat. Chu Xiu, let me handle it. Okay. Chu Xiu also wanted to see Zhao Meng's strength and use him to test the real power of the mutant black cat. Meow. The mutant black cat, licking its paws, looked at the approaching human and meowed discontentedly. The mutant black cat turned into a black shadow and directly attacked Zhao Meng. Come on, beast, Zhao Meng shouted, and the power of thunder instantly gathered in his fist, smashing towards the shadow rapidly. His fist, under the influence of the thunder ability, did not seem slow, it was extremely fast. But the mutant black cat was much faster than Zhao Meng. Before his fist could fully swing out, his face was viciously scratched with an X-shaped claw mark by the mutant black cat. Ah! A fiery pain shot through his face and Zhao Meng staggered back several steps, clutching his face. Meow! The next second, the mutated wild cat with a fierce gleam in its eyes pounced towards Zhao Meng's throat at an incredible speed. Boom! A black orb struck the mutated black cat directly, followed by a sharp, agonizing cry from the cat. Are you okay? Li Wenbin quickly pulled Zhao Meng to a safe spot. I should be fine. Zhao Meng, still shaken, felt his neck repeatedly to make sure it wasn't slashed and heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost thought his throat had been cut. This black cat's main advantage is its small size and quick speed. You can't hit it. Chu Xiu observed the mutated black cat, its fur bristling in anger after being provoked. Meow! The enraged mutated black cat, eyes gleaming fiercely, sped towards him, turning into a black shadow. Be careful, young Master Chu. Those behind him were worried for young Master Chu yet dared not approach. Beasts will be beasts, die. Chu Xiu snorted coldly, not dodging, as a dark mist spread out from his body, instantly engulfing the attacking mutated black cat. Meow! Only the cat's agonizing screams could be heard within the dark mist. So strong, Zhao Meng was astonished. From the cat's screams, one could tell how powerful young Master Chu was. That's why young Master Chu is young Master Chu and you're just Zhao Meng. Li Wenbin, although unaware of how strong young Master Chu was, knew that the stronger young Master Chu was, the higher and more secure his own position would be. When the dark mist finally dissipated, everyone saw young Master Chu holding the mutated black cat by the neck, walking towards them. The mutated black cat seemed resigned to its fate, not daring to resist, having seen great terror inside. Chu Xiu hadn't expected this beast to have such tenacity. It hadn't died. Indeed, a cat has 9 lives. In his dark domain, the darkness deprived the wild cat of its vision and senses. Regardless of the terror of darkness, the dark mist forcibly devoured the life force of the mutated black cat. The pain of having its life force drained, coupled with the passing of life, instinctively filled the black cat with a fear of him. The mutated black cat exposed its belly, trying to appease him and show its submission. Intrigued by the mutated black cat's proactive submission, Chu Xiu spared its life. Young Master Chu, why not just kill it? Li Wenbin asked curiously. Don't worry, it has already submitted to me. Now it's my pet. Chu Xiu casually threw the mutated black cat on the ground, everyone watching it intently, fearing it might suddenly rampage. Meow! The mutated black cat walked pitifully to Chu Xiu's feet, rubbing its face against his leg like a house cat. You beast! Chu Xiu chuckled and kicked it lightly, saying, from now on your name is Xiao He. Meow! Xiao He quickly settled onto Chu Xiu's shoulders, sitting there obediently, not daring to lick its paws. Better get stronger quickly or I'll chop you up for meat. Chu Xiu stroked Xiao He's fur, looking at his hand and noting that the mutated cat didn't shed. Although he trusted the animal's loyalty, Chu Xiu still left a trace of dark power inside Xiao He. Having absorbed so many crystal nuclei, the dark ability has bestowed upon me several other effects. The dark domain is one of them. This little black cat really knows how to pick its battles with such a keen sense of smell. To become Chu Xiao's pet is indeed a stroke of good fortune. It will save it from many detours in the future. Li Wenbin, seeing how tame the little black had suddenly become, quickly started flattering Chu Xiao. When it comes to flattering, no one could match him. Everyone likes to be flattered, which is one of the reasons why Chu Xiu keeps Li Wenbin around. The others also hurried to congratulate Chu Xiao on acquiring the mutant black cat as a pet. Indeed, that's the case. From a distance on the rooftop of the teaching building, Yi Qingfeng and Huang Xiaoting watched the events unfolding in the distance. What do you mean that's the case? Huang Xiaoting asked, puzzled, looking at Yi Qingfeng. That black cat seems like the one we just encountered. It's not just like it. That black cat is the one we encountered. Yi Qingfeng, inadvertently speaking his thoughts aloud, waved his hand helplessly. This mutant black cat had encountered Chu Xiu and had become his pet. Many who opposed Chu Xiu later died at the claws of this black cat. In fact, Yi Qingfeng had thought about preventing the black cat from becoming Chu Xiu's pet. He had even found the black cat and fed it a crystal nucleus from a strength zombie, trying to win its favor. Unfortunately, not only did he fail, but he also lost a strength crystal nucleus in the process. But my fate is in my own hands. Even if it's predetermined, I must break it, Yi Qingfeng secretly vowed in his heart. Next time he must seize the opportunity before Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, from awakening his ability to later establishing a force and becoming a dominant ruler, has always had smooth sailing. It's as if he is a child of fortune favored by the heavens. whereas I must rely on my own hands using my space ability to repeatedly face life and death to get what I want. It's just too unfair. Yi Qingfeng was merely venting his envy, but he still preferred to earn things through effort. Let's go continue to strive to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can we truly ensure our safety and save others. Okay, Huang Xiaoting obediently nodded. Usually Yi Qingfeng would lead the fight and she would just cheer and collect crystal nuclei. Seeing that Huang Xiaoting understood him, Yi Qingfeng finally felt at ease. He didn't want her to misunderstand him as a cold-hearted person. Killing zombies was also a way to save the people at the school. As for helping others, that would have to wait for another opportunity. Before he had the strength, Yi Qingfeng would not rescue strangers. In his past life he had been passionate, but after seeing too many betrayals and cold treatments his heart had become incredibly hardened. A saintly heart only harms oneself and others. Leaving the rooftop, Yi Qingfeng used the lock he had broken to disguise it as locked again before leaving. The rooftop had always been secured with a heavy lock. Previously he had forcibly broken it, using it as a safe place for the two to rest after killing zombies. Having absorbed so many crystal nuclei, the dark ability has bestowed upon me several other effects. The dark domain is one of them. This little black cat really knows how to pick its battles with such a keen sense of smell. To become Chu Xiao's pet is indeed a stroke of good fortune. It will save it from many detours in the future. Li Wenbin, seeing how tame the little black had suddenly become, quickly started flattering Chu Xiao. When it comes to flattering, no one could match him. Everyone likes to be flattered, which is one of the reasons why Chu Xiao keeps Li Wenbin around. The others also hurried to congratulate Chu Xiao on acquiring the mutant black cat as a pet. Indeed, that's the case. From a distance on the rooftop of the teaching building, Yi Qingfeng and Huang Xiaoting watched the events unfolding in the distance. What do you mean, that's the case? Huang Xiaoting asked, puzzled, looking at Yi Qingfeng. That black cat seems like the one we just encountered. It's not just like it. That black cat is the one we encountered. Yi Qingfeng, inadvertently speaking his thoughts aloud, waved his hand helplessly. This mutant black cat had encountered Chu Xiao and had become his pet. Many who opposed Chu Xiao later died at the claws of this black cat. In fact, Yi Qingfeng had thought about preventing the black cat from becoming Chu Xiao's pet. He had even found the black cat and fed it a crystal nucleus from a strength zombie, trying to win its favor. Unfortunately, not only did he fail, but he also lost a strength crystal nucleus in the process. But my fate is in my own hands. Even if it's predetermined, I must break it. Yi Qingfeng secretly vowed in his heart. Next time he must seize the opportunity before Chu Xiao, from awakening his ability to later establishing a force and becoming a dominant ruler, has always had smooth sailing. It's as if he is a child of fortune favored by the heavens, whereas I must rely on my own hands using my space ability to repeatedly face life and death to get what I want. It's just too unfair. Yi Qingfeng was merely venting his envy, but he still preferred to earn things through effort. Let's go continue to strive to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can we truly ensure our safety and save others. Okay, Huang Xiaoting obediently nodded. Usually Yi Qingfeng would lead the fight and she would just cheer and collect crystal nuclei. Seeing that Huang Xiaoting understood him, Yi Qingfeng finally felt at ease. He didn't want her to misunderstand him as a cold-hearted person. Killing zombies was also a way to save the people at the school. As for helping others, that would have to wait for another opportunity. Before he had the strength, Yi Qingfeng would not rescue strangers. In his past life he had been passionate, but after seeing too many betrayals and cold treatments his heart had become incredibly hardened. A saintly heart only harms oneself and others. Leaving the rooftop, Yi Qingfeng used the lock he had broken to disguise it as locked again before leaving. The rooftop had always been secured with a heavy lock. Previously he had forcibly broken it, using it as a safe place for the two to rest after killing zombies. As Chu Xiao methodically cleared the zombies and advanced, his team grew increasingly stronger. Chu Xiao's goal was not just to eliminate the zombies, but also to gather these newly awakened psychics. Ordinary people who were rescued also quietly followed behind. Naturally, these psychics would choose to join after being rescued, as it was still very dangerous to go alone. Young Master Chu, we've cleared the second dormitory now. Li Wenbin, very observant, twisted open a bottle of water and handed it to young Master Chu. Have you recorded everything I asked you to? Chu Xiao finished the bottle in one gulp and casually threw it on the ground. In such chaotic times, no one would probably blame him for littering. It's all recorded, young master. Please have a look. Li Wenbin hurriedly handed a notebook to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao casually flipped through a few pages, noticing that Li Wenbin had clearly recorded the psychics and ordinary people separately, and nodded in satisfaction. Well, remembered, I'll reward you with more crystal nuclei when we get back. Thank you, young master. Li Wenbin couldn't help but rub his hands and chuckled. This task seemed very simple to him, and it also gave him a chance to show his face in front of young Master Chu, which was much better than fighting and killing. Mango, that guy is just good at brown-nosing, nowhere near as strong as Mango, who always leads the charge. And Psychic, who disliked Li Wenbin, muttered discontentedly beside Zhao Meng, keep it down, that guy is very sly. Be careful or he might trick you and feed you to the zombies, Zhao Meng quickly warned him. Li Wenbin had helped Chu Xiu teach others a lesson before the apocalypse with his clever tricks. Seeing his vengeful nature and all the scheming, Zhao Meng felt intimidated. Boom! About 200 meters away from Chu Xiu, outside a female dormitory, a zombie was slammed into a room on the first floor by a psychic with strength abilities. Fortunately, there was no one inside, but the messy state of the room indicated that a zombie incident had occurred there and the people had fled. Roar! This zombie was extremely tenacious. Even after its head was heavily punched, it did not die but became even more agitated. Good lord, you won't die, huh? The man, also a strength psychic, was surprised to see the zombie excitedly rushing towards him. Boss, do you need our help? One of the men following him couldn't help but speak up. What? You think I can't handle this zombie? The boss's face suddenly darkened and he punched the zombie back again, scolding him angrily. No boss, don't get me wrong. It's just that there's strength in numbers. The man misunderstood, saw the boss's unhappy face and was scared, quickly waving his hands to explain. This boss was also a student in the school named Zhang Kaifeng. He was used to being arrogant, and in the apocalypse, having gained strength abilities, he had also pulled together a small team. Struggling is useless. You're still going to die by my fist. After Zhang Kaifeng burst the zombie's head with a punch, he squatted down proudly, ready to dig out the crystal nucleus. Just as Zhang Kaifeng was about to take it out, a burst of flame suddenly attacked, frightening Zhang Kaifeng into dispersing the flame with a punch. Zhang Kaifeng, who had been silently watching the drama unfold, saw his subordinates rushing to his side. Boss, are you alright? With a sneer, he looked towards Chu Xiu and Li Wenbin, who were approaching. Chu Xiu, Li Wenbin, haha, I didn't expect you two are still alive. Zhang Kaifeng was naturally hot-tempered, glaring at them. It was indeed unexpected to encounter acquaintances here, as there had been numerous conflicts with them in the past. Li Wenbin, following close by Chu Xiu, expressed his surprise. Boss Chu, I didn't think Zhang Kaifeng would still be alive. He really has 9 lives. Chu Xiu hadn't expected to encounter Zhang Kaifeng either. This guy's family was wealthy and often opposed him. This guy can disperse your fire with a punch and remain unharmed. He must be no ordinary opponent, Chu Xiu noted, his eyes narrowing slightly with a glint of sharpness. Everyone has a share in this crystal nucleus. It's not just for you alone, Li Wenbin said to Zhang Kaifeng with a cold snort and a smirk, seeing that Chu Xiu didn't respond. What a joke, daring to covet my crystal nucleus. You're asking for death, Zhang Kaifeng retorted angrily. He was quite confident in his power ability, and even if outnumbered, he showed no fear. Boss, there seem to be a lot of them though, one of Zhang Kaifeng's subordinates said fearfully. Their side had about 20 people, while Chu Xiu had nearly 200 to 300. Just as Zhang Kaifeng was about to scold his subordinate for his fears, zombie groans could be heard around the dormitory. What's with all these zombies? Let's hide inside first, Zhang Kaifeng cursed under his breath, entering the girls' dormitory building number 1. In fact, Zhang Kaifeng and his group had managed to reach this location because Yi Qingfeng had cleared it earlier. The zombies that appeared later were controlled by Chu Xiu. The scattered zombies around were secretly gathered by Chu Xiu. Dealing with these zombies would also handle Zhang Kaifeng. Since this guy is an enemy, it's better to get rid of him. After all, the law doesn't apply in this post-apocalyptic world. Let's first get into the dorm and rescue the living people inside. Then play the hero saving the beauty, you guys know what I mean. Chu Xiu led his group to the second girls' dormitory building, joking with his people. The men couldn't help but let out a knowing chuckle. Following Chu Xiu was indeed the right choice. In this apocalyptic world, women weren't valued highly but were crucial. The men, young and full of vigor, naturally needed women. Chu Xiu never mistreated his people, nor did he look down upon women. He merely provided these women who had not awakened any abilities another way to survive. In this world fraught with crisis, it was uncertain when the apocalypse would end, with no end in sight. The laws that once bound people felt like shackles that had been unlocked. For ordinary women to have a good life, the most realistic option was to depend on the powerful. There were also quite a few survivors in the 2 dormitory buildings, and many of the girls had awakened abilities. After all, the awakening of abilities varied from person to person and wasn't dependent on gender. I'm not going to get involved in rescuing people, just imagine if they all fall for me, I wouldn't want to see you all green with envy. Whether you can win the beauty's heart, that's up to you, I'll be waiting on the rooftop, Chu Xiu joked heartily as he walked towards the staircase just as a zombie rushed down from around the corner. Meow, Xiao Hei, ever diligent, directly clawed the zombie's head open. Clean your paw before climbing up. Just as Xiao Hei was about to climb onto his shoulder, Chu Xiu's gaze turned icy, startling Xiao Hei into stopping. Meow. Xiao Hei licked his paw in aggrievement. Be careful, young master. Chu, you and you two lead the way in front of young Master Chu. Li Wenbin was also taken aback and quickly designated 5 more capable psychics to clear the path ahead. Zhao Meng glanced at Li Wenbin, realizing he could never match his bootlicking skills. As for the ordinary people, naturally staying in the hallway was the safest option as they dared not venture elsewhere. The psychics, cautious and spread out across each floor, worked in groups to eliminate zombies. Although there were gentle underclassmen and beautiful upper-class women waiting for their rescue, lust could be a dangerous distraction. If caught by zombies inadvertently, even psychics could lose their lives. However, as long as the psychics collaborated and used their abilities together carefully, they were unlikely to be caught by zombies. Many zombies wandered the stairwell, and Li Wenbin, along with 5 psychics, killed one after another. Even Xiao Hei couldn't resist intervening from time to time, consuming quite a few crystal nuclei. Although Xiao Hei didn't understand why he ate them, he felt they made him stronger. Reaching the locked door to the rooftop, Chu Xiu noticed bloodstains on the lock that seemed touched by human hands. It seemed someone had been or was still on the rooftop. As Chu Xiu stood still, one of the psychics, very observant, approached him. Young Master Chu, let me do this, I can pick locks. He effortlessly inserted his finger into the lock and with a gentle twist the door opened. After opening the door, he modestly returned to his place without seeking any praise. Wow, I thought you had a useless ability, but it turned out to be quite useful. Later Brother Bin will take you to unlock banks and all that's inside is gold, Li Wenbin remarked upon seeing his ability, immediately coming up with an idea. Brother Bin was just joking. Guli, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. Guli, right, a freshman? Li Wenbin, as a senior you should take good care of him. Chu Xiu's memory was quite good, and this young man had been noted by Li Wenbin. Originally he also thought this ability wasn't very useful, but now it seemed otherwise. This also served as a reminder to himself never to underestimate any psychic, to avoid any unexpected setbacks. Every ability has its unique significance, and except for the possessors, no one truly knows the full extent of an ability's power. Gu Li was worth cultivating to see how useful he could be. If effective, he would invest more effort into his training. This is a surefire business deal. When everyone else looked down on him, lending a helping hand would surely earn their gratitude in tears. Kid, now that you've caught young Master Chu's eye, you're bound to soar. From now on, stick with me, be my little brother. Li Wenbin quickly pulled Gu Li to his side. Since young Master Chu valued this guy, it was only right for him to take extra care of him. Thank you, young Master Chu. Thank you, Brother Bin. I will definitely strive to become stronger and not let you down. Gu Li was deeply moved. In such times young Master Chu actually reached out to help him. When he himself had considered his mutated ability useless, it was young Master Chu who affirmed his ability. As Chu Xiu arrived at the rooftop, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed a body lying in a corner. Young Master Chu asked me to come. Seeing Chu Xiu preparing to check it out, Li Wenbin hurriedly ran ahead to inspect it carefully. A young master, this woman seems to be the student union president Chu Yuer. Chu Yuer, hearing this, Chu Xiu walked over, quite surprised. This Chu Yuer was far more beautiful than the campus belle Huang Xiaoting. His predecessor seemed to quite like Chu Yuer too, but unfortunately she wasn't interested in his predecessor. Chu Xiu wasn't a monk and naturally had an interest in beautiful women, but he wouldn't fawn over Chu Yuer like his predecessor did. Women shouldn't be spoiled, they needed to be dealt with strongly. A forced melon isn't sweet, quenching thirst is enough. Wake her up. Right, young master, you give me the water. Li Wenbin didn't know how to wake someone up, but his eyes lit up when he saw someone behind him holding a bottle of water. Chu Yuer was awakened by the water. The cold sensation made her breathe much easier and her mind also became much clearer. Young Master Chu, Li Wenbin, I didn't expect it to be you who saved me. Thank you. Chu Yuer immediately recognized the familiar duo. Before the apocalypse, as the president of the student union, she had dealt with the infamous young Master Chu and his lackey quite a bit. She didn't expect to be saved by them after the apocalypse. Glad we weren't too late. Just then Yi Qingfeng appeared on the rooftop with Huang Xiaoting using his spatial ability, which had consumed a lot of his strength. There was a way to heaven, you did not take it. There is no door to hell. Yet you come of your own accord. Since you're here, don't leave. Li Wenbin glared at him menacingly. Young Master Chu had always liked Chu Yuer, and this was a perfect opportunity to capture the beauty's heart. Yet at this crucial moment Yi Qingfeng had to come and mess things up. You are to come here quick. Huang Xiaoting was also good friends with Chu Yuer and worried that Chu Xiu might bully her, so she quickly called out, "Xiaoting, it's so good to see you're all right." Seeing Huang Xiaoting safe and sound also brought a smile to Chu Yuer's face. Meeting familiar people in such times was the biggest encouragement to keep living for Chu Yuer. Hold on, the woman I've set my eyes on cannot just walk away. Chu Xiu directly blocked Chu Yuer, his gaze dominantly invading her space. Even though you saved me and I am grateful, where I go is still my choice. Young Master Chu, you have no right to interfere. Chu Yuer saw Chu Xiu blocking her path, his gaze too aggressive, and she spoke angrily. Miao. Xiao, sitting obediently by Chu Xiu's feet, gave a protective cry and flashed his sharp claws. No right to interfere. And what about now? Chu Xiu pressed down on Chu Yuer's head and kissed her in front of everyone. Since his predecessor liked her, having traveled through time, he decided to fulfill his predecessor's wish. Chu Yuer quite suited his own tastes as well, and this immediately lifted his spirits upon arriving in this new world. Indeed, women are the best remedy for men. Let her go. Yi Qingfeng's face fell on the spot, shocked by Chu Xiu's boldness. Li Wenbin, who had no patience for Yi Qingfeng, saw him blocking the entrance to the rooftop and immediately instructed Guli to transform into a tiny bee and fly down to call others. The rest of you follow me. Li Wenbin swung his arm, sending a fireball hurtling towards Yi Qingfeng. Fire abilities are just so. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were icy as he raised his hand and swallowed the fire with space. Powerful fire abilities were nothing new to him in his past life. Such flames didn't concern him at all. A psychic was kicked by Yi Qingfeng, sliding several meters on the ground. Huang Xiaoting, seeing Yi Qingfeng fighting, looked anxiously towards Chu Yuer. You're shameless. Chu Xiu released the struggling Chu Yuer, who was repeatedly wiping her mouth. He slightly pursed his lips and said lightly, consider yourself stamped. From today onwards you are my woman. In the future you'll live a life of luxury. Chu Yuer looked at him with disgust and disdainfully spat out the saliva in her mouth. Who is your woman? I wasn't before and I won't be now. Let me tell you, Chu Xiu, I didn't like you before and I won't start now. If it weren't for the fact that you just saved me, I would have taught you a lesson right here. Being forcibly kissed in front of so many people, Chu Yuer felt an extreme sense of humiliation, making her feel incredibly uncomfortable. I've seen many people like you who say one thing but mean another. You'll get used to it. Suddenly Chu Xiu noticed that Chu Yuer's complexion seemed much better. He couldn't help but speak, looking at you, it seems you've already awakened your psychic ability. Then his gaze shifted back to the battle between Li Wenbin and Yi Qingfeng. Everyone else had been knocked down by Yi Qingfeng, only Li Wenbin was still holding on, his face swollen, seemingly being toyed with by Yi Qingfeng. The boss flirts, the underlings get beaten up. Seems fair, right? I won't hide it from you. After you saved me, I felt my psychic ability awakening. Chu Yuer, seeing that they all possess psychic abilities, no longer hid her own, speaking openly. Chu Xiu then fully understood, but the next second he suddenly felt the surroundings turn incredibly cold, making him shiver. Ice and snow abilities. He saw the entire rooftop visibly freezing at a rapid pace, even his feet were frozen halfway. Miao. Xiaohe, seeming to really dislike the cold, quickly licked the blood off his claws and sat on Chu Xiu's shoulder. With a snap, Chu Xiu effortlessly freed himself from the icy constraints using his dark abilities. At the same time as Chu Yuer unleashed her ice and snow powers, Yi Qingfeng hurriedly moved to Huang Xiaoting's side to protect her. It turned out that Chu Yuer had indeed awakened her ice and snow abilities, just as things had proceeded in his past life. Witnessing this, Yi Qingfeng sighed in relief. He had come here knowing that in his past life, Chu Yuer had been found here unconscious and disheveled, apparently taken advantage of while she was out cold. From then on, Chu Yuer had always worn a frosty expression, as cold as her ice powers, which seemed to encase her heart. Yi Qingfeng had unintentionally learned about this from Huang Xiaoting. He had always suspected Chu Xiu of being responsible, but unfortunately he had no proof to present to Chu Yuer. However, none of that mattered now. The course of events had changed. His timely arrival had averted the unfortunate events that were supposed to unfold here. Chu Xiao were here. Voices of a group of people hurrying up the stairs echoed from the staircase behind the iron door on the rooftop. With a whoosh, a speedster rushed up. Bang! Yi Qingfeng, quick as lightning, forcefully shut the iron door and used his spatial ability to damage the lock. Bang bang bang. The door shook violently from the impact of the Blows? Hurry, break the door down. The voices on the other side of the door grew frantic, as if failing to showcase their strength would be a disgrace. Thinking of breaking through is pure fantasy. Using his knowledge from the past, Yi Qingfeng strengthened the door and the surrounding walls with his spatial ability. Xu Xiu glanced at the continuously assaulted door and turned to Chu Yuer, saying, "Ice and snow powers to have such force without absorbing any energy cores upon first awakening you have great potential. It seems I really can't let you go. If I can't handle even one woman like you, how can I handle the future? Letting you go might make you a great enemy someday. Are you sure?" Chu Yuer gathered the power of ice and snow in her hands, her tone turning very unfriendly. "Do you think a little power makes you capable of dealing with me, naive woman?" Chu Xiu gently stomped his foot and all the ice and snow powers on the rooftop were devoured by his dark force. How is this possible? Chu Yuer was dumbfounded. She knew very well how strong her ice and snow abilities were. She had not expected Chu Xiu to shatter her greatest confidence with a simple stomp. Women should be gentle. Being too icy isn't good. Chu Xiu chuckled, grabbing her hand and suppressing her powers. "Let go of me." Chu Yuer struggled, but found her abilities were completely suppressed. In her desperation, her eyes reddened and tears of frustration began to flow uncontrollably. Yi Qingfeng observed Chu Xiu's display of power. He hadn't expected his opponent's dark abilities to be even stronger at this stage than they had been in the past. It seemed that the pressure he had put on Chu Xiu had made him urgently seek to become stronger. Yi Qingfeng attributed Chu Xiu's greater strength in this era compared to his previous life to his own efforts. "Master Chu, he's truly our leader." Yi Qingfeng, that guy, just because he has a bit of power doesn't take Master Chu seriously at all. After all, when you beat a dog, you should consider its owner. Li Wenbin with sharp eyes didn't come crawling and kneeling to complain until after Chu Yuer was controlled by Master Chu. "Qingfeng, hurry and save Yuer. We absolutely can't let her fall into Chu Xiu's hands." Huang shouting anxious tugged on Yi Qingfeng's sleeve. The relationship had progressed rapidly and their terms of address had become much more intimate. "Don't worry, Xiaoting, nothing will happen to Yuer." Yi Qingfeng said, gently comforting her. "Woman, if you think of running, you'd better consider the consequences of being caught by me." Chu Xiu whispered threateningly into her ear, then released her hand. With that, he walked straight toward Yi Qingfeng, his eyes growing colder and his hands swirling with dark mist. As the saying goes, consider the master before beating the dog. "Yi Qingfeng, how should I punish you?" His powerful dark energy surged as he spoke, causing fear among those present. Chu Yuer, extremely conflicted, watched Chu Xiu's back, thousands of voices in her head urging her to run. But could she really escape? Reason told her she couldn't. "You think you can defeat me?" Yi Qingfeng sneered, instructing Huang Xiaoting to move away from the iron gate to a safer corner. Once the fight started, he might not be able to protect her. "I hope you're as tough as you talk," Chu Xiu retorted with a cold laugh, feeling underestimated. Regardless of whether his opponent was a reborn person who knew the future or someone who had traveled into a novel and knew the plot, he was not afraid. "Mutual feelings," Yi Qingfeng said as he gathered strength in his legs and suddenly leaped up, disappearing in mid-air. Seeing Yi Qingfeng disappear, Chu Xiu immediately enveloped him in his dark domain. Time is supreme, space is king. When dealing with a space ability user, especially one who might be the protagonist, he couldn't be careless. "Dark domain, your strength has indeed improved quickly," Yi Qingfeng said, losing sense of Chu Xiu's position, feeling his own space abilities being eroded. "I'm curious how you knew my awakened ability was dark power." Chu Xiu merged completely into his dark domain, watching the cautious Yi Qingfeng, and spoke lightly. Then he slightly raised his hands, and behind him emerged one dark gear after another, which he called Dark Gears. Inspired by a demon from an anime in his previous life, Dark Gears could forcibly penetrate the opponent's body, turning them into his battle slaves. This control wasn't subtle or gradual, but an instant, forceful corruption that was easily noticeable. However, once controlled by the Dark Gears, the opponent's strength would be enhanced, but their potential would be solidified with no further progress possible. "If you wish to keep something secret, you must never do it." Chu Xiu, there are always people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. With just your domain of darkness, you are no match for me. Even though Yi Qingfeng had lost all his five senses, he had not lost his spatial abilities. Space is everywhere, and Yi Qingfeng was well versed in manipulating it. "Is that so?" Chu Xiu was keen to test the power of the Dark Gear, so he waved his hand, commanding the Dark Gear to strike at his opponent. Petty tricks. Yi Qingfeng swiftly dodged the barrage of Dark Gears. Chu Xiu was surprised. It seemed that his opponent had a profound mastery of spatial abilities. Thinking this, he waved his hand, sending one of the Dark Gears out of the Dark Realm. Outside the dark realm, Huang Xiaoting cried out in agony, indeed upon hearing Huang Xiaoting scream. From outside, Yi Qingfeng was visibly disturbed. Several dark gears rushed towards him instantly, but Yi Qingfeng's reaction was prompt, rolling away to dodge them. However, what Yi Qingfeng didn't anticipate was that Chu Xiu had been waiting for him to dodge these dark gears. A dark gear that had been lying in wait for a long time entered Yi Qingfeng's body in the instant he rolled. Yi Qingfeng felt as if his soul was being torn apart, something foreign invading his body. The dark gear instantly affected Yi Qingfeng, causing a hint of black light to flicker in his eyes. No, Yi Qingfeng's remaining consciousness screamed frantically. If he truly fell under Chu Xiu's control, there would be no chance for a comeback. But the dark power was eroding his willpower. I am a reborn person, my fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. How could I possibly fall at the hands of someone like Chu Xiu? As a man who had lived 2 lives, Yi Qingfeng possessed a formidable willpower and struggled against the tearing force. For a moment, Yi Qingfeng's strong willpower was actually able to resist the force of darkness. Yi Qingfeng, I never expected your weakness to be a woman. Chu Xiu, seeing that Yi Qingfeng had been hit by his dark gear, was in high spirits. This proved that even the protagonist couldn't escape his dark gear, then no one else could either. Moreover, the opponent had been distracted by a woman, and it served him right to be controlled by Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu casually waved his hand, and the dark realm immediately dissipated. He glanced at the still unbreached iron door and clicked his tongue. With a wave of his hand, a mass of dark energy directly struck the iron door, devouring the spatial abilities on it entirely. Boom! The iron door was blown open by the people trapped inside. Leading the support group of ability users, Guli hurriedly rushed to Chu Xiu's side, filled with apologies. I'm sorry, Brother Chu, I'm late. He felt utterly useless for being blocked by an iron door for so long. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. He noticed Chu Yuer standing dumbly beside him. The woman had actually not run away. Smart woman, he thought, and suddenly grabbed her stiff arm. Let me show you the consequences if you had run. He manipulated Yi Qingfeng and Huang Xiaoting to stand in front of him. Seeing the faint black energy in their eyes, he knew he couldn't remove this feature. However, Yi Qingfeng seemed to still be struggling, which made Chu Xiu even more certain of the other's protagonist status. Only a protagonist could struggle endlessly. After all, a centipede dies but never falls down. Never mind, I won't blame you this time, but make sure there is no next time. Just as Li Wenbin was about to scold the unreliable Guli and others, seeing that young Master Chu did not intend to blame them, he let it go. Brother Bin, what happened to your face? Guli felt even more guilty seeing Brother Bin beaten up like this. Perhaps it would have been better to be scolded instead. It's nothing. These are just a man's scars, you wouldn't understand, Li Wenbin replied, not wanting to lose face in front of them. Get back to work, clean up this building quickly, we have serious matters to attend to soon. Understood, Brother Bin. Guli quickly led the others away. Chu Yuer pretended not to have been held by the opponent, her gaze complex as she looked at Huang Xiaoting in front of her. She hadn't expected Chu Xiu's ability to be so powerful, even able to control others. Can you let her go? She's just a woman and poses no threat to you. It was because of her that the other had ended up this way, she couldn't just ignore it. But Yi Qingfeng was a stranger to her. Saving one person was already more than enough to be thankful for. What about women? Can't women become strong? Chu Xiu felt the other's words were wrong. Women can be fiercer than men when they're ruthless. Are you afraid of a woman seeking revenge or something? Chu Yuer was anxious inside but dared not show it outwardly. Afraid? No, but letting someone go for no reason, that's impossible. In Chu Xiu's mind, using the dark gear on Yi Qingfeng was merely an experiment for now. Letting go was inevitable since the dark gear's control solidified Yi Qingfeng's potential, preventing any further increase in strength. Space abilities shouldn't be wasted like this. It's best to wait until Yi Qingfeng's strength had greatly increased before controlling him. That would be the most beneficial. And he would also leave something inside Yi Qingfeng to prevent any setbacks later, as he was the protagonist after all. One couldn't be careless. What would it take for you to release her? Chu Yuer asked quickly when she saw there was room for negotiation. How about this? I'll let her go if you agree to these terms, Chu Xiu said with a smirk, whispering a condition into her ear. Impossible, I'm telling you, wishful thinking. Chu Yuer hadn't expected Chu Xiu to take advantage of the situation. Utterly despicable and detestable. It's you who's asking me, not the other way around. Chu Xiu easily manipulated Chu Yuer's psyche. Such women needed a firm hand. How can you be like this? Tears welled up in Chu Yuer's eyes as she faced the dilemma of sacrificing herself to save her good friend Huang Xiaoting. I'll give you some time to think about it. The longer you take, the less sure I can be about her recovery, Chu Xiu said leisurely, then gestured to Li Wenbin. Young Master Chu, once this building is handled, I want you to lead the team and resolve the issue with the building across from us. Understood, young Master Chu, you can count on me, there won't be any problems, Li Wenbin assured confidently, then looked at Yi Qingfeng. Controlled by young Master Chu, a surge of malice in his heart. Slap, a slap landed directly on Yi Qingfeng's face. That's for hitting me. Now you've fallen into the hands of my boss, you're finished. But little did Li Wenbin know that his slap had awakened the consciousness that was already on the verge of fainting. Slap, Chu Xiu instantly noticed something was off with Yi Qingfeng and smacked Li Wenbin on the back of his head. You little troublemaker, do you realize your slap has awoken him? Chu Xiao, wouldn't it be better to just kill Yi Qingfeng and be done with it? Li Wenbin, rubbing the back of his head, looked innocently at Yi Qingfeng, whose eyes were darkening. Get lost. Since when do you make decisions for me? Don't get me wrong, Chu Xiao, I'll go handle it right now. Chu Xiu snorted heavily, scaring Li Wenbin into hurrying away with a few others. He saw right through Li Wenbin. The guy was a necessary evil, no wonder he became his lackey. Now only Chu Xiu, Chu Yuer and the controlled Yi Qingfeng and Huang Xiaoting remained on the rooftop. Chu Xiu casually sat on the railing, watching the zombies furiously attacking the girls' dormitory building across from them. As for whether the attack would harm innocent people, he couldn't care less. In chaotic times, death is just death. It's all about fate. He planned to use these zombies to wear down Zhang Kaifeng and his group. Once they were exhausted, it would be their time to die. Come over and sit. He patted the spot next to him, beckoning Chu Yuer. Are those zombies also your doing? As the student council president, Chu Yuer was quite sharp. Sitting beside him, she quickly figured it out. Congratulations, you've just learned something more about me. Chu Xiu was surprised that this woman had guessed right away. Well, I am the student council president. Although it's not much, it's quite a challenging role. Chu Yuer knew she couldn't resist him. The best strategy was to go along with his temperament as long as he didn't force her. I don't care about your vendetta, but there are many innocent survivors in that dormitory. She couldn't help but worry about the people inside. Having barely survived the first wave of zombie mutations and a natural disaster, they now faced this man-made threat. She couldn't bear it. Innocent? At times like this, do you think anyone cares about innocence? Only the living can talk about innocence. This is an era where humanity is lost. Chu Xiu looked at her, noting the conscience that had not yet been extinguished in her eyes, and spoke indifferently. Aren't you afraid your crimes will be exposed when the military comes to clean up? Chu Yuer was curious if he really wasn't afraid of being held accountable later. The military? Chu Xiu scoffed, standing up and looking down at the dormitory building about to be breached by zombies. By the time the military can intervene, it will be the era of the ability users, an era where one person decides the fate of millions. Chu Yuer stared at him in astonishment, not expecting his ambitions to be so grand. So he gently lifted Chu Yuer's chin, his tone overly dramatic. By agreeing to my earlier condition, you've made a big gain. Chu Yuer swiftly slapped away his wandering hand with a cold laugh. Don't even think about it. You'll end up in my hands willingly. He was not at all in a hurry, for he knew that it was only a matter of time before she would compromise. In his previous life he never lacked women, so he was in no rush to conquer her now. Even if he had to resort to force, now was not the right time. Suddenly a whooshing sound approached from the sky. Without a second thought he unleashed his dark power, instantly devouring the incoming wind blade. Above, a large bird about 5 meters in size circled. He hadn't expected to encounter a flying beast so soon. With a flick of his wrist the dark gears appeared and struck. The power of ice and snow. Chu Yuer made her move. Her ice ability instantly froze the bird's wings solid for a few seconds, buying Chu Xiu some time. A dark gear pierced directly into the bird's body, and its agonizing screams echoed in the sky. Did I just receive a gift of a flying beast? Fortune really does fall from the sky, Chu Xiu mused, genuinely surprised that luck had come his way while he sat at home. Is that black gear the means by which you control others? Chu Yuer finally witnessed his method of control. Correct, I call it the dark gear. Chu Xiu casually controlled the bird to fly in front of them. A wind-powered bird for a winged species, this was an incredible advantage. Chu Xiu stepped onto the back of the 5-meter-wide bird, which was large enough for 2 people. As the bird spread its wings and soared like a wild goose through the sky, Chu Xiu had a clear view of the scene outside the school. Car accidents were frequent, countless zombies roamed the streets, and explosions caused fierce fires everywhere. The chaos outside seemed apocalyptic. Compared to the chaos outside, the disorder inside the school was still manageable. After observing for a while, Chu Xiu returned to Chu Yuer's side. What's it like outside? Chu Yuer asked anxiously. If you saw it, you'd find the school's situation quite bearable, Chu Xiu chuckled. Chu Yuer's hopeful gaze turned very bleak. The prospect of rescue felt increasingly distant. Chu Xiu ignored her, controlling the bird, suddenly conceiving the idea of forming an army of sky beasts. Soon Li Wenbin, accompanied by Gu Li and Zhao Meng, appeared on the rooftop. Young master, we've cleared this dormitory building. However, due to the zombie virus infection, we've lost over 20 ordinary people here. Their deaths are their own bad luck. Next, we need to deal with the people downstairs, Chu Xiu commanded, unfazed by the screams of agony coming from the dormitory across. It's infuriating. Why do these zombies completely ignore the dormitory across? It must be Chu Xiu's doing, Zhang Kaifeng thought, furiously, left with only 3 of his brothers standing with him, cursing Chu Xiu as inhuman. Under the relentless assault of the zombies, the dormitory door was also about to give way. Zhang Kaifeng was rapidly depleting his energy. If this continued, he saw only death ahead. Boss, let's run. Yeah boss, the dormitory door can't hold much longer. Damn it, Zhang Kaifeng wants to find a way out, but there's no way out with the door blocked by zombies. It's better to try escaping through the window on the 3rd floor than to be bitten to death by zombies. Zhang Kaifeng punched and shattered the window, acting like a temporary worker from the demolition office, completely dismantling it. Friends above, are you alright? Zhang Kaifeng saw Chu Xiu, Li Wenbin and the others waiting below, and his expression darkened. Chu Xiu, you fool, face me one-on-one if you dare. You traitor to humanity, using zombies to kill your own kind, you deserve to die. F***CKU Chu Xiu. Zhang Kaifeng cursed loudly from above. Chu Xiu, clearly intending to see him dead, smirked. Zhang Kaifeng, we've known each other for a while, let me personally send you off. With that, Chu Xiu signaled Li Wenbin to make his move. Watch closely, young master Chu. Li Wenbin patted his chest, promising to complete the task. At that moment, the zombies blocking the corridor left like a receding tide. Brothers, charge. Li Wenbin led Zhao Meng, Gu Li and over 30 other ability users into the building. Among them was Yi Qingfeng, the protagonist, with powers at their disposal. Not using them would be foolish. In Chu Xiu's eyes, Zhang Kaifeng was just a minor character. Yi Qingfeng's immense strength left Zhang Kaifeng powerless and he was killed on the spot. However, in killing Zhang Kaifeng, Yi Qingfeng accidentally awakened his consciousness. He forcibly broke free from the control of the dark gear, escaped alone without saving Huang Xiaoting. Before leaving, Yi Qingfeng retaliated by fiercely kicking Li Wenbin. If Gu Li hadn't caught him in time, Li Wenbin would have been kicked down from the 3rd floor. Young Master Chu that Yi Qingfeng should have been killed. Thinking this made Li Wenbin angry, and on the way back his resentment towards Yi Qingfeng deepened. He didn't know that this was all orchestrated by the young Master Chu in front of him. Letting the tiger return to the mountain is indeed terrifying, but Chu Xiu had already embedded a ticking time bomb within Yi Qingfeng. It was best to let him grow. He would inevitably come back, and then it would be Chu Xiu's time to reap the benefits. For now, there was no need to worry about Yi Qingfeng, he would surely seek revenge eventually. Seeing Li Wenbin's obsession with Yi Qingfeng, Chu Xiu couldn't help but smirk. The protagonist's halo indeed affects the intelligence of the villains. Also, we still have Huang Xiaoting in our hands. Li Wenbin pondered, starting to plan for when Yi Qingfeng would come back. Did he really escape on his own? Chu Yuer walked beside Chu Xiu and whispered, does it matter whether he escaped on his own or not? Chu Xiu said with a smile and then suddenly slapped down. Chu Yuer's body stiffened, feeling a tingling sensation, and she couldn't help but feel both embarrassed and angry. What are you doing? Meanwhile, the smart ones around them had already looked away, pretending not to see. Chu Xiu ignored her reaction and instead started giving instructions to Li Wenbin. After you finish cleaning up the zombies, report back to me if you encounter any you can't handle. Remember, don't act recklessly. Once the entire school is cleaned up, you will be my top contributor. Li Wenbin felt a deep trust from young Master Chu and promised energetically, I will definitely live up to young Master Chu's trust. Good to understand, Chu Xiu said, smiling contentedly as he saw his big promise eagerly accepted. Naturally, he wasn't going to be at the front line dealing with zombies himself. What was the point of having so many subordinates if he had to do everything himself? His role was to oversee everything from the supermarket. As for increasing his own strength, his subordinates would dig up crystal cores to nourish him, and as he grew stronger he could better protect his subordinates. Upon returning to the supermarket, Chu Xiu found that Li Chang had gathered quite a few more people. Young master, these are the people who came to the supermarket on their own after you left. Li Chang quickly presented a list he had made and explained. Chu Xiu glanced at the list. Not bad, just a few dozen more people. I'll leave these ordinary people in your charge, young master. What about the superpowered individuals? Don't worry about them, I've already assigned them to Li Wenbin. A villain needs another villain to grind them down. Li Chang isn't suited to manage those with superpowers, but Li Wenbin, who isn't very strong, is. Understood, young master. Li Chang left feeling a bit downhearted. People aspire to rise. Managing ordinary people doesn't compare to managing those with superpowers. Chu Xiu could see Li Chang's disappointment, but he had other plans for him. Li Chang's control abilities shouldn't be wasted on ordinary people. With so many new arrivals, the supermarket was becoming crowded. Let's go, don't forget to keep your promises. I restored her sanity just as you requested, he suddenly said, looking towards Chu Yuer standing in the corner, then walked over and pulled her towards the back of the supermarket, heading to the restroom. Chu Yuer's mind went blank when she was pulled and only snapped back to reality when she was dragged into the restroom. What are you doing? What am I doing? I'm fulfilling your promise. An hour later, Chu Xiu emerged from the restroom looking refreshed while Chu Yue ran past him to a pile of water, twisting open a bottle and vigorously rinsing her mouth. Li Wenbin, with a mischievous smile, gave Chu Xiu a thumbs up. Congratulations, young master, you got what you wished for. Now let's talk business. What did you need? Chu Xiu recalled the way Chu Yue had transitioned from resistance to compliance in the restroom, and his heart fluttered. This woman was truly enchanting. Young master, I think we should drive out all the ordinary men and just keep the women. After all, the supermarket can't accommodate so many people, and keeping them is just a waste of food, Li Wenbin whispered after looking around. Li Wenbin, remember you were once an ordinary person too. Chu Yue, overhearing Li Wenbin, couldn't help but come over and argue. Despite what had just happened, she never expected Li Wenbin to be so ruthless. Leaving behind the female students, those words alone exposed an utterly despicable implication. Without even a word from young Master Chu, who did he think he was? Li Wenbin gave her a disdainful glance, apparently thinking that just because she might be favored by young Master Chu, she could boss him around. What are you arguing about? Chu Xiu spoke up as he saw the two looking ready to fight. You're right, it has indeed become quite crowded. Li Wenbin, feeling vindicated, raised his eyebrows at Chu Yue as if to say, see, I was right. Let's do this. While it's still light, Li Wenbin, you take her and a group of more powerful ability users and thoroughly clear out the nearest male dormitory. The ordinary male students can temporarily stay there, just make sure they don't starve. As for the ordinary female students, see if any ability users will take them in, if not, just put them together in the male dormitory, Chu Xiu instructed. I'll get right on it, Li Wenbin responded, always eager to follow young Master Chu's lead, and this idea seemed good to him. No need for the girls, I'll take care of all the female students. Chu Yue, a female herself, couldn't agree with what Chu Xiu had just said. Women must be strong and self-sufficient. Relying on men was never going to end well, especially in these apocalyptic times. Saying this, Chu Yue walked briskly toward Huang Xiaoting. Yue, is Qingfeng really safe now? Upon seeing her, Huang Xiaoting's eyes lit up, and she quickly approached, grabbing Chu Yue's hand and asking a question she had asked countless times. He's very safe, trust that he's already as far away as he could be, Chu Yue said helplessly. She wondered what kind of spell Yi Qingfeng had cast on Xiaoting. Even after he had left, he seemed to have taken her soul with him. Stop worrying about Yi Qingfeng. As long as Chu Xiu is alive, he wouldn't dare show his face. Chu Yue knew well the methods of Chu Xiu. Having been through life and death, her heart had grown much tougher. Ladies, I am the student council president Chu Yue, and many of you know me. I am also an awakened ice and snow ability user. Chu Yue stood before the crowd, stepping up on a crate so everyone could see her more clearly. The crowd naturally looked up at her. Chu Yue was a well-known student council president at their school. They recognized her but were curious about what she was going to say. Master Chu, are you really going to let her divide our people? Li Wenbin was anxious. Unable to accept this, how could Master Chu just hand over their achievements for one woman? Calm down and watch. What are you anxious about? Chu Xiu scolded him, silencing him immediately. Li Wenbin obeyed and shut his mouth, not daring to speak further. Chu Yue was too optimistic. Normally, with her looks and status as the student council president, especially among the male students, she could have easily rallied them to her cause, but not now, not when survival depended on having resources. In the school, the only places to find food were the supermarket and the cafeteria, one ready-made, one made to order. Chu Yue pleaded until she was parched, but aside from her good friend Huang Xiaoting, who responded to her, everyone else just kept their heads down and ignored her. even if it were true, as she said, that being sent to the dormitories to live would be better than following Chu Yue. Staying with Chu Xiu was the safer option. After all, Chu Xiu's place was filled with superpowered individuals. At the very least, Chu Xiu ensured they had food and drink, whereas following Chu Yue meant potentially missing meals. The sense of security that men provided was incomparable to what Chu Yue could offer. What was so bad about relying on a man? Perhaps becoming the girlfriend of a superpowered individual could even lead to a better life. And some of the girls who had awakened their superpowers did not respond to her plea, mainly because Chu Xiu had saved them. And under his care they received respect. With so many superpowered individuals on Chu Xiu's side, safety was guaranteed. There were a few who wanted to follow Chu Yue, but seeing that no one else moved, they didn't dare to step forward. Chu Yue was furious. All right, since you've chosen not to leave, then obey my commands. As things seemed to settle, Chu Xiu walked up to Chu Yue, clapped his hands towards the crowd, and everyone who had been indifferent stood up hurriedly upon seeing the young master. This display only added to the frustration in Chu Yue's heart. Everyone, the supermarket is ultimately too small, and you all are adults, not children. I promise you here that as long as you follow my orders, you won't starve. Just give me 3 days and I will clear the entire school of zombies. Let's move. With that, he snapped his fingers. Depart. Led by Li Wenbin, the group of over 40 superpowered individuals, along with the unawakened boys, left the supermarket. Where there's milk, there's a mother. You have nothing. Why would anyone follow you? Chu Xiu whispered mockingly into Chu Yue's ear about her naivety. She felt utterly disappointed by these people and, with a cold snort, pulled Huang Xiaoting into a corner to stay. Young master, at this rate our food won't last much longer, Li Chang whispered as he came over. If we run out, we'll find more outside. 3 days to consolidate the school's resources is enough. So there's no need to worry about food and drink for now. Plus I remember Jingzhou City has a granary. Chu Xiu's gaze naturally wasn't limited to just a small school. If he didn't recruit more superpowered individuals during the early days of the apocalypse, it would become too difficult later on, especially since it was unclear if superpowers could continue to awaken from the general populace. The current superpowered individuals were essential. Gaining one meant losing one less. The pie was only so big. A piece for someone else meant less for oneself. I'm going to rest now. Li Chang, you and the others take turns on duty. Call me if there's anything you can't handle. Yawning, Chu Xiu felt genuinely tired after a day's work. Meow. The little black cat that had been resting on the counter saw him leaving and hurriedly followed. In the warehouse's resting room, Chu Xiu threw the little black cat outside the room and shut the door. You're lazing around instead of guarding the door. Stay outside and behave yourself. Meow. Xiao Hei the cat obediently lay down outside to rest after being thrown out. The people inside were too cruel. They wouldn't even let it sleep on a bed. Yi Qingfeng, having escaped Chu Xiu's control, chose not to leave the school. After all, Huang Xiaoting was still in Chu Xiu's hands and he couldn't abandon her. Honestly, being under Chu Xiu's control was unexpected. The black gear could actually consume and suppress his consciousness. He had never seen Chu Xiu use it in his previous life. This reliance on past life experiences had led him to a significant disadvantage, nearly causing his downfall. Yi Qingfeng returned to the rooftop where the earlier fight had taken place, silently eating some snacks he had found. He suddenly felt that after his rebirth he was actually doing worse than in his previous life. Was it because he was too confused in dealing with Chu Xiu? Or was he too hasty in trying to rectify regrets? Yi Qingfeng began to reflect on his actions while he ate intermittently. After a while he exhaled a deep breath. Indeed, he had been too impatient, causing changes from his past life that made Chu Xiu stronger. Chu Xiu, between you and me, it's a matter of life and death. With a wave of his hand, Yi Qingfeng took out the crystal cores he had collected from his storage space. No matter what, getting stronger was the only way forward. By the time Li Wenbin and the others returned, it was already nightfall. Fortunately, they had cleared most of the zombies along the way and encountered no danger on their return. Young Master Chu, for now the dormitory area is safe. Just lock the main door and from the second floor upwards it's all secure. Li Wenbin briefly reported the situation. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment, then decided to make things clear to avoid underestimating ordinary people. Don't look down on ordinary people too much. If they awaken abilities in the future, these ordinary people will be our greatest reserve force. So that's how it is. I understand now. Young Master Chu's foresight is indeed admirable. Li Wenbin finally understood why Chu Xiu cared about these ordinary people and complimented him accordingly. Take 200 of the crystal cores we collected earlier and absorb them. Chu Xiu was never stingy with his own people. "Thank you, young Master Chu, I'll be off." Then Li Wenbin happily went to the warehouse to get the crystal cores. As night fell, Chu Xiu still arranged for many people to keep watch. The night posed visibility challenges and made it easy for zombies to launch surprise attacks. However, for the zombies, the night was their home field, a natural advantage. Over the next 3 days, Chu Xiu remotely directed his people to divide the school into various zones for clearing. On the simplified school map, he marked one area after another as safe zones. It's hard to believe that out of tens of thousands of people in the school, only so few remain. Not even 1 in 10 survived. Chu Yuer thought of the people they had rescued, totaling just over 1,400 in her face showed a hint of sadness. Chu Xiu had anticipated this and was not surprised, simply commenting lightly, "People around suddenly mutated into zombies, and basically, there was no preparation for such an event," making the number of survivors quite optimistic. This was actually a good outcome considering the population of our school, and the situation in Jingzhou City wasn't much better. Now, there were only 2 places left in the school to deal with: the gymnasium and the canteen. The gymnasium was next to the canteen, and I had left these 2 places for last. He circled the coordinates of the gymnasium and the canteen on the map. With the current number of people, the food in the supermarket could last us about 10 more days, but if we wanted to keep surviving, we had to leave the school. There were over 200 superpowered individuals in total, divided into 2 teams. Zhao Mang and Chu Yuer, you two take 100 superpowered individuals to handle the canteen. The rest will follow me to the gymnasium. Any problems?" After speaking, he looked at Zhao Mang and Chu Yuer. Zhao Mang had grown rapidly in just a few days, naturally due to the crystal nuclei he had been fed. The stronger you are, the more crystal nuclei you get, and the more you get, the stronger you become, or perhaps you would be rewarded with crystal nuclei after killing a certain number of zombies. Of course, the final interpretation right was his own. "I have no problem," said Zhao Mang, only thinking about how many crystal nuclei he could get from this operation and how many he could keep for himself. "I have no problem either," said Chu Yuer. Seeing that both had no objections, he immediately ordered, "Then let's start the operation. Li Chang, come with me, and the other 6 are responsible for guarding the supermarket." "Understood." School gymnasium. It turned out that there were nearly 300 people surviving here, including about a dozen teachers. In fact, among those gathered in the last 3 days, there were quite a few teachers. Those teachers who tried to cause trouble using their status had already been dealt with on the spot by Li Wenbin. The rest naturally obeyed orders to stay alive, and the person in charge of these 300 people was still the school's guidance director Chen Yuqing, who had awakened a shadow superpower. After awakening his superpower, he took control of the situation immediately. "Director Chen, there's no food left, what should we do?" a worried teacher asked. "If these students find out there's no food, they might cause trouble." Another teacher said, "There's still quite a bit of food in the freezer of the canteen, but even your shadow can't control that zombie there." "Cause trouble? Whoever dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for making an example out of them." Director Chen snorted coldly. "Set up a small team, use them as bait to attract the attention of that zombie, and then we'll get some food back from the freezer. Besides the 3 of us, don't tell anyone else about this." "Alright, let's do that," the 2 men sneered. And those students who obediently listened naturally did not know about this, and some troublemakers had already been fed to the zombies by Director Chen. Meanwhile, outside the gymnasium, Chu Xiu led Li Wenbin and others towards this place. The zombies outside the gymnasium had already been dealt with by Li Chang. Meow. Little Black dug up a zombie's crystal nucleus and swallowed it in one gulp. Little Black's strength was no longer the same as before. Even Li Chang couldn't beat Little Black now. "It seems there's a powerful superhuman in the gymnasium. Go call the people inside out." Chu Xiu observed the surroundings and noticed many zombies lying on the ground, all of which had their crystal cores extracted. "Alright." Li Wenbin threw a fireball directly at the gymnasium's doors, making them nearly fall off their hinges. "People inside, come out quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." It turned out to be Chu Xiu and Li Wenbin. These two, they hadn't died, which meant they must have awakened their abilities. Chen Yuqing stood in the spectator stands looking through the glass at the menacing crowd of over 100 people outside. From the looks of it, Li Wenbin was ready to break in if the doors weren't opened. The doors, already nearly falling apart from the strike, hinted at Li Wenbin's formidable power. Just as Li Wenbin was about to blast the doors open completely, Director Chen with a smile opened the door himself. "Li student, Chu student, and all other students, it's great that you're all safe." It turned out to be the guidance director. Upon seeing him, Li Wenbin's expression grew more arrogant and he quickly demanded that the people inside come out. Otherwise, I don't care whether you're a director or not. Just then Xian Yuqing suddenly made his move, shadows at his feet branched out into countless tendrils, instantly taking control of about 20 people. If you all behave, we can talk. If not, I don't care if you're students, Xian Yuqing said, full of pride. Behind him appeared many teachers and students, each armed with kitchen knives and other sharp tools. Chu boy, go to hell. A student often bullied by Chu Xiu swung a knife at him. Chu Xiu's dark ability immediately devoured the shadows under him, his figure flickering as a dark mist began to rise. Bang! Director Qian was instantly pinned to the ground by him, and the student who attacked him had his head gruesomely crushed by Xiao He. Director Qian, you're quite bold. Chu Xiu pressed down on Qian's head, his voice cold and mocking. He hadn't even made a move yet and the other party had already tried to strike at him. Who gave them the courage? His sudden action terrified those who had hoped to force them into submission. Seeing Li Wenbin and others trapped, a dark ability was flung out. Kill them! Li Wenbin, who was always vengeful, was furious once he broke free from the shadow control. Kill! The controlled people's anger was no less than Li Wenbin's. They had come to rescue them from misery, only to be betrayed in return. It was inhumane. How did you break free from my control? Xian Yuqing was shocked. His shadow had always been unbeatable before. Even those troublemakers were killed by zombies because he had secretly controlled their actions with his shadow. Do you think I would explain myself to an ant? Chu Xiu's face showed a cold smile as he drew a pistol from his waist and pointed it directly at the other's head. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was followed only by a burst brain. This gunshot terrified the survivors inside who witnessed the scene. He actually had a gun. After putting away the gun, he looked at the people inside and spoke indifferently. You all have 3 minutes to present yourselves before me. As soon as these words were spoken, those inside who were thinking about hiding immediately ran outside, fearing they would be too late as the 3 minutes ticked by. Moreover, all these people turned out to be superpowered individuals not to be trifled with. Those who had raised weapons against Chu Xiu and the others all lay on the ground, bloody and with faces frozen in terror before their deaths. These people could never have been a match for Chu Xiu's subordinates. Chu Xiu has never feared casualties. Only those superpowered individuals who have survived life and death battles can be considered true superpowered individuals. Young Master Chu, these are their crystal nuclei. Li Wenbin dug the crystal nuclei out of these people's brains and placed them in a plastic bag. Surprisingly, Director Qian's crystal nucleus was purple. Young Master Chu, how should we handle this one? Feed it to Little Black, Chu Xiu said nonchalantly. Now, the crystal nuclei encountered were roughly classified into levels: gray, black, red, purple and blue. These rankings were also determined by Chu Xiu based on the strength of the energy felt after absorbing the nuclei. He looked at the group obediently standing before him, their faces filled with the stink of fear and uncertainty about the future. Li Chang, it's up to you now. Yes, young Master Chu. Li Chang promptly stepped forward, speaking respectfully. Meow. Little Black squinted at Li Wenbin and meowed. Here you go. Li Wenbin tossed the purple crystal nucleus to Little Black. It was unavoidable. After all, this was young Master Chu's pet, and more importantly, he couldn't defeat it himself. Meow. Little Black bit the nucleus and directly jumped onto Li Wenbin's shoulder, comfortably arching its body and stretching. Li Wenbin was furious but dared not speak out. He had complained to young Master Chu about this kind of incident before and ended up being taught a lesson by Little Black in a secluded spot. Now that this is settled, let's go check on the canteen, Chu Xiu thought excitedly. The unification of the school meant that his power was about to become formalized. However, things at the canteen were not going as smoothly as they were for Chu Xiu. Ice and snow power. Chu Yuer quickly rolled away, and with a bang, a massive zombie clad with meaty tumors each with a wandering axe slammed into where she had been just a second earlier. This titan zombie, about 3 meters tall, seemed unaffected by the icy powers clinging to its body. Sizzle, a blast of lightning power struck down directly from above. The giant zombie, enraged, began attacking, causing Zhao Meng to use his lightning abilities to increase his speed and dodge around. Boom! The ground was smashed into a huge pit by the infuriated giant zombie. Spurt! A large mouth on the zombie's face spat out a green corrosive liquid which began to dissolve any benches and chairs it touched. It's good that I had them evacuate earlier, otherwise the many people would have had no space to dodge, inevitably leading to numerous casualties, Chu Yuer said, still frightened. Zhao Meng, having narrowly escaped behind a chair and seeing the cherry mid smoke, exclaimed anxiously, "Does this guy not have a weakness? If I knew its weakness, I would have killed it long ago. This creature is different from ordinary zombies. Its weakness isn't in its head. We can only wait for Chu Xiao and the others to arrive." Roar! The giant zombie charged over the ground, trembling with each step as it aimed a punch at Chu Yuer. An ice wall materialized in front of her, seemingly sturdy, yet it only held for a second. However, that single second was enough for Chu Yuer to dodge. Roar! Frustrated by its repeated failures, the giant zombie grew even angrier. It violently slapped the tumorous growths on its body, and these disgusting tumors, elastic like marbles, fell to the ground. Bong! As these tumors hit the ground, they turned towards the two, leaping at them before exploding without warning, releasing a large amount of green corrosive liquid. In an instant, Chu Yuer and Zhao Meng were splashed with a few drops, sizzling like hot metal seared onto their skin. Hissing in pain, Zhao Meng and Chu Yuer sharply inhaled from the intense pain, sweat breaking out on their foreheads. "Let's go." Seeing the tumors on the giant zombie regrowing, Zhao Meng decisively took off. Chu Yuer gritted her teeth, and before leaving, she exerted her full power to form several ice walls around the giant zombie. Only by temporarily trapping it could they prevent it from causing further harm. The cafeteria was devoid of living people, filled only with corpses, human remains, and zombie bodies. The giant zombie, facing the ice walls, furiously smashed them. Not far from the cafeteria, in a cluster of flowers, Yi Qingfeng had been hiding for days, surveying the situation. He hadn't visited the cafeteria in his previous life, but this was the last stronghold under Chu Xiu's rule in the entire school. Yi Qingfeng couldn't let Chu Xiu continue to expand so easily. It would only make it more challenging to deal with Chu Xiu later. The zombies here were even a challenge for Chu Yuer, so their crystal cores would definitely provide him a significant power boost. Superpowers aren't without their limits, but such limits were hardly a concern for Yi Qingfeng. The so-called bottleneck of superpowers is merely a problem arising from insufficient understanding. The deeper one's understanding of their superpowers, the less of a bottleneck it becomes. He was determined to obtain the zombie crystal cores inside. On his way to the cafeteria, Chu Xiu encountered a speed superpower user rushing for help. From him, Chu Xiu learned the specifics about the cafeteria. Realizing that it harbored a minor boss, likely the final challenge in his quest to unify the school, just as the giant zombie chased out of the cafeteria, the ground suddenly collapsed. Caught off guard, the enraged giant zombie fell into a several-meter-deep pit where sharp metal spikes awaited. Although impaled by the spikes, this alone was not enough to kill the giant zombie, instead fueling its rage. One by one, eyeball tumors rolled off its body. Like a pinball, the eyeball tumors bizarrely jumped toward the outside of the pit. Mid-jump, they exploded, scattering green corrosive liquid like petals thrown by celestial maidens. Water ability users quick. Zhao Meng, who almost lost his footing while dodging, shouted loudly. 7 water ability users quickly got up from the ground, summoning streams of water that swallowed the pit entirely. The sudden rush of water quickly submerged the entire pit. Earth ability users take over. Meanwhile, several Earth ability users who were already prepared, despite being corroded by the green liquid, gritted their teeth and jointly sealed the pit. Just before the giant zombie could emerge in fury, hard earth blocks solid as coffin lids sealed the pit completely. This trap was a cooperative effort between earth, metal and water ability users. It should drown, right? Zhao Meng sighed in relief, though uncertainly. Not sure. Be careful and wait for Chu Xiu's support. Chu Yuer shook her head, signaling everyone to keep their distance from the pit to avoid accidents. Xiaoteng, tend to the injuries of those hurt, Chu Yuer told Huang Xiaoteng beside her. I've already treated your wound. Huang Xiaoteng, seeing that Chu Yuer's skin was flawless again, breathed a sigh of relief. She could only help so much. When Yi Qingfeng was around, she felt utterly useless, but by Chu Yuer's side she felt needed, that her abilities were of use. Through continuous use of her healing ability, Huang Xiaoting could distinctly feel her healing effectiveness improving. Thanks, Sister Xiaoting. Several younger students, seeing their injuries healed, quickly expressed their gratitude. You're welcome. Huang Xiaoting smiled sweetly, subconsciously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. This subconscious gesture instantly stirred the youthful hearts of several younger students. Thump! Suddenly a loud noise came from the pit. The sealed ground began to ooze water contaminated with green corrosive liquid. The once solid ground suddenly bulged and a large hand burst forth. It's not dead yet. Zhao Meng's pupils contracted, his hands already charging up with thunder. Ice it! Chu Yuer had no better option and used the seeping water to freeze the area, trying to delay the giant Zombie's emergence, I'll do it. A male student with enhancement abilities gritted his teeth and rushed forward, disregarding the danger. He slammed his hands down onto the ice, sealing the pit. His ability could strengthen anything, including the power of abilities. He was a support type, but for now he could only enhance by touch. Come back. A fire ability user who was close friends with him quickly ran over and pulled him back. In that moment, the giant zombie roared and the strengthened ice began to wobble. Seconds later, even the solid ice couldn't withstand the fury of the giant zombie. Numerous streams of water mixed with corrosive liquid splashed over as the giant zombie emerged. Although the corrosive liquid was somewhat diluted, it still retained its corrosive properties. Snow and ice filled the sky. At that moment, Chuyuer swung her hand, unleashing the full force of her ice powers. The splashes of water quickly froze, falling to the ground like snowflakes and shattering into pieces. Now is the time. And Yi Qingfeng, who had been observing from the shadows, chose this moment to act. Although the giant zombie was formidable, his spatial abilities could still strangle it. Yi Qingfeng, using his spatial powers, instantly teleported in front of the giant zombie and wrapped his arms around the zombie's head. In that instant, a slight smirk of triumph appeared on Yi Qingfeng's lips. Spatial strangulation. The powerful force of spatial strangulation made the giant zombie's head as fragile as tofu. Seeing the color of the crystal core, a flash of surprise crossed Yi Qingfeng's eyes. Qingfeng. Huang Xiaoting hadn't expected Yi Qingfeng to suddenly appear. Xiaoting, I'm back, and this time I'll take you with me. Yi Qingfeng was not comfortable leaving her here. If Chu Xiu had any designs on her, it would be like throwing her into the tiger's den. But he failed to consider that if Chu Xiu truly had intentions toward Huang Xiaoting, he wouldn't have waited until now. To each their own. Huang Xiaoting was really not Chu Xiu's type. However, if it would hurt Yi Qingfeng, Chu Xiu wouldn't mind playing with her. Yi Qingfeng, you dare to show up and hand over that green crystal core? Brothers, kill Yi Qingfeng for me. Whoever kills him will be rewarded by Master Chu. Seeing Yi Qingfeng, Zhao Meng immediately charged at him with thunderous speed, his fist smashing forward with destructive force and swift speed, the punch whipping up the wind. Kill. Seeing someone attempting to gain an advantage, the crowd's faces turned sour and they charged forward. The weak should be tossed into the trash heap. Yi Qingfeng swiftly dodged, grabbed the attacker's elbow, and with a forceful twist, a crisp snap sounded. Zhao Meng let out a pained cry. Bang! Yi Qingfeng's foot smashed directly into Zhao Meng's heart. Yi Qingfeng had no fondness for someone like Zhao Meng, who willingly played the lapdog to Chu Xiu. Spatial strangulation. A glint of murderous intent flashed through Yi Qingfeng's eyes, but to his surprise, his spatial powers had no effect on Zhao Meng. A speedster quickly dragged the fallen Zhao Meng away, whooshing to a spot several meters away. As the saying goes, consider the master before beating the dog. Yi Qingfeng, you really are a persistent ghost. Chu Xiu's tone was as dark as it could be, his eyes flashing with anger. If he hadn't arrived just in time, using his dark powers to forcibly devour the opposing spatial power, he would have lost a strong warrior. The protagonist indeed is full of surprises, always opposing him. It seems he couldn't handle Yi Qingfeng according to the original plan anymore. Whoosh! As the crowd attacked him, Yi Qingfeng instantly appeared next to Huang Xiaoting, and in the next second teleported 20 meters away. Chu Xiu, our accounts will be settled sooner or later. Consider this crystal core as collecting interest from you. Holding a green crystal core, Yi Qingfeng laughed triumphantly at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu couldn't help but laugh, a chilling laughter that made everyone present shiver. Well, since you are seeking death, don't blame me for what comes next. His eyes darkened with a deep, menacing aura, and his body emanated a powerful, dark and terrifying force. A flicker of black energy briefly emerged from the depths of Huang Xiaoting's eyes, unnoticed by Yi Qingfeng. Huang Xiaoting's internal black gears were in a dormant state and Chu Xiu hadn't removed them. The contingency he had left behind was now proving useful. Initially, Chu Xiu had planned to use Huang Xiaoting to lure in the big fish Yi Qingfeng, but he hadn't expected to use this so soon. Xiaoting, are you sure you want to go with Yi Qingfeng? Chuyuer, seeing Chu Xiu's anger, yelled worriedly at Huang Xiaoting. Sister Yuer, thank you for your care, but I trust him, he won't harm me. Sister Yuer, why don't you come over too? With Chu Xiu's domineering ways, you'll eventually clash with him. Huang Xiaoting responded firmly, even trying to persuade her to join them. Sigh, I won't leave for now. Chuyuer shook her head silently. She had her own plans and didn't believe Yi Qingfeng would survive much longer. Unity is the only way to survive. Someone like Yi Qingfeng, who prefers to act alone, will eventually face a disaster. Chuyuer, take my advice. Chu Xiu is a tyrant, cruel and cunning. Be very careful around him. Yi Qingfeng, feeling quite good about himself, thought his warning might endear him to the future Ice Queen, a powerful entity capable of freezing thousands of miles with a wave of her hand. Chu Xiao, we can't let him go any longer, Li Wenbin urgently said. Go? He can't escape. Chu Xiao had no intention of letting Yi Qingfeng leave even if the latter possessed spatial abilities. Yi Qingfeng, you brought this upon yourself. Chu Xiao's whole body radiated with dark energy, his pupils pitch black as a dark mist rose from his eyes. Step by step his dark abilities enveloped him, slowly releasing a suffocating and terrifying aura. Everyone held their breath, fearing they might disturb Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, don't say I didn't warn you, you can't catch up with me. Yi Qingfeng with his spatial abilities could move freely even in danger, inherently invincible. His previous mishap with Chu Xiao's dark gears was merely due to an over-reliance on past life intel, leading to an unexpected slip-up. No one can provoke me and get away unscathed. Chu Xiao didn't stop, watching Yi Qingfeng, who remained stationary yet was getting closer, and let out a faint laugh, as expected of the protagonist, always so confidently arrogant. But sadly, I'm not some mindless villain. Bye. Finally Yi Qingfeng moved, pulling Huang Xiaoting along and disappearing instantly from the spot, intending to infuriate Chu Xiao with his bravado. However, after their disappearance, they reappeared at the same spot. Yi Qingfeng, in disbelief, looked at a panicked Huang Xiaoting, then turned to Chu Xiao. You despicable villain, you are no match for me except for your sneak attacks. As he spoke, dark power surged in Yi Qingfeng's eyes, and the black gear that had just entered his body began to slowly rotate. Strands of dark power emerged with the turning of the black gear. Ha ha ha, Yi Qingfeng, oh Yi Qingfeng, do you think you are invincible because you possess spatial abilities? If I can trick you once, I can trick you a second time. Chu Xiao manipulated the dark power within Yi Qingfeng, continuously influencing his reasoning. No, I must leave. No, I won't go. I have to kill Chu Xiao. Kill him, kill him. Two extremely persistent thoughts threw Yi Qingfeng's mind into chaos, causing him pain that made him cry out loud. Qingfeng, are you alright? Qingfeng. Huang Xiaoting shook him anxiously, tears streaming down her face. Despite her constant attempts to heal him with her healing abilities, it was to no avail. She had no idea that when they entered the space, their physical contact allowed the hidden dark gear in her body to instantly transfer into Yi Qingfeng's body. Yi Qingfeng, who had originally dealt with the dark gear, was once again tricked by Chu Xiao's dark gear. Come on, kill me. Just then a devilish, hellish voice endlessly repeated in Yi Qingfeng's ear. The dark power completely influenced all of Yi Qingfeng's senses. In a daze, Yi Qingfeng saw Chu Xiao standing in front of him, continuously mocking his incompetence and laughing at his weakness. Chu Xiao, you deserve to die. Humiliation, anger and murderous intent instantly swallowed the last bit of his rationality. Huang Xiaoting didn't realize the danger coming. In his rage, Yi Qingfeng's hand pierced through her body. His bloody hand held Huang Xiaoting's wildly beating heart. Ah! Yi Qingfeng laughed madly, his laughter filled with pleasure. Xiaoting! Chu Yuer's worried shout reached Huang Xiaoting's ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Huang Xiaoting looked at Yi Qingfeng incredulously, unable to imagine that the man who had been so kind to her could harm her. Puff! Yi Qingfeng mercilessly crushed her heart. Chu Xiao stood about 2 meters away from them, arms crossed, his eyes swirling with dark energy, intently directing everything that was happening. Huang Xiaoting, just a healer with special abilities, her death is no loss. Getting involved with the protagonist time and again, just for that this woman cannot stay. Women are nothing. The world is never short of beautiful women. Keep your cool. If you dare to disrupt Master Chu's plans, don't blame me for being rude. Li Cheng, secretly trained by Chu Xiao to be capable of standing on his own, used his control abilities to hold back Chu Yuer, who was trying to run forward. Let me go, Chu Yuer said coldly. Li Wenbin immediately knocked her out with a blow, letting her fall to the ground. After all, she was Master Chu's woman, best left untouched if possible. Is this alright? Li Cheng asked. Li Wenbin casually replied, what's the problem? This is easing Master Chu's worries. I'm doing what should be done. The scene of Yi Qingfeng killing Huang Xiaoting under Chu Xiao's control excited Li Wenbin immensely. Chu Xiao had indeed personally orchestrated such a tragedy. It seems I still have much to learn. Xiaoting, what's wrong with you? It couldn't have been me, definitely not me. Temporarily regaining his sanity under Chu Xiao's manipulation, Yi Qingfeng saw Huang Xiaoting's dead body and the heart he was holding in his hand, driving him nearly mad. To have killed the woman he loved by his own hands. The taste of this was truly tear-inducing. Shu Xiu mockingly feigned sorrow. This vengeance is irreconcilable, we cannot coexist under the same sky. Yi Qingfeng's memories reminded him that it was indeed his own hands that had killed Huang Xiaoting. His face showed no emotion, only a thick intent to kill. Gently placing Xiaoting's body on the ground, Yi Qingfeng stood up, intending to destroy the dark gears within his body, but his reason was once again influenced by dark forces. Shu Xiu, you beast! Yi Qingfeng, using the last bit of his sanity, yelled in pain and sorrow. Yi Qingfeng, this drama should end now. Shu Xiu, too lazy to waste words, snapped his fingers and the domain of darkness descended, enveloping them both. The darkness overwhelmed and Yi Qingfeng, caught off guard, was directly knocked down with a punch. Coughing, Yi Qingfeng knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen in excruciating pain. He was painfully aware that his consciousness was fading and he couldn't use his spatial abilities. Suppression. As Shu Xiu grew stronger, the dark domain gained a new function: suppression. Within the dark domain, all powers other than those of the domain's owner were suppressed. Damn it, my spatial abilities are being suppressed. Yi Qingfeng now felt his chances of victory and survival were extremely low. Yi Qingfeng was directly stepped on by Shu Xiu, crying out in pain. Looking down at Yi Qingfeng beneath his foot, he said lightly, within this dark domain I am the master, this is the end for you. Although dealing with Yi Qingfeng went very smoothly, he never forgot that the other was the protagonist. What is a protagonist? A protagonist can burst into crisis, and when facing a life and death situation, a chance to escape will emerge. I will kill you. Yi Qingfeng glared at him, wishing he could devour his flesh and crush his bones. The blow of having killed his beloved by his own hands meant that even if he survived, he would live a lifetime of guilt. Kill me? With what power? Always opposing me. Did you ever think this day would come? Shu Xiu verbally assaulted him while secretly manipulating the dark forces to devour Yi Qingfeng's last bits of consciousness. Perhaps it was the final crisis moment. The protagonist's aura had a slight effect. The persisting consciousness was stubbornly resisting his dark forces, enslaving the protagonist. This had been his desire ever since he discovered the other was the protagonist. Unfortunately, he had to pluck this fruit before it could fully ripen, which was somewhat disappointing. Shu Xiu, don't be complacent. If I don't die today, tomorrow I will overturn your forces and throw you into the dust. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were completely consumed by darkness, devoid of any luster, but the sole thought keeping him going was that he must endure. Consciousness fading, become my slave. Shu Xiu felt that the time was almost ripe. His opponent's consciousness was on the brink of collapse. Placing his palm on Yi Qingfeng's head, an immense surge of dark power forcefully flooded into his sea of consciousness. Boom! At that moment, a massive amount of terrifying dark mist rushed into Yi Qingfeng's mind, invading every corner of his consciousness. Ha! Shu Xiu's arrogant laughter echoed within Yi Qingfeng's mind. Found you! A vast amount of dark mist suddenly attacked the corner, striking with decisive ruthlessness. This was also Shu Xiu's method to prevent the protagonist from awakening a second time. This was to ensure that Yi Qingfeng would not survive, utterly extinguishing his last hope of living. Hidden deep within the recesses of the consciousness, see the last thread of Yi Qingfeng's consciousness revealed a flaw amidst this laughter. Unable to help it, Yi Qingfeng truly despised Shu Xiu. This consciousness was not under Yi Qingfeng's control, but purely instinctual. Outside the sea of consciousness, Shu Xiu opened his eyes from a closed-eye state, looking towards the now completely motionless Yi Qingfeng. Releasing his hand, the dark domain dissipated, and Yi Qingfeng, with eyes pitch black and lifeless, stood like a puppet in front of Shu Xiu. Master Chu, what has happened to him? Li Wenbin hurried over, seeing the blank stare in Yi Qingfeng's dark eyes, and asked puzzledly. From today onwards, there is no Yi Qingfeng in this world, only my spatial battle slave. Shu Xiu watched his handiwork with satisfaction. Only the protagonist is worthy of the title battle slave. The dark gear within the body of the spatial battle slave had been removed by Shu Xiu himself. After all, with the dark gear, the spatial battle slave would have no possibility of progression. Shu Xiu's dark abilities replaced Yi Qingfeng's consciousness in the sea of consciousness. This act could be described as a cuckoo taking over the nest. From now on, every action of the spatial battle slave would need to be controlled by Shu Xiu himself. Unfortunately, it was a necessary evil. Perhaps once he became stronger in the future, he could cultivate a consciousness that knew only battle. After searching the spatial battle slave's clothes, he surprisingly did not find the green crystal core. That shouldn't be. His eyes brightened as he directly manipulated the spatial battle slave to instinctively use its spatial power, discovering a storage space. Indeed, the green crystal core lay in the most conspicuous place among a stack of crystal cores gleaming green. Congratulations, Master Chu, on obtaining his spatial battle slave. Li Wenbin almost misspoke, hastily correcting himself to congratulate him. What's with her? Chu Xiu only then noticed Chu Yuer lying motionless on the ground. This woman tried to run over here when Huang Xiaoting was dying. I knocked her out. Li Wenbin spoke cautiously, fearing blame. Have a couple of female ability users carry her back, Chu Xiu commented with a smile at his handling. It's a bit rough but effective. Li Cheng arranged for some people to reinforce the school gates to prevent zombies from breaking through. Yes, master. As XL slowly grew stronger, it also gave Li Cheng hope of seeing his family alive again. Master Chu, we now fully control the school. Should we check outside now? Everyone is quite worried about their homes. Li Wenbin's family were locals and he had kept silent before, mainly because his own safety was not guaranteed. Now that the school seemed secure, he started to wonder if his family was still alive. Apart from Yi Qingfeng, who was an orphan, almost everyone had family members, and these past days everyone had been worried about their families. But with the situation at the school still uncertain, no one dared to speak openly. Now that Li Wenbin brought it up, the superpowered individuals all turned their eyes to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiu looked at the crowd with a commanding gaze and spoke indifferently, "It's only human to worry about your families. I won't stop you, but you must follow my orders step by step. If anyone dares to act on their own, don't blame me for being ruthless and turning my face against you." The superpowered ones remained silent. Now that the school had been cleared, the desire to return home was becoming urgent. Seeing that everyone was silent, Li Wenbin became anxious, worried that his words might cause trouble. He quickly said, "Why is no one talking? Not following Chu Xiao's orders at this time and acting on your own is like betrayal. Only by staying united can we exert the greatest strength. I have family too and I want to go back, but if everyone goes back, our strength will be dispersed and will be defeated one by one." Chu Xiu remained silent, just quietly observing them. Anyone who dared to propose leaving at this time would affect the whole team, and he would make an example of them to keep the others in line. If that wasn't enough, then he would turn these people into owners of the Dark Gears. For the greater good, minor details must be ignored. At this moment, Zhao Meng also stood up and addressed everyone. Li Wenbin is right, everyone has families, and it's not okay to prioritize anyone. Don't forget Chu Xiao has family too, and even he hasn't chosen to go look for them. Yes, Chu Xiao is just like us. Zhao Meng's words made everyone look up at Chu Xiao. In the end, everyone chose to trust Chu Xiao. After all, it was Chu Xiao who had unified their strength and cleaned up the zombies in the school. They believed he would lead them to clear out the zombies step by step, just like in the school, until they found their families. At this moment, everyone's perception of Chu Xiao underwent a radical change. Now Chu Xiao had become their hope. Before confirming whether their families were still alive, no one wanted anything to happen to Chu Xiao. "I believe in you. You'll lead us through this, right?" Zhao Meng walked up to Chu Xiu, staring intently at him. Of course, Chu Xiu smiled. Zhao Meng stepping forward was somewhat unexpected for him. He had always thought of Zhao as simple-minded. It seems he had underestimated him. Seeing that no one else had objections, Li Wenbin finally breathed a sigh of relief, almost messing up due to his cleverness. He had brought it up also because recently everyone's longing for their families had been growing stronger. Of course, since he also missed his family very much, he could empathize with everyone's feelings. If they didn't address this issue quickly, it would cause huge problems for the team later on. Because of the near mishap, Li Wenbin had no mood to take credit. Li Wenbin was not in the mood to claim credit, but Chu Xiu could still perceive a bit of Li Wenbin's thoughts. He mentally commended him. Indeed, he had overlooked this matter, but Li Wenbin had filled in the gap. Having a subordinate who was capable and thoughtful was truly a delightful experience. Although Li Wenbin had a questionable character, often harassing the female members of the team and creating situations that angered others but left them unable to speak out, Chu Xiu felt these issues were manageable as long as they did not lead to widespread resentment. As long as Li Wenbin was loyal and capable, his personal morals were of secondary importance. Chu Xiu did not, unlike some protagonists, only value moral character, but instead often found fault with those who, despite their capabilities, had minor flaws. It was like how a protagonist could practice polygamy while expecting others to practice monogamy, a clear double standard. In Chu Xiu's view, no one is perfect, everyone has flaws, and sometimes having a good moral character could also be seen as a flaw from different perspectives. Li Chang, along with some engineering students, headed to the school workshop to fetch tools. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu led the group back to the supermarket. After Chu Yuer woke up, she became silent, seemingly impacted by Huang Xiaoting's death. After arranging the tasks, Chu Xiu observed that it was getting late and planned to expand their territory outside the school the next day. Time waits for no one, one must chase after it. The world changes daily, and what the next day would bring was anyone's guess. Unsure, he walked over to Chu Yuer and naturally scooped her up in a princess carry. I will help you understand on your own. He looked at the expressionless Chu Yuer in his arms and suddenly, feeling a bit whimsical, he carried her directly into the warehouse restroom. After laboriously refurbishing the school gates, Li Chang and some others rushed back before nightfall. Where's the young master? Li Chang was thinking of reporting to Chu Xiu but found him missing, so he approached Li Wenbin. The young master is discussing some matters with Chu Yuer. Do you want to go in and check? Li Wenbin said with a sly grin, gesturing towards the warehouse, encouraging Li Chang to go. Li Chang and Li Wenbin were old acquaintances, as familiar with each other as one could be. Just as Li Chang was about to step forward, he realized what was implied and laughed, scolding, I was just honestly answering your question. What scheming could I possibly have? Was that concern about family you brought up this afternoon intentional? Li Chang sat next to him, curiously probing. Concern about what? Li Wenbin feigned ignorance with a shrug. About worrying for our families. Did you bring it up because you noticed everyone was feeling uneasy and did it on purpose? Li Chang knew that although Li Wenbin appeared as the young master's lackey on the surface, he was actually very intelligent. After all, he was someone who had been admitted to Jingzhou University, not just a simple flatterer. Yes, these are natural human concerns. The young master thinks too far ahead and overlooks immediate concerns. As his subordinates, we naturally need to proactively solve problems for him, Li Wenbin admitted. Li Wenbin nodded in acknowledgement, not hiding anything from Li Chang as he explained. I just didn't expect that I'd almost mess things up by overthinking human nature, but the woman I was with last night was quite satisfying. Are you sure you don't want to join in? It might help you relax a little. Li Wenbin started off serious, but then his tone shifted and he smirked suggestively. Forget it, I'm not interested right now. Li Chang waved his hand dismissively, sometimes really unsure which side of Li Wenbin was his true face. After Li Chang turned and left, Li Wenbin continued to sort out the tasks Chu Xiu had assigned him. Perhaps Li Chang just didn't understand yet. Can't a smart man like women and enjoy bullying others? 2 hours later, Chu Yuer walked out of the restroom with a pale face, limping. She couldn't believe that Chu Xiu could be so beastly, forcing her into that situation. Chu Xiu walked out feeling refreshed, the only change being that he had switched to his sage mode. As Chu Xiu emerged, Li Chang hurried over to report, young master. The school gate has been fortified, there's no need to report everything to me. Chu Xiu himself did not like to be constantly reported to. As long as his subordinates were capable, he was more than willing to delegate authority to let them handle things without worrying about repercussions. All right, young master, but there's one more thing I need to report, Li Chang continued after recalling something he saw outside the school gate. What is it? Just say it. Chu Xiu found a chair to sit down, ready to listen carefully. Li Chang stood in front of him and recounted the entire event. A little girl around 7 years old, dressed in a princess dress and holding a doll, was walking fearlessly down the street, singing a creepy nursery rhyme that could chill one's spine. Chu Xiu exclaimed in surprise. It's true, young master. I'm certain it was real, not a hallucination, Li Chang confirmed. And it seems that the zombies are terrified of this little girl, not daring to approach her. It seems she might have awakened a powerful ability we're unaware of. Go rest for now. I've noted this down. Chu Xiu couldn't figure it out at the moment and could only plan to see for himself the next day. If possible, this little girl could actually make a good battle slave for him. Now that he had a spatial battle slave, Chu Xiu felt more confident about seizing territories beyond the school. The size of the territory in the early stages isn't as important as whether the territory has resources. Even superhumans need to eat, not to mention ordinary people. With so many people to feed, they obviously couldn't rely solely on the supermarket supplies. It's a shame he couldn't contact his predecessor's father. According to his memories, his predecessor's father wasn't exactly clean, with many blemishes on his record. With a family fortune over 100 billion and numerous siblings, most of the wealth wasn't in cash but in a robust industrial chain, especially in the food industry where his predecessor's father was considered one of the top players in the entire Jiuzhou region. However, if this stepfather of his was still unharmed at this point, he might soon send someone to rescue him. With the food and drink situation finally secured, Chu Xiu had little left to worry about. He had seen many novel protagonists who, despite having backgrounds and resources, insisted on relying solely on themselves. In reality, these protagonists couldn't have developed without their families' help. This was akin to wanting to have one's cake and eat it too. Why wouldn't you use the resources at your disposal unless you wanted them to go to waste? That night Chu Xiu forcefully brought Chu Yuer into the resting room. Don't ask, they really didn't do anything but play poker. After Chu Yuer succumbed to sleep from exhaustion, Chu Xiu took out the green crystal core and began to absorb it. Indeed, the energy from the green crystal core was purer and more massive than that from the blue one. Once he finished absorbing it, he calmly opened his hand, revealing a formidable dark power converging in his palm. Beside him, the sleeping Chu Yuer frowned, as if sensing this power. Growing restless, even Xiao He, who was guarding outside, nearly jumped out of his fur from the sudden emergence of this terrifying power. The increasingly strong dark power intoxicated Chu Xiu, but he quickly sobered up. There was too much he needed to do. This power was still not enough. He needed to become even stronger. The next day dawned, the apocalyptic sun rising as usual, unaffected by the events of the world. Before setting out, Chu Xiu reviewed the list and all the resources prepared by Li Wenbin, totaling 1,723 people, including 245 with special abilities. Among them, Zhao Meng, Li Chang, Li Wenbin, and Chu Yuer were capable of acting independently. Gu Li's transformation ability was still lacking, but given time he might become a valuable intelligence operative. Chu Xiu circled these 5 names in the notebook, marking them as important. He handed the notebook back to Li Wenbin and signaled the departure. Then he turned to the anxious superhumans ready to set out and slowly said, "Remember this, in chaotic times human nature is unpredictable. Be prepared and show no mercy. Stay alert at all times. If anyone's compassion causes trouble for the whole team, don't blame me for being ruthless." Li Wenbin quickly took over, warning everyone with a stern tone, "You all heard what Chu Xiao said, right? If it comes to it, I won't need Chu Xiao to act personally, I'll handle it myself." Perhaps you have come across a long-standing saying in doomsday novels: in the apocalypse, kill the saints first to prevent harm to others and oneself. Li Wenbin's sinister gaze swept over everyone present. Faced with his stare, many lowered their heads out of fear. Li Wenbin was not only strong but also Chu Xiao's right-hand man, his mouthpiece. His words were essentially Chu Xiao's. Who would dare to resist? Who would dare to contradict? None. Chu Xiu's authority had been deeply established in everyone's hearts, both before and after the apocalypse. Walking to the school gate, Li Wenbin looked at the school's walls with some worry and said, "Chu Xiao, the school walls are high enough to fend off most zombies, but they can't prevent human climbing. Once people know there are no zombies in the school, there will likely be many who come here for refuge. Give me some time and I'll figure out a way to restore the school's surveillance system." Chu Xiu glanced at it and, noticing that it was as he said, nodded in agreement. "Then I'll leave this task to you. But besides restoring the power and surveillance system, we also need to solve the communication issues. When our territory expands, people's hearts can change, making them hard to manage." Understood. Li Wenbin nodded quietly. "All right, let's head out and be careful of zombies ambushing us." Chu Xiu waved his hand for Li Chang to open the school gate. This time, stepping outside to scout the situation, he left 6 bodyguards behind at the supermarket to manage the ordinary people. All the other superhumans he took with him for this operation. There's no room for waste in the team. Only through continuous fighting can they grow stronger. He needed to slowly select a strong force of elite superhuman soldiers to serve him. Outside, there were many vehicles, mostly due to the sudden zombie outbreak that caused a chain reaction of car accidents. Some people died on the streets trying to escape, others died inside their cars. There were even numerous zombies trapped by seatbelts, struggling and howling inside the cars. Corpses were everywhere, each with a different death pose, and the blood on the ground had already dried up. Apart from the wandering zombies, not a single human figure was seen, and the air was thick with the stench of rotting corpses, making it profoundly unsettling. Even Chu Xiu himself couldn't help but frown and instinctively covered his nose. "This smell is really unbearable." "Chu Xiao, this is a mask I brought from the supermarket." Li Wenbin quickly took out a mask from his pocket and handed it over. After putting on the mask, Chu Xiu felt much better. Li Wenbin also hurriedly put on a mask for himself. There were only a few masks available from the supermarket, naturally leaving none for others. The rest of the group was not faring much better, some even starting to gag. If the school hadn't dealt with those bodies in time, it would probably end up like the outside. The zombies wandering outside suddenly saw so many living people and became unusually active, running towards them from all directions with their claws outstretched. The zombies' speed had doubled from before, now matching the running speed of a normal human. A slight misstep and one could be caught with no cure available, just waiting to turn into a zombie. Fireballs were thrown by Li Wenbin, striking several zombies in the head. with a crackle of lightning, Zhao Mang instantly killed several zombies. After Zhao Mang made his move, the other superhumans also took action, coordinating with each other. From the initial clumsy coordination in the school to the now proficient teamwork, they could face the attacking zombies without instinctively dodging. Some superhumans might not be very strong individually, but when working together, their combined strength was exponentially greater. This was the chemical reaction produced by the collision of superpowers. I'll suppress their movements. Li Chang exerted his control abilities to the fullest, restraining the zombies that attack from behind. Quick, kill them! In an instant, Li Chang managed to control hundreds of zombies whose fierce resistance burdened him significantly. Freeze them! Chu Yuer intervened, her powers manifesting as snowflakes in summer drifting dreamily from the sky. Under the sunlight, they shimmered like ice crystals. As the snowflakes landed, they visibly spread and solidified, freezing the legs of the zombies beyond Li Chang's control. Kill! The zombies, now motionless targets, were swiftly eliminated by the superhumans. However, accidents happen. A superhuman with Earth abilities was inadvertently scratched by a zombie on the arm. Grab him! Zhao Meng turned at the sound, and seeing the scratch on the man's arm, his pupils shrank. He quickly called others to restrain him. Zhao Meng, what are you doing? I'm a superhuman, not a zombie. The Earth-powered superhuman, still shocked from the scratch and knowing the consequences, resisted fiercely, driven by his survival instincts. No one wants to die, even if they know the consequences of a zombie scratch. They still cling to the last hope of being an exception. Bring him here. Chu Xiu had also noticed getting scratched by a zombie could turn even a superhuman into one as resistance to the zombie virus was futile. This was a conclusion drawn after losing no less than 10 superhumans during a school zombie clearance operation. Zhao Meng and others dragged the scratched superhuman before Chu Xiao. I remember you're called Wang Hong, right? Chu Xiu crouched down, looking at Wang Hong, whose face was ashen. I didn't expect you to know my name, Wang Hong said, his expression miserable, his eyes filled with pleading as he looked at Chu Xiao. Can you wait until I turn into a zombie before killing me? Wang Hong's eyes were already aligning with those of a zombie. Perhaps he was aware of it, but he still didn't want to die just yet. Okay, Chu Xiu agreed, giving him that last bit of dignity for his days of service. Zhao Meng, it's up to you now. I know what to do. Zhao Meng felt the sorrow of a kindred spirit, perhaps fearing that one day he might end up the same. But there was no stopping the zombie virus, not even by amputating the arm immediately. Roar! In just a few minutes, Wang Hong turned into a mindless zombie. Crack! Zhao Meng released a bolt of lightning, piercing the transformed man's head. Sigh, another superhuman lost. After dealing with the zombie in front of him, Li Wenbin looked at the deceased, pulled out the list, and crossed out a name. Reality is cruel. Once dead, the name is forgotten, erased entirely. The death of a team member right after leaving the school gates weighed heavily on everyone present. You guys drag these cars to block the roads on both sides, Li Chang commanded a group of people. We need to block the intersections first to properly clear out the zombies hiding in the nearby buildings. All right, Brother Chang, Chu Xiao nodded. Although the people were somewhat reluctant, having been singled out for such a misfortunate task, they did not dare show it on their faces. These were not just any people Li Chang had randomly picked, they were much stronger than the others. Particularly 3 among them were power superhumans, for whom lifting a car with their bare hands was a breeze. Chu Xiu sat on the chair prepared by Li Wenbin, absorbing the energy cores that had been collected. The lowest grade gray cores were no longer of use to him. Now he mainly absorbed red and purple cores. The black cores, superior to gray, had already been distributed as rewards. Suddenly he furrowed his brows, his expression turning solemn as he stood up from the chair, looking around directionless. Meow. Xiao Hei too was startled, his fur puffing up as he jumped onto Li Wenbin's shoulder. Chu Xiao. Li Wenbin hurried over to Chu Xiao's side. Everyone present gathered together as if clustering might make them feel safer. The creepy sound of a children's rhyme came from all directions, sending chills down their spines. Chu Xiao, it's this rhyme, it must be her. That little girl. Li Chang ran over with a face full of terror, speaking fearfully. Dark domain. As Chu Xiu's dark domain enveloped everyone, they were instantly shielded from the terrifying sound, their bodies feeling drained, sweat drenching their backs. Found you. At this moment the voice came from only one direction. Within the dark domain only he could hear this voice. Everyone else was deprived of their senses. The voice was coming from a hotel across the street. It was unbelievable that this mysterious little girl could invoke such fear in him. Chu Xiu manipulated his spatial battle slave, using spatial abilities to vanish from the spot. Such risky tasks were safest when handled by the spatial battle slave, like an extension of himself. allowing him to see through the eyes of the spatial battle slave. He controlled the spatial battle slave to enter the hotel and search floor by floor, eventually finding that the voice was coming from the 6th floor. Standing in front of room 601, hearing the terrifying song from inside, his fear grew increasingly intense. Damn it, Chu Xiu cursed inwardly, kicking the door open. Inside, a little girl in a pink princess dress was sitting by the window holding a doll and continuously singing the nursery rhyme. Even upon seeing him, the little girl just hugged the doll tighter and kept singing. The sound of the nursery rhyme further amplified the fear in Chu Xiu's heart. Spatial teleportation. Chu Xiu forcibly teleported the little girl to his side. The girl, seemingly not expecting her singing to fail to drive him away, was overwhelmed by a powerful suppression and started crying, her eyes turning red. With the disappearance of the nursery rhyme, Chu Xiu also withdrew the dark domain. As everyone's senses were restored immediately, they saw a little girl next to Chu Xiu. Big boss. It's Li Chang turned to see the little girl next to the boss and stammered, frightened by the sight. Chu Xiu, let's go quickly. As soon as Li Wenbin heard Li Chang finish speaking, he immediately grabbed Chu Xiu and started to run. It's okay, I've dealt with her for now. She won't be able to sing for a while. Chu Xiu massaged his somewhat aching head. Previously, his fear had magnified, and he had envisioned a future where he was defeated by some protagonist. Could this really be what he feared the most? He unconsciously touched the cold sweat on his back that had appeared at some point. The little girl's ability was indeed strange. Good sister, don't cry anymore. Would you like some candy from your nice sister? Seeing the little girl crying so sadly, Chu Yuer's heart softened immediately, and she quickly crouched down to gently coax her. You try your best to soothe her, but if you can't manage it, I'll have to use force, Chu Xiu said lightly. While watching Chu Yuer comforting the girl, this little girl must be put to use for our future plans to control territories and even against enemies. It would be a convenient tool. Chu Yuer looked up at him with some dissatisfaction. Can't you show a bit of compassion? Must you always resort to those methods? Do you have so little confidence that you can't even handle a little girl without them? Despite herself, Chu Yuer didn't realize that she was no longer as resistant to him as she had been at the start. Chu Xiu looked at her with a deep gaze and slowly said, don't think that just because you've become my woman you can boss me around. What I do is my own business. If you can't handle it, then we'll do it my way. Chu Xiu didn't have the habit of making sacrifices for others. Since this world had protagonists, couldn't one assume there might be more than one? If a girl like this was well trained, she could easily be stolen away by a protagonist, especially since he was a villain. Even if Chu Yuer manages to calm the girl down, I'll still need to add a secure lock before I can rest easy. Clean out the hotel across the street first, find information about this girl. Remember room 601? Chu Xiu waved Li Chang over and whispered in his ear, leave it to me. Li Chang glanced at the little girl now being comforted by Chu Yuer and nodded. Finally, Chu Yuer managed to stop the little girl from crying. Watching the girl quietly eating the candy, Chu Yuer gently stroked her head and asked tenderly, little sister, what's your name? My name is Gu Qiangshi, I'm in the 2nd grade of primary school. Gu Qiangshi looked at her timidly, her voice so soft that Chu Yuer almost didn't hear her. Little Qiangshi, can you tell your sister why you were singing continuously just now? Chu Yuer gently led the conversation, knowing that once a child becomes defensive, it's hard to get anything out of them. If she couldn't get the information, Chu Xiu would personally intervene, and his methods were not what Chu Yuer wanted to see. My parents said singing can drive away monsters. They told me to stay in the room, but I can't find them anymore. When I miss my parents I sing because they said they would come back when they hear Qiangshi singing. Gu Qiangshi pouted, her small mouth, tears welling up again as she thought about not being able to find her parents. Chu Xiu, upon hearing this, finally understood why Li Chang had encountered this little girl on the street. She had been out looking for her parents. How about big sister takes you to find your mom and dad? No more crying, okay? See that big brother there? He just said he'd spank you if you kept crying. Chu Yuer, who was trying her hand at comforting a child for the first time, pointed at Chu Xiu, feigning a fierce expression as she spoke rapidly, seeing that the little girl couldn't stop her tears. Following her pointing, Gu Qiangshi looked over, and Chu Xiu, hearing this, also turned his gaze towards them. The dark aura in his eyes momentarily stopped Gu Qiangshi's tears out of fear. Still sniffling, she was unable to calm down immediately. No, don't hit me, I won't cry, Gu Qiangshi said, holding back her sobs, her shoulders trembling in fear. Although she was young, she was old enough to remember things and knew that this scary big brother was the one who had suddenly brought her here. He's so scary, she muttered, seizing the moment. Shu Yuer quickly asked, then why does your singing drive those monsters away? Gu Qiangshi shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. I don't know. Afterwards, Chu Yuer stood up, took her by the hand and led her to Chu Xiu. I've asked everything I needed to, she's too young to know what her awakened ability is, can you please not use that power on her? Shu Yuer pleaded with Chu Xiu, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Chu Xiu glanced at her and said indifferently, women's hearts are too soft. He didn't directly respond to Chu Yuer's request but continued, her ability seems to amplify the fear in people's hearts. Those zombies didn't dare approach her because of fear, which is why she has remained unharmed. What puzzles me is, given her words, her parents were fine when she had her abilities, so why did her parents leave her? Was it deliberate, or did they meet with some misfortune because they needed food? There's no living person around. I suspect it was deliberate and they hid her, fearing her abilities could be exploited. You can think of so much all at once, Chu Yuer said, full of surprise. It's just reality, obvious things laid out in front of us. Chu Xiu shrugged nonchalantly. The fastest way to build power is to devour one small group after another, just like breeding goo, and eventually become the biggest goo in Jingzhou City. Although this metaphor is a bit abstract, that's basically how it is. Li Wenbin. Chu Xiu turned and called out, no longer paying attention to Chu Yuer behind him. Romantic attachments are unnecessary for me. Women are merely diversions on this journey. What do you need, Boss Chu? Li Wenbin hurried over to him. Seeing no one else was around him, Chu Xiu asked, where's Gu Li? Well, you're looking for Gu Li. You're realizing this, Li Wenbin quickly shouted towards a group. Gu Li, come over here. Busy with the others, Gu Li hurried over upon hearing his name called by Brother Bin. Brother Chu Xiao. Gu Li stood obediently in front of the two men. Chu Xiu whistled and a dark shadow descended from the sky. This shadow was a bird controlled by the dark gears he had used in school. After the bird landed at his feet, Chu Xiu concentrated a terrifying dark power into his palm and directly injected it into Gu Li's body. The power I've injected into you will assist you with a simple command. You can control it to take off and land. Gu Li did not resist. He was smart enough to know that as long as he did not betray Chu Xiao, he would not be harmed. Go check the surroundings. I suspect that all the living people have been taken away, Chu Xiu instructed Gu Li. Remember, do not engage. Once you have the information, come back and report immediately. Understood, Chu Xiao. It was the first time Gu Li was on a mission by himself, and the weight of responsibility made his expression serious. Chu Xiao had thought everything through very well. Even if he could transform into a bird, the transformation time was limited. With the bird supporting him in the sky, it was like having an aircraft carrier at sea where he could rest. Watching the bird carry Gu Li away, Chu Xiu grabbed Gu Qiangshi's hand, his tone like a creepy stranger luring a child. Little friend, do you want to find your mom and dad? Yes, Gu Qiangshi looked up at him, her voice innocent and naive. Beyond the road blocked by abandoned cars, Li Wenbin watched as Chu Xiao walked down the street with the little girl. Chu Xiu watched the clawing zombies, and with a wave of his hand, dark gears instantly flew into the zombies' bodies. The dark gears took root inside the zombies, betraying their faction and attacking those not under control. The dark gears kept appearing out of thin air. Controlling hundreds of zombies was no pressure for him now. Of course, those mutated and stronger zombies were another matter. Big brother, you're so amazing, Gu Qiangshi exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment as she saw the creatures immobilized with a wave of his hand. Your power is also very powerful. Just listen obediently. Once you become stronger, you can find your parents, Chu Xiu said softly to her. Dark power slowly flowed from his palm into her body, a dark force mixed with his own will. As long as she grew up without accidents, Gu Qiangshi would become his devout follower. Even if a protagonist confronted her, Gu Qiangshi would not hesitate to kill them, even though he was confident in brainwashing this little girl. What if the protagonist managed to turn her? The protagonist's ability to persuade, as he knew from years of reading novels, never failed, therefore it was always necessary to have a backup plan. Really, if I become strong, I can find my parents. Gu Qiangshi was still a child and easily believed him. What I said is true. Chu Xiu pointed to the zombies he controlled around them. See these creatures? Close your eyes and see if you can feel anything. Now he needed to test this little girl's abilities to be sure. Only by knowing her special ability can we tailor her training for rapid growth. She can amplify the fear in people's hearts, yet she can also guide it through singing. I always felt that this wasn't her real ability. Alright, Gu Qiangshi, close your eyes, I instructed her. Gu Qiangshi obediently closed her eyes and soon said happily, I feel it. What do you feel? I asked promptly. These monsters are so scary. Gu Qiangshi's face became visibly frightened and she gripped my hand more tightly. Suddenly, I thought of a possibility, so I told her to keep her eyes closed and observe herself. It's so dark there's nothing, she said, shaking her head in confusion. That's enough, I guess that Gu Qiangshu might have awakened some ability. However, to confirm its authenticity, I crouched down and pointed at Li Wenbin, saying, can you feel what that brother is thinking? Gu Qiangshu blinked her big eyes in innocence, not understanding, but still obediently closed her eyes to think. Big brother said I have to be obedient to find mom and dad. I note that big brother is wondering why he's holding my hand here, Gu Qiangshu said cheerfully. Good, let's go back, I said, my eyes flashing with excitement, not expecting her to actually awaken a psychic ability. The reason Gu Qiangshu hadn't felt it before was likely because she was using her psychic ability in the wrong way. Now that it's back on track, naturally she could hear things. It's like if you want to listen you can hear, if you don't think about it, naturally you can't. Mr. Chu. Li Wenbin saw that I was taking Gu Qiangshu back and hurriedly asked, are we going back now? Yes, back, I replied. Now I valued this little girl Gu Qiangshu even more. In this apocalyptic world, power is the most important thing, and the most elusive thing is the human heart. With the appearance of such a terrifying psychic ability, it could greatly benefit my future endeavors. Take good care of her, and as long as it's not excessive, any request she makes can be accommodated. I handed Gu Qiangshu over to Li Wenbin with a serious instruction. Li Wenbin also sensed from my tone that this little girl seemed very important, and he quickly assured me, don't worry Mr. Chu, what can a little girl possibly ask for? As for food, she can eat as much as she likes. Her little stomach can't hold much. Big brother, I can eat a lot. Gu Qiangshu looked up at this big brother and retorted. Li Wenbin was shocked. He hadn't spoken out loud, so how could she know what he was thinking? He quickly looked at me. Mr. Chu, could it be that she has awakened a yes, a psychic ability? I nodded without hiding it from Li Wenbin. You hand her over to Chu Yuer for care and tell Chu Yuer to teach her not to say things she shouldn't. I understand. Li Wenbin's face turned serious, naturally understanding the importance of a psychic ability in these unpredictable times. He had never thought of betraying me, so he wasn't afraid of the little girl saying things she shouldn't. Upon returning, when Chu Yuer learned about Gu Qiangshu's special ability, she was so astonished that her mouth hung open. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Now that Chu Yuer understood the importance of Gu Qiangshu to Chu Xiu, she was no longer worried about Chu Xiu harming the girl. With such an important ability, Chu Xiu, a man who weighed the pros and cons, would definitely nurture her well. For a little girl like Gu Qiangshu, relying on Chu Xiu was the best choice in this cruel post-apocalyptic world. The area enclosed by the blockade was quickly cleared and the crystal cores were collected. Regarding the distribution of rewards from the crystal cores, Chu Xiu handed this matter to Li Wenbin. Meanwhile, about an hour and a half after he had set off, Gu Li had transformed into a fly and recklessly flew into a supermarket. In these times, with corpses everywhere, flies buzzing around rotting flesh hardly drew any attention. Many of the women here were naked but relatively clean, while the filthy men were crammed into corners. The leader here was a bald man with a gun in his hand. This guy, having awakened his abilities, had let a few dozen followers out of prison, even taking advantage of the chaos to raid the police armory, extracting numerous firearms and bullets. The apocalypse magnified the darkness in people's hearts, allowing them to act unbridled without the restraint of law. Power and women in this chaotic world, having strength meant possessing these two things. His name was Zhu Tsong, smoking a cigarette, and from the expression on his face, it was clear he had just finished indulging himself. Beneath his feet, a woman with a rather mature beauty lay in despair. Haha, boss, isn't it time for your brother to have some fun too? One of his underlings rubbed his hands eagerly, impatient to partake. Truly a group of social scum. Gu Li, being a spirited college student, felt terrible seeing this. At school, everyone united to deal with the zombies. He had thought it would be the same outside, but this scene proved otherwise. I must get Chu Xiu to wipe this place out. These people deserve to die. On his way back, sitting on the flying bird, images of the brutal scene he had just witnessed kept flashing through his mind. These people had collected so many women for their pleasure, while men without abilities could only endure and eke out a miserable existence. Landing. Back above the school, Gu Li uttered the landing command and the flying bird descended rapidly. About 7 or 8 meters from the ground, it suddenly spread its wings to slow down, landing smoothly. Just as he returned to report about the little girl's parents, Li Chang, who saw Gu Li landing, spoke. Chu Xiu is in the guard room. Thank you, Gu Li said heavily, quickly heading towards the guard room. Gu Li, what took you so long to come back? Li Wenbin was sitting at the entrance of the guard room and couldn't help but nag as he saw Gu Li return. Sorry, Bin brother, it was a bit hard to find, Gu Li hurriedly replied. Chu Xiu lay in the chair of the guard room, a female wind ability user fanning him from behind. Ice blocks arranged by Chu Yuer were placed in the corners of the room. In this scorching summer, bodies decomposed faster and became more foul-smelling, a poorly handled corpse could spell disaster. Chu Xiu, however, never subjected himself to discomfort. Why strive if not to live better than yesterday? The aim was always to make oneself comfortable, ensuring no one could disrespect him. Guli had just entered and immediately felt a coolness that seemed to clear his mind. Young Master Chu, the person you were looking for, I'm not sure if it's the one I found. I took some photos with my phone. Please have a look. Guli quickly pulled out his phone and displayed the photos from his gallery. Chu Xiu, legs propped up on the table, glanced at the phone. These people have guns. When he saw the items in the people's hands in the photos, he lowered his legs. Young Master Chu, these people are beasts. Many women have been assaulted by them and the men are too scared to speak up. Huddled in a corner, Guli said angrily, where did these people get their weapons? Did they raid the police armory? Chu Xiu mused, ignoring Guli's venting. They were strangers, after all, their fate irrelevant to him. However, firearms were a tricky issue as ability users were still vulnerable to bullets, especially without knowing how many bullets the opposition had. Young Master Chu, these should be firearms from a police station. I recognize this person. He was jailed this year for rape. Li Wenbin also entered and was surprised to see a familiar bald head in the photos. These people didn't die. It seems the police station is more chaotic than we imagined. Being rapists, they indeed deserve death. Right, Guli nodded, filled with righteous indignation. Young Master Chu, we should just kill this group and rid ourselves of the menace. Chu Xiu handed the phone back to Guli. These people are a hidden danger to us. We need to find a way to bring back the firearms. I will have my spatial battle slave accompany you. Once we have the firearms, disposing of these people will be trivial. Honestly, the presence of so many firearms could significantly enhance our strength. If direct combat is unfavorable and neither is a flank attack, we might as well steal the guns directly. The spatial battle slave's ability is like a portable storage unit. Hearing that young Master Chu planned to deal with those people, Guli was thrilled, though their thoughts were not exactly aligned. But can your current strength manage to transform others? To stealthily steal these firearms will need disguises, and your ability is crucial at this time. I'll try, Guli responded, not fully confident as he hadn't attempted such a feat before and was somewhat unsure of his control over his transformative ability. Guli, you need to have some confidence. Sometimes confidence is the greatest motivation to become stronger. Seeing that he was still somewhat unsure of himself, Chu Xiu couldn't help but encourage him earnestly. Look at Li Wenbin. Despite his carefree demeanor on normal days, his strength is not to be underestimated. Anyone who underestimates him is bound to suffer a big loss. Chu Xiao, I'm not that amazing, Li Wenbin said, scratching his head embarrassedly after being praised by Chu Xiao. Guli's face flushed with excitement from Chu Xiao's encouragement. I understand, Chu Xiao. I will definitely give myself more confidence and will not let down your high regard for me. Give it a try, and if it doesn't work, we'll think of another way. Chu Xiu secretly controlled the spatial battle slave to instantly appear in the guard room. Guli, looking at the spatial battle slave, took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous, and activated his variable ability at will. The spatial battle slave suddenly transformed into the little black cat he had envisioned. Meow. The little black cat, which had been dozing off on the table, suddenly saw an identical version of itself and immediately woke from its slumber. Quiet down. Chu Xiu slapped down firmly. Meow meow. Little Black immediately behaved, its cat eyes staring intently at the black cat. Chu Xiao, I did it. Guli, excited, clenched his fists and looked at Chu Xiao, hoping for affirmation. Good boy, I knew you could do it. Li Wenbin laughed heartily, continuously patting his shoulder. Next time I'll bring a sister here and you turn her into teacher corrupt. Li Wenbin suddenly whispered in his ear. Sure thing, bin brother, even Yui is possible. Guli chuckled. Their voices were not loud, but Chu Xiu also heard them. I didn't expect Li Wenbin to be such an art lover, not forgetting about Boda, such an old artist even at times like these. Get to work now, and if necessary, the spatial battle slave will help. You just need to ensure your own safety. Chu Xiu, listening to their increasingly absurd conversation, felt a bit itchy himself and thus urged Guli to focus on the task at hand. Alright Chu Xiao, I'll be off then. Guli quickly straightened up, preparing to leave with the spatial battle slave. Hey, take 2 pieces of bread to eat. Li Wenbin grabbed 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water from the corner and tossed them up. Don't you die on me, kid. I've invested quite a few crystal cores in you. Bin brother, don't worry, I'll be fine. Guli quickly caught the bread and water, smiling and waving at him. After Gu Li left, Li Wenbin turned to Chu Xiao and said, once we get that batch of arms we can quickly take over the territories around us, expanding step by step from the school as the center, but I worry whether there might still be military forces above us. Don't worry, if all goes as expected, the future world will be a world where those with abilities rule. Power is king in this new world, and perhaps in some time bullets will no longer be a threat to those with abilities. Chu Xiao dismissed his concerns lightly. I was overthinking it, Li Wenbin thought to himself, thus putting aside his worry. Just then he saw Chu Yuer walking in with Gu Qiangshi. Li Wenbin tactfully left the restroom, saying, young Master Chu, I'll take my leave now, call me if you need anything. Why are you here? Chu Xiao casually propped his feet back on the table, his gaze settling on her. Li Chang is back. Did you find any news about Shirshi's parents? Chu Yuer asked directly. I found these. Chu Xiao pointed to 2 identity cards on the table. These were in her room, 1 male and 1 female, likely her parents. Chu Yuer quickly picked up the IDs, bending down to hand them to Gu Qiangshi. Quick, see if these are your mom and dad. Mom and dad, they are my mom and dad. Gu Qiangshi, seeing the photos on the identity cards, became very excited, clutching the IDs tightly in her hands. Chu Yuer's eyes returned to him, her voice hesitant. Were they among the zombies? No, they must have been taken by someone. But seeing how beautiful her mother is, she's probably still alive. As for her father, I don't know, Chu Xiao speculated. In this apocalypse, a beautiful woman is a disaster unless she has strong powers or is protected by someone strong. Chu Xiao's words made Chu Yuer fall silent, thinking of herself. If she hadn't awakened her ice and snow abilities, would she also be treated by Chu Xiao as a toy to be casually played with and discarded? Thinking about her ambiguous relationship with Chu Xiao, Chu Yuer felt increasingly uncomfortable, wanting to resist but realizing she had no power to do so. Big brother, did you find my mom and dad? Gu Qiangshi, holding tightly to the identity cards, looked up innocently. Don't worry, big brother will help you find them. Chu Yuer, lifting Gu Qiangshi, wanted to divert from the topic of her parents. Let's go, Shirshi, we'll go singing. Okay, Shirshi loves singing the most. Gu Qiangshi, still a child, was immediately cheered up by the change of topic. Chu Xiao watched Chu Yuer leave a glint of cunning in his eyes. What he valued was not only Chu Yuer's beauty and abilities but also her identity. Chu Yuer was the daughter of the mayor of Jingzhou City. In the entire school, besides the school leaders, only he knew this. The one closest to the balcony gets the moon first, he thought. He couldn't rely on his own father for the time being, but Chu Yuer's identity could be useful. If her father was indeed dead, he wouldn't lose out, but if he wasn't, then he'd hit the jackpot. So many days had passed. If Chu Yuer's father was still alive, he should have attempted to rescue his daughter by now. Mulling over these thoughts, a wave of sleepiness hit him. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, glanced outside where there was nothing stirring, and drifted off to sleep. Despite the scorching summer day, it was very cool and comfortable inside, and he slept very comfortably. Seeing young Master Chu asleep, Li Wenbin instructed Zhao Meng to guard the outside with a few others. Guard well and call me immediately if young Master Chu calls. Rest assured, leave it to me. It's even safer with me guarding. Then you, Zhao Meng, confident in his lightning abilities, assured him. All right. Li Wenbin was reassured precisely because he trusted Zhao Meng to handle this task. Li Wenbin glanced at the resting crowd, looking for someone in particular. Not finding the person he was looking for, he walked over and asked directly, where did Li Chang go? One of the superpowered individuals quickly responded, Brother Chang went to the school supermarket. Hearing this, Li Wenbin turned and headed into the school, making his way quickly to the supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, he saw Li Chang sitting at the cashier's desk, staring at a wallet. On closer inspection, it was a family photo. Brother Chang missing home, Li Wenbin said as he sat beside him. Is there something Chu Xiao wants me to do? Li Chang carefully tucked the wallet away and looked at Li Wenbin. Li Wenbin spoke earnestly. Li Chang, we shouldn't just do whatever Chu Xiao says. We need to take initiative. We should solve problems for Chu Xiao proactively. You want to make decisions on your own? Li Chang frowned. Li Wenbin was immediately displeased by the comment, clicking his tongue. What do you mean, make decisions on our own? I don't like hearing that. We should continue to expand our territory, gather more food, and recruit more superpowered individuals to our side. Isn't that what Chu Xiao would want? And then what? Li Chang asked. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wenbin pressed on. We should strike out on our own, each of us leading a team. Although there may be casualties, the gains will far outweigh the losses. What do you say? Are you in? Li Wenbin's real thoughts went beyond this. He was also considering how to sway some people to serve him. This wasn't about betraying Chu Xiao but about making himself more indispensable within Chu Xiao's camp, important enough that Chu Xiao couldn't do without him. That was his goal. Li Wenbin saw Chu Xiao's potential as a future power player. As long as Chu Xiao didn't fall, he would undoubtedly be among the top leaders of the future. Thus Li Wenbin was betting his future on Chu Xiao. Even if it meant being a lackey, he wanted to be the top lackey. After Li Chang agreed, the two of them began to mobilize. Outside the school, Li Wenbin led one team and Li Chang another. I take the left, you take the right, no problems, right? Li Wenbin said, feeling a surge of excitement as he looked at Li Chang. Li Chang chuckled and led his team towards the blocked streets. Still, Li Wenbin left dozens of people behind to handle any emergencies. About half an hour later, Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes and noticed that a large group of people had suddenly cleared out. Sitting up, he called out Chu Xiao. Zhao Meng, seeing Chu Xiao awake, quickly greeted him from outside the window. Where did everyone go? Chu Xiao, puzzled, said, didn't you send Li Wenbin and Li Chang out with groups to handle some tasks? Realizing something was amiss, Zhao Meng immediately reported the truth. I might have forgotten, Chu Xiao muttered, lying back in his chair, reconnecting his consciousness to the spatial battle slave. He had just woken up because his consciousness imprint left on the spatial battle slave had been triggered. It seemed that Gu Li had arrived at the destination and was preparing to act. After reconnecting his consciousness, Chu Xiao saw Gu Li transformed into a fly perched on a windowsill, while inside desperate cries from a woman and lascivious laughter from a man could be heard. The group led by the bald man laughed recklessly. Seeing this, Chu Xiao knew these people were not a significant threat. He planned to wait until they were exhausted by nightfall, and when they slept he would take their arms. As for dealing with them, he wouldn't rashly stir up trouble without understanding their abilities first. Powers could be incredibly varied, and overlooking one might lead to defeat. He preferred to be cautious. As the saying goes, even a lion uses all its might to hunt a rabbit. Villains often lose because they attack prematurely, allowing the hero to grow stronger step by step. Suddenly, the supermarket doors were smashed open by a young man's punch, the doors shattering under his powerful force. You beasts, you all deserve to die. The young man, his eyes red with murderous intent, let out a fierce wind from within him, sending sharp blades of wind sweeping across the supermarket. Damn it, shoot him. The bald man, Zhu Tsong, just getting up from a woman, yelled at his guards. But the guards were instantly slain by the wind blades slicing their throats. A strong force of gravity suddenly pressed down on the young man. Moving with the speed of the wind, he appeared in front of Zhu Tsong in a blur. A wind blade formed in his palm and he thrust it directly into Zhu Tsong's body. You beasts shouldn't exist in this world, the young man said, his disdain for such acts evident as he brutally bisected the body. He was incredibly precise in distinguishing friend from foe, and his strength made Chu Xiao regard him with new respect. This is a strong one. We have no grievances. Why do you want to kill me? Zhu Tsong's face was pale, wondering where such a formidable opponent had come from when he had not provoked anyone. In these chaotic times, it's because of people like you that the world becomes even more chaotic. People like you, I'll kill one pair whenever I see one, Yi Wufeng replied coldly, snapping the other's neck. Turning to the women whose eyes showed they had been humiliated, Yi Wufeng sighed, quickly find your clothes to wear. These people who bullied you are dead now. In these chaotic times you must strive to survive well. The supermarket had enough supplies for their temporary survival, and he had already dealt with the zombies outside. Yi Wufeng looked at them with sympathy, aware that women were unfortunately still an oppressed group in these troubled times. Thank you, young man, for saving us, said a pot-bellied man in a suit, creeping over from a corner, his face full of obsequiousness. To watch women being bullied and do nothing, do you even deserve to be called a man? Yi Wufeng looked at him disdainfully, scoffing. The man in the suit stiffened, unsure of how to respond. If it weren't for the fact that you did not join them, I would have killed you already. Thank you for saving us. Thank you, benefactor. Young man, if it weren't for you, I don't know if I could have survived. After putting on their clothes, which were thrown in a corner, the women knelt before Yi Wufeng, faces filled with gratitude. You really don't have to do this. Yi Wufeng quickly helped the beautiful woman at the front to her feet and said to the others, please get up too. These firearms, I will leave them for you. Yi Wufeng glanced at the men who were visibly scared of him, picked up a gun from the ground and handed it to the woman before him. You may not have awakened any special abilities, but these weapons can protect you from many dangers. I've done what I can. If any of these men have bullied you, you can bring them forward now and I will take care of them for you. Yi Wufeng's words instantly frightened those who were initially relieved to have survived. Even if they hadn't done anything bad, their imaginations had wandered at the sight of these scantily clad women. The leading woman shook her head, easing the tension among the men, who sighed in relief, grateful that she did not seek revenge. By the way, we don't even know the name of our benefactor, the leading woman asked. My name is Yi Wufeng. We may not meet again, but as long as you live well, you'll honor the help I've given today." Yu Wufeng had no intention of seeking any favor in return. His actions were simply driven by his hate for evil and his inability to stand idly by. Before the apocalypse, he was just a homebody who spent his days typing at a keyboard, who knew that after awakening his wind-based abilities and slaying zombies to collect their cores, his powers would surge so dramatically, enhancing his unique understanding of his abilities. Bald-headed Zhu Song never intended to keep them, which is why they hadn't had the opportunity to harm the women. This also gave them a chance to survive now. Chu Xiu and Gu Li quietly watched from a window as the young man named Yu Wufeng walked away. Gu Li felt a hint of admiration for Yu Wufeng. Not many would choose to help in these times. However, they still needed to retrieve the arms. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to Chu Xiao. Gu Li glanced at the mosquito that the spatial battle slave had transformed into, feeling conflicted. If he took all the arms back, these women would once again become vulnerable. But then another thought struck him: why not take the women back as well? Many of their comrades were single, and this could solve both the women's safety issues and their loneliness. "I'm quite the genius," Gu Li thought proudly to himself. However, he realized he needed to discuss this with Chu Xiao first. Making a decision without consultation could anger Chu Xiao, especially given how much Chu Xiao valued him. He couldn't afford to betray that trust. Chu Xiao, unaware of Gu Li's internal conflict, thought to himself that the difficulty of acquiring these arms had just dropped from a challenging level to a beginner's level. Gu Li took off flying, and Chu Xiao, watching him, followed suit, flying to an adjacent empty house. Transforming back, Gu Li, now in human form again, spoke to his similarly transformed spatial battle slave with some hesitation. "Chu Xiao, if we take the arms now, those women will be left at the mercy of those men. Can we take these people away when we make our move? With your ability, young Master Chu, it's definitely not a problem," Gu Li said, having been concerned about this matter. Chu Xiao, controlling the spatial combat slave, responded, "Since you've mentioned it, naturally it's no problem for me. But let's just take the women away for now. Leave the men here. We don't need to sneak around, just barge in directly. When the time comes, turn their guns into something else to avoid any damage to this body of the spatial combat slave." Chu Xiao naturally did not mind having more women, since many of his subordinates were still single. "You can count on me, young Master Chu," Gu Li replied, overjoyed that Chu had agreed. He had been afraid that Chu might find it troublesome and refuse, which would leave the women to their fate. After ensuring that Yu Wufeng would not return, Chu Xiao prepared to make his move. Chu actually admired a character like Yu Wufeng. Such a person who now controlled such powerful wind abilities could easily be manipulated by Chu. Like a double-edged sword, it could hurt the enemy but also oneself. It wasn't dark yet, and it seemed that zombies were approaching from afar, wandering the streets. Chu Xiao, controlling the spatial combat slave, and Gu Li suddenly appeared in a corner outside the supermarket. With these weapons, the women looked properly vigilant against the zombies outside. The men naturally didn't dare to say anything, but their situation had improved a lot. At least they could be treated like humans, not like animals thrown in a corner. Meanwhile, the pot-bellied man in the suit seemed unwilling to accept this situation. When those with abilities were around, he naturally did not dare to resist. But why should ordinary women just like him stand above him? It was all because of the guns. If he could get his hands on the guns, then he could stand above everyone, just as this man in the suit and a few others who were also discontented planned to make their move at night. They didn't have the time to wait for nightfall because Chu Xiao and Gu Li had already made their move. The speed of spatial instantaneous movement was incredibly fast. The women who were on guard with their guns were knocked out almost simultaneously, and to be cautious, Gu Li had already turned their firearms into snakes. Although these were inanimate, the sight of such creatures scared the women into throwing their guns away. Of course, suddenly finding a snake in hand, one's instinctive reaction would be to throw it away and distance oneself from danger. Chu Xiao did not care whether they were men or women. He was unscrupulous in achieving his goals. What were morals and ethics? Those were just the self-imposed restraints and pride of heroes. In the face of real power and strength, these were merely pawns in hand. Everyone was knocked out by Chu Xiao, no exceptions. With a wave of his hand, all the ammunition piled up in the corner disappeared into his spatial domain. "Wake these people up and do as we discussed earlier," he commanded. After obtaining a small amount of arms, Chu Xiao's mood significantly improved. "Well done, Mr. Chu." Gu Li woke up the others and decided to take the women with him while leaving the men at the supermarket to wait for the next rescue. Seeing that the firearms were gone, the faint hope that had just sparked in the women died down again, and they fell silent, heads bowed. It seemed that they had resigned themselves to their fate once more. To be able to take away all their weapons and knock them out, one had to be more than just an ordinary person. The women had seen the power of those with special abilities before. Why is it always like this? Are you like those other groups who only want women? The man in the suit saw that there were only 2 of them while they had over 30 people, so he grew a bit bolder. Initially he had planned to seize the firearms and become the leader, but his plan collapsed unexpectedly when Chu Xiu intervened. He couldn't accept this turn of events. Why should we leave unless you leave the weapons with us? If you're capable, just kill us all. Gu Li's eyes flickered with a hint of anger. As a young man full of vigor, he was very upset by their aggressive tone. I've said it, I'll leave some food for you. Alright Gu Li, let me handle this. Chu Xiu stepped in and walked directly toward these men. What, you really dare to kill people? The men thought that since the previous group hadn't killed them all, these 2 young men were even less likely to do so. Enough. With a single fist clenched, Chu Xiu instantly made everyone feel as if their hearts were being tightly gripped, causing them so much pain that their faces twisted and they screamed. Death. The power of spatial compression instantly crushed their hearts into dust and they fell to the ground breathless. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. The women too were terrified and dared not make a sound. How ruthless this young man was in his actions. Mr. Chu, you killed all these people just like that? Gu Li was shocked by Chu's actions. These people's deaths are insignificant. In chaotic times, strict laws are necessary. You should do the same in the future, do you understand? Chu Xiu saw that Gu Li was frightened by his actions and smiled faintly. You'll get used to it eventually. You must understand, only those who stand with us can be considered human. I'll leave this spatial battle slave for you to take back. I have some other matters to handle. With that, Chu Xiu disconnected from the spatial battle slave and slowly opened his eyes. What's going on? Seeing Zhao Meng knocking on the window, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the survivors appearing outside. Mr. Chu, these people have been gathered by Li Wenbin and Li Chang. I just received a message from them saying that Mr. Chu should wait for their good news. Zhao Meng quickly explained the situation. Let Chu Yuer arrange these people. No need to disturb me over such a trivial matter. Chu Xiu withdrew his gaze, feeling very pleased with the initiative shown by his subordinates. While their loyalty might not be guaranteed, their capability to handle matters independently was undeniable. It's normal to have personal thoughts and desires. Everyone has their own selfish interests. As long as it's not excessive, I can accommodate that. All right, young Master Chu, Zhao Meng replied, then turned to one of his underlings, pointing at him. You go and call Chu Yuer to handle these people. Just let her decide how to arrange them as young Master Chu instructed. I'll be off then, Brother Meng, the underling quickly said and ran towards the school where Chu Yuer was playing with Gu Qiangshi. Perhaps being with her was Chu Yuer's way of numbing her homesickness. If father were all right, he would definitely send someone to rescue me. She always held on to that hope. Sister, you, many survivors have arrived outside and young Master Chu wants you to handle it, the underling informed her. I got it, you can go back first. I'll be there shortly. Okay Sister Yu, I'm going, he said and left. Chu Yuer continued to push Gu Qiangshi on the swing. Qiangshi, can we stop playing for a bit? Sister will take you to see lots of people. Okay, Sister Yuer, let's go. If Big Brother gets angry, you might get scolded. Gu Qiangshi cleverly jumped down from the swing, taking her hand. Small as she was remarkably sensible. Chu Yuer chuckled and playfully flicked her nose, her mind briefly conjuring up images of Chu Xiu bullying her, which stirred her emotions. Damn, why am I thinking about this? She quickly dismissed the thought and led Qiangshi out of the school. Having once been the president of the student council, Chu Yuer was naturally adept at organizing people. However, she noticed a clear division between a group of ordinary people and some others. These were people with special abilities, and surprisingly Li Wenbin and Li Chang had managed to recruit them. She wondered what those two had told these people to willingly seek refuge with Chu Xiu. Where is young Master Chu? We've come to support him, surely we deserve at least a meeting. I'm here because Li Wenbin said young Master Chu was a real powerhouse. A mature-looking middle-aged man stepped forward and spoke to Chu Yuer. The others also expressed their desire to meet young Master Chu, and some, relying on their status as ability users, looked at Chu Yuer with improper gazes. These people were gathered by either Li Chang or Li Wenbin. Please be mindful of how you look at me. Chu Yuer frowned and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, making everyone shiver. Look, your sister is about to show her strength, Chu Xiu remarked from the security room, putting Gu Qiangshi on the table and teasingly pointing at the angered Chu Yuer outside. These people aren't worthy of my personal attention. Yuer can handle them herself. They're all big bad guys. Gu Qiangshi pouted, visibly upset. Chu Xiu smiled, noting her growing familiarity with her abilities. She must have heard the thoughts of those people. If anyone else looks at me the wrong way, don't blame me for what happens next. Shu Yuer knew the importance of asserting authority, especially with a group of unruly ability users, those who had long recognized Chu Yuer's prowess. We're already quietly enjoying the show from the sidelines. Everyone present was a superpowered individual, and it was unclear where these newcomers got their confidence from. It's natural for this group of students to be xenophobic at first. Such feelings would fade over time as they mingled longer. SSS, this woman is so strong. Stop, I know I was wrong. Watching the power of ice slowly climb up their legs and solidify, those who had previously underestimated Chu Yuer quickly became docile. The ability to unleash such a powerful range of ice-based superpowers clearly showed that this woman was no ordinary individual. Those who had survived as superpowered individuals greatly cherished their lives. As long as they lived, they would only get stronger and rise above ordinary people. Stand properly, all of you here are superpowered individuals. Don't think being a superpowered individual is something extraordinary. There are many ways to kill a superpowered individual, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to experience them firsthand. Shu Yuer's stern look and the gathering force of ice and snow in her hands made everyone tremble with fear and astonishment. This power was far beyond their abilities. Apart from fear, there was also excitement. Indeed, they had come to the right place. Even a woman was this powerful. How strong must Chu, the man above this woman, be to subdue her? Seeing that these people had calmed down, Chu Yuer's stern expression slowly melted away like thawing ice, making her seem approachable and warm. Back in the security room, Chu Xiu watched Chu Yuer exert her influence with a glint of admiration in his eyes. Chu Yuer's value was increasing in his estimation. Now that Chu Yuer had handled that batch of superpowered individuals, Chu Xiu's attention turned to the upcoming shipment of arms. Naturally, these weapons would be equipped by superpowered individuals, not ordinary people. With firearms, the strength of superpowered individuals would be greatly enhanced. The future belonged to superpowered individuals, and naturally, Chu Xiu planned to invest his resources in them. As for ordinary people, Chu Xiu had no intention of arming them during a period when they had no means of evolution. It might seem harsh, but that was the reality, not fiction. As for taking in ordinary survivors, Chu Xiu planned to use them for tasks like farming, while superpowered individuals would fight and expand territories for him. Gu Li, slowed down by the burden of protecting the women, returned very late and encountered many zombie attacks along the way. If not for Gu Li's efforts to protect these women, at least 7 or 8 of them would have died. The practical use of Gu Li's transformation abilities had proved to be substantial. Gu Li no longer considered his superpower useless. Thanks to Gu Li's careful protection, these women also had a greatly improved opinion of him. If he were only interested in their bodies, Gu Li wouldn't have risked his life to protect them so desperately. Gu Li finally reached the school's outskirts just before nightfall. Sister Chu Yuer, I leave these women in your care. Gu Li spotted Chu Yuer, who was still busy arranging for ordinary people, and quickly ran over to her. Chu Yuer glanced at the people Gu Li had brought with him, all of them women. Where did you find so many women? She asked. It's a long story, they were rescued during a mission, Gu Li explained, knowing the situation with the arms was no small matter, so he didn't go into more detail. When Gu Li turned to look at the space warrior slave, he found that he had disappeared without a trace. At that moment, the space warrior slave appeared in front of Chu Xiu in the lounge. He was examining a handgun, repeatedly turning it over in his hands. It was indeed a standard issue weapon. The weapons cache was enough to arm 30 people, and there were over 3,000 rounds of ammunition, more than enough for the time being. Sometimes arms weren't meant to be fired, but served as a deterrent. In a world where order had just collapsed, the deterrent effect of a gun could sometimes be much more significant than that of a superhuman. Master Chu, we're back. Hearing this, Chu Xiu looked outside to see Li Chang and Li Wenbin entering with great enthusiasm. Master Chu, we've made a big discovery this time. I found a summoning-type superhuman. Come inside and meet Master Chu, Li Wenbin said excitedly, waving someone in from outside. A skinny young man entered, extremely shy, his eyes darting around, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Wuxia, hurry up and greet him, Li Wenbin urged, pushing the boys back. Master Chu, this chap is a bit shy. His name is Wuxia, a kid from a high-end residential area. Unfortunately, his parents were killed by zombies, Li Wenbin quickly introduced him. Master Chu, Wuxia said, his eyes reddening and his voice choking up as he mentioned his parents. A summoning-type ability. Show me your ability. If it's powerful, I will focus on cultivating you to become one of my key subordinates. Chu Xiu assessed him curiously. It was interesting how someone so timid had Awakened a summoning ability. The abilities really didn't choose their bearers, utterly random. Zhao Meng, he called out. Master Chu, I'm here. Zhao Meng, who was guarding outside, hurried in. Go and get some food, Chu Xiu ordered. Alright, Master Chu, I need a sacrifice to summon, and the creatures I summoned before were destroyed by him, Wu Zhi said, sneaking a glance at Li Wenbin and suddenly pointing at him. Who knew that thing was your summoned beast? Li Wenbin retorted irritably. No worries, let's have dinner first, and we'll talk about it later. Chu Xiu was not in a hurry, so he turned to Li Chang. What did you find out there? Li Chang, seeing Chu Xiu asking about his own findings, quickly pulled out a bag from his pocket. Master Chu, there are 2 green crystals inside. Chu Xiu was surprised as he took the bag and pulled out 2 green crystals. Li Chang knew his own strength well. His control type ability had lower offensive power but excellent control capabilities. How did you get these? He asked. It can't be that you just found them. I found 2 mutated superhuman zombies fighting each other, so I made them destroy each other using my control ability, Li Chang explained. Indeed, it's really lucky. Li Chang felt that all his luck in recent days had been concentrated in that moment. Well done, then I'll grant you all the remaining crystals from this operation. Chu Xiu, satisfied, took the 2 green crystals and generously gave all the crystals from the operation to him. Every power must follow rules. Crystals from team operations must be handed over. Only in personal missions can one keep the crystals for themselves. Thank you, young Master Chu. Li Chang was overjoyed upon hearing that he could keep all the crystals from this operation. He knew that there were quite a few crystals this time, and young Master Chu had given them to him without even a glance. Li Wenbin, standing by, was incredibly envious. 2 green crystals had exchanged for so many more. And what about himself? Li Wenbin glanced covertly at the shy young man beside him, hoping this fellow could prove himself. Young Master Chu, there aren't many of these self-heating hot pots left. Zhao Meng brought several boxes of self-heating hot pots and opened one for young Master Chu. Don't worry about food. As long as we are in Jingzhou City, we won't starve. Chu Xiu watched the steaming hot pot, his mind on Jingzhou City's granary. Does young Master Chu have some plans? Zhao Meng was very curious about how to procure enough food to feed so many people. The granary, Li Wenbin suddenly spoke up. Yes, the granary. Chu Xiu was already planning to take over the granary of Jingzhou City. Controlling the food supply would allow him to attract more superpowered individuals. Are you planning to make a move on the granary? But it's too crucial at this time. If the officials are still in power, I think we won't be able to take it, as a former veteran Li Chang knew that in such critical times the granary would be tightly guarded from the start. Don't worry, let's wait a few more days. In the meantime, let's focus on collecting food, especially from supermarkets and other places that sell food. Reduce the food portion for ordinary people a bit more. Controlling their intake. Eating too much can lead to unnecessary thoughts. As long as they aren't starving and have the strength to work, that's enough. Chu Xiu treated ordinary people harshly time and again. As for the superpowered individuals, food supply was normal. Superpowered individuals who didn't work hard would be punished with 10 lashes. Repeat offenders would be killed. Chu Xiu never skimped on food for superpowered individuals, but also didn't indulge them. Yes, everyone present tensed up and quickly lowered their heads. Chu Xiu saw Wu Zhi bending over eating voraciously, and his gaze shifted to Li Wenbin. Go prepare the offerings. Let me test his strength later. I'll go right away. Li Wenbin, not bothering to eat, carried his self-heating hot pot and left. Times had changed. Food could not be wasted. After Li Wenbin had prepared a few zombies, Wu Zhi had finished eating. Not a drop of soup was left, clean as a whistle. Seeing him dressed like a rich man from before the apocalypse, it was evident how much change the apocalypse had brought. Young Master Chu, I'm done eating, ready to summon at any time. Wu Zhi carelessly wiped his mouth with his hand, still looking at the ground, not daring to look people in the eyes. This person usually suffers from social anxiety and sometimes even needs courage to lift his eyes and speak directly to someone. Master Chu, I have prepared the sacrifice, Li Wenbin said excitedly as he jogged in. Seeing Wu Zhi finish eating, he encouraged, you better show me some good results, lad. Ben brother, I don't even know what kind of monster I summon myself. Wu Zhi spoke very softly, looking at the ground. Alright, let's go. Chu Xiu finished his last bite, stood up and stretched lazily, eager to see what was about to unfold. It was dark outside and the school gates were firmly closed. The superhuman squad, consisting of 10 members each, patrolled in a crisscross pattern. They were not only wary of zombies scaling the dangerous walls and bursting through the gates, but also vigilant against unidentified individuals entering. The sacrifice prepared by Li Wenbin was the few zombies he had just killed, now lying inside the main gate of the school entrance. Li Wenbin and Li Chang both turned on their flashlights, illuminating the three zombies lying on the ground. Begin, Chu Xiu commanded with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes swirling with dark power, hoping this guy would bring him a surprise. Wu Zhi took a deep breath, looked at the three zombies on the ground and gestured a triangle with his hands. Chu Xiu saw a special rune appear, particularly eye-catching in the dark night. The summoning array began to emerge and expand from Wu Zhi's hands until it encompassed the three zombies on the ground. The summoning array turned into a vortex, a beam of extraordinary power shining down on the three zombies. The zombies were instantly absorbed by the summoning array through a forceful pull. The runes of the summoning array twisted and changed in a bizarre manner at this moment, difficult to grasp, let alone remember. A monster slowly descended from the summoning array. This looks a bit like a hellhound with 3 heads, Li Wenbin exclaimed upon seeing the creature with 3 dog heads. This is called the Dark Hellhound, a demon beast from another world. All I know is that it has strong defense and attack capabilities, but there are no subjects to test it on. But don't worry, it will absolutely obey my commands and won't cause any trouble. Wu Zhi hurriedly explained what he knew to everyone. The Dark Hellhound's gaze locked onto Chu Xiu, attracted by the strong dark aura emanating from this human. Chu Xiu frowned, and a mass of dark power shot directly from his palm. The Dark Hellhound reacted quickly, each of its heads spewing a dark red flame-like substance. The dark power did not stop at all. The dark red flames could not block it, and even the flames were swallowed, hitting one of the dog heads directly. The dark power instantly spread throughout the Dark Hellhound's body, causing it to howl in pain. Wu Zhi didn't know why Master Chu suddenly attacked and was too nervous to speak. It seems the Dark Hellhound finally understood who the real master was, realizing that the summoner who called it forth was not reliable at all. Since it was not an enemy, Chu Xiu would not kill his own summoned beast, so he withdrew the dark power. The Dark Hellhound hurried behind Wu Zhi, its summoner wondering if he could really handle the situation. Regretting its greed for the offerings this time, the Hellhound was filled with remorse. Wu Zhi, sensing its unease, patted its head, trying to soothe its emotions, explaining that this was only a temporary summoning. Permanent summoning required certain conditions, either by establishing a permanent master-servant contract through sheer strength or by signing a mutual agreement. Wu Zhi knew well he lacked the power for the former and the capability for the latter, yet the Dark Hellhound was powerful, and seeing Wu Zhi's satisfaction, he smiled. The future looks promising. Use this power well for my tasks and I won't mistreat you. Thank you, young Master Chu, Wu Zhi said excitedly, relieved that he wouldn't have to worry about his next meal anymore. Even as a superhuman, he was limited. His summoning abilities made him more like a long-range mage, not a warrior. Before, he had stayed indoors, afraid to venture out lest zombies catch him. If luck was on his side, his summoned creatures could bring him food; if not, he starved. Meow. Little Black, a sly fox, strutted up to the Dark Hellhound, looking down on it as if it were looking at its minion. The Hellhound bared its teeth fiercely at Little Black, who was not scared in the slightest and even seemed to provoke it with a look that said, "If you dare try to bite me." Unable to resist, the Hellhound was about to pounce when Little Black cleverly ran to Chu Xiu's feet and sat down. Chu Xiu then kicked Little Black aside. "Behave yourself. If you don't strive to become stronger, I'll feed you to it." This warning made Little Black immediately behave. The Dark Hellhound watched with schadenfreude, waiting for the day it could happen. As the day ended, Chu Xiu arranged a room for Wu Zhi, telling him to rest early as there would be work to do the next day. "You did well today. The batch of crystals you collected, I'll reward them to you." Chu Xiu considered the utility of the munitions, his plans for expansion forming. "Thanks to young Master Chu, we'll be going then." Li Wenbin had been waiting just for that, and upon hearing it he was thrilled. He quickly pulled Wu Zhi toward the school dormitory, planning to share a room with him. Now residing in the dormitory was also Guli. Bringing his minions close was necessary to ensure his own safety. After all, he wasn't as powerful as young Master Chu. Chu Xiu with Li Chang and Zhao Meng returned to the supermarket where they currently rested in the break room. Just as he entered, he saw Chu Yuer and Gu Qiongshi chatting and laughing, which seemed they got along well. He didn't ask Chu Yuer to come into the room with him. He liked women but wasn't desperate every day. Chu Yuer, seeing that he didn't call her, felt a sigh of relief yet a strange sense of loss. The night passed without incident at the school gate. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, outside the school supermarket, Chu Xiu assigned 100 superhuman fighters under the command of Li Wenbin. For Li Chang, he also allocated 100 superhuman fighters to his command. As his current right-hand men, he had high hopes for both of them. Both Li Wenbin and Li Chang, now in control of 100 superhumans each, were thrilled beyond measure. Chu Xiu's delegation of power did not make them restless, but instead deepened their reverence for him. The remaining 76 superhumans were entrusted to Zhao Meng. As a powerful superhuman with control over lightning abilities, Zhao Meng naturally needed to stay by Chu Xiu's side. After all, with Li Wenbin and Li Chang out on assignments, it wouldn't do to have no one left to attend to him. Why bother building a power base if he had to do everything himself? Zhao Meng felt like he had just won the lottery, originally assuming that Li Wenbin would be the one staying by Chu Xiu's side. To his delight, he had unexpectedly taken Li Wenbin's place. Standing proudly by Chu Xiu, Zhao Meng gave a smug smile to Li Wenbin across from him. Li Wenbin found the simple-minded Zhao Meng a bit annoying. He knew well that Zhao Meng could not replace him. Not just anyone could easily take his place. Don't get too carried away, all three of you. Do your jobs well, Chu Xiu warned them. Whoever proves their worth will be generously rewarded. The rewards were crystal cores which could enhance superhuman abilities. Chu Xiu demonstrated this by holding up a green crystal core and absorbing it in front of everyone. The crystal turned to powder in his hands. At that moment, the Dark Realm was activated, instantly enveloping all the superhumans present, especially unsettling the new recruits. Stay calm, this is Master Chu's superhuman domain. Stay put. Li Chang and Li Wenbin, though unable to see anyone, knew to scold those behind them to stay still. However, they forgot that in the Dark Realm the senses vanish. Chu Xiu transformed into darkness, controlled the entire Dark Realm. Within this realm, he was omnipresent, every subtle change and expression observed by him. Indeed, he was establishing his authority, letting these people know just how powerful their leader was. Should they choose to betray him, they needed to consider if they had the strength to bear the consequences of their betrayal. Unlike the protagonists in stories who are strong yet pretend to be weak, Chu Xiu had no intention of playing such games. This would only make his loyal subordinates restless. In the enveloping darkness where senses disappeared, anyone would panic. Only those who had seen Chu Xiu use this power before were not worried. Superhumans who tried to use their abilities to escape the darkness found their powers suppressed by the overwhelming force of darkness. Those unable to use their abilities were like lambs to the slaughter, a boundless fear quickly taking root within them. It was then that Chu Xiu's voice echoed in their minds. As your leader, as the boss of you all, I think it's time for you to experience my strength. What I dislike the most is betrayal. Before you even think about betraying me, consider the consequences. His words still echoed in their minds as the darkness that had shrouded the area began to dissipate. Many were drenched in cold sweat, falling to the ground with eyes wide open, his words still ringing in their ears. Chu Xiu had merely used a small trick to deepen the impression of his words in their hearts. The pride of the newly joined superhumans was instantly shattered. It turned out that this young Master Chu was the real big shot. Their much prided powers were nothing in front of him. Go and bring those things out, Chu Xiu ordered Zhao Meng after the crowd calmed down. Right away Zhao Meng replied, excited about the items inside. As he hurried off with a few men, Li Wenbin and Li Chang knew exactly what Chu meant by those things, and anticipation appeared on their faces. Even as superhumans, their passion for firearms was as deep as a woman's love for cosmetics. When Zhao Meng brought out the items, Li Chang, Li Wenbin and their followers immediately started murmuring, "My God, they're guns. Where did young Master Chu get these from? Better not to ask. Looks like young Master Chu is planning to arm us. We're new here. Probably won't get any, just perform well. You newcomers naturally wouldn't get any, and it seems there aren't many guns, but if young Master Chu could get these arms, he surely can get more. It's just a matter of time for us." Everyone quiet down. Li Wenbin and Li Chang turned and ordered the chattering crowd behind them. Their words carried weight and everyone promptly fell silent. There are 33 guns here. Li Wenbin, Li Chang, Zhao Meng, each of you take 11 guns, 1,000 rounds of ammunition each. Go and distribute them. Chu Xiu picked up an automatic rifle, loaded it expertly, remembering the times he had spent at a shooting club abroad. The power of the gun is strong. How to maximize its use, the three of you figure it out. The next operation will proceed as planned. Don't disappoint me. He stared at Li Chang and Li Wenbin. This large-scale operation was a significant responsibility for them. After the three had received the firearms, Chu Xiu returned to the supermarket with Zhao Meng. Who the three distributed the guns to was not his concern. He knew this was a good opportunity to win over his men, so he deliberately left the distribution to them. Outside the supermarket, Li Wenbin naturally prioritized distributing to Gu Li, Wuzhe and some close followers. Those who received the guns were naturally grateful to Li Wenbin, while those who did not were somewhat disappointed. Li Wenbin took in everyone's expressions. Those who didn't get a gun, don't be discouraged. Remember, superpowers are the foundation. Guns are merely a deterrent, not the main force. Li Chang, I'm heading out first. This is my first time officially leading a team. As long as everything goes smoothly this time, I'll naturally take charge of this 100-man team in the future. Be careful." Seeing his excited demeanor, Li Chang couldn't help but remind him lest this guy capsizes in the gutter. "Okay." Li Wenbin made a reassuring gesture and left with his subordinates. After Li Wenbin left, Li Chang first distributed guns to the 6 members who were originally Chu's bodyguards. Then he gave them to some superhumans with outstanding abilities. "Follow me closely, and let's not let Li Wenbin's team outperform us. This is our first official operation. Did everyone get that?" Li Chang, being an ex-soldier, spoke with a booming voice that resonated with everyone. "Understood. Good, let's move out." Li Chang, seeing that everyone was in high spirits, was satisfied and led the group away. As for what to eat when hungry, of course they would live off the land, eating whatever they found. Starting from the school, they began to radiate Chu's will outward. The northwest and northeast directions were under Li Wenbin, while the remaining directions were under Li Chang. Chu Yuer was in charge of managing the ordinary people. Chu Xiu naturally wouldn't let these ordinary people eat and drink for free. Their role was to clean up the battlefield and collect useful things such as ropes and any other usable items. Chu Yuer was responsible for this task, burning corpses in the places where Li Wenbin and Li Chang fought the zombies. These dirty and tiring tasks needed to be completed by ordinary people. However, there were plenty of ordinary people for now, so they were sufficient for the tasks. When Chu Xiu was free, he naturally studied his dark superpower. The crystal cores that enhanced dark abilities were collected by his subordinates. What he needed to do was continuously discover various uses of the dark abilities. The power of darkness continuously rose and spread around him as he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, focused entirely on the dark abilities, reminiscent of ancient internal martial arts training. The state of unity of heaven and man made his mind even clearer. After absorbing 2 green crystal cores, his dark power increased significantly. Now his dark abilities could instantly release the dark realm. The dark realm could deprive people of their senses vitality and suppress opponents' superpowers, while he could also transform into darkness. Within the dark realm, he could be said to be invincible and undefeated. The dark gears formed by dark power could pierce into an enemy's body, forcibly controlling their movements. If Chu Xiu wished, he could even devour the opponents while turning them into eternal puppet warriors like space battle slaves. The heart of darkness, transformed by dark power, would eventually turn completely loyal to Chu Xiu over time. The crystal cores Chu Xiu rewarded were all imbued with his dark power. So, as long as his subordinates absorbed the crystal cores, they would eventually become his loyal followers. However, Chu Xiu could feel that the power of the dark abilities was infinitely profound and required his meticulous refinement. Now his dark realm was powerful enough to encompass a radius of 1 kilometer. The vastness of the area affected could only hint at the immense power of his dark abilities. The darkness gradually enveloped the entire supermarket. Zhao Meng watched with an uneasy expression as the dark force continued to spread within the supermarket. The oppressive darkness made Zhao Meng feel like a grain of sand floating in the ocean, his heart filled with anxiety and fear. Master Chu's power is truly terrifying. "Brother Meng, should we keep our distance?" A subordinate, clearly shaken, took several steps back, afraid of being inadvertently affected by the dark force. "What are you afraid of? Get back here. If Master Chu sees us acting like this, we're done for." Zhao Meng quickly scolded him back into line. Although he himself was not without trepidation, he still dutifully guarded his post. Suddenly, all the dark energy in the supermarket was absorbed in an instant, and Chu Xiu opened his eyes. The dark ability was indeed the most suitable power for him. Every thought and action seemed perfectly aligned with this dark ability. It was as if he was truly meant to be a villain. Villains often have exceptional talents and backgrounds, surrounded by numerous experts. With his dark ability, no matter what kind of protagonist he faced, he was confident he could dominate or destroy them, either be destroyed or become subordinate. Seeing the dark energy suddenly retract, Zhao Meng breathed a sigh of relief, his admiration for Chu Xiu growing. The rate at which Chu Xiu was strengthening was unimaginably fast, even considering the absorption of numerous crystal nuclei. Zhao Meng, always ranked within the top 3 in terms of strength under Chu Xiu, knew all too well that enhancing one's ability was not achieved overnight. It required a deep understanding of one's powers. The more proficiently one could manipulate their abilities, the stronger they would become. Of course, crystal nuclei were essential, but ultimately the strength of an ability user depended on themselves. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng felt an increasing urgency to become stronger. Li Wenbin was clearing zombies from a neighborhood, but the pervasive spiders there caused him much trouble. The area was teeming with webs, making progress nearly impossible. Deciding to tackle the issue head-on, Li Wenbin raised the temperature with a wave of his hand, and in an instant flames spread across the spider webs, engulfing the entire neighborhood. Li Wenbin watched coldly as the fire he had unleashed burned through the area. Even if there were survivors, there was nothing he could do. If they died, then that was their fate. Life and death are predestined, he thought, as those behind him showed no signs of sympathy. Newcomers had endured the harshness of a post-apocalyptic world, and the veterans had experienced several battles in school. Death had numbed their hearts to the point where it had become as mundane as eating. As a fire ability user, Li Wenbin felt a natural affinity for flames and was immune to burns. He walked freely through the fiery neighborhood, and any attacking spiders were instantly consumed by the flames embracing him. Ignoring the cries for help coming from a window, Li Wenbin knew that dealing with the giant spider inside was the only way to completely resolve the infestation of smaller spiders. After all, the reproduction rate of spiders is incredibly fast. If we don't deal with this mutated spider, it will definitely become a hidden danger in the future. This is the area I'm responsible for, and if something goes wrong, I'll have to take the main responsibility. I definitely don't want to bear that responsibility. The only solution is to eliminate this mutated spider. The closer I walked towards the center of the spider's presence, the more numerous the smaller spiders became. Li Wenbin realized this and figured that the center of this neighborhood must be where the mutated spider resided. Stopping in his tracks, Li Wenbin decided to head back. He had no intention of facing this mutated spider alone. His life was too valuable. If there was trouble, naturally his subordinates would take the lead. If they couldn't overcome the threat, then they would retreat and call for reinforcements. After all, what use is saving face if you are dead? Stepping out of the range of the intense fire, the flames had significantly reduced by now, as spider webs burn quickly and are highly flammable. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a mutated spider inside, Li Wenbin said, looking towards Guli and Wuxia with a serious expression. You two must stay close to me, or I can't protect you. In reality, Li Wenbin was concerned about his own safety. Having these two with him should ensure his security. Everyone else spread out on both sides and be wary of sneak attacks. After the fire visibly decreased, Li Wenbin gave the order to enter the neighborhood. Guli and Wuxia cautiously held their weapons, aiming at spots where spiders might appear. Li Wenbin walked between the two, surrounded by 3 layers of armed guards protecting him on the outermost layer. Tiny spiders crawled densely on the ground, jumping at people with incredible agility, ready to cling to anyone carelessly. However, everyone present understood the gravity of the situation and remained vigilant not to let the spiders get close. Long-range superhumans positioned themselves in the second circle of defense, while close combat superhumans guarded the perimeter. At the center of the neighborhood, a massive mutated spider crouched at the intersection of 4 buildings, its body huge, each leg spanning 5 to 6 meters. In the middle of the 4 buildings, about 20 meters high, a gigantic spider web sprawled out. On the web, numerous white cocoons hung, containing not only mutated animals but also many people. These people were entirely wrapped in spider silk, only their heads exposed, still alive. Perhaps the mutated spider knew that food needed to be alive to stay fresh, as dead food doesn't taste as good. Nobody move, I'll save you all, declared Yi Wufeng, who had previously rescued a woman in a supermarket and was once again in the process of saving lives. Beast preying on humans deserves to be killed. Yi Wufeng, who preferred to be alone, roamed this chaotic world independently. He was not on the path of rescue, but in the process of it. In this damned chaotic world, he could only do his best to save those innocent people. He would never stand by if he saw or heard of anyone in need. Just as Li Wenbin arrived at the center of the neighborhood, the first thing he saw was this gigantic mutated spider and a man shouting and fighting against it. Brother Bin, that's Yi Wufeng. Last time at the supermarket, he also instantly killed a superhuman and saved those innocent women I brought along. Guli recognized Yi Wufeng and hurriedly introduced him to Brother Bin. Did young Master Chu try to recruit him? Li Wenbin turned his head to ask Guli. No, that didn't happen, Guli replied truthfully, shaking his head. This guy's way of talking always feels a bit out of sync with us. Li Wenbin didn't quite like these meddlesome superhumans. An angry mutant spider spat a web at Yi Wufeng. The web quickly wrapped around Yi Wufeng's body, continuously entangling him. Is this all you've got? Yi Wufeng chuckled coldly, and the webs binding him snapped abruptly. The web was incredibly tough, but under Yi Wufeng's wind-based superpower it was sliced through as easily as paper. The next second, the infuriated mutant spider spat out even more webs, and under the cover of the webs it attacked. The spider's legs had become incredibly sharp after mutation. With a single wave of his hand, Yi Wufeng conjured a giant pale yellow wind blade. The wind blade howled as it swept out, severing all of the spider's legs. This guy is ruthless, he's so powerful. Should we recruit him to serve young Master Chu? I doubt it. This kind of person seems to prefer going solo. Yi Wufeng's actions directly stunned Li Wenbin and the others who were just watching the scene. The mutant spider screamed in agony as it fell to the ground. Yi Wufeng moved as swiftly as the wind and appeared right above the spider's head. A wind-formed spear appeared in his hand and brutally pierced into the mutant spider's head, ending its life instantly. Li Wenbin watched with mixed feelings as Yi Wufeng rescued person after person from the webs. If we can't recruit him, he will definitely be a threat in the future, but let's still try to recruit him first, hoping he won't be too arrogant. Brother, you have great strength. Would you be interested in joining us? Li Wenbin approached just as Yi Wufeng was about to extract the crystal nucleus from the mutant spider. Clearly, this mutant spider was powerful and its crystal nucleus would definitely be exceptional. Li Wenbin couldn't let him take the nucleus. I'm not interested, Yi Wufeng said coolly, glancing at him. Then he shifted his focus back to the crystal nucleus inside the mutant spider. Surprisingly, the nucleus was green, but Yi Wufeng noticed something unusual about its dark green hue, which seemed much more advanced than the typical green. It was clearly not an ordinary green crystal nucleus. Yi Wufeng openly held the nucleus in his hand, examining it repeatedly, a testament to his confidence in his own strength. Li Wenbin's eyes flickered with greed as he looked at the nucleus. This nucleus was indeed different from other green nuclei, he had to have it. Are you sure you want to refuse me? Li Wenbin's tone became more ominous, as if ready to force the issue if necessary. What, you want to fight? That's too bad, because you're not even worth it. Yi Wufeng scrutinized him closely, gauging the strength of his abilities, and couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. This was a use of his special ability, releasing his power to gauge the strength of the abilities within others. It was a skill he could only utilize after becoming powerful. Ordinary ability users couldn't possibly learn this. What did you say? Li Wenbin, seeing that the other party was looking down on him, felt a surge of anger and raised his hand, causing his subordinates to immediately aim their guns at Yi Wufeng. Hand over that core and I might spare your life. Kid, don't think that just because you have some abilities you can do whatever you want, no matter how fast you are. Can you outspeed a bullet? Li Wenbin's face wore a smug look, eagerly anticipating whether this guy could still be as tough as before. Guns? Do you really think these pieces of junk metal can stop me? Yi Wufeng glanced over Li Wenbin's shoulder. A strange wind suddenly picked up, sweeping away the firearms and tossing them aside casually. You bunch of trash. Li Wenbin, seeing his men easily disarmed, cursed with an ugly expression. The disarmed subordinates bowed their heads, not daring to meet his eyes for fear of a harsh scolding. Guli and Wuzhe were also surprised that their firearms were so easily whisked away by the opponent. So now, what can you do to me? Yi Wufeng was very cocky, and his tone of speaking further fueled the anger rising in Li Wenbin's heart. For some reason Li Wenbin just couldn't stand this Yi Wufeng, and the more he watched, the angrier he got. You ungrateful brat, don't blame me for being rude then. Seeing that Yi Wufeng was trying to leave, Li Wenbin immediately ordered his men to prepare for battle. Hand over the core immediately, or else today you won't be able to leave, and not just you, but everyone you've saved will die too. Upon hearing this, Yi Wufeng's face instantly grew colder, his voice turning ominous. Is that so? I'd like to see what abilities you have to stop me, Dark Hellhound. Wuzhe, sensing a fight was about to break out, quickly summoned the Dark Hellhound from the summoning space. The Dark Hellhound, which could only return after taking action once, became immediately arrogant upon seeing that the person was gone. Summoners were ability users, but relying on these alone was not enough. Yi Wufeng didn't want to overly deplete the number of human ability users, so generally as long as the opponent wasn't too excessive he wouldn't kill them directly. Guli secretly used his transformation ability on Yi Wufeng, but his own transformation ability had no effect on his opponent. Brother Bin, my ability has failed against him. Guli quickly whispered in Li Wenbin's ear, feeling very ashamed. It was a pity that his own ability was too weak and the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. The opponent's subconscious resistance caused his transformation ability to fail. No matter, Li Wenbin stared at Yi Wufeng with murderous intent. This guy must be dealt with, or he'll definitely become a threat. Yi Wufeng with a thoughtful look stared at Guli. The sudden force that had been exerted on him must have been from this guy. Unfortunately for the opponent, if his abilities had been stronger he might have succeeded. Kill him. At Li Wenbin's command, the superhumans who had been waiting in the wings burst into action. Let's see where your confidence comes from. Yi Wufeng, moving like the wind, vanished from his spot in the blink of an eye. Darting swiftly, he easily dodged the incoming attacks. Gathering so many superhumans, this leader doesn't seem like the real mastermind. It looks like the person behind the scenes is the one who truly commands their loyalty. After dodging the attacks, Yi Wufeng suddenly realized his speed had significantly slowed down. It seems there are superhumans here whose abilities can affect me. Yi Wufeng, if you don't want them to die, then stop. Hand over the crystal nucleus peacefully, and I'll spare them. As Yi Wufeng disappeared from the spot, Li Wenbin quickly rolled on the ground, grabbed the firearms lying nearby, and took hostages. These were the people Yi Wufeng had personally saved, and seeing his kindness, Li Wenbin decided to exploit it. Chu once said, "Achieve your goals by any means necessary." Thinking this, Li Wenbin's lips curled into a slight smirk, a victorious smile spreading across his face. "No matter how strong you are, if I can exploit your weakness, all your strength is in vain. I advise you to release them or your men will lose their lives." Yi Wufeng was no pushover. His wind blades slashed through the crowd, injuring numerous superhumans, and he took Gu Li and Wu Zhi as hostages. These two had always been by the side of the enemy, likely indicating a close relationship. "You can try." Li Wenbin burst into laughter. "If you dare, bet that my gun has no bullets." It seems he does not care about the life and death of these two. Why not abandon the darkness and follow me instead? Yi Wufeng's tone was sly as he whispered in the ears of Gu Li and Wu Zhi. Tension filled the minds of Gu Li and Wu Zhi, fearing that the wind blade in this guy's hand might accidentally slit their throats. They also hoped that Brother Bin could negotiate further with this man, urging him not to act rashly. As for the attempts to sow discord, just the thought of Chu's unparalleled power solidified their resolve. "So discord? Ha, it's nothing." Li Wenbin was also gambling, betting that the other party would hesitate to strike first. These hostages were not worth exchanging for his two highly potential subordinates. Seeing the change in expression on the faces of the two, Yi Wufeng felt strangely intrigued. It was clear from their faces that they were initially shaken, but that sentiment vanished instantly. Could it be that these two are beholden to the other for some reason? Known, it must be some kind of fear. Indeed, his guess wasn't wrong. With so many superhumans serving him, the person behind the scenes must be very powerful. But regardless, he would not release these two. They were crucial bargaining chips to deter the opponent, and he could settle accounts after ensuring the safety of the people he rescued. Roar! The dark hellhound, seeing its summoner held hostage, could only growl menacingly. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a dark mist-like power suddenly surged from within Gu Li and Wu Zhi. Just as the dark power was about to contaminate Yi Wufeng's body, he abruptly became vigilant and quickly released the two people, taking cover in a safe area. This power made his scalp tingle and his soul shudder. A voice inside his head warned him not to get contaminated, or else he would be doomed. Ha! Li Wenbin, seeing strands of dark power emerge, suddenly became fearless and opened fire, killing all the hostages. The fact that his opponent was blatantly undermining the relationship between him and his subordinates in front of him was the price to pay. "You deserve to die." Yi Wufeng, seeing the other party firing without any hesitation, was furiously enraged. These were all innocent people. The wanton killing of the innocent is a crime deserving death. Li Wenbin had just aimed his gun to fire at him when he found his gun sliced into two halves by a blade of wind. Immediately after, two massive blades of wind crossed and attacked, leaving Li Wenbin with no place to hide. Terrified, Li Wenbin hurriedly threw his gun on the ground, and just as he thought to run, a thick earthen wall blocked his path. The wall, flashing with a strengthened golden light, became unusually hard, and its defensive power was greatly enhanced. "Brother Bin, get out of the way." The other ability users could not stand idly by and watch Li Wenbin die in front of them. With so many witnesses around, and knowing they had abilities to intervene, they would be blamed if they did nothing. Some ability users also thought about saving Li Wenbin's life, hoping to receive a reward. Li Wenbin, seeing that he was rescued, was overjoyed and quickly moved aside. The hard, thick earthen wall was immediately sliced open by the wind blade and smashed into the ground where Li Wenbin had just been standing. With a loud crash, "Die!" Yi Wufeng, seeing his opponent dodge his attack, produced small wind blades in his hand like daggers, continuously appearing. Seeing these small wind blades attacking him, Li Wenbin cursed under his breath and shouted, "Block them for me." Just like before, Yi Wufeng's wind blades were blocked by the earth-based ability users. Although they were far less powerful than Yi Wufeng, the combined defense of the earth-based abilities was enough to give Yi Wufeng a headache. slow him down. An ability user with an injured arm suddenly used his power. The slowing ability was instantly applied to Yi Wufeng, reducing most of his speed. This was different from transformation abilities, naturally castable regardless of strength level, only varying in duration. Kill him quickly, I can't hold on much longer. As he spoke, the ability user was already sweating profusely, becoming somewhat weak and exhausted. The surrounding people all attacked, their offensive abilities merging into a formidable force. Wind Wall. Yi Wufeng used a wind wall to deflect some of the force, and the rest was neutralized by his wind blades. Die. Li Wenbin was not just any pushover. Being entrusted with important tasks by Chu Xiu, he naturally had significant strength. Flames detached from his hands, forming a huge fireball that he hurled directly at Yi Wufeng. At the same time, 3 walls rose from the ground, blocking Yi Wufeng's escape paths. The only direction was to run towards the fireball. Yi Wufeng's face remained calm, his eyes filled with increasing murderous intent. There was just enough time to shatter the earth wall before the fireball could smash into him. It seems that someone can affect my speed. I'll need to be cautious in the future. In the blink of an eye, the high temperature of the fireball had already soaked him through with sweat. Shatter. A violent wind rose from the ground, blocking his front just as the fireball slammed into it. Within the storm, countless tiny wind blades unleashed by Yi Wufeng instantly shredded the fireball to pieces. The fireball turned into tiny flames that scattered across the sky. Yi Wufeng swiftly dodged the falling flames, careful not to get touched. Surprised by the strength of his opponent's fire-based abilities, boom, a towering inferno surged towards him. The flames, shimmering with a golden light, had been enhanced again by an enhancer. Such powerful flames brought a tremendous strain on the enhancer. Die. Li Wenbin laughed triumphantly, his flames so intense that no human body could withstand their temperature. This was the true extent of his power, an overwhelming sea of fire, invisible and futile to slice through. Boom! Suddenly a fierce wind appeared, and Li Wenbin saw the flames being blown back towards him. His face changed drastically. The wind had another side effect. It caused the flames to expand several times over. His own men were all around. If the flames touched them, they were doomed. Knowing the ferocity of his flames, he quickly manipulated them to avoid harming his subordinates. Of course, these subordinates were no fools. They wouldn't just stand there waiting to be told to dodge. A thick earth wall rose in front of them. Still, these men quickly ran back. Some were confused, but seeing others run, they followed. The earth wall, after being baked by the flames for a while, suddenly exploded, sending numerous clods of earth flying in all directions. The principle of thermal expansion and contraction is something college students understand, but those who have been in the underworld for a long time might not think of it immediately. It's normal. Thankfully, having already taken cover behind another earth wall, Li Wenbin's men breathed a sigh of relief. Dark Hellhound, it's your turn. Wu Zhi didn't want to be useless and quickly signaled the Dark Hellhound to attack. Roar! At the command, the Dark Hellhound charged at Yi Wufeng. Even beasts dare to challenge me. Yi Wufeng instantly threw a wind blade. Roar! Enraged, the Dark Hellhound, a proud creature, thought, how dare this human insult me? Dark red flames erupted from its 3 heads, instantly devouring the wind blade. The Dark Hellhound's speed was exceedingly fast, closing in immediately. Its claws lashed out, but the slowing power had worn off, and Yi Wufeng felt unusually light and agile, easily dodging the attack. A wind energy orb smashed directly into it. Roar! The Dark Hellhound had 3 heads. As long as one head remained, it would not die. In anger, the Dark Hellhound sacrificed one of its heads, and 2 dark red beams, like lasers, shot directly through Yi Wufeng's body. Yi Wufeng was caught off guard. He hadn't expected the beast before him to risk losing its head just to inflict severe injuries on him. Enduring the pain from his wounds, he swiftly dodged backwards. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he saw the reckless abandon of the 3 wolves and regained his clarity. He managed to avoid major organs just in time. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. The bodies of those with abilities change with the strength of their powers, providing protection not just in recovery but even to internal organs like the heart and liver. That's why Chu Xiu had confidently declared that the future belonged to those with abilities. I didn't expect you to be so cunning, Yi Wufeng muttered as he noticed 2 gaping holes pierced through his chest by the beast, a chill emanating from between his teeth. You are indeed troublesome, but that's all you are. Now, it was time to get serious. Domain of Wind. Li Wenbin, not wanting to hear any more nonsense, picked up his weapon and opened fire on Yi Wufeng. 11 shots in total, and this fool had destroyed one of them. As the bullets entered Yi Wufeng's domain of wind, they were instantly turned to dust, sliced by countless wind blades. In Yu Wufeng's understanding of wind abilities, wind was the sharpest element. Within the domain of wind he was invincible, a god of wind. Everything within this domain, from the surrounding flora to even buildings, was reduced to dust, with half a building being shaved off just because it was within the domain. Retreat. Seeing this, Li Wenbin knew the strength of his opponent and hurriedly ran. What good were emerald cores if one didn't live to use them? The power released by his opponent was almost akin to the dark domains released by Chu Xiao. He hadn't expected his opponent to have reached such a realm capable of unleashing domains, and he was not yet able to counter it. The domain of wind spread rapidly, and more than 10 ability users who were slow to react, being closest, were killed instantly. I told you I must kill you, Yu Wufeng stated, his target being only one, the fire ability user who had killed innocents. The other ability users were not sentenced to death. As for those accidentally killed, it was unfortunate they followed the wrong leader. Seeing the expanding range of the opponent's abilities, Li Wenbin's hair stood on end as he shouted, "Wuxia, quickly let your Dark Hellhound buy us some time. Go Dark Hellhound." In this life or death moment, Wuxia was not about to hold back. He immediately gave the command. The Dark Hellhound turned and charged at Yu Wufeng, spewing 3 streams of dark red flames. The domain of wind only paused for a few seconds before the dark red flames were swallowed up. Summon. Seeing the Dark Hellhound in danger, Wuxia gritted his teeth, and a summoning circle appeared instantly on top of a dead mutated spider. Although he had spent little time with the Dark Hellhound, it was very much in tune with his intentions. He couldn't let it vanish. He still wanted to sign an equal contract with the Dark Hellhound. Let the Dark Hellhound exist forever as his eternal summon. The creature summoned from the corpse of this mutated spider seemed incredibly powerful. A massive hand emerged directly from the summoning circle, its aura terrifying. For a moment it made their hearts feel as if they were being clenched in a grip, suffocating and breathless. The giant hand crushed Yu Wufeng's invincible wind domain as if it were shattering glass. Caught off guard, Yu Wufeng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his gaze filled with immense dread as he looked at the giant hand. He hadn't expected the summoner he had underestimated to be capable of calling forth such a being. I will return today's vengeance tenfold in the future. Yu Wufeng cast a hateful glance at the fire-based ability user who had recklessly killed the innocent, then wrapped himself in a whirlwind and vanished without a trace. He had just suffered backlash from the shattering of his wind domain, and with the hole still bleeding on his body, he had no choice but to retreat. The giant hand retracted back into the summoning circle, which then also disappeared. Phew! Li Wenbin, seeing his adversary flee, breathed a sigh of relief, although he was embarrassed in front of his subordinates and vowed revenge. A glint of scheming flashed in Li Wenbin's eyes. Just wait, as long as you're still in Jingzhou, I will kill you. Wuxia, that was impressive. What was with that giant hand? It was terrifying. I almost couldn't breathe. Yeah, Wuxia, that was amazing. Is summoning ability really that strong? I used to think summoning abilities were weak, but I guess I was wrong. Thanks to you, that wind ability user might have killed us all. Wuxia blushed with all the praise, socially awkward, not knowing what to say. Bowing his head, he repeatedly scratched the back of his head. He too had taken a gamble. He hadn't expected that the mutated spider could really summon a savior. Good boy, today you saved everyone's lives. You've really made a great contribution this time. I'll report this truthfully to young Master Chu. The kid's shy, let's not praise him too much or he'll bury his head in the ground. Li Wenbin laughed heartily, feeling like he had indeed chosen the right person. Everyone around also laughed understandingly and took a moment to rest. The battle had been too thrilling. But Bin, what exactly was that black mist that came out of us just now? Guli asked, somewhat puzzled. Yeah, Bin, after you saw the black mist you seemed more confident. Wuxia could still talk to people he was familiar with. That's young Master Chu's ability. Only those valued by young Master Chu can receive his ability's protection. If it weren't for young Master Chu's ability helping you out just now, who knows what might have happened, Li Wenbin explained proudly, his face beaming with pride. Knowing that it was young Master Chu's ability that had protected them, their loyalty to young Master Chu increased. The dark power was quietly influencing them, silently transforming them into die-hard followers of Chu Xiu. Li Wenbin, seeing that the bodies of the deceased brothers had not been preserved, felt his hatred for Yu Wufeng grow even further. This time it had been too risky. They had lost a gun and many brothers had died. It was that guy. I must avenge my brothers. As he said this, a look of sorrow flashed in his eyes and his hatred for Yu Wufeng deepened. Li Wenbin's words filled everyone who had just survived the ordeal with hatred towards that wind element ability user. That wind ability user had almost killed them, and if they had the chance, they would definitely put him to death. But don't worry, when we get back I will personally explain to Chu Xiao. Even if Chu Xiao gets angry, I alone will bear it. Li Wenbin's words, though unspoken by the others, were silently appreciated by everyone. Then this isn't just your problem. Wu Zhe also blamed himself, thinking that if he had sacrificed the mutated spider earlier, perhaps all this could have been avoided. Yeah, but I also have issues. I didn't contribute at all, I really deserve to die. Guli was the most self-reproachful among them because he was practically useless. Enough, let's all stop talking and rest for now. We can't stop. We haven't completed the mission Chu Xiao gave us. Li Wenbin took in everyone's expressions, feeling extremely satisfied inside. Winning over his subordinates' hearts was the real purpose of his speech. However, having lost a tenth of their ability users, they needed to replenish their ranks, otherwise upon their return Li Chang would surely mock him for his inadequacy. In the president's office at Jingzhou University, Zhao Meng, having received his subordinate's report, immediately knocked on the door and with Chu Xiao's permission entered to report. Chu Xiao, the team has returned. Li Wenbin is safe, but we lost a gun and some ability users. The cause of all this was a wind element ability user named Yi Wufeng. This person displayed an ability that is almost identical to your domain, Chu Xiao. Xu Xiao, sitting in his chair facing away from him, turned around upon hearing this. Are you saying the opponent used a wind domain? That's right. Zhao Meng bowed his head. You may leave now. Xu Xiao's gaze was profound and unfathomable, showing no emotion. Yes. Zhao Meng quickly exited, closing the door behind him. His fingers tapped on the table rhythmically. He hadn't expected Yi Wufeng to have reached such a level of strength. Mastering the use of the ability domain meant reaching another level of ability strength. The dark forces he had left in Guli and Wu Zhe had been triggered, giving him an immediate sensation. After all, talent is rare. The dark forces injected into the two not only served as surveillance but also protection. People's hearts change easily, and even though they had been checked by Gu Qiangshi, he remained cautious. Zhao Meng, he called out. Chu Xiao, please give your orders. Zhao Meng hurried in, bowing respectfully, although he hadn't been with Chu Xiao for long. The aura of authority emanating from Chu Xiao had grown even more intense, making him even more cautious. It wasn't out of fear, but out of reverence for Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao took out paper and a pen from the drawer, wrote something down, folded it and handed it to him. Find Yi Wufeng and give this to him. Zhao Meng was puzzled as he hurriedly took the task. All right, young Master Chu, you may leave now. Chu Xiao swiveled his chair to gaze at the beautiful scenery visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The principal really knows how to enjoy himself. In this office one can see the entire school scenery. He has turned this office into his daily handling affairs area. Even if he rules over the entire Jingzhou in the future, he would transform this school into the central district. Wherever he is, that is the center of Jingzhou. As his own power grew stronger, his ambitions grew larger. Zhao Meng, tasked by Chu Xiao, was having a headache. Yi Wufeng had already disappeared without a trace, and finding him was incredibly difficult, especially with the dangers outside. Whether it was mutant zombies or exotic beasts, they were all threats. He certainly couldn't go himself. He needed to stay by young Master Chu's side and serve him. Deciding whom to send was also a problem. Zhao Meng, with a troubled look, scanned his subordinates standing guard outside. After a look around, the headache-stricken Zhao Meng cleverly employed the tactic of passing the buck. Young Master Chu has just assigned a task. Who among you wants to take it? This is a rare opportunity that I've secured for you. As soon as Zhao Meng finished speaking, he saw his subordinates eagerly raising their hands, hoping to be chosen. Zhao Meng felt incredibly smug inside. I'm really clever, aren't I? However, when Zhao Meng clarified the content of the task, his subordinates silently lowered their hands. Let someone else handle this good deed. My abilities are indeed insufficient. It's not that I'm afraid to go out, but finding a person could turn this into a long-term task. I'll go. My ability is invisibility, and even if I encounter danger outside, I can safely escape. Just as Zhao Meng was about to forcibly pick someone, an inconspicuous subordinate courageously stepped forward. All right, you go. Delighted that someone volunteered, Zhao Meng quickly handed over the letter. Remember to keep it safe. You must deliver it personally to his hands. Also, here's a tip for you. Yi Wufeng might be lurking near Li Wenbin and his group. Don't worry, Brother Meng, I will complete the task. The subordinate promptly took the letter, carefully storing it in his pocket. When you return from this mission, I will surely reward you richly. Zhao Meng advised him to be careful and sent him on his way quickly. Back in the office, Chu Xiao took in the outside conversations, appreciating the guts of the invisible ability user who took on the task. Such courage and willingness to seize opportunities could lead to becoming stronger. As long as the individual returns safely this time, he would instruct Zhao Meng to properly cultivate this person. The love for talented individuals is universal, and Chu Xiu was no exception. The task taker Lei Fei immediately left the school gate heading towards where Li Wenbin was. Based on Brother Meng's tip, with his invisibility ability activated, danger would mostly likely not find him. Passing by mutant zombies, as long as he made no noise, there was absolutely no danger. Lei Fei took on the task partly because his invisibility ability lacked combat power. He sought his future role in intelligence work. Getting into Chu Xiao's good graces through sheer ability seemed unlikely. So he had to find another way. Taking on this risky mission might just grab Chu Xiao's attention. He just hoped that Meng could put in a good word for him in front of Chu Xiao, giving him a chance to climb higher. As Chu Xiao's power grew, he was unwilling to remain a mere ordinary ability user. His family's situation back home was unknown, and all he could do now was to diligently work by Chu Xiao's side. Climbing the ranks would not only be good for him but also increase his chances of finding his family and ensuring they lead a good life. After all, with higher status came the power to control the fates of others, a fact he had learned by observing Chu Xiao. If not through strength, then through power. He quietly prayed for his parents' safety. When Lei Fei saw Li Wenbin and the others, he turned off his stealth ability and greeted them. After a brief exchange, Li Wenbin watched as Lei Fei left. It was surprising how quickly some started to harbor ambitions of climbing higher. Li Wenbin's gaze shifted to his subordinates. Contemplating the threat if they were to rise above him, he felt a sense of urgency, though he naturally couldn't entertain darker thoughts. If Chu Xiao found out, he would lose his trust. Weighing the losses against the gains, they were not proportional at all. The only plan for now was to become stronger by all means. After leaving, Lei Fei diligently searched for Yi Wufeng, having obtained a description of his clothes and appearance from Li Wenbin. After 4 days, Lei Fei finally spotted Yi Wufeng. As Lei Fei approached, Yi Wufeng seemed to sense something and looked in his direction, quite vigilant. You must be Yi Wufeng. You were hard to find. Lei Fei emerged from his stealth state, appearing directly in front of Yi Wufeng. A stealth ability user? And what do you want with me? Wrapped in medical bandages he found in a pharmacy, Yi Wufeng seemed to be recovering well. This is a letter from Chu Xiao for you. After confirming Yi Wufeng's clothes and checking his injuries, Lei Fei handed over the letter confidently. Chu Xiao? I don't know any Chu Xiao. Yi Wufeng ran through his memory and found no impression of the so-called Chu Xiao. You'll know once you read it. Lei Fei casually sat down to rest. At that moment he also noticed the zombies around, dead and lying in heaps, their heads uniformly sliced in half. No wonder Chu Xiao wanted to send a letter to such a powerful wind ability user. It seemed like an invitation to join. Where is your Chu Xiao? After reading the letter, Yi Wufeng pondered for a moment and decided to make the trip personally. Jingzhou University. Upon hearing this, Lei Fei thought to himself that it was indeed the case and quickly added, lead the way. Yi Wufeng clutched the letter, very concerned about its contents. Even though he might have grievances with him, it turned out that this Chu Xiao was the boss of that fire ability user. Beating the small ones, now comes the strong one. I wonder if this so-called young Master Chu really has the strength he claims. That giant hand did catch me off guard previously, causing me significant loss, but now, as long as I am prepared, even if that giant hand appears again, I will have time to react. Lei Fei honestly led the way for this wind-powered ability user. Throughout the journey he witnessed him striking numerous times, each a lethal blow, which greatly shocked Lei Fei. To someone with minor abilities like Lei Fei, Yi Wufeng's mastery of wind abilities seemed almost divine. The moment Lei Fei returned to Jingzhou University, he felt as safe as if he were home. He had been extremely anxious along the way. Even though Yi Wufeng was powerful, a strong opponent does not guarantee one's safety and danger. However, at Jingzhou University at least there were people who could stand up to protect him. Yi Wufeng was indeed strong, but his strength was certainly not comparable to young Master Chu. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Chu Xiu was absorbing the crystal cores collected by Li Wenbin and Li Chang. They had made significant gains through their frantic efforts in the past few days. However, the area they had cleared was still too small to establish a safe zone capable of accommodating more people. Thus he needed someone to fast-track his plans. Knock knock knock. Young Master Chu. Yi Wufeng has arrived. Zhao Meng gently knocked on the door. Come in. Chu Xiu's face revealed a slight smile. See, the person to fast-track my plans has arrived. Zhao Meng pushed open the door and Lei Fei led Yi Wufeng in from outside. Young Master Chu. Lei Fei quickly bowed his head as he spoke. Zhao Meng stood next to young Master Chu, hands crossed in front of him, alert to prevent Yi Wufeng from making any sudden moves. So you are the young Master Chu they speak of? Yi Wufeng sat across from Chu Xiu without any guard up, as if he wasn't entering enemy territory. Chu Xiu, seeing Yi Wufeng's demeanor, couldn't help but pour him a cup of tea. There was a conflict between my men and you previously. Let this cup of tea serve as a symbol to bury the hatchet. How about it? Are you saying that the lives of those innocent people are worth nothing more than a cup of tea? Yi Wufeng twirled the teacup between his fingers, barely suppressing his anger. In my eyes, strangers are not even worth a cup of tea. This cup of tea is valued because of you, Chu Xiu said, calmly sipping his tea as his gaze shifted between the tea and Yi Wufeng. Tasting the tea, Chu Xiu mused, the sweet aftertaste, the myriad flavors of life, it's all just so. The wooden tea table and the tea set were specially sourced by Li Wenbin to cater to his taste. Yi Wufeng put down the teacup heavily, causing tea to spill. The apocalypse has just begun, and although order has collapsed, the humanity from before the collapse has not yet faded. To regain humanity, to restore order, to reinstate the laws, that is the best way to quickly get through this apocalypse. But because of ability users like you who disregard human life, this approach is becoming ever more distant. Yi Wufeng's words resonated with everyone except Chu Xiu. People always realize the value of something once it is lost. Before the apocalypse, they had complained about various injustices, but compared to the brutal post-apocalyptic world, the ordered world before the apocalypse seemed almost idyllic. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu couldn't help but give him a deep look, surprised by how the others' thoughts were. People cannot truly understand each other, your ideas are too idealistic, just as you cannot understand me. What I am doing is establishing a large safe zone in Jingzhou, and for this process I need your power, which is why you are here. He pointed to the letter in the other's hand and said lightly, I suppose you have read the contents of this letter. Since you have come, it shows that you are moved by what I have said. Yi Wufeng admitted to himself that he was indeed moved by the content. Especially by the phrase, saving one person is not as worthwhile as saving 10,000 people. That was what convinced him to come here. However, the other party's disregard for innocent lives was something he could not accept. Seeing that Yi Wufeng remained silent, he knew he had the upper hand. At the same time, he suspected that the other might be the protagonist, given his character and strength, which seemed all too fitting. But even if he was the protagonist, it wouldn't deter him from using his power. Natural conflicts will result in deaths, something I believe you understand better than me. If you are still troubled by those who have died, I think in the time you hesitate, more might die than those you could save. By that logic, you're indirectly responsible for many deaths. I hope you can consider the bigger picture. Chu Xiu had many ability users under his command, far more than one person could save. Big picture? Yi Wufeng was taken aback by the use of this argument. Jingzhou needs more than just you to save people. Why shouldn't I cooperate with the authorities? I've heard that they have already started rescue operations. The authorities are more trustworthy than you. Authorities? Chu Xiu scoffed as if he heard a joke. Leaning forward, hands braced on the table, he looked directly at him. Heroes who break laws with their martial prowess aren't liked by the authorities. I thought you would understand this, otherwise you wouldn't have come to see me. I am your best choice. No, wrong, you have no choice unless you want to go against your own heart, wanting only to play the hero with your own power. Yi Wufeng's gaze wavered, and he found himself speechless, his own words choked in his throat. Chu Xiu's words were oppressively persuasive, dominating the conversation. If this man doesn't die, he will undoubtedly become a formidable figure. Fine, but I need your people to follow my commands. No problem. Chu Xiu raised his cup in response. Yi Wufeng felt extremely frustrated, took a deep breath, and picked up the teacup he had slammed down hard before. Seeing this, Chu Xiu couldn't help but smirk, drinking his tea in one gulp. In this conversation, Yi Wufeng had lost completely. He had to admit that the other was right. Despite his conflicts with him, the innocent were indeed innocent. He could not ignore the survivors for his own selfish reasons. Moreover, he had seen many ordinary people moving about in the school, looking haggard but at least still alive. Moreover, they were not disturbed by zombies, oppressed by others, or bullied. This was already very good. However, Yi Wufeng did not know that Chu Xiu naturally would not bully or oppress these ordinary people. Only a psychologically distorted person would do such a thing. Chu Xiu merely needed these people to work for him, to labor for his cause. In return, he provided them with safety and food, which for these ordinary people made this place a paradise. As for those who were dissatisfied, Chu Xiu had already secretly dealt with those restless ordinary folks. Those who remained were the obedient and honest workers. Gu Qiangshi's psychic abilities played a significant role in stabilizing his power. After Yi Wufeng reluctantly agreed, Chu Xiu introduced him to Li Wenbin and the others during dinner that evening. "What, young Master Chu, I have to follow his orders?" Li Wenbin reacted strongly, incredulously staring at young Master Chu. How could Yi Wufeng, this guy, be recruited by young Master Chu? Impossible. Li Wenbin was the first to not accept this. Yi Wufeng had insulted him with words back then, and now it seemed like he was directly making a mess right over his head. Now he even had to follow the other's orders. What if the other ordered him to die? What would he do then? Yi Wufeng gave Li Wenbin a sinister smile which almost made Li Wenbin start a fight right then and there. Sit down, calm down," Chu Xiu said, raising his hand to signal him to sit. At the same time, Chu Xiu thought more highly of Yi Wufeng's potential as a main character. Li Wenbin reluctantly sat down, turning his head away. Li Chang, who had no conflict with Yi Wufeng, toasted him. Yi Wufeng returned the toast, as they had worked together for quite a long time and he didn't want their relationship to become too stiff. It was rare for someone to have the privilege to dine with Chu Xiu. Currently only Li Wenbin, Li Chang, Chu Yuer, Zhao Mang and Gu Qiangshi were qualified, and now temporarily Yi Wufeng was added to this list. The dishes were freshly made, and these past days they had collected quite a bit of grain and some frozen vegetables. Yi Wufeng joining was to save more people, and they also needed his strength. This was a mutually beneficial situation, a win-win. Li Wenbin, with your temperament, he won't harm you secretly. You should cooperate well with him during this time and learn more while staying by his side, Chu Xiu said earnestly to Li Wenbin. Young Master Chu, rest assured I will cooperate well. Li Wenbin wisely didn't dare to anger Chu Xiu and quickly understood the implication of Chu Xiu's words, promptly standing up. I will also cooperate well. Li Chang solemnly stood up. Come, let's drink, Chu Xiu said, lifting his cup to everyone after seeing Li Wenbin understood his intent and then drained it in one gulp. Chu Yuer added a piece of meat to Gu Qiangshi's plate, indicating her to eat quickly. In these times, having meat to eat was already a luxury. After a full meal, Chu Xiu continued to absorb crystal cores to enhance his abilities. At night, before going to sleep, Chu Xiu called Chu Yuer into his room. Chu Xiu no longer resided in the supermarket but had made his temporary quarters in a hidden room inside the principal's office. The principal truly knew how to enjoy life, having partitioned off a section of his office about 50 to 60 square meters in size. Chu Yuer initially thought Chu Xiu wanted something more intimate, but it turned out he really just wanted to talk. I have news of your father. I'm not sure if you want to hear it, Chu Xiu said casually, sitting at the edge of the bed. He noticed how far she sat from him and spoke indifferently. You have news of my father? Chu Yuer, upon hearing of her relative, immediately moved closer. Seeing her reaction, Chu Xiu's lips curled up in a slight smirk. This woman was quite pragmatic. Your father is now the most powerful man in Jingzhou City, commanding a force of no less than 5,000 troops. After a fierce struggle for power, he emerged victorious and will likely send someone to the school to fetch you either tomorrow or the day after. How do you know all this? Chu Yuer forced herself to remain calm, though her heart rate was increasing. She had been avoiding thinking about these matters, but today Chu Xiu's mention had unleashed a flood of emotions. Li Chang's new subordinate shared this information. I didn't tell you this for free. Chu Xiu stared at her, a calculating look in his eyes. What do you want? Let me tell you, I would have found out about this sooner or later. Don't be too greedy and make unreasonable demands, Chu Yuer said, her tone firm, knowing full well that Chu Xiu was not one to act without seeing benefit, but she was not someone to be easily manipulated either. I will have someone contact you once you return, he responded simply. Then with a snap, Chu Xiu turned off the light, and amidst Chu Yuer's startled scream, the covers began to rustle. Early the next morning, Yi Wufeng was already up and about. Li Wenbin's subordinates nearly started a fight upon seeing him, but luckily Li Wenbin intervened and calmed them down by citing an order from Chu Xiu to cooperate with Yi Wufeng. According to Chu Xiu's command, I will cooperate fully with you. Li Wenbin spoke with a tone of nonchalance, approaching Yi Wufeng. Li Chang moved to Yi Wufeng's other side, instructing his men to follow the commands diligently. All right, let's move out, Yi Wufeng said, indifferent to the change in tone. He knew it wasn't the time to confront Li Wenbin directly. With his high-level combat abilities, he first pushed forward in the area under Li Wenbin's responsibility. His unstoppable prowess and decisive action minimized casualties, dealing personally with those who were less than human. At that moment, a military helicopter hovered over Jingzhou University, lowering ropes as heavily armed special forces slid down. Look, your dad has come to pick You up? Chu Xiu remarked, noticing the special forces landing. He had been aware of the helicopter's approach. Zhao Mang and his men raised their guns, wary of the newcomers. Hold your fire, we are here for someone, the leading special forces captain announced, holding out a photo to explain his mission. Is Chu Xiao here? Zhao Mang was just about to mention Chu Yuer, but when he took the photo and saw the person in it, he started to stutter. Have you seen young Master Chu? Captain Wang Hong of the special forces hurriedly asked. What do you need, young Master Chu for? Zhao Mang regretted speaking out, worried about their intentions. Are you here to pick me up? Chu Yuer had already run over, looking at them expectantly. Wang Hong glanced at her, puzzled by her comment, and looked back at Zhao Mang with confusion. Who is this? Just a moment, said Zhao Mang, pulling Chu Yuer aside. Come with me, something's changed. What's wrong? Aren't they sent by my dad? Chu Yuer, noticing Zhao Mang's unusual behavior, showed a look of disappointment. They're here for young Master Chu. I suspect they have ulterior motives. Wait here, I'll talk to young Master Chu. Without wanting to waste more words there, Zhao Mang quickly ran towards where young Master Chu was. His footsteps thundered, buzzing as he dashed at high speed into the building. Young Master Chu, this is bad. Zhao Mang ran to the office door, bursting in. What's all this panic about? Chu Xiu turned around, seeing his flustered and shouting demeanor, and couldn't help but reprimand him. Young master, those people aren't here for Chu Yuer, they're here for you. Zhao Mang quickly took a couple of deep breaths and blurted out. For me? Chu Xiu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, they specifically mentioned young Master Chu, and they even have your photo, Zhao Mang confirmed. If they're here for me, then let's go see them. Chu Xiu waved his hand, and the Space War servant's power of space instantly disappeared with Zhao Mang from the office. At that moment, still waiting, Captain Wang Hong suddenly rubbed his eyes as if he hadn't seen clearly, but looking again it was the same. Three people suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him almost to the point of firing his weapon. Young Master Chu, the chairman sent me to take you home. However, when Wang Hong saw the face of the person in front of him, he took out a photo and compared it again and again, his expression immediately turning respectful. My dad finally sent someone. How has he been lately? Chu Xiu looked at the armed helicopter parked on the playground. This thing my cheap father managed to get. To be honest, he was somewhat disbelieving. The cheap father in his memory was just a businessman who usually managed a few followers. Such hardware wasn't something money could easily buy. Young master, knowing you might not believe it, your father had me bring this, said Wang Hong, seeing Chu Xiu doubting his identity, and quickly took out something the chairman had specifically given him before leaving. Zhao Meng glanced at young Master Chu, and seeing that he remained silent, he stepped forward, warily watching the other party, and snatched the satellite phone. Young Master Chu, Zhao Meng briefly checked it, though it was merely a formality since he didn't know how to use it. Chu Xiu took the satellite phone and dialed directly, during which he looked at this broad-shouldered man. What's your name? Wang Hong's face was solemn as he answered respectfully, subordinate Wang Hong, belonging to the first squad. Thanks the chairman for his trust. I currently serve as the leader of the first squad. This is indeed the young master, the chairman's only biological son. If I can earn young Master Chu's favor, my future upon returning will be more than just a squad leader. Alright, I understand, said Chu Xiu as he turned to walk to a secluded spot after hearing the words, and after the phone connected he didn't speak immediately. Is that you, son? Came the cautious voice of the man he remembered as his stepfather, even worried that it wasn't his own son on the other end. I'm not dead yet. I thought you had forgotten about me. Now you remember to look for me. If you hadn't come looking for me, I might have thought you were dead. Do you know what kind of days I've been having here? Chu Xiu, mimicking the spoiled tone he used to have, spoke angrily into the phone. I'm sorry, son, I haven't taken good care of you and I failed your deceased mother, but don't worry, you're now with Wang Hong and the others coming back. I promise to make it up to you doubly. It's really great that you're all right, his father responded. He had already secured his position here. Had it not been for some troubles earlier, he would have sent someone to fetch you sooner. Chu Xiong, having only this son, pampered him to no end and immediately softened. His heart, which had been hanging by a thread these days, finally settled knowing his son was safe. He even felt guilty in his heart, thinking if he had settled things here sooner, his son wouldn't have had to suffer outside for so many days. Chu Xiong knew well his son's nature. Coddled from a young age, how could he endure such hardships? I'm not coming back. I'm doing well here, Chu Xiu snorted, speaking straightforwardly in the manner of his previous self. I've awakened my special ability here and am making a name for myself. I just lack some food, send me some over. Hearing his son didn't want to come back, Chu Xiu couldn't agree with that. Even though his son had awakened a special ability, he still couldn't feel at ease. He advised earnestly, son, don't be angry with me, come back to my side, then I can rest assured and focus on other matters. How could I possibly be at ease with you alone out there, especially at this time? Satellite phones might stop working at any moment. If we lose contact, then how could I live on? You're my only family. By the way, I've also become a special ability user, having awakened magnetic powers. With this ability, I was able to establish a safe zone during a crisis. Chu Xiu naturally wouldn't go back, but he had no qualms about taking things from this stepfather who loved his son to death. Since he had transmigrated into this body and the other party was a father who cherished his son like life itself, naturally he would need to provide for him in his old age. Dad, I don't want to come back for now. I have good news too. I'm about to establish a safe zone. I'll be centering it around Jingzhou University and expanding gradually. If we lose contact, you can send someone to find me at Jingzhou University. You're in Yanjing City and I'm in Jingzhou City. Both cities are critical military locations in Jingzhou, connected from head to tail. When the time comes, you and I, father and son together, will make Jingzhou our world. On the other end of the satellite phone, Chu Xiong's breathing grew heavier, and what pleased him the most was that his son had grown up. There's a saying, like father, like son. His son had experienced a tremendous change in the world and suddenly learned to share his worries. You've grown up, but first tell me, how many superpowered individuals do you have at your disposal? If it's too few, I can send some more people to help you. Chu Xiong no longer insisted on his son returning to his side. A young eagle must spread its wings to fly, and an old eagle should not hold it back. It's truly my progeny, he thought. Since his son was willing, he would support him fully. The superpowered individuals you have are enough. You should take more care of yourself. Don't you die on me. Chu Xiu, seeing the concern from the other side, couldn't help but retort, if this stepdad of his were to die, who would he go to for supplies? With armed helicopters now in use, the power he controlled must have surpassed his own. Moreover, he had awakened magnetic superpowers. Once such power was under control, its potential was terrifying. Chu Xiong felt warmth in his heart. His son's concern was evident. Ha, I can't die just yet. In Jingzhou City, we have a grain reserve that I built before the apocalypse. It's located underground at our company's branch. You should know the password to open the reserve. I needn't say more. It's funny, I originally built it to make a quick buck because of the constant apocalypse rumors back then, trying to cash in on the anxiety. Who knew the apocalypse would actually come? But it turned out to be a good thing, benefiting both of us. With these supplies, we can attract more superpowered individuals to serve us. Chu Xiu didn't quite know what to say at first. He hadn't expected this reason. His stepfather's luck was indeed too good. Alright, hearing that you're safe puts me at ease. Since you really don't want to come back to me, then take good care of yourself. Wang Hong's team will stay there to serve you. If it really doesn't work out, you can always come back. My home will always be your haven. What's mine is yours. Okay, Chu Xiu responded and then hung up the phone. Conversations between father and son were just that simple. Unlike conversations between women filled with emotional attachment and difficulty in parting, sometimes a single sentence of concern was enough. Wang Hong, from now on you don't need to go back, stay by my side. He tossed the satellite phone to Zhao Meng and walked up to Wang Hong, recruiting him to his side. Thanks, young Master Chu, but what about the chairman? Wang Hong replied with a smile, then hesitated. Chu Xiu waved his hand to reassure him, then walked towards the armed helicopter, touching its cold metallic body. Don't worry, I've already said it, but I'm curious, how did my old man manage to get his hands on such a forbidden item like an armed helicopter? Wang Hong stepped beside young Master Chu, speaking in a whisper. The chairman used his magnetic superpowers to forcibly take control of the largest armory in Yanjing City, and many who admire the chairman's power have come to serve him. Before the apocalypse, we were secretly trained by the chairman, and now we are activated because we have awakened special abilities. Admiration? Are you sure? Chu Xiu chuckled with a playful look in his eyes. Wang Hong, not daring to mention in front of young Master Chu that the chairman had coerced and bribed people, quickly coughed twice and changed the subject. Young Master, that's not the point. The point is, the chairman now controls over 3,000 special ability users and nearly 20,000 troops. Chu Xiu asked in surprise. In such a short time, my dad managed to gather so many people? Wang Hong whispered two words so quietly that it suddenly dawned on Chu Xiu. Those two words were taboo before the apocalypse. Mentioning them meant death. Unexpectedly, his stepfather was so capable, directly recruiting people from that place. Naturally, those well-trained people could be used immediately. Alright, for now you will work under Zhao Meng, Chu Xiu told Wang Hong. Then turned and waved to Zhao Meng, who was standing 10 meters away. Zhao Meng quickly ran up to him. Young Master Chu. Chu Xiu pointed at Wang Hong and signaled to Zhao Meng, he will follow you from now on, just start as a deputy. His professionalism, I don't need to say more, you will know in the future. If you don't understand something, just ask him directly and make sure to improve yourself. Zhao Meng, who initially thought his position was at risk, quickly agreed after hearing young Master Chu's considerate words, I will definitely improve myself and not let young master down. Chu Xiu glanced at the spatial slave, instantly activated his spatial ability and returned to the office. He needed to start planning how to go to the corporate division to transfer the underground food reserves. It was not under his direct supervision, even though it had not been discovered now, it might eventually be found in the future. It was better to secure it early and start using it, especially now with the rapid expansion and the food reserves were decreasing. Without a substantial food reserve as a foundation, even a force with strong cohesion would gradually fall apart. Chu Xiu took out paper and pen and sketched a simple map from here to his family's corporate division. Meanwhile, Chu Yuer, feeling extremely disappointed, returned to the supermarket's rest area. It turned out they were not looking for her but for Chu Xiu. But seeing that there were armed helicopters, it seemed that Chu Xiu's father was not simple either, certainly a powerful special ability user. She lay on the bed, her thoughts unstoppable, and her eyes started to redden as she missed her father. Zhao Meng enthusiastically received Wang Hong and his squad. You are older than me, I'll call you Brother Hong. Upon learning that Wang Hong was a special forces soldier and still active, Zhao Meng immediately admired him. Young Master Chu ordered me to be your deputy, so naturally I will follow your commands. Could you tell me about the current situation here, Wang Hong, not trying to overshadow, could see that young Master Chu trusted this young man named Zhao Meng. Since young Master Chu intended to cultivate Zhao Meng, he naturally would do his best to guide him. Okay, no problem. When Zhao Meng heard Wang Hong speak with such a good attitude, his favorable impression of him increased significantly and his enthusiasm became much more genuine. After learning the whole process through Zhao Meng, Wang Hong realized that young Master Chu's influence had developed to this extent. As long as everything went smoothly, establishing a safe zone was just a matter of time. Indeed, like father like son, Wang Hong thought that staying by young Master Chu's side, even if he never went back, would certainly be no worse than being by the chairman's side, and his future prospects were boundless. Therefore he began to seriously instruct Zhao Meng on how to better protect young Master Chu's safety. Gather everyone together, training is a must. Even for superpowered individuals, some basic discipline is indispensable. This will also help enhance combat capability. My team will be responsible for their training, which will allow us to integrate faster into your group. Wang Hong spoke sensibly and Zhao Meng readily agreed. Time passed and by the next day Chu Yuer, filled with renewed anticipation, finally waited for the people her father had sent to pick her up. This group was fully armed, driving a blood-stained refitted tank. The number of people was nearly 100, among them many survivors who had just been rescued. From their clothes, Chu Xiu could tell that these survivors likely shared the same status as Chu Yuer. Even in such times, some privileged always had priority in being rescued. At the entrance of Jingzhou University, Zhao Meng and others held their guns vigilantly. Yuer, remember me, I'm Uncle Zhang, the person your father, Mayor Chu, arranged to come pick you up. A middle-aged man in black clothes and glasses approached, flanked by 2 gunmen for close protection. Uncle Zhang, how is my dad now? Recognizing him, Chu Yuer hurried over, her face filled with urgency. Mayor Chu is fine, Yuer, he's waiting for you to come home. Uncle Zhang pulled Chu Yuer to his side, then his gaze turned towards Chu Xiu and a slightly insincere smile appeared on his face. They say like father like son, truly fitting for Chu Xiong's son. Mayor Chu asked me to send his regards to your father. Mayor Chu's information network was indeed impressive. My father is far away in Yanjing City, yet Mayor Chu seems to know everything about him. It seems we have all underestimated Mayor Chu's capabilities. Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel a flash of surprise, not expecting the other party to mention his estranged father. Just taking charge of power and already so attentive to external affairs, Mayor Chu's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Chu Xiu, Mayor Chu has a high regard for you. If you can lead your people to serve under Mayor Chu, the position he offers will definitely satisfy you. Zhang Yuan actually hoped Chu Xiu would come under Mayor Chu. Ha ha ha, Mayor Chu is indeed confident. Unfortunately, I've grown accustomed to idleness and I'm afraid I might disappoint Mayor Chu. However, I'll leave Chu Yuer in your care. Mayor Chu owes me a favor and I think that's not too much to ask. Chu Xiu's lips curled up slightly, his tone casual. Chu Xiu talking about favors like this really is too formal. As the day was drawing to a close, he added, I need to report back to Mayor Chu, so we'll take our leave now. I hope when we meet next time I will receive a different answer. Zhang Yuan squinted with a smile, ready to leave with Chu Yuer. His words were watertight, showing none of the frivolousness of the pre-apocalypse science. Considering his father's current powerful position in Yanjing City, if he wanted to deal with Chu Xiu, he definitely couldn't adopt a tough approach. Before leaving, Chu Yuer looked reluctantly at Gu Qiangshi. If it weren't for Chu Xiu's prohibition, she would have definitely taken her along. Sister, will you come back? Gu Qiangshi called out reluctantly to her big sister. Take good care of yourself, I will come back to see you, Chu Yuer said, waving at Gu Qiangshi reluctantly, and under Zhang Yuan's urging got into the car. Sure, wait for your return, Gu Qiangshi shouted, waving her hand. Chu Xiao, they seem to know quite a bit about the chairman's affairs. Should we inform the chairman to avoid their schemes? Wang Hong walked up to Chu Xiao and asked quietly. Chu Xiu looked towards Zhao Meng. Tell my father everything about today in detail. Yes, Zhao Meng quickly responded. Then Chu Xiu's gaze fell on Li Wenbin and Li Chang. Speed up the plans, I'm giving you 5 more days. After 5 days, I need to see a safe zone established. As for building the safety walls, that responsibility also fell on these two. After saying this, Chu Xiu turned and walked towards the school building. Zhao Meng sympathetically smiled at the two men and hurriedly followed. Lucky I'm just in charge of protecting Chu Xiao, otherwise I'd definitely be having a headache. It seems your Chu Xiao is in a hurry. Yu Wufeng leaned against the school gate, arms crossed, a schadenfreude, a smile on his face. We'll have to cut short our rest time. With Chu Xiao this anxious, it must be related to that Mayor Chu. I suggest we sleep less, spend nights outside, no need to come back. As for food, let's be self-sufficient. I believe there's still plenty out there that no one dares to take, Li Wenbin said with a resigned face. A word from above means we run our legs off below. That's all we can do. Li Chang agreed with Li Wenbin's suggestion. When the two looked at Yu Wufeng, he shrugged as if to say it was natural. I don't mind at all. More time to help survivors, I couldn't be happier. Thus the two led the team along with Yu Wufeng out of the school gate. They had to satisfy Chu Xiao within 5 days. Chu Xiu returned to his office and sat in the boss chair, pulling out the simple map he had drawn earlier from a drawer. This was the route to his family's division. The command to establish a safe zone within 5 days wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but was already determined after learning about the food reserve at his family's division. At times like this, food was of utmost importance, and it was crucial to secure these supplies as soon as possible. As for how to complete the cleaning within the designated area in 5 days, that was for his subordinates to consider, not something he needed to worry about. Zhao Meng called out, Lei Fei, come in. Soon after, Lei Fei knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission he cautiously entered. Lei Fei bowed his head, mimicking the ancient salute with his hands clasped together, filled with respect. Young Master Chu, you wanted to see me? Seeing Lei Fei tiptoeing and bowing to him, Chu Xiu's face revealed a hint of amusement. There was no superior who didn't enjoy the full reverence of their subordinates. Lei Fei had been under Chu Xiu's observation for a few days, and Chu Xiu had specifically asked Gu Qiangshi to use her psychic abilities to probe him. After discovering Lei Fei's ambitions, Chu Xiu had decided to call him in today. Chu Xiu hummed affirmatively, stood up and walked over to Lei Fei, his hand manifesting a powerful dark energy. Seeing this, Lei Fei bowed even lower, his heart pounding with nervousness. This dark power can save your life at a critical moment. Do you want it or not? Chu Xiu asked slowly, seeing Lei Fei's bowed head. Yes. Lei Fei's heart trembled, realizing that this choice could determine his future. He responded loudly, good. Appreciation flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he infused the dark energy directly into Lei Fei's body. Lei Fei felt the dark power surge into him, his expression becoming uneasy, his heartbeat accelerating. Chu Xiu patted Lei Fei's shoulder. I need you to become my eyes and ears, like the ancient Jinui. Lei Fei quickly looked up, his face filled with excitement. Chu Xiu chuckled, amused by Lei Fei's bold aspirations. It's just an intelligence agency, but the significance I believe you understand. Lei Fei's disappointment lasted only a second, his mind dazzled by the good news. The entire intelligence agency young Master Chu was entrusting it all to him. As a university student, how could he not understand the importance of this role? Young Master Chu, rest assured I will serve as your eyes and ears diligently and will not let you down. Lei Fei hastily pledged his loyalty. Chu Xiu turned and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window looking out at the scenery and said lightly, I trust your capabilities, which is why I'm giving you full responsibility. However, others will not believe in you, so I am giving you a chance to prove your worth to others. During this period I will not assist you, everything will depend on you. Lei Fei was instantly motivated by these words, his mind heated, confidently agreeing, "Young Master Chu, rest assured I will prove to everyone that your choice was correct." "Good." Pleased, Chu Xiu turned around, waved his hand and dismissed him. "Go, do not disappoint me." Yes, Lei Fei left exhilarated. In truth, there were no resources or manpower to manage an intelligence operation, nor did Lei Fei have the energy for such tasks. Essentially, it was about motivating a young man filled with ambition to create an intelligence agency out of nothing. Chu Xiu hadn't invested anything. Even if Lei Fei failed, he would not lose anything. Conversely, if successful, he would gain an intelligence agency. Lei Fei himself was ambitious, always looking to climb higher and gain status. He had given the other party an opportunity, and in return, they should be grateful to him. A subordinate who aims to rise is easy to manipulate, much like Yi Wufeng. It is those who desire nothing that are the hardest for Chu Xiu to handle. If there truly were people without desires, they would either be saints or exceptionally adept at concealing their ambitions. 5 days passed in a flash. Chu Xiu's strict orders were finally met just in time. On the last day, high walls rose from the ground, seamlessly connected without any gaps. The vast area was now guarded by sentries on the walls and patrolled by dedicated squads. Chu Xiu's ruled safe zone now resembled an ancient city where the walls provided immense security to those within. Standing atop the wall, Chu Xiu rested his hands on it and slowly said to those around him, "This mission was accomplished perfectly. I'm very satisfied. Apart from your usual rewards, I'm giving each of you 2 green crystal cores as a bonus." Li Wenbin and Li Chang hurriedly took the green crystal cores, thanking Chu Xiu profusely. To them, these cores were still highly tempting. "Yi Wufeng, you get some too." Chu Xiu's gaze shifted to Yi Wufeng, who was quietly looking beyond the wall. "Me?" Yi Wufeng pointed at himself in surprise. "Yes, these 2 green crystal cores are yours," Chu Xiu said. He always maintained a balance of rewards and punishments and wouldn't overlook Yi Wufeng's contributions even if they were merely cooperative. Chu Xiu had intentions of recruiting Yi Wufeng using a carrot and stick approach. If Yi Wufeng didn't appreciate the gesture, Chu Xiu wouldn't hesitate to use more forceful methods. However, Chu Xiu didn't prefer using force, as the ancients said winning people's hearts was paramount, the best strategy for those in power. Yi Wufeng looked suspiciously at Chu Xiu, wondering what he was up to. From what he knew of Chu Xiu so far, this man wouldn't act without a benefit. Their cooperation wasn't over yet, and Yi Wufeng didn't consider himself Chu Xiu's man. The offer of 2 green crystal cores, which even he needed, seemed too readily given, which was strange. There must be more to it, Yi Wufeng thought warily, yet adopting the mindset of not refusing free gains, he accepted the 2 green crystal cores. Seeing him take them, Chu Xiu smiled inwardly. Take them and slowly it will become a habit, he thought, knowing the cores were tampered with. Even someone as strong as Yi Wufeng wouldn't notice the added ingredients. Winning the mind above, securing compliance below, isn't it wonderful to guarantee both? This was his confidence in his own strength, which had vastly surpassed Yi Wufeng's. The collection of crystal cores had significantly boosted his power, leveraging the collective strength for his benefit, which was the greatest advantage of a ruler. Meanwhile, Li Wenbin saw that Chu Xiu had given Yi Wufeng 2 green crystal cores and felt uneasy, but he dared not voice his thoughts. Yi Wufeng, this guy, even though his strength was crucial in completing young Master Chu's tasks during this period, he just couldn't stand him. Especially during rescues, there were always conflicts. For instance, in deciding who to save first, Yi Wufeng always found ways to argue and showcase his compassionate heart. Yi Wufeng blatantly ignored Li Wenbin's disdainful looks, and in turn he detested him just as much, almost wishing he could kill him. Once the collaboration ended and the survivors in Jingzhou City were all rescued, he planned to slay Li Wenbin and then move on to save others elsewhere. Chu Xiu observed the expressions of both men but chose not to intervene, continuing forward to inspect the city's defenses. As he walked, he noted the smooth and sturdy walls. These magnificent walls had been erected in just 1 day, each fortified by special ability users who used their powers to strengthen them. In the past, such a massive project would have taken months to complete, unlike now where it could be accomplished in a day with the help of more Earth-based ability users. With Wang Hong, a former Special Forces operator, in control of patrolling, there was little need for Chu Xiu to intervene personally. Now, the number of ability users under Chu Xiu had grown to exceed 1,000, reaching 1,350, with their powers surging dramatically. The number of ordinary survivors had also risen to 11,500. After establishing a safe zone, young Master Chu named it the City of Nirvana. The name held significant meaning, symbolizing a phoenix rising anew from its ashes. the title of the city of Nirvana would slowly spread through radio broadcasts, attracting survivors who sought refuge. Chu Xiu had no specific demands for these survivors. Those who obeyed would live and the disobedient faced only death. Ordinary people had talents too, capable of things even ability users couldn't manage, like communications, water and electricity issues, in the presence of skilled professionals. These were not issues at all. For such talents, Chu Xiu offered generous rewards, a principle akin to spending lavishly on a good horse. This also sent a signal to talents outside that the city of Nirvana valued skilled individuals and that compensation was never an issue for those with capabilities. After inspecting the defenses, Chu Xiu and his group returned to the office. "Yi Wufeng, where are you going?" Chu Xiu called out as he saw Yi Wufeng getting up to leave. "You guys are having a meeting and I'm not one of your own. It's better I don't hear some things," Yi Wufeng replied, knowing to avoid suspicion and uninterested in sitting through meetings. He'd rather improve his strength during that time. Recently, through real combat, Yi Wufeng found his abilities improving continuously. Only through battle could he strengthen himself faster. "Sit down," Chu Xiu commanded, gesturing downward with his hand, signaling him to return to his seat. "Young Master Chu asked you to sit." Li Wenbin stood up, blocking the door and staring at Yi Wufeng coercively. With a chuckle, Yi Wufeng returned to his seat. He was not afraid of Li Wenbin. In his eyes, the man was merely a clown. "I was curious to see what tricks Chu Xiu had up his sleeve when he called me over." After Chu Xiu saw Yi Wufeng obediently sit down, he pulled out a set of plans that had been prepared for a long time. "This is the address of a division of my family's corporation, located quite a distance from us outside the city of Nirvana. There's an underground warehouse there that my father built before the apocalypse, stocked with some food supplies. I need you to retrieve them for me. This task will be the responsibility of Yi Wufeng, Wang Hong, Li Wenbin and Li Chang." Chu Xiu finished, pushing the plans across to Li Wenbin. "Master Chu, why bother mobilizing so many people for this task? It's a waste of manpower to have so many of us go together. Just leave it to me. I can handle it alone." Li Wenbin, after reviewing the plans and realizing the distance to the destination, felt the task was not very challenging. "Recently we've collected a number of large cargo trucks and bringing back the food will be no problem. I just need to lead the team along the planned route, and even if we encounter enemies trying to steal the food, they would have to be quite capable to succeed. Moreover, looking at the whole city of Jingzhou, no one dares to rob the supplies of Nirvana City. Not even the Hope Base established by Mayor Chu would easily conflict with them." Li Chang, after looking over the plans, also felt that the task was not difficult, but he didn't say it out loud. Yi Wufeng briefly glanced at the plans and remained silent. Wang Hong felt he wasn't in a position to comment and decided to follow Master Chu's orders obediently. "Just you talk too much. Do you think I haven't considered what you have?" Chu Xiu's gaze turned icy as he rebuked Li Wenbin sternly. "This kid's strength has grown significantly lately. He might be getting overconfident, even daring to rebut what I say. If I don't throw cold water on him now, his tail will be up in the sky." "I was wrong, Master Chu." The chastised Li Wenbin immediately became as meek as a lamb, no longer daring to argue. "Good that you realize your mistake. There are countless powerful psychics in the world. We must be cautious in everything to ensure a long journey." Seeing Li Wenbin's good attitude in admitting his mistake, Chu Xiu's expression softened. Although Li Wenbin could complete this task alone, he wasn't entirely at ease. After all, the amount of food this time was substantial. Temptation moves the heart, and at this time, the importance of food far exceeds that of gold. "This task is very important, do as I said. Also, I don't want to hear news of you messing up the task next time." His gaze bore down oppressively on everyone except Yi Wufeng, who all bowed their heads, unable to meet his stare. "We will definitely complete the task," Li Wenbin and the others quickly promised. Only Yi Wufeng sat there like an outsider, unmoved. He was quite curious about just how much food was in that warehouse to make Chu Xiu take it so seriously. Before leaving, Li Wenbin was kept back alone while Li Chang and Wang Hong showed him looks of sympathy. "It seems he's in for a scolding." Only Yi Wufeng, before leaving, gave a sarcastic tsk in his ear, angering Li Wenbin to the point of nearly losing all reason. Worried about continuing to be scolded, Li Wenbin became restless after the three left. His eyes darted around uncertainly, his heart beating rapidly, filled with anxiety. The entrance to the granary was secured by a 12-sequence lock on the door, and Chu Xiu handed the password to him. Although the door could be forced open with the power of ability users, entering with the password was more convenient. Before the apocalypse, no one had considered the possibility of a real doomsday, so Li Wenbin's father hadn't set up much in the way of security. After all, with law and order before the apocalypse, no one dared to take the risk of stealing immovable and cheap grain. I thought you were going to scold me." Seeing that Chu Xiu had no intention of reprimanding him, Li Wenbin instantly relaxed and became jovially smiling. Chu Xiu let out a snort upon hearing this. "Don't be satisfied with that little power and don't think you're already strong. When you can handle Yi Wufeng, then you can let your tail fly high into the sky. When facing danger, don't show off. If necessary, selling out Yi Wufeng is also an option. Make sure the grains are transported back safely." Seeing Chu repeatedly emphasizing the importance of grain safety, Li Wenbin couldn't help but ask young Master Chu, "How much grain is there really?" "It's enough for us to eat for more than 10 years. Chu Xiu didn't hide this from Li Wenbin, who would inevitably find out. "Eat for 10 years? Li Wenbin's scalp tingled with shock. No wonder Chu insisted on going with 4 people. The amount of grain sufficient for 10 years deserved that level of importance. Originally he had thought this batch of grain would last only half a year, which was why Chu valued it so much. It seemed his own vision was too narrow, not fully open. "Go now." Chu Xiu leaned his legs on the desk and closed his eyes to rest. He only needed to control the overall situation, not to worry continuously about whether the food was safe. Yes, Li Wenbin left the password note on the desk, memorizing it himself. "So, did you get scolded?" After Li Wenbin walked out, he saw Zhao Meng staring at him with a gossipy look. He glanced coldly at him, this fool not seeing him for a few days, and he dared to gossip about him. Who gave him the courage? "It seems you got a good scolding, but why didn't I hear it?" Zhao Meng saw Li Wenbin leave without saying a word, his face showing a schadenfreude smile. Wang Hong observed that Li Wenbin's expression didn't seem like someone who had just been scolded. "Zhao Meng, young Master Chu has given me an order, I have to leave now." Wang Hong greeted Zhao Meng. "It seems this mission is very important. Go ahead. If it weren't for young Master Chu needing me for security, probably this task would be mine, not yours." Zhao Meng knew that his chances of being sent on external missions while staying by Chu's side were almost none. But he didn't regret it. "Then I'll be going now." Wang Hong bid farewell to Zhao Meng and went to meet up with Li Wenbin and the others. Li Wenbin and Li Chang quickly gathered their people. Now each of their teams had expanded by 400 people, reaching a total of 500 each. "Go and find some ordinary people who can drive large trucks, the older the better." Li Wenbin had no intention of letting psychics drive. An extra psychic means extra security. After being reprimanded by Chu Xiu, Li Wenbin's previously inflated ego was temporarily subdued. Soon after, the gates of Nirvana City slowly opened, with a junior member leading the way in a modified small car, followed closely by the large trucks, which were filled with psychics. Li Wenbin and the others each took the passenger seat in the first 4 trucks. Many psychics who entered Nirvana City to barter were often lone wolves or small teams. Seeing such a large convoy with so many psychics, they were amazed. It was said that the psychics in Nirvana City were treated very well, and such a grand display meant something big was happening. "Boss, maybe we should also join Nirvana City and enjoy the good life," a member of a small group couldn't help but suggest. With Nirvana City as a backing, they wouldn't need to fear offending powerful psychics or formidable psychic squads anymore. "You kiddo." The leader of the small group smacked the back of the junior member's head. "You're making too much sense." The number of psychics wanting to join Nirvana City was not small, especially those whose loved ones were ordinary people. Their desire to join was even more urgent. Given Nirvana City's strength, it appeared very safe. Although the city's rules were strict, it was these strict rules that made them feel secure. They knew that even if they couldn't be there to protect their families, their loved ones would still have a safety net. Among those entering and leaving were spies sent by Hope Base, noticing the large-scale operation of Nirvana City and planning to report back. Whatever Nirvana City was up to, these spies only needed to relay exactly what they saw and heard. That was their mission. Nowadays, communication was still a problem. Simple internal conversations might be manageable, but long-distance communication had to rely on primitive telegraphy. Although it was a step back to several decades ago, Hope Base still had many who could operate a telegraph. Nirvana City also had patrol squads internally, with a team patrolling each street. These patrol squads, consisting of 3 members each, dealt with anyone who dared to cause trouble in Nirvana City according to the city's strict rules. The rules of Nirvana City were posted at the city gate. If one could accept them, they could enter. A young man driving an RV and eating hot pot prepared to enter Nirvana City. Seeing someone checking at the gate, he got out of the car, taking care to wipe the grease from his lips. When out and about, one must always be cautious and careful. Nirvana City truly magnificent. Indeed, troubled times produce great leaders. The founder of Nirvana City, the Lord of Nirvana, must be a psychic with great ambition. Li Mu looked up at the towering city walls, muttering to himself. His decision to visit Nirvana City was also spurred by the broadcasts he heard on the radio in his vehicle. The promotional content of the city of Nirvana greatly piqued his curiosity. In a world where the strong rule and power dictates status, you take what you can with your might, and it boldly declared that the future would undoubtedly be dominated by those with supernatural abilities. Even the Hope Base in Jingzhou City only put forth slogans about serving the country and the people and overcoming difficulties together. The city of Nirvana dared to challenge the world by voicing the thoughts of most ability users. It was indeed audacious. Weren't they afraid of becoming a well-known target? After all, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, but the Lord of Nirvana City seemed to understand the inner changes of ability users quite well. Given that ability users possess powers far beyond ordinary people, why should they accept the same status as everyone else? But this is human nature, the essence of humanity. As the first to shout such a slogan, the city of Nirvana left a deep impression on all survivors who heard the broadcast across the nation. As the pioneer, Nirvana City would undoubtedly become the first choice for ability users. Li Mu came here out of curiosity to see for himself. Suddenly Li Mu noticed a crowd gathered near the city gate and his eyes lit up. He hurried over and squeezed through to see a notice board displaying the regulations of Nirvana City. 1. Before entering the city, both ordinary people and ability users must pay 1 low-level crystal nucleus per person. 2. After entering, those who cause trouble will either be expelled and have all their possessions confiscated or be executed on the spot depending on the severity. 3. Business transactions within the city must be conducted at the city's trading center with a transaction fee equivalent to 1/5 of the transaction amount. For unauthorized private transactions within the city will result in execution without inquiry. 5. All property rights within the city belong to the Lord of Nirvana City. Unauthorized occupation will result in confiscation of all properties and expulsion from the city. 6. Theft, looting, and indiscriminate killing are prohibited. Violators will be executed without inquiry. 7. The right to interpret, modify, and add city rules belongs solely to the Lord of Nirvana City. Upon reading the 7th rule, Li Mu's face darkened. What a tyrant! Such draconian city rules with execution at the drop of a hat suggested a regime that would not last. Li Mu's favorable impression of the Lord of Nirvana City plummeted. From this, he could tell that the path the Lord of Nirvana City would take was surely one of dictatorship. A dictator holds great power with a single word, able to change the fates of countless people and lead to many deaths, but since he was already here, it would be a waste not to take a look. Li Mu returned to his camper, closed the door, and commanded the vehicle, "Hide all weapons and equipment, revert to normal camper mode." "Affirmative, master," the camper's AI responded in a seductive voice. Once Li Mu saw that all the equipment inside the vehicle had turned ordinary, he drove contentedly towards the city. After the apocalypse, he hadn't awakened any abilities, but he had acquired this upgraded mutant camper. The damage I endure is transferred to the RV. As long as the RV remains intact, I will not die. After upgrading the RV, not only does it feature various new weapons, but it also expands the interior space while maintaining its original size on the outside. The weapons it possesses can eliminate psychics with formidable power. Most importantly, upgrading the RV also enhances my physical strength, significantly increasing both my defensive and offensive capabilities. Thus, I am not weaker than the psychics. In fact, thanks to the RV, my strength increases at a rate incomparable to theirs. Therefore, this RV is my greatest assurance of survival in this apocalypse. Stop the vehicle, get out for inspection. Guarding the city gate are 10 psychics, one of whom, weapon in hand, orders me, Li Mu, to get out of the vehicle. "Easy there, big guy," I say, feigning fear as I raise my hands and step out of the car. After searching inside the vehicle and patting me down, the guard instructs, "Go ahead to pay the crystal nuclei. Hurry up, don't block the way for others." He gestures for me to move quickly. All right, I hastily go to pay the crystal nuclei and then drive the RV into the city. Upon entering, Li Mu find that the inside of the city is a completely different world compared to the outside. People are opening shops on the streets, selling food, with some sitting on stools and others squatting by the roadside. Many survivors wander the streets freely, and these people are all psychics, capable of making their lives somewhat easier. However, this also makes me feel as though I've returned to the world before the apocalypse. In Nirvana City, the treatment and status of psychics are not written in the city's rules. These hidden benefits and statuses are only known and enjoyed by the psychics who join Nirvana City. ordinary survivors naturally find it 100 times harder to survive unless they possess unique skills that others don't, such as being doctors or researchers in biology. Apart from these with special skills, most ordinary people are working for psychics, and some are even taken in as household servants. These ordinary people have only one goal: to survive. Nirvana City holds a very important place in Chu Xiu's heart. His power naturally must come with its own rules. However, one thing is certain: anyone who joins Nirvana City will receive his protection. The old site of Jingzhou University now serves as the Lord's Mansion. As the Lord of the city, Chu Xiu does not want to stint himself. The Lord's Mansion is a must-have, and having not truly enjoyed himself since crossing over now that Nirvana City has been established, shouldn't he indulge a little? Jingzhou University, with its beautiful environment and the lush flora on the hills flourishing even more in the post-apocalyptic world, is very suitable for his long-term residence. He even had someone inspect it recently, finding no trace of mutated plants or animals. However, he hasn't let his guard down and is even more vigilant, arranging for the bird controlled by the Dark Gear to constantly patrol the skies above the hills. Sometimes, the calmer it appears, the more dangerous it becomes. However, this danger did not deter him from his decision to reconstruct the entire Jingzhou University into the City Lord's Mansion. Many ordinary people from the city of Nirvana were conscripted here as laborers. These ordinary folks harbored grievances but dared not show them, and no one cared about their complaints. Of course, Chu Xiu would arrange for them to be provided with minimal food enough to prevent starvation. This specially formulated food had no taste, and what would normally feed one person could feed 10. It was sufficient to stave off hunger and even give a feeling of fullness. Why not accept it? The only drawback was its lack of nutrients. But in a world as chaotic as this, where survival to the next day was uncertain, who cared about nutrition? The formula for this minimal food was provided by a nutritionist who was an ordinary person but had become one of Chu Xiu's chefs thanks to this recipe. This nutritionist was originally a cook but later pursued a more lucrative career as a nutritionist by obtaining a certification under the premise of guaranteed safety. His status far exceeded that of most ordinary people. Chu Xiu's chef, who would dare to provoke him, even the ability users wouldn't dare offend him lightly. As for the reconstruction of the City Lord's Mansion, Chu Xiu assigned an architect to oversee the entire project. This architect, named Hua Jingshan, was also an ability user with the ability related to data manipulation, which perfectly complemented his profession. This ability allowed him to construct relevant details in his mind and generate them out of thin air, supported by a vast amount of accurate data. Hua Jingshan had a comprehensive grasp of architectural data, although Chu Xiu always felt that Hua had shifted his data ability from a combat role to a civilian role. However, everyone has their own path to follow, and Chu Xiu only mentioned it briefly without much interference. Hua Jingshan had a wife and daughter who were safe in this post-apocalyptic world. Now, thanks to his abilities, Chu Xiu had rewarded him with a villa, making him a winner in life, surpassing most people. In the principal's office, numerous dark gears floated around. Chu Xiu leaned back in his chair, watching the dark gears, his thoughts shifting rapidly. His power had increased significantly compared to before, and it was time to test another stage of the dark gears' abilities. He glanced at Xiao He, who was sleeping beside the desk. Then he gestured, and 2 dark gears flew into the desk. With a click, the gears in the desk began to slowly rotate, splitting the desk in half. The sleeping Xiao He fell from the desk to the floor, emitting a sharp meow, seemingly awakened by the fall. Chu Xiu ignored it, watching the desk that continued to move in 2 halves, pleased in his heart. It seemed that his power could now elevate the dark gears from the control stage to the splitting and moving stage. This is merely an experiment with a table, but if applied elsewhere, the use becomes significantly greater. Imagine if it were the earth, the mountains, or even the ocean if we expanded the scale a bit more. He spread his palm open and the 2 dark gears within the table were retracted. Then he gazed out the wide open window with a thought stirring in his mind. All the floating dark gears in the office flew out, their destination, the hill behind the school. Deep within these hills, in a secluded cave that had gone unnoticed, there lay a vast space large enough to house an enormous entity. A mutated willow tree with a massive trunk had taken refuge here. The willow, with its thick branches and deep roots, grew restless the moment Chu Xiu's dark gears entered the hill. What in the world are these black gears? The mutated willow exclaimed in human shock, speaking to itself. I must not be discovered, I need to survive and develop. It hurriedly manipulated its branches to block the cave entrance. Then the mutated willow remained motionless, camouflaging itself as an ordinary tree, and silence reigned within the cave. Unaware of this cave, Chu Xiu continued to deploy his dark ability to evolve more dark gears, which kept flying into the hill until he could ensure a complete split of the hillside. Only then did he cease his efforts. At that moment, inside the hill, the dark gears interconnected in all directions. Now, whether splitting the hill or moving the entire hill required merely a thought from Chu Xiu. So you were here? Chu Xiu suddenly laughed. The dark gears inside the hill were not inert. Their emanating dark aura permeated the entire hillside, which led Chu Xiu to detect the anomaly. Xiaohei, you should know that I don't keep useless creatures. Chu Xiu slowly stood by the window, his voice laced with icy intent. Xiaohei was the mutated black cat he had first tamed. Over time, Chu Xiu had fed Xiaohei an ample supply of crystal nuclei, assuming there was no shortage, but all Xiaohei had done in return was eat and sleep. Feeling Chu Xiu's murderous intent, Xiaohei's fur bristled with fear. After the mutation, Xiaohei could understand human speech. Before the mutation, someone kept it as a comfortable pet cat. After the mutation, someone still kept it, but now it was a comfortable mutated cat. The thought that this human no longer wanted to keep it and instead wanted to kill it was terrifying. Knowing you understand me, I've never really looked into your abilities before. I'll give you one last chance. Go to the hill behind and take care of the hidden danger there. Chu Xiu glanced at the trembling Xiaohei and spoke indifferently. Meow. Xiaohei let out a puzzled cry. Go on, it's in a cave somewhere on that hill. I'm not sure what it is, but you'll know once you find it. With a thought, Chu Xiu controlled a space slave still in the realm to perform spatial teleportation on Xiaohei. Meow. In the hills, Xiaohei appeared under a large tree. To continue freeloading, it had no choice but to start sniffing around on the ground. Chu Xiu sent Xiaohei to resolve the hidden danger behind the hill, not only for that purpose but also to understand Xiaohei's strength. Just now when he mentioned he might kill Xiaohei, it wasn't just a joke. If Xiaohei's abilities were really overestimated by him, then dying would be the natural consequence. Having invested so much time, if he had cultivated a failure he would personally dispose of it. Zhao Meng, Chu Xiu called out to the outside. Subordinate is here. Zhao Meng responded, his self-address formally changed since the establishment of Nirvana City. Go and get a new one, Chu Xiu ordered calmly, pointing at the desk split in half. Understood, Zhao Meng replied, puzzled by the sight of the broken desk, and hurried to comply. Meanwhile, Li Mu, who was still roaming the streets of Nirvana City, looked with a headache at the mother and daughter in front of him. Because of a simple act of kindness, giving 2 loaves of bread to the starving pair, they were profusely thanking him right there in the street. It was just a couple of bread loaves, after all, Li Mu thought to himself, quickly helping the mother and daughter to their feet. It's just a little bread, no need to kneel on the ground, please get up, he said, casually waving his hand. My benefactor, this bread saved my daughter and my life. The mother, a mature and charming woman who looked to be in her 40s, spoke. Although her face was unwashed for a long time, hiding her specific features, her contours suggested she must be very beautiful. Yes, my mother and I have been starving for 2 days. Without you, we would surely have died. The daughter, also inheriting her mother's looks and about 20 years old, added. Shouldn't be. Can't you find work in Nirvana City? I see everyone busy with tasks, no one idle. Li Mu couldn't help but voice his suspicion directly. Zhang Yunmei hesitated, but seeing this was the only chance for her and her daughter, she decided to reveal the truth. The main issue is that a powerful ability user took a liking to me and my daughter's appearances, and no one dares to give us work. This ability user has been deliberately starving us, hoping to make us submit. Yunmei's daughter Mu Yunxi continued her mother's plea. Kind sir, you don't seem like an ordinary person and you have a good heart. Why not take us with you? We can cook and do laundry. Li Mu, realizing the situation, thought about how beautiful women without protection in this post-apocalyptic world often become playthings of the powerful. Hesitating for a moment under the pitiful gaze of the mother and daughter, his heart softened. All right, from now on you two will stay with me. If I have a meal you won't go hungry, he thought. Considering the size of his RV, having the company of a mother and daughter would be pleasant for the eyes and less lonely on the road. Of course, if they had been men, Li Mu would have refused without a second thought. Li Mu urged them to hurry into the RV, unaware that this scene had been seen by someone with intentions. The influential figure mentioned by the mother and daughter was none other than Li Wenbin. Li Wenbin had long set his eyes on this mother-daughter duo, intending to shape their temperaments before presenting them to young Master Chu. Although often busy with travels, Li Wenbin's thoughts never strayed far from young Master Chu. He wanted to prove to everyone that even when not physically present, he remained one of young Master Chu's most valued subordinates. Li Wenbin's interest in the 2 women was an open secret, and those with intentions took note, promptly reporting back to him upon his return. Here's some milk, both of you should nourish yourselves well. Li Mu, oblivious to the offense he had caused, handed 2 bottles of milk to the mother and daughter. "Thank you, benefactor." Zhang Yunmei was reluctant to drink, preferring to save it for her daughter. "Thank you, Mu Yun," she said, holding the milk with both hands and taking a sip. She had never found milk so tasty, but now she could hardly bear to finish it. "Drink up quickly. How will you work for me if you're not nourished?" Li Mu urged her to drink quickly, dismissing the milk as nothing precious. In the storage space of the camper, there were plenty of food and drink items stored. He had looted several large supermarkets, with all the goods stored in the camper's space where time stood still, ensuring nothing would spoil. While they drank the milk, Li Mu also inquired about their names. Upon learning that Zhang Yunmei's husband had abandoned his family during a crisis, Li Mu couldn't help but curse in righteous anger. He comforted her afterward, assuring her that there were plenty of good men in the world, urging her not to dwell on it. Mu Yunxi stole glances at Li Mu, finding her benefactor increasingly appealing. Given his actions in saving her and her mother, she couldn't help but fantasize. Could this be the Prince Charming who had come to rescue her? Meanwhile, Li Wenbin, unaware that his home had been burglarized, had safely reached his destination. "It seems our large-scale operation has finally caught the attention of some," Wang Hong suddenly said, alerting the group. With his eagle eye ability, he could clearly see up to 2 kilometers away. 2 kilometers away, a person stood on a rooftop observing them through binoculars. "Whoever it is, they must die," Li Wenbin commanded coldly. Wang Hong, who ranked below him, had no objections and didn't mind the commanding tone. Pulling out his specially camouflaged sniper rifle, which he had been carrying and used on his back, Wang Hong activated his eagle eye ability again and focused his sight. Suddenly turning his rifle, a shot rang out. 2 kilometers away, the ability user who had been observing them with binoculars was too late to react when he saw Wang Hong turn the rifle his way. The bullet struck his head, sending his body falling backward. "A fatal shot." "Done," Wang Hong said nonchalantly, slinging the sniper rifle back over his shoulder. "Nice shot." Li Wenbin clapped his hands and praised, "Impressive indeed." Li Chang, being a former Special Forces member, knows that such a shot isn't just due to the eagle eye ability. Yu Wufeng found the conversation between the two slightly annoying. The stronger the ability users under Chu Xiu's command, the worse the news was for him. If he were to kill Li Wenbin, Chu Xiu would certainly not let it go and would send people to hunt him down. Although he was not afraid, he found it troublesome. "I wonder if there are any survivors left," pondered Li Wenbin as he looked at the building ahead. "The company's main door is blocked from the inside. There must be survivors inside. Let's go up and check." Yu Wufeng took the matter of survivors very seriously and immediately wanted to go in to check. If there were survivors, it was natural to rescue them and bring them back to Nirvana City. Despite his grievances with Li Wenbin, he still had some attachment to Nirvana City established by Chu Xiu. After all, he had put a lot of effort into building Nirvana City. Of course, if the survivors didn't want to leave, he wouldn't force them. "Yu Wufeng, you need to prioritize," Li Wenbin said, stopping him as he tried to enter. In Li Wenbin's mind, the issue of whether there were survivors was far less important than the food stored here. "Get out of my way. Food is just an inanimate object, but people are alive. Don't force me to take action against you now." Yu Wufeng pushed Li Wenbin away, unable to tolerate his disregard for human life. "Let's complete the mission first and then we can save people later," reminded Li Chang, trying to prevent Yu Wufeng from acting impulsively. Wang Hong said sternly, "Don't complicate matters." Pushed aside, Li Wenbin just chuckled. "Don't stop him, let him go. After all, we're not on the same path. One more or one less of him doesn't make a difference." Yu Wufeng glanced at Li Wenbin and scoffed. "You're right, we're indeed not on the same path. One more or one less of me doesn't make a difference." After saying this, Yu Wufeng walked towards the main door and a gust of wind forcefully blew it open. "Let's go. Moving the food is what matters," said Li Wenbin as he watched Yu Wufeng enter the building. He coldly snorted. The food storage was in the basement and the entrance to the basement was in the underground garage. Chu Xiong had stored a lot of food there, worrying about being maliciously reported, so he had hidden it in this place. "Guli Wuji, you two follow us. The rest stay here on standby. If anyone dares to approach maliciously, kill them immediately," Li Wenbin commanded, leading the two along with Li Chang and Wang Hong into the underground garage. Wuja patted the dark hellhound, which had regrown its third head, and then saw the dark hellhound run ahead into the underground garage. "Wuja, have you formed a mental communication with the dark hellhound after signing the contract?" Li Wenbin asked enviously. "Brother Bin, I signed an equal contract with the dark hellhound. Because of the contract, I can communicate mentally with it." Wuja, scratching the back of his head, shyly began to explain. At that moment, the howling of zombies could be heard from the garage, but the noise quickly faded. The dark hellhound thriving in the shadows of the garage found the zombies no match for its prowess. With your strength serving as my subordinate is beneath you. Li Wenbin stopped walking, turned to look at Wu Jie and half-jokingly said, Brother Bin I. Wu Jie, eager to explain, was silenced by Li Wenbin raising his hand. Enough, no need to explain. It's not just you, but also Gu Li. When Chu Xiao left you two with me, it was because you lacked experience and power. Now, your supernatural abilities are not inferior to mine. Li Wenbin had long anticipated this day, so he was not reluctant to let go, but rather he hoped that they would remember him in the future. Gu Li, not expecting to be mentioned, hastily spoke, Brother Bin, I've followed you from the start. Even if I work alone in the future, I won't forget the care and training you've given me during this time. Me too, said the shy Wu Jie, quickly following up. Li Chang stood by, silent, feeling somehow sour, probably because he added too much vinegar to his noodles today. Wang Hong, who knew little about Gu Li and Wu Jie, could tell from the conversation that Chu Xiao held them in high regard. Having you two say this, I'm content, Li Wenbin said with a satisfied smile, continuing to walk forward. Chu Xiao values you, and I'm naturally happy for you. Wu Jie and Gu Li quickly turned on their prepared flashlights, illuminating the sides. The dark hellhound wreaked havoc inside its mouth, bloody with zombie flesh. The garage was a mess with cars haphazardly parked. Clearly someone had tried to escape by car but was blocked by several collided vehicles at the exit. Many corpses lay on the ground, their expressions twisted in terror, some cars with their doors wide open. Inside sat mummies still clutching the steering wheels. Over time, the bodies had naturally begun to mummify. It should be here. Li Wenbin walked to a corner of the garage where a dusty black sedan was parked. After moving the car, they saw a locked iron door on the ground. Gu Li's finger directly inserted into the keyhole, morphing into a key, and easily unlocked it. Opening the iron door, there was a staircase inside, surprisingly, with lights automatically turning on. I'm curious how all this food was brought in here. Li Wenbin walked in first, while Wang Hong was the last to enter, closing the iron door behind him. It's possible that they put the food in first before constructing this passage, Li Chang muttered. Li Wenbin glanced at Li Chang. When you say things like that, you make me look dumb, you know. Li Chang, holding back a smile, said no more. After descending the stairs, Li Wenbin finally saw the password door Chu Xiao had mentioned. Unable to wait, he quickly typed the password in, and the heavy password door slowly swung open. If you told me this was a granary, I'd believe you. Wang Hong, seeing the mountainous piles of food inside, was completely stunned. Ha ha ha, we've struck it rich, so much food, enough to last us many years. Li Chang was thrilled to see so much food. Quick, go back and call people to move the food. He turned to Gu Li, it's your turn now. Please shrink these supplies. Maybe we can finish in 1 or 2 trips. Li Wenbin pulled Gu Li aside, his face filled with excitement. This is too much. I feel like it would drain me completely to shrink it all. Gu Li felt that Brother Bin was asking too much of him. No worries, just do your best, Li Wenbin said nonchalantly. While Li Wenbin and the others were excitedly moving the food, Yi Wufeng had a confrontation with someone inside the building. What do you think you are, meddling in my business? Yi Wufeng faced the man who seemed to be in charge here, a man who survived with the allegiance of dozens of others. You don't treat people like humans, you abuse women, and you lord over everyone with your powers. I can't stand it and I have to intervene, Yi Wufeng coldly declared, as he unleashed a flurry of sharp blades towards the man. Ha ha ha, no one can kill me. The manager didn't dodge, laughing wildly as the blades sliced through his body. His strong regenerative abilities quickly healed him from being nearly torn apart. A regenerative ability? Yi Wufeng frowned upon seeing this. The manager sneered. He grabbed a bystander, a regular employee, and held a knife to his throat. Since you care so much about these ordinary people, continue then. If you dare move, I'll kill him right before your eyes. The employee held hostage was terrified, tears streaming down his face, yet he dared not cry out loud. Please don't kill me, I beg you, please. Yi Wufeng's eyes flashed with a murderous intent, but he calmed himself down. I advise you not to try to provoke me by doing this. It would be best if you let him go, otherwise you will regret your actions just now. Is that so? I don't believe it. The manager let out a cruel laugh, the knife lightly caressing the employee's neck, making him scream in terror. Can you stop meddling? You're going to get me killed. I'm begging you, please just go, I don't want to leave with you. As he spoke, other silent employees also chimed in. Yes, we don't want to go with you, please just leave us alone. Here at least we can survive. Your intervention might deprive us of even that chance. I'd rather be a dog to the manager here than risk dying. What's so good about being a human anyway? At least dogs get to eat. These people were genuinely scared, especially after seeing the blood on the neck of the hostage. In the face of death, they said anything that came to mind. Before this man came, at least they could scrape by, but now whether they could survive safely was uncertain. Yu Wufeng's body shook, his face turned extremely ugly, and he found himself in a terrible dilemma. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from behind Yi Wufeng. Well said, this guy likes to meddle too much. Li Wenbin, who appeared out of nowhere, clapped his hands in approval after overhearing the conversations. After all, he's still one of ours. Don't be too harsh, or it'll be difficult to explain to Chu Xiao later. Standing beside Li Wenbin, Li Chang whispered a reminder not to provoke Yi Wufeng too much. He could tell that Yi Wufeng's heart wasn't in the city of Nirvana. The man could leave at any moment, and if he were driven away, how would they explain it to Chu Xiao? The most important thing is, since I'm here, I'd bear at least a third of the blame. Indeed, Li Wenbin, Yi Wufeng's combat ability is strong, and we still need his strength to work for Chu Xiao. Wang Hong also didn't want Li Wenbin to continue provoking Yi Wufeng, sharing Li Chang's thoughts. Bearing at least a third of the blame was something even Wang Hong wouldn't want. Are you not with him? The executive was somewhat confused. He had been observing from the floor-to-ceiling windows earlier and had noticed this group, but seeing they were numerous, he decided to wait for them to leave before coming out to find food. He hadn't expected that he would try to avoid them, but they didn't, and the man came up to start trouble directly. Of course not. Judging by what you just did, I rather enjoyed it, so I thought I'd introduce you to Chu Xiao. Li Wenbin ignored the two's comments. If pushing him away meant pushing him away, he would personally apologize to Chu Xiao later. Moreover, the fact that this man could make Yi Wufeng suffer a setback had already given Li Wenbin a slight favorable impression of him. Perhaps bringing this man back to serve Chu Xiao could mean Chu Xiao wouldn't blame him for driving Yi Wufeng away. Chu Xiao is? The executive looked at him with a puzzled expression. Chu Xiao is the lord of the city of Nirvana. You should know that this is a great honor. Li Wenbin said, his head slightly raised with pride as he spoke of Chu Xiao. You come from the city of Nirvana. A flicker of worry crossed the executive's mind. He had just provoked this person, and if the city of Nirvana held him accountable, he would undoubtedly die. He had plans to move to the city of Nirvana in a few days. From broadcasts, he understood that the city revered strength and was a paradise for those with supernatural abilities. He was immediately interested when he heard about it. Right, you're an employee of this company, aren't you? Li Wenbin suddenly thought of a good reason to win him over. Yes, I'm one of the executives here. My name is Yu Jincheng. Seeing the friendly attitude of Li Wenbin, Yu Jincheng's tone softened considerably. As a high-ranking executive of the Changsheng Group's division before the apocalypse, he was certainly not a fool. It was just that the previous man's disrespectful speech had unexpectedly enraged him. Li Wenbin smiled. I forgot to tell you, the crown prince of the Changsheng Group is Chu Xiao, so we are essentially on the same side. Since Chu Xiao had never visited the corporate branches before the apocalypse, it was natural that they did not recognize each other. Yu Jincheng, knowing there was no reason for the other party to lie and being a seasoned judge of character, could tell that Li Wenbin was not lying. Then he released the hostage and, with great enthusiasm, stepped forward to shake Li Wenbin's hand. It's like the flood washed into the Dragon King temple, and family doesn't recognize family. This was all just a misunderstanding. He continued, let's not mention the chairman's favor in promoting me. I also intended to join the city of Nirvana. Although I can see that you and that person don't get along, we should be on the same side. It's not for me to meddle in your affairs right now. With my position as a senior executive at Changsheng Group and my special ability, I am sure to be highly valued there. My name is Li Wenbin, and these are Li Chang and Wang Hong. Li Wenbin gave a provoking smile to Yi Wufeng, then introduced his companions to Yu Jinchi. Yu warmly greeted the other two, then hesitated for a moment before pointing at the young man with whom he had the conflict. And who might this be? Yi Wufeng, a man who's unclear about his own position, always shouting about saving the world. Li Wenbin introduced loudly and mockingly. Look, you can't save anyone, but I can do it just with my words. Li Wenbin didn't care whether the hostage lived or died. He only cared about winning against Yi Wufeng this once. White Yi Wufeng ignored them, his gaze fixed on the hostage who had just been released. Why do I try to save you, and yet you say I harm you? The people first looked at the executive, and seeing that he didn't react, they began to speak even more harshly. We didn't ask you to come save us. Exactly, thinking you're some kind of savior. Bah, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been so scared. If it weren't for you, my neck wouldn't have bled, I could have died. These people feared the villain, so they didn't dare speak harshly to him, but they didn't fear the good person, so their harsh words continued. This is human nature, this is humanity, this is the most realistic human heart. Yi Wufeng had never encountered this before and hadn't expected such a situation could shake his firm heart. So, was I wrong? he questioned himself internally. A deep-seated dark power within him seemed to sense something and began to stir. Previously Yu Wufeng had shown no flaws preventing this dark force from affecting him, but now, as his mindset began to shift and his confidence wavered, the dark power found its opportunity. This dark power was hidden in the 2 green crystal cores awarded to Yu Wufeng previously. Since then, those had been laying the groundwork absorbed by Yu Wufeng and were always hidden within him. This was Chu Xiu's terrifying strategy, keeping Yu Wufeng around with confidence that he could turn him into one of his own, prepared as a contingency. This was Chu Xiu's dreadful method, silently turning someone into one of his own, all without the person even realizing it. You were still you, but you were also no longer you. You might already be enslaved without a sound. Even if the protagonist faces setbacks and eventually comes to a realization, becoming stronger and more resolute. However, the protagonist can succeed 99 times and the dark forces can wait 99 times, but as long as you waver once, the dark forces will seize the opportunity to act. No, what I did was right. These people are nothing but the same kind. Numerous innocence cannot be generalized this way. Deep within Yu Wufeng, a firm will supported him. This is the darkness of human hearts. Even if you save them, they will not appreciate you. In their eyes you are just a foolish clown, a foolish big fool, you are just a joke. Beyond this firm will an extreme paranoid thought emerge, beginning to influence Yu Wufeng's heart. No, what I did was right. I have the ability to save the world, to restore peace to this world. Yu Wufeng's firm thought once again covered the paranoid idea influenced by the dark powers. Hey, I'm talking to you. Seeing Yu Wufeng ignoring him, Li Wenbin suddenly pushed him on the shoulder. Huh? Yu Wufeng came back to his senses, looking at Li Wenbin with a puzzled expression. At the same time, he reaffirmed his thoughts. He was right, but the cracks inside him were still there. Even if the broken mirror was put back together, the cracks in the mirror would never disappear. They would always accompany him, waiting for the next time his heart wavered. Look, the person you couldn't save I did this time. I won. You are nothing special. Li Wenbin mentioned this matter again proudly in front of him. You won? Yu Wufeng didn't care about winning or losing and simply admitted it, but he didn't realize that he had already started subconsciously avoiding this topic. If it were before, he would have confronted it head-on. Li Wenbin, on the other hand, began to feel uncomfortable, very surprised as he stared at him. This guy couldn't really have been hit hard, could he? Was suddenly admitting that I won instead of confronting me made him feel uneasy all over. I feel a bit uncomfortable, I'll stay in the car for a while. Yu Wufeng, feeling very uneasy under his gaze, found an excuse and left directly. Wasn't it just you who talked the most? After Yu Wufeng left, Yu Jincheng walked towards the employee who had been the most vocal just now with a gloomy face and kicked him to the ground with one foot. I was wrong, I was wrong. The employee who had just praised Yu Wufeng's prowess was now devoid of his previous arrogance, kneeling on the ground in pain, begging for mercy. Li Wenbin, Li Chang and even Wang Hong stood by indifferently watching this scene. All right, first tell me what your ability is. Li Wenbin sat down on a chair, addressing Yu Jincheng, who was still kicking and punching people. Yu Jincheng quickly stopped his palm, turning into a claw, and he violently sucked at the employee who had been knocked unconscious. The employee's blood was directly drained, turning into a gruesome dried corpse, while Yu Jincheng looked on with enjoyment. I call my ability vampire power. Yu Jincheng spoke, holding back a lot, like the specifics of the ability, which naturally would be better to discuss directly with Chu Xiao. No wonder you have strong recovery abilities. Li Chang nodded in understanding. With your special ability, I'm confident that young Master Chu will highly value you. Li Wenbin knew that young Master Chu valued talented individuals and that the city of Nirvana needed more powerful special ability users, so he made such a bold assertion. The vampire ability will be a formidable force. You should know this guy managed to withstand a move from Yu Wufeng without a scratch. Thank you, brotherly Yu. Jinchi was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me, just follow me down first. Li Wenbin stood up, ready to leave. Food needs to be personally supervised. Any mishap isn't a small matter, and these people. Yu Jinchi hurriedly followed up, asking softly next to Li Wenbin. Li Wenbin glanced at those cowering in the corner and said indifferently, you deal with them yourself. After that, Li Wenbin left with the silent Li Chang and Wang Hong. These people, knowing that Yu Wufeng was from the city of Nirvana, still dared to provoke so blatantly. It was utterly audacious, not just a slap in the face to Yu Wufeng but to the city of Nirvana itself. Maintaining the face of the city of Nirvana was also something subordinates were supposed to do. Standing still, Yu Jinchi didn't expect the other party to be even more ruthless than himself. but thinking that this was likely a testament they sought, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his vampire ability to its full extent. A mist of blood instantly enveloped everyone, the people struggling painfully within it. Previously, Eugene Chi had been feeding on these people, thinking about continually drawing blood, but he hadn't thought about killing them outright. After all, as a business elite, he still believed that repeatedly harvesting was the proper way. But now Eugene Chi turned these people into mummies, not wasting a drop of blood. This Li Wenbin, though young, had a truly ruthless heart. At the same time, Eugene Chi felt both respect and fear for the never-seen young Master Chu. To have such a ruthless person obediently follow orders, that person must be even more formidable. And these people died without ever knowing why. Manager, you killed them. When Eugene Chi walked out of the company, he realized that not acting rashly was the right decision. Outside, there were entirely special ability users, hundreds of them, a number large enough to swallow him whole. When he was upstairs, he thought these people were just ordinary humans. Stunned in place, Eugene Chi became even more eager for the city of Nirvana. Young Master Chu, who established the city of Nirvana and was the prince of the Changsheng group, truly did not have a lackluster offspring. In these chaotic times, to establish the city of Nirvana and have so many special ability users under his command, his decision to join was absolutely the right one. What scared? This is just the tip of the iceberg of the city of Nirvana, Li Wenbin said, very pleased with the shocked expression on Eugene Chi's face, his face smug. It's only the tip of the iceberg, truly terrifying indeed. After hearing this, Eugene Chi couldn't help but inhale sharply, his heart still shaken for a long time. What's this? Eugene Chi suddenly noticed someone walking over from the garage, holding a small bag that looked quite heavy despite its size. The grain depot, the one Chu Xiao's father had stocked before the apocalypse, is likely unknown to you. What they are holding in their hands are bags of food, Li Wenbin explains briefly, making Eugene Cheng hesitant to have any ulterior motives. The grains are this small? Eugene Cheng rubbed his eyes, thinking he might have seen wrong. In the new world, those with special abilities will dominate. Do not judge the current world with pre-apocalypse moral standards, Li Wenbin said, looking at him meaningfully. Eugene Cheng quickly acknowledged his understanding and reflected deeply. After all, this is the apocalypse, a time when the extraordinary is common. Yu Wufeng sat in the passenger seat of the truck, lost in his thoughts and silent. The ordinary person driving dared not speak or even breathe, too loudly, fearful of angering the powerful being beside them. Meanwhile, Gu Li in the grain depot was exhausted, the use of his abilities taking a significant toll. It wasn't that he didn't want to make the grains even smaller, doing so would require even more of his powers, and the volume reduction wouldn't change the weight of the grains. Considering the practical limitations, the truck's maximum load is only 14 tons. 20 million gene of grain, which even before the apocalypse would only amount to about 200 gene per person per year. 10,000 tons of grain, 10 trucks transporting 140 tons each, would take about 10 days. With 7 or 8 trips per day, Li Wenbin tasked Li Chang and Wang Hong with the responsibility of safely transporting the first batch of grain. When Li Chang left, he took all his subordinates with him. This time, Li Wenbin and Li Chang each brought 300 people. The remaining 300 guarded the grain depot, a force no one dared provoke. Li Wenbin, noticing Yu Wufeng getting up to leave, feigned curiosity. Where are you going? Killing zombies, Yi Wufeng replied, with no intention of leaving Nirvana City yet. He only wanted to vent the frustrations in his heart, and zombies were the perfect targets for that. A hint of disappointment flashed in Li Wenbin's eyes. He had thought Yi Wufeng was about to leave. Eugene Cheng, being new and not wanting to become cannon fodder, stayed out of the conflict between the two. Suddenly, his nose twitched as the scent of fresh blood wafted through the air, strong and unmistakable. His vampire ability endowed him with a keen sense of smell, especially for blood. Someone's coming, a lot of them, Eugene Cheng alerted, becoming vigilant. He quickly warned Li Wenbin, spread out everyone on guard. Li Wenbin immediately commanded, his voice stern. The previously lax ability users snapped to attention, each taking their positions alertly. Wuxia repeatedly examined the long-dead corpses on the ground, ready to sacrifice them to summon a multitude of weak forces if enemies approached. At the end of the nearby street, a convoy slowly appeared, its occupants armed, approaching in a formidable procession. This direction, it must be people from Hope Base. Stay alert. Li Wenbin hesitated briefly, then called a subordinate to fetch Yu Wufeng back. Although he didn't like Yu Wufeng, he had to admit that the guy had real strength, and this was a mission entrusted by young Master Chu himself, with Yu Wufeng also involved. Why should he bear it alone? Li Wenbin, we meet again. The car stopped more than 60 meters away from Li Wenbin, and the person who stepped out of the leading vehicle was someone Li Wenbin found both familiar and strange. Mayor Chu's secretary Zhang Yuan, what do you mean by bringing so many people here? Are you looking to make an enemy of the city of Nirvana? Li Wenbin, accompanied by Wu Zhu and 10 armed subordinates, walked up and stopped 10 meters away from Zhang Yuan. I just heard that the people from the city of Nirvana were making a grand appearance here, and I came to see if there was any way we could help. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. In times of crisis we should help each other, Zhang Yuan said, his face very friendly as he looked at Li Wenbin and his special ability users. And no need. Li Wenbin coldly laughed, directly rejecting the other's kind offer. A weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, obviously with no good intentions, he thought. If that's the case, then we'll be leaving. Zhang Yuan seemed genuinely about to leave, saying this as he prepared to get back into the car. Secretary Zhang, our people are missing. Just then someone suddenly ran up to Zhang Yuan, visibly anxious. What? Our people are missing? Have you found them? Zhang Yuan acted surprised at first, then displayed great anger. Seeing Zhang Yuan's self-directed performance, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Wenbin's eyes. The old man's intentions were clearly not on wine. He then made a gesture to Wu Zhu behind him, signaling him to be ready to act at any moment. Brotherly, it seems this guy is looking for an excuse to search our place. Eugene Qi realized the adversary's ill intentions and worried that Li Wenbin, being young and inexperienced, quickly reminded him, I know about the base, but I prefer the city of Nirvana. However, they have more weapons and more people. It might be tough to deal with. Don't worry. Li Wenbin nodded, signaling him to keep calm. What happened next amused Li Wenbin. This old fox really knew how to play his part, young man. One of our important intelligence operatives is missing, and according to our clues, it seems he might have taken refuge in your area. Please allow us to conduct a search. Zhang Yuan assured earnestly, but young man, rest assured, we definitely won't misunderstand and blame you. We hope that the relationship between Hope Base and the city of Nirvana won't be soured by this incident. Li Wenbin couldn't help but laugh. Secretary Zhang, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Allowing these people to search is like giving away the granary for nothing. Young man, let's not let this incident cause a conflict between us. Zhang Yuan's eyes flickered with calculation and his tone became much colder. What's going on? Yi Wufeng had received the message and hurried back. You explain it to him. Li Wenbin let Wu Zhu tell him, too lazy to explain it all over again. After Wu Zhu had recounted the previous events to Yi Wufeng, he finally understood the situation. It seems that Hope Base is determined to search this place. What Yi Wufeng doesn't know is that Chu Xiu has long coveted the granaries and arsenals under the control of Hope Base. It's just that Chu Xiu hasn't made his move against Hope Base yet. If a problem can be resolved peacefully, it's best to resolve it peacefully. Yi Wufeng sighed deeply, speaking to Li Wenbin. He was the one who least wanted humanity to engage in fratricide. Engaging in civil war at such a time wasn't just about depleting each other's strength, but the strength of humanity as a whole. Yet, internal strife is human nature, leaving him unsure of what to do. He had always avoided thinking about this issue, but now that the problem was right in front of him, he didn't know how to handle it. Li Wenbin scoffed at Yi Wufeng's words, immediately turning to Wu Zhu and saying, take action, strike first to gain the upper hand. Okay. Wu Zhu nodded and immediately sacrificed those mummified corpses in secret. It seems you're not planning to let us search. Seeing that the other party didn't reply, Zhang Yuan directly raised his hand, and the people behind him raised their guns at Li Wenbin and the others. If you don't let us search, there must be something fishy. This place is a branch of Chu Xiong's Longsheng group. There must be something shady inside. Zhang Yuan, whether it's your idea or Mayor Chu's, I will definitely report this to young Master Chu. Li Wenbin coldly smiled at Zhang Yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ordered his subordinates to attack. The other side was heavily armed, so it was natural to strike first. Boom, an earth-based ability user was the first to activate his ability, and a thick earth wall appeared instantly in front of Zhang Yuan and his men. Blow it open. Zhang Yuan ordered a bombardment upon seeing the other party's refusal to toast, opting instead for forced drinking. Boom, boom, boom. The tanks in the rear began firing and shells struck the earth wall. The power of the shells made the earth wall tremble on the brink of collapse, with broken soil rolling down. If not for a strength-enhanced ability user among Li Wenbin's subordinates, the earth wall might have been blown open immediately. Zhang Yuan came here with two purposes. The first was to see what the other side was up to with such a large display of force. The second was to suppress the morale of the city of Nirvana, letting the survivors in Jingzhou know that the strength of the city of Nirvana was not as good as Hope Base. This would facilitate Hope Base in recruiting more ability users and survivors. At this time, the cannon fodder summoned by Wuxia were some weak monsters small in stature wielding clubs. These cannon fodder were ordered by Wuxia to hide in the shadows and they had to strike unexpectedly. After all, with such fierce gunfire, the cannon fodder couldn't just go to their deaths. Yi Wufeng, aren't you going to take action? Do you want to collude with the enemy? Li Wenbin saw Yi Wufeng dazing off, staring at him with a very dangerous look. Don't teach me what to do. Yi Wufeng, considering that the other party had come with bad intentions, could only knock them down first and then talk reason. Then with a flicker of his body, Yi Wufeng stood directly on top of the earth wall. Facing the threat of the shells, he was undaunted. The howling wind actually redirected the shells towards an uninhabited area. Yi Wufeng calmly activated his wind domain, spreading it forward. Seeing Yi Wufeng make his move, Li Wenbin's lips curled into a slight smirk, signaling his people to retreat. First, they secured the exit of the granary and then ordered Earth-based ability users to construct defensive positions. Aren't we going to help? Eugene Chi, seeing Li Wenbin just watching, couldn't help but ask. Help what? He can handle it alone. Li Wenbin glanced at him. You don't really think he can kill you, do you? You were just lucky last time, catching him at a weak moment so. He couldn't strike directly. If it really came down to power, you'd be dead without a doubt in his hands. Eugene Chi stood awkwardly to one side, not expecting to end up embarrassing himself. After glancing at him, Li Wenbin beckoned Wuxia to come closer and whispered something in his ear. This. Wuxia hesitated, his expression uncertain. What, is it too difficult? Haven't you killed enough people already? Li Wenbin saw his hesitation and his face instantly darkened. Brother Bin, I didn't mean that. I'll handle it right away, Wuxia quickly explained and stealthily left the area. The task Li Wenbin gave Wuxia was simple. To finish off the enemies. Li Wenbin, who knew Yi Wufeng best, could see that although Yi Wufeng was willing to make a move, he definitely wouldn't kill those people without reason. So what he asked Wuxia to do was to stealthily finish off those who were incapacitated. By doing so, Yi Wufeng would inevitably make an enemy of Hope Base. After that, aside from the city of Nirvana, the enemy would have no foothold left in Jingzhou. Li Wenbin watched as Yi Wufeng deployed his wind domain, feeling exceedingly smug. Yi Wufeng, I've disliked you for a long time. City of Nirvana. Chu Xiu had not yet received news of Hope Base making a move against Li Wenbin and the others, reflecting the gap in communication and intelligence. There was no helping it. After all, Rome wasn't built in a day and Hope Base had inherited too much from the pre-apocalyptic world. This was also one of the reasons why Chu Xiu planned to make a move against Hope Base soon. Now his attention was all on Xiaohei. The bird circling above displayed a human-like gaze. As Chu Xiu had taken over its perspective, he controlled the bird circling overhead, clearly observing Xiaohei on the ground. Xiaohei, seemingly detecting a different scent, moved swiftly through the forest so fast one might think its ability was related to speed, but Chu Xiu knew better. Xiaohei was definitely not a speed-based ability user. Meow! Xiaohei stopped and wildly bit at a large root. Mostly buried underground, Chu Xiu's gaze rested on the root, but he noticed nothing unusual. Meanwhile, a mutated willow hiding in a cave and pretending to be a regular tree cursed inwardly, "This damn wild cat has found me." But it dared not move, knowing that a bird was circling overhead, clearly under someone's control. Any movement would lead to immediate detection, so he steeled his heart and cut off his connection with the tree root. He thought it might as well be discarded. Meow meow. Meow. Little Black stopped biting and instead continued to sniff at the root, meowing in confusion. Meow. At that moment, Little Black seemed to discover something and its cry suddenly became sharp. The scene perceived by the mutated willow tree in the cave changed in an instant. It saw countless ability users discovering it and charging towards it to attack. Even though it tried to explain that it was also human, the ability users wouldn't listen to its explanations. Their eyes were only filled with murderous intent. After being affected by Little Black's illusion, the mutated willow tree's perfect disguise showed a slight flaw. The power emitted by the mutated willow tree and that mutated aura were immediately picked up by Little Black. Meow. Little Black excitedly ran towards the direction of the cave, moving extremely fast, like a black shadow darting through the woods. The speed and reactions of a cat are quick, and even more so after mutation. Chu Xiu, using the dark aura emitted by the dark gear, determined the location and immediately disconnected the visual sharing with the bird, calling Zhao Meng to join him. Gather some people. We're heading to the back mountain. Chu Xiu was very curious about the mutant species in the back mountain that had repeatedly evaded his searches. Zhao Meng didn't dare to ask why and immediately went out to gather all the members of the guard squad. Now that the city of Nirvana was established, Chu Xiu had officially appointed Zhao Meng as the captain of the city's guard squad. When power is concentrated in one person, titles naturally tend to reflect ancient times. As Chu Xiu's guard squad, the team had expanded to 300 people. These 300 were carefully selected from all the ability users in the city of Nirvana. The ability users in the guard squad were among the best in the city and they had the most complete variety of abilities. Zhao Meng had already assembled the entire guard squad below the building. Chu Xiu teleported in front of Zhao Meng, waved his hand and everyone disappeared. The next second Chu Xiu appeared in front of Little Black. Little Black meowed at the sight of Chu Xiu and frantically spun around in one direction. Zhao Meng, have people follow it there, Chu Xiu commanded with a glance at Little Black. Yes, sir. Zhao Meng immediately called 100 people to follow Little Black. Meow. Little Black slowed down significantly, deliberately waiting for the people behind, otherwise with its speed they simply couldn't keep up. Meanwhile, the mutated willow tree, having broken free from the illusion, quickly realized that it might have been exposed and hurriedly left the cave. It expanded the cave entrance several times so that its entire body could get out. Previously, it had used willow branches to continuously move soil and unwanted branches to cover the cave. The large trunk moving was bound to create noise and the countless fluttering willow branches seemed very panicky. Having become a willow tree in this world was miserable enough, and now it had to flee from pursuers. It felt like crying but had no tears. This damned apocalyptic world, it lamented as it ran, criticizing the dangerousness of this world. After crossing over, it had initially thought this was just an ordinary world, but it was only after he saw the superhumans, the mutated zombies, and the mutated plants and animals that he realized this world was far from simple. Consequently, he hid in the back mountains, growing stronger by devouring these plants and mutated creatures. It was because of him that the back mountains became so safe. He was still a part of humanity. Even if he had become a mutated plant, his heart remained with humanity. Meow. Just then he heard the damned cats meow again and the scene before him instantly shifted. He transformed into a giant willow tree with numerous superhumans attacking him, but these superhumans were no match for him. With a gentle sweep of his branches he cut them in half at the waist. In the next second he found himself submerged in a pool of blood with countless corpses floating around. The continuous wails of the superhumans he had killed echoed around him. No, this was an illusion. A sense of coolness helped him snap out of the illusion, and upon regaining consciousness he found himself surrounded by many superhumans. Meow. Little Black was licking its paws, squatting on the ground. Quick, go inform the city lord, we have found a mutated willow tree here. A fire-type superhuman hurriedly sent his companion back to report. Good, it seems the city lord's target this time is this willow tree. Be careful, said the man before he hurried back the way he came. That damned little black cat dared to appear before him again. Seeing this black cat, the mutated willow tree was furious. If not for this creature, how could he have possibly been exposed? Meow. Little Black, who had been directly hit by a crystal nucleus by Chu Xiu, was far more powerful than the mutated willow tree. When the illusion was activated again, it calmed the mutated willow tree down once more. Even the guards had never seen Little Black use its powers before. They had thought that Little Black was merely the city lord's pet, yet its strength was so formidable. Just a meow was enough to quiet the mutated willow tree, and without the city lord's command the people naturally did not dare to attack. After receiving the report from his subordinates, Chu Xiu instantly teleported to the location. I didn't expect it to be a mutated willow tree, Chu Xiu said, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Zhao Meng, kill it. Since they had found the source of the tranquility in the back mountain, it naturally had to be dealt with. Yes, Zhao Meng bowed respectfully. When he looked up again, his body was filled with the glaring power of thunder, crackling with energy. Thunderfall, Zhao Meng whispered, raising one hand to summon a thunderbolt that fell like a column of light. The thunderbolt struck the mutated willow tree, charring its body and setting it ablaze, as if struck by heavenly thunder. Ah! The mutated willow tree let out a human-like scream of agony, and it was this thunderbolt that snapped him out of the illusion once again. Die! Zhao Meng did not care why the opponent had emitted a human-like scream. His body covered in thunder, he charged forward with a bolt of lightning. The ground Zhao Meng passed over also turned to scorched earth. You actually want to kill me? The mutated willow tree saw the attackers coming towards it and became furious. Facing life and death, it didn't care whether the other was human or not. Its body emitted a green glow, instantly healing the trunk injured by the lightning. Zhao Meng attacked its trunk directly, and the destructive power of his lightning ability was extraordinary. The mutated willow tree felt incredibly wronged, feeling as though it was being attacked without cause. The intense pain from its body drove the mutated willow tree into a frenzy. It only knew it didn't want to die, controlling its willow branches to strike at the human. Everyone attack together, kill it, Chu Xiu commanded upon realizing that the mutated willow tree could speak. This mutated willow tree was not simple. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng kept dodging the attacks of the willow branches, which would be troublesome if they entangled him. The trunk that had been severely injured by his attack was eerily healed by the mutated willow tree. You two get in there. Chu Xiu saw Little Black sitting motionless on the ground and kicked it towards the mutated willow tree. Meow. Little Black let out a piercing cry as it collided with the mutated willow tree. Little Black Cat. Even amidst a sea of flames, the mutated willow tree was especially enraged at the sight of its nemesis. It was this black cat that had exposed it, leading to its current predicament. The willow branches danced wildly, numerous branches burning with fierce flames, a green phosphorescence continuously healing itself, making it fearless amidst the siege of the ability users. The branches suddenly swung towards Little Black, and a whip mark immediately appeared on Little Black's face. Meow! Little Black immediately bristled, its cat pupils turning a furious red. It valued its appearance highly, hence its daily paw-licking behavior. Usually lazy, now that it was struck in the face by a willow branch, its temper flared instantly, its cat eyes filled with a mesmerizing haze, and the illusion ability activated instantly. The powerful illusion did not spare even its own people, pulling everyone into a fantasy world. A flicker of dark power flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. The illusion ability, as it approached him, was immediately suppressed. The next second, Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed with amusement. He saw his subordinates mimicking cat meows lying on the ground, and the object of their worship was none other than Little Black. This was like a rebellion. Meanwhile, the mutated willow tree eerily calmed down, its branches slowly turning to ash in their unburned state. In the illusion, the mutated willow tree imagined itself as a pile of firewood burning passionately for the birth of the Cat King. Little Black was enjoying its desire to be the Cat King in the fantasy, looking down on all other cats, a surge of murderous intense snapping it out of the Cat King state. It was extremely afraid of that terrifying human, so it immediately looked at that damned willow tree that almost made it lose face. Now, in the illusion, the willow tree had turned into firewood in the fire. Meow meow meow, cat language translation. Burn, that's what you get for offending the noble cat people. Little Black looked at its worshipping subjects, proudly raising its head. Why did it love to sleep? Did they really think it was just being lazy? It was merely often using illusions to weave beautiful dreams for itself, especially those unreserved female cats. In reality, it could only nod in agreement, but in the illusion it was the cat god. In reality, Chu Xiu noticed more and more ash-like willow branches from the mutated willow tree. The illusion was somehow affecting reality, and Little Black's power was stronger than he had anticipated. However, Chu Xiu didn't believe that this power could completely kill the mutated willow tree. Whether it was the mutated willow tree's ability to speak like humans or its terrifying healing power, both had fully demonstrated the extraordinary nature of the mutated willow tree. But this was as far as the mutated willow tree could go. Chu Xiu took action. Threads of dark power appeared on the mutated willow tree, gradually infiltrating it. What was this now? The mutated willow tree was caught off guard again. The terrifying dark power invaded, startling it just as it was about to gather strength for a counterattack. Get out of me! The mutated willow tree roared in its heart, trying its best to block this power. But in this dire situation, the typical invincible protagonist-like shout did not bring any increase in strength. Chu Xiu felt surprised. The opponent had just displayed a power not characteristic of the mutated willow tree, somewhat familiar. Perhaps this mutated willow tree was once a person, either reborn or transmigrated. This power, he had felt it before in Yi Qing Feng. This power was very strange and strong, but he had not confronted it directly, instead using the protagonist's personal will to fight against the protagonist's aura. Simply put, it was using one protagonist to suppress another protagonist's aura. Easy to say, but very difficult to perform. Of course, this was for others. For Chu Xiu, it was entirely feasible. After all, with one successful case behind him, he was even more skilled the second time he acted. Chu Xiu's dark abilities took a turn within the body of the mutated willow tree, directly affecting its heart. Under the influence of the dark power, the mutated willow tree's heart filled with negative emotions, significantly weakening the power of the protagonist's aura. because there was a flaw in the protagonist's thinking. The protagonist's aura naturally weakened. It's like being a CEO whose ability is to make money so the board treats you well. When your thinking goes awry and you start losing money, not only does the board despise you, but they even consider replacing you. The same principle applies here. The protagonist's aura isn't something inherently attached to the protagonist, but whoever has the protagonist's aura on them becomes the protagonist. Become my servant and conquer the world for me. Shushio didn't use the dark gears to control it but chose to instill a massive amount of dark abilities to completely turn the mutated willow tree into a servant. Previously he lacked experience and erased Yi Qingfeng's consciousness, which he now regretted, but even if he could go back in time he would still make the same choice. With the power he had at the time he could only quickly control the opponent using the dark gears. The mutated willow tree screamed in agony, its body emitting numerous green glows. It felt very innocent. It had stayed quietly and dutifully in the mountains, never killing any human, but when humans encountered it, they never thought of letting it go. Is this what it means to be the same kind, or am I too eager to return to being human? Why do you want to kill me? The mutated willow tree shattered the illusion and loudly questioned the others. As the people emerged from the illusion, they looked at Little Black, appearing ready to fight but unable to overpower it. They had actually worshipped the city lord's pet as the Cat King in the illusion, which was quite melodramatic. By silent agreement everyone chose not to discuss what happened in the illusion. Only Zhao Meng cast a deep glance at Little Black and silently returned to Chu Xiu's side. Why kill you? Chu Xiu murmured to himself, I didn't want to kill you, I only wanted you to serve as a slave. Is that too much to ask? He then purposely asked Zhao Meng, who was nearby, no, not at all excessive. Zhao Meng's head shook rapidly. It's terrifying to be enslaved, and yet it's considered not excessive. The mutated willow tree continued to struggle, but the glimmering green light was gradually tainted by a dark power. I am not willing. The willow branches of the mutated tree suddenly danced wildly towards the people, instantly entangling two ability users. Caught off guard, these two were completely covered by countless branches, and despite how the other ability users attacked, the branches would not loosen. Chu Xiu's gaze remained calm as he watched the scene, the influence of the dark power reaching a critical step. The lives of two expendables for this mutated willow tree are worth it. The mutated willow tree didn't expect the opponent to not care at all about the lives under his command. It felt it was reaching its limit and realized that if it couldn't hold on it might never wake up again. The mutated willow tree threw out the bodies of the ability users, both of whom had been drained of life, their death masks similar to their living expressions. The branches of the mutated willow tree danced again, growing even longer. A futile struggle of a cornered beast. Chu Xiu mused, slightly smiling at the corners of his mouth. However, the death of the two ability users right in front of everyone did cast a shadow over their hearts. Seeing that the mutated willow tree wanted to drag someone down with it in its last moments, everyone hurriedly escaped. The mutated willow tree had gone mad, feeling like it was no longer itself, wanting to kill and absorb everything it saw. Die, all of you must die. The closer it was to its limit, the higher the burst of power from the protagonist. Although the protagonist's halo no longer favored it, some residual power was still there. However, the mutated willow tree was no longer a match for Chu Xiu. A couple of minutes later, the mutated willow tree completely calmed down, its body emanating dark power. Masters, the mutated willow tree called out respectfully. Chu Xiu was very satisfied with his second creation, beckoning Little Black over. Meow. Little Black proudly raised its head, eager to hear his praise. Congratulations, you've kept your cat life. Chu Xiu casually tossed a crystal core to it. Meow. Little Black contentedly swallowed it, squinting its eyes and lying down on the ground looking at the now enslaved mutated willow tree. It was delighted inside. It was at most considered a pet, while the mutated willow tree had become a slave. Although the injury on its face was still there, recovery was not difficult, as the stronger the ability, the higher the body's resilience. If it were not so, Chu Xiu would not have declared that the future belonged to those with supernatural abilities. Chu Xiu ordered the mutated willow tree to take root in the back mountain, then went on to subjugate one mutated plant after another. Since the matter was resolved, it was time to leave. Chu Xiu didn't bother with pleasantries and left directly. With Little Black, wrap things up and bring back the bodies of our two brothers for burial, he commanded. Li Chang looked at the unyielding faces of his fallen brothers and sighed deeply. The sheer agony and ferocity of their expressions were a clear testament to their suffering. Upon returning, Chu Xiu saw several of his subordinates looking grave, lingering at the entrance. As they saw Chu Xiu return, they hurried forward. "Lord, we've received a message from Brother Bin," one said urgently. "What is it? Let's talk inside." Chu Xiu entered knowing it wasn't good news and sat down before looking at them. "Speak up. What's got you all flustered?" Finally being allowed to speak, the foremost man said, "Lord, Brother Bin and his group have run into trouble. The Hope Base has launched an attack on us, lots of weapons involved." A flicker of anger crossed Chu Xiu's face. "They've acted before I could strike. It seems I underestimated their vigilance, but since they've made their move, they must be ready to face the consequences. Pass my orders. Assemble 500 supernatural ability users, first come first served. Also prepare a larger vehicle, and send a message saying reinforcements are on the way. Hold the line." Chu Xiu issued the commands immediately. "Yes, Lord," the men responded and hurried out. Chu Xiu glanced at the Space War slave that had just appeared. This time, he planned something big. As for supporting Li Wenbin, he had never intended to. Li Wenbin would serve as perfect bait to distract the enemy while he executed a stealthy home invasion. Zhao Meng hurried back when he heard that Lord Chu was going out and immediately reorganized his personal guard. Little Black jumped onto Zhao Meng's shoulder. Seeing Little Black, Zhao Meng couldn't help but recall his embarrassing worship in the illusion. "Damn it, why did I think of that again?" he muttered, turning his head away with a scowl. "Meow." Little Black squinted, quietly licking its paw. Meanwhile, Li Mu, who was wandering around the city of Nirvana, sensed something was off. Supernatural ability users were rushing in one direction, faces filled with excitement. Could it be something good? Driving behind them, Li Mu followed until he was stopped at the school entrance. Curious, he peeked at the school as the supernatural ability users dashed inside and vanished. This must be where the Lord of Nirvana City resided. Wanting to see what would happen, Li Mu parked his car on the side and waited for them to emerge. The two women with him dared not object, already frightened by his actions. To ordinary people like them, the Lord of Nirvana City was an entity far beyond their reach. The more mysterious a person is, the more terrifying they seem to them. After all, the greatest fear comes from the unknown. Once out of the campus, Chu Xiu sat in the car driven by Zhao Meng, his gaze drifting outside the window only to see a regular RV parked there. The RV's window slowly rolled down to reveal the face of Li Mu. Chu Xiu merely glanced at him casually. Right now, his mind was full of thoughts about the Hope Base, which housed many valuable resources like biochemical scientists, a large amount of firearms and food supplies, all targets he intended to seize. Chu Xiu had no intention of hiding his tracks. Hope Base had planted many spies outside the city of Nirvana, but once those spies were dealt with, the enemy would be as good as blind. As for the spies inside the city, he could blind them whenever he wished, although sometimes it was useful to keep them around to feed false information to the enemy. That must be the Lord of Nirvana City then. Li Mu closed the window, stepped on the gas and followed directly behind. He activated the tracking program and launched the locator. The tracking program was successfully initiated and the locator was successfully deployed. With one click tracking activated, the RV automatically drove, trailing behind the other vehicles without being noticed. The location map displayed on the RV was very accurate and there was no worry of being discovered. The mother and daughter were so surprised they were speechless. Li Mu didn't intend to keep it a secret from them, so he simply explained to them what technology was. After explaining several times, the mother and daughter looked at him with admiration, amazed that their benefactor was a self-taught inventor. Li Mu shamelessly took all the credit for himself. Inside the city, the spies were assassinated on the spot the moment they were discovered. Outside the city of Nirvana, before Chu Xiu had even left the city, those spies who had been keeping an eye on the city's movements were all killed with a single slash to the throat by members of Zhao Meng's guard squad. After dealing with these matters, these men would immediately rejoin their unit. "Master Chu, all is taken care of," Zhao Meng reported from the front passenger seat, turning his head to quickly inform Chu Xiu in the back seat. Only the oldest members called Chu Xiu Master Chu, while the newer ones called him the City Lord. These people never changed their way of addressing him, also showing their seniority to the newcomers. "Remember, when we attack Hope Base, spare no expense, take what we can, destroy what we can't. Don't be afraid to reveal our identities, just deny our involvement if questioned," Chu Xiu instructed him. "What if they don't believe us?" Zhao Meng asked subconsciously. "Believe it or not, think before you speak next time." Chu Xiu glanced at him, speaking indifferently. "Yes." Zhao Meng quickly turned his head back, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Why did he ask such a foolish question just now? Was it a case of his thoughts running faster than his speech? Inside Hope Base, Mayor Chu looked at the map on the table, pushing up the bridge of his glasses. It was a map of Jingzhou City which also represented his thoughts, but now the emergence of Nirvana City was like a choke in his throat. What's more critical is that the Lord of Nirvana City is the son of Chu Xiong from Yanjing City. In Yanjing City, Chu Xiong's actions have caused widespread resentment, and now it seems inevitable that Yanjing City will be unified under Chu Xiong's rule, he felt. Powerless to change the outcomes that had already occurred and thinking of the fate of his colleague who fell into Chu Xiong's hands, he determined that he must never allow the same to happen to himself. As the mayor of Jingzhou City, he must take responsibility and eradicate the cancer that is Nirvana City. Heroes using martial prowess to break the law. Those undisciplined supernatural ability users are the biggest obstacles to peace. However, given the young man Chu Xiu's temperament, forcing him into submission would likely only happen when pushed to absolute desperation. To bring Chu Xiu to this point, one must consider Chu Xiong behind him. Mayor Chu drew a large circle around Nirvana City on the map. This time, the operation would start by eliminating Chu Xiu's right-hand men. Daddy, can I come in? Came a knock at the door with Chu Yuer anxiously tapping on the other side. Come in, Mayor Chu said, rolling up the map on his desk as he heard his daughter's voice. Daddy, where did Uncle Zhang go? Chu Yuer pushed the door open and asked worriedly. I sent him out on an errand. What's the matter? Mayor Chu answered his daughter nonchalantly. Dad, did you send Uncle Zhang to deal with Chu Xiu? Chu Yuer looked certain. Child, don't ask about adult matters. Whether we go against Chu Xiu isn't a decision I can make alone, Mayor Chu said solemnly. I know he has sheltered you, but the existence of Nirvana City is a mistake. Jingzhou City can only have one hope base. It's too small to accommodate both. But rest assured, I won't take his life just yet. It's not that I don't want to eliminate the problem entirely, but we need Chu Xiu to negotiate with Chu Xiong. Chu Xiu is Chu Xiong's only son. Unless the other side completely gives up on Chu Xiu, his life is far more valuable alive than dead. You have no idea how dangerous he is. Chu Yuer was deeply concerned that her father might face danger. To her, Chu Xiu was nothing more than a demon who had violated her, yet she was unaware that from the moment Chu Xiu saved her on the rooftop, the plot had already been set, and with her father establishing the hope base, the real game had just begun. Don't talk about this anymore, go back now. His decisions, once made, even his daughter couldn't easily change. Knowing her father's stubborn nature, Chu Yuer had no choice but to leave. After his daughter left, he spread out the map again, his gaze fixed deeply on Nirvana City. Not far from the hope base, dozens lay in a pool of blood. Young Master Chu, it's all taken care of, said Zhao Meng, his hands stained with blood, his men behind him having been the main executors of the operation. Did any information leak? Chu Xiu asked, stepping into the pool of blood, picking up an automatic rifle. To think how deep their resources run, we struggle so much just to get our hands on a gun. But naturally there was no reason not to take advantage of the opportunity presented. On a silver platter, take all these weapons. The enemy's bullets should rightly be returned to their own chests, Chu Xiu declared as he tossed a gun to Zhao Meng. This place was originally an outpost set up by Hope Base, and now their eyes here had been gouged out by their own hands. Chu Xiu chuckled and handed the gun to Zhao Meng. Go on then, after you enter, focus only on capturing the targets I've assigned to you. Everyone clear on that? Clear, young Master Chu, Zhao Meng answered respectfully. Lord, we understand. The nearby guards hastily bowed their heads. Go. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively, and Zhao Meng immediately led the guard squad away. Chu Xiu looked down at the small black cat by his feet and aimed a kick at it, but this time he kicked only air, as the cat, seemingly anticipating the cruel human's action, had already scampered towards Zhao Meng's departing figure. It's better to run early than to dodge. Well, having been kicked several times before, the cat had learned its lesson. Meow. Successfully climbing onto Zhao Meng's shoulder, the cat began to doze off. Even this beast learns, Chu Xiu muttered with a laugh, his figure vanishing only to reappear above Hope Base. What comes around goes around. It's only right to give the people at Hope Base something to do lest they idle away and overthink. Using spatial abilities was truly convenient, only those who use it know its worth. Indeed, not killing his enemies but rather enslaving them was the true path to power. By anchoring space with his spatial warriors, Chu Xiu could appear in any place that normally wouldn't support a foothold, staying without alerting anyone. From above, he looked down to see a large horde of zombies moving towards Hope Base. Key mutated zombies were under Chu Xiu's forceful control. Now Chu Xiu was controlling these zombies with dark gears, considering them mere cannon fodder without care for their potential strength. Go, my darlings, this is your carnival, Chu Xiu commanded as he ordered the zombies to attack the gates of Hope Base. Roar! The zombies made too much noise as they ran. Even though the guards at the outpost had been killed, Hope Base was already preparing to defend as the zombies approached. What's happening? Why are so many zombies attacking suddenly? Mayor Chu loudly questioned the city defense officer. Mayor Chu, it's really not my fault, there was a problem at the outpost ahead, the defense officer responded, baffled and unwilling to take the blame. Where are the people from the outpost? Mayor Chu pushed him aside and shouted, No. No response, they must be dead, a trembling staff member replied, useless, immediately order the other outposts that haven't been compromised to secure their lines, Mayor Chu commanded, clearly agitated. Mayor, I'm on it. A man, not wishing to be scolded, quickly spoke up. Well, what are you waiting for? Mayor Chu was in a foul mood. Yes, sir. The man acknowledged his bad luck and hurried away. Mayor Chu, looking at the zombie horde a kilometer away, felt a growing sense of dread. The loss of connection with the outpost leader who was under his command was worrying. Of course, his own losses were secondary. This sudden zombie attack with no warning from the outpost had left the gates of Hope Base completely exposed to the undead, a clear result of his poor personnel management which could potentially undermine his own authority. This is what matters most, it's about securing firm control over Hope Base. Fortunately, there's no major problem this time. We got lucky. Someone spotted and reported to Hope Base. Those zombies must be the cover Chu Shao arranged for us. Once the zombies start their assault, we'll pass through this city wall. It's all on you this time. Zhao Meng looked towards one of his subordinates, entrusting him with a heavy responsibility. This subordinate's special ability was extremely convenient. It was the ability to pass through walls. Before the apocalypse, this would have been the ultimate otaku artifact. Xiao Hei, if you don't want Chu Shao to find out you've been slacking off, then pull the people on the wall into an illusion for me. Meow. Xiao Hei looked at him, puzzled. This time, the detestable human hadn't instructed him to take action personally. If he could slack off, he would never lift a finger. With this time, he'd rather pull himself into an illusion and dote on a few voluptuous wild cats. Meow meow. Xiao Hei shook his head, indicating that he was just a slacker at heart. Seeing that Xiao Hei was not taking the bait, Zhao Meng, about to take action, remembered his own disgraceful state in the illusion before. Never mind, he thought, deciding not to stoop to arguing with a wild cat. Meow. Xiao Hei comfortably sprawled on his shoulders, sleeping without moving a muscle. Cover him. Hearing the unilateral exchange of fire, Zhao Meng ordered another team member. This member's special ability was adaptation. He could adapt to various ecological environments, even blend into them. Once he adapted to bullets, bullets could no longer harm him. But he dared not, as life was precious, understood. Thus, the adapter along with the wall passer went to the city wall under everyone's gaze. Subsequently, the adapter came back, hiding Zhao Meng and his team one by one in the dead angles under the wall until the vanguard team gathered 50 people. Kill the enemies on guard at the wall as quickly as possible. After issuing the order, Zhao Meng transformed into a thunderbolt and charged up, and within seconds 2 ordinary men with guns fell to the ground. The rest, all melee specialists, were not a problem to handle. Zhao Meng also noticed that all the guards here were ordinary people. In fact, in Hope Base, many high-ranking individuals were ordinary people. It was inevitable for superhumans to feel out of balance, hence their reluctance to do such tiring work. Only military superhumans gained the trust of the Hope Base's high command due to their pure ideology. Meanwhile, most external superhumans were ostracized, reflecting the current ruling structure of Hope Base. Brothers, kill them. Zhao Meng shouted excitedly after killing the last person. This time, he intended to thoroughly enjoy the battle. Charge. Ha ha ha, this time I'm going to capture a beautiful girl to warm my bed. Everything's great about the city of Nirvana except you can't take by force, but that also protects us weaker superhumans from being bullied by the strong. So you're planning to snatch from the outside? Hub, slurp, exactly, the slurp. Then take me with you, but we'll have to snatch when we come back. The city lord's task is important. Absolutely. What are you two idiots rambling about over there? As Zhao Meng passed by and overheard the conversation between the two, Inch's expression darkened significantly, and he gave each of them a kick. We were wrong. Wrong in what way? Shouldn't have involved the woman. Wrong, terribly wrong. Couldn't you have found one for me as well? It was the first time Zhao Meng experienced the kind of helplessness Chu Shao felt when dealing with him. After Zhao Meng breached the city's defenses, he advanced triumphantly following the map given by Chu Shao. Mayor Chu, who was still overseeing the battle, wore an expressionless face, regretting not consulting the almanac before leaving home. It seemed trouble was keen on finding him today. However, thinking about the operation led by his secretary Zhang, he felt somewhat relieved, hoping that these misfortunes might lead to a successful outcome. Zhao Meng had dispersed the members of the guard squad, turning one target into countless ones. His goal was to delay the reinforcements as much as possible, buying time for them. By now, Chu Xiu was no longer satisfied with merely this diversion. After all, defending the city with overwhelming firepower wasn't much of a challenge. He preferred to add some intensity himself. Controlling a Space War slave, he tossed a mutated willow tree that had been transported into Hope Base. At the same time, he released several mutated zombies into the area. What is that? The city's defenders were shocked upon seeing the mutated willow tree appear behind them, too surprised even to fire their guns. Ah! A soldier by the side of the willow was swiftly entangled by its tendrils, and the darkened, mutated willow showed no mercy, instantly killing him. Quick, squads 1 and 2. Turn your guns around, target the mutated willow tree, the person in charge on the city wall commanded loudly into the radio, wiping away his sweat. But no matter how intense the gunfire, it couldn't stop the mutated willow tree from regenerating at a fast pace. A black glow enveloped the tree, healing the bullet wounds almost instantly. Damn humans, you all deserve to die. The mutated willow tree, which had once desired to become human, now harbored a deep hatred for mankind after its transformation. A talking mutated willow tree with terrifying regenerative abilities and countless fast-growing tendrils attacking, it made the people beyond squads 1 and 2 even more frightened. They were busy dealing with zombies and couldn't pay attention to their rear, where tendrils might strike them at any moment. Under such pressure, more zombies approached the city walls. A strength-type zombie plunged its hands into the wall and climbed up, launching a sudden attack on the soldiers, causing instant casualties. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, the orchestrator of all this chaos, had already vanished into thin air. His primary target this time was the armory. The storage space of the Space War slave was now large enough to hold an entire armory's worth of weapons, a capability he had forged with a substantial amount of crystal nuclei. Inside Hope Base, Chu Yuer learned that zombies had appeared within the base and immediately went to help. She was already aware of the situation outside, and she even suspected Chu Xiu. However, she knew that suspecting Chu Xiu was futile, as she could not confront him directly. Now, she could only focus on resolving the current issues before considering other matters. Mayor Chu's head was pounding with troubles one after another. Reports of disasters kept coming in. Superhumans had attacked the high-level residential area of Hope Base. Several top officials were dead. Mayor, the people from the Research Institute are missing. Mayor, our food storage warehouse is on fire. Mayor, many superhumans are causing chaos. What should we do, Mayor? Mayor. In a fit of rage, Mayor Chu slammed his hand on the table, glanced at the other senior officials and waved the reporting staff away. He barked, "Can't any of you come up with a solution? Are you all just sitting there praying? You feast when times are good, and now you falter? I'm telling you, if you keep trying to shirk responsibility, I'll send you to the front lines." With that, Mayor Chu stormed out, leaving no time for a response. Regardless, he had shifted the blame away, and it was time to seize more power and address the issues one by one. Honestly, he was thankful for this crisis. It was an opportunity to tighten his grip on Hope Base and establish his own absolute authority. Even in dire times, the nature of internal strife never subsides. Immediately after his maneuver, Mayor Chu's trusted aides quickly gathered forces, abandoning the areas overrun with zombies and immediately locking down the rest. This would prevent the zombie virus from spreading massively within, although it meant sacrificing a small part of the population. Maintaining the stability of Hope Base was worth it. More importantly, he had strategically placed those not loyal to him in the most dangerous areas, significantly reducing the power of other high-ranking officials. The superhumans of Hope Base were now divided among Mayor Chu and the other senior officials, including the native soldiers and their equipment. Meanwhile, the mutated willow tree continued its rampant slaughter, its life force rejuvenating from the black luminescent glow covering its body. Any lost vitality would be replenished from those around it. The haphazardly thrown-in zombies had started a large-scale virus transmission. The number of zombies was increasing, but thanks to Mayor Chu's orders, the spread of the zombie virus to other areas was contained. "Move quickly, destroy everything we can't take with us, and leave nothing behind for Hope Base," Zhao Meng yelled as he carried a biologist, ordering his men to hurry. "Let's go now. They've caught on. We can't delay any longer." Zhao Meng and a part of his team headed towards the agreed rendezvous point. They had had their fill of this feast. In the armory, Chu Shi packed all the weapons into his storage space without leaving a single one behind and then left. As for the woman Chu Yuer, she still had her uses. She was the perfect pawn to destroy Hope Base. Outside the Longsheng Group branch, Li Wenbin gasped for air as he dodged an artillery shell. Where's the backup? Could it be? Suddenly Li Wenbin thought of a possibility. Maybe he has abandoned you. Yi Wufeng laughed, delighting in the misfortune. Ever since Li Wenbin had ordered Wu Zhi to attack those soldiers knocked down by Yi Wufeng. After witnessing the tragic deaths of his men, Yi Wufeng no longer took action himself but focused on blocking most of the enemy's artillery fire. Yi Wufeng, when I get back I'm going to report you for not pulling your weight. Li Wenbin glared at Yi Wufeng, frustrated by his inability to do anything about him. Yu Jinqi stayed silent beside him. The enemy's artillery was fierce, and their ability users were numerous. He couldn't suggest a retreat either because it was clear that Li Wenbin wanted to leave more than anyone, yet he was still gritting his teeth and holding on. What did that tell you? It showed that he was afraid of the severe consequences of punishment. Wu Zhi summoned more cannon fodder to distract them. Understood, replied Wu Zhi as he continued his summoning spell. Li Wenbin, observing Wang Hong who was calmly commanding on the side, then turned to Li Chang who had been silent all along. Wang Hong commands better than any of us, now's our chance to finish moving the supplies and defeat them completely. Rather than just moving the supplies, I suggest we defeat them outright. Support hasn't arrived yet, and knowing Chu Xiao, he's probably making his move on Hope Base right now. Li Wenbin was very sharp, but sometimes his cleverness wasn't applied in the right places. You're that certain? Although Li Chang had been with Chu Xiao for a long time, Li Wenbin was the one who interacted with Chu Xiao the most. It's highly likely. Let Guli hurry up. Li Chang, Yu Jinqi, Yi Wufeng will take a team and attack the enemy from the rear. Li Wenbin proposed, worried about being held accountable by Chu Xiao. He said this while staring intently at Yi Wufeng. The words were mainly meant for him. Li Chang and Yu Jinqi had to follow his orders, but Yi Wufeng was different. This guy had disobeyed too many times. Alright, Yi Wufeng didn't want to cause too many casualties. If he didn't go, given the nature of Li Wenbin and the others, they would kill even more people. He didn't like Yu Jinqi, who, like Li Wenbin, crossed his personal boundaries. The moment he left would be the day Li Wenbin and Yu Jinqi met their demise. Take 30 men, let's move, said Li Wenbin as he stood up, patting Wu Zhi's face. Kid, whether I can succeed depends on how much you can attract the enemy's attention at the front. Wu Zhi's face lit up with determination, his eyes no longer shy but firm. Don't worry, brother Bin, I won't let you down. With that, Li Wenbin took 30 men and left with Li Chang and others. Wang Hong watched them leave, still looking for an opportunity to kill the enemy leader as he commanded part-time. Meanwhile, Guli in the granary wiped his sweat, urging people to transport the recently transformed food out. Listening to the artillery above, he was anxious, wishing he could shrink the entire warehouse. Though lacking a bit in power to do so, he had to hurry. Guli encouraged himself, also noticing that his abilities had improved significantly, which motivated him even more. Let's kill our way through. Let me handle it, said Yi Wufeng as he stopped Li Wenbin, who was about to make his move from the enemy's rear. Li Wenbin agreed so quickly that Yi Wufeng almost thought he had heard wrong, but Yi Wufeng didn't have the luxury to ponder any further. Any more delays would only result in greater casualties. Is he going alone? Can he handle it? Li Chang asked worriedly. He was afraid of increasing casualties, so he must be capable. Li Wenbin smiled triumphantly. Having succeeded in his scheming, you're really cunning, Li Chang said, looking at him speechlessly. The pot calling the kettle black, Li Wenbin replied with a laugh, not offended. Yu Jincheng couldn't believe how calculating Li Wenbin could be. Perhaps Yi Wufeng knew that Li Wenbin was using him, but what did it matter? Why get angry over a man who was soon to be dead? Yi Wufeng's powerful wind abilities directly caused chaos in the enemy's rear. Meanwhile, at the front, Wu Zhi commanded the Dark Hellhounds to charge, initiating a counterattack. Wang Hong made a decisive decision to switch from defense to offense. Retreat. Zhang Yuan hadn't expected the enemy to flank and ambush them. Although he anticipated it, he never imagined the extent of Yi Wufeng's powerful force. Kill them. As Zhang Yuan prepared to retreat, Li Wenbin, ignoring Yi Wufeng's objections, viciously kicked those who were down. Yi Wufeng was held back forcefully by Li Chang. Perhaps Li Chang's strength wasn't equal to Yi Wufeng's, but his control over his abilities disrupted Yi Wufeng, preventing him from moving freely. Even if you break free, Li Chang would restrain you again. Yi Wufeng, this is war, it's kill or be killed, not child's play. You want to save people? Countless others are waiting for you, but not now, Li Chang warned Yi Wufeng. You all understand nothing. The dark power influenced Yi Wufeng once more. Yi Wufeng's mentality was troubled again, a problem that hadn't been thoroughly resolved since last time. I'm fighting for humanity for The greater good. Why does no one understand me? No one understands me, everyone is just looking out for their own selfish interests. Why is everyone so selfish? If we were united with the power of human superhumans and technology, we could have dominated from the start. Now everyone fights for themselves, governs for themselves, reigns for themselves. When will humanity be able to rebuild its home? When will we return to the embrace of order? Why are you all so selfish, only thinking of yourselves? What are you talking about, seeing ye? Wu Feng's abnormal emotional state. Li Chang became alert. This guy is having a mental breakdown again. What's going on? Li Chang wasn't sure if this breakdown was a good or bad thing. You don't understand, they don't understand, no one can understand me. Wu Feng's face showed a trace of dark energy, a flicker of black light in his eyes. No one can understand me. The only one who truly understands the big picture is me. No matter what you're talking about, you need to behave right now. Li Chang strengthened his control over Wu Wufeng to prevent any sudden outbursts. Had Wu Wufeng didn't struggle but was simply disappointed with these people. During Li Wenbin's pursuit, Zhang Yuan had to abandon many people. This surprise attack was largely successful because Li Wenbin delayed taking action for too long, allowing the enemy to relax their rear defense. During this time, Wang Hong had repeatedly suggested flanking the enemy, but Li Wenbin had consistently vetoed it. Ha ha ha. I'll have another merit to my name when we return, he thought. Li Wenbin walked back with a hearty laugh, but he was taken aback when he saw Wu Wufeng's icy face. What's up with this guy? Li Wenbin asked curiously. I don't know, probably just can't handle the pressure, Li Chang responded, releasing Wu Wufeng from his restraint. However, Wu Wufeng remained silent like a machine producing cold air. Let's go, these tanks are useless now, but some vehicles are still intact. Load up more food too. Take back Hope Base wouldn't dare to mess with us easily this time. Li Wenbin called everyone to head back, emphasizing the crucial role of food in this war. City of Nirvana. Li Mu had been circling nearby, just wanting to see what the Lord of Nirvana City was up to. Chu Xiu returned by car, making it back before dark. This operation was a huge success. We brought back a lot from Hope Base, not just from the armory. Zhao Meng had even brought back a renowned biologist who specialized in genetics. Despite the apocalypse being relatively recent, the emergence of abilities had spurred his interest in genetics even more. Zhao Meng was fortunate. Originally, he thought to just grab a few researchers, but Chu Xiao suggested that the older the researcher the better, so he directly captured a genetics scientist who had just come out to buy live specimens. This scientist had been living under heavy protection, but because he had personally come out to select test subjects, Zhao Meng encountered him. Moreover, Zhao Meng also captured the scientist's family. Taking the whole package was essential, they wouldn't leave without it. With his family in tow, the old man would now have to loyally serve the city of Nirvana. This was the greatest gain. The value of scientists was unparalleled nowadays, and they were getting rarer by the day. Regarding medications, many of Zhao Meng's subordinates had raided Hope Base's pharmacy. These pharmacies were the treasures of Hope Base, always highly valued. The weapons they took gave Chu Xiu new ideas. The number of ability users was still too low, so Chu Xiu planned to recruit some ordinary people who had pledged allegiance to the city of Nirvana. These ordinary people would need to undergo the baptism of dark powers and the mental scrutiny of Gu Qiongshi. In Chu Xiu's eyes, these people were merely cannon fodder, but if they survived the baptism of war, they might become elite fighters. Seeing the blood on these returned people, Li Mu pondered deeply, then he turned on the radio. Soon, the channel about Hope Base came to life, the voices filled with sorrow and sympathy. Hope Base had been attacked. Upon receiving this information, Li Mu immediately identified the culprits. It was the work of the Lord of Nirvana City and his troops. However, Li Mu didn't relay this message to Hope Base because there had to be a reason. Nirvana City wouldn't attack Hope Base without cause. There must be something he didn't know. Li Mu decided to stay temporarily in Nirvana City. It was quite safe here, suitable for a rest stop. 1 week later, Chu Xiu listened to Zhao Meng's report, smiling faintly. It seemed that the Hope Base had only now decided to send someone to hold them accountable, indicating unforeseen changes within the base. Yes, young Master Chu, the Hope Base is now completely under the control of Mayor Chu. He used our previous attack as a pretext to accuse the upper echelons of incompetence and successfully seized power. Zhao Meng reported, his face filled with anger and frustration, as if they had inadvertently helped someone else succeed. Anyone who can reach that position must have some capability, Chu Xiu remarked calmly, not particularly surprised. By the way, we must pay close attention to food security, he emphasized repeatedly. Li Wenbin and Li Chang were personally supervising the construction of the granary, Zhao Meng quickly assured him. Just a day ago Li Wenbin and others had completely emptied the granary. I still trust them to get the job done, but what about you, Jin Chang? I didn't expect Li Wenbin to bring such a high-potential superhuman into our ranks, especially since he's an employee of our own. Chu Xiu commented. Jin Chang had been placed under Li Chang to observe his capabilities. That guy has been progressing quickly, especially after consuming a large amount of mutant zombie blood. Zhao Mang recalled with disgust. Daring to consume the blood of mutant zombies, he truly is a freak. And how are the arrangements I ordered going? Chu Xiu asked as he stood up, turning his back to Zhao Mang. Young Master Chu, everything has been arranged and is ready to proceed at any time, Zhao Mang quickly responded, bowing his head. Good, let's go now, Chu Xiu commanded. What Chu Xiu had prepared was actually regarding Gu Qiangshi's parents. He had always promised Gu Qiangshi that if she was obedient she would be able to see her parents. Now he was ready to fulfill his promise. Although the use of her parents in death far exceeded their usefulness in life, this was something he had arranged personally, and to be cautious Chu Xiu had all those who knew about it silenced. Gu Qiangshi's superhuman abilities were of no use to him, so there was no loose end left. Big brother, can I go see my mom and dad now? As he opened the door, Gu Qiangshi immediately asked upon seeing him. Of course you can, he replied, smiling as he took Gu Qiangshi by the hand to see her parents. When Gu Qiangshi saw her deceased parents, she burst into tears, understanding at her young age what death meant. Your parents are dead and I have dealt with your enemies. If you had been stronger, perhaps your parents wouldn't have died, Chu Xiu said to the sobbing Gu Qiangshi, unwaveringly instilling his own ideas into her. The dark power unashamedly entered Gu Qiangshi's body. Influencing such a young child was far too easy, especially since her values and thoughts were not yet fully formed. It was the perfect age for brainwashing, especially with the influence of dark superpowers enough to win over Gu Qiangshi. Power, Gu Qiangshi's eyes filled with dark power, her naive gaze filled with a thirst for knowledge, her eyes tinged red covered by dark power gave off the vibe of a dark Lolita. Yes, power. The mind-controlling superpower you possess which you can't use correctly, that's why your parents died. Big brother, I am too weak. I need to become stronger. After undergoing the baptism of dark abilities, Gu Qiangshi seemed to have grown up a lot, her thoughts more mature than before. The so-called power of darkness multiplies while the power of purification remains but a fraction. That's the principle. Powerful forces need people to protect in order to unleash their greatest value. Chu Xiu stroked Gu Qiangshi's little head, his voice like a devil's whisper filled with the seductive power of darkness. But my parents are dead. Gu Qiangshi's hands fidgeted with the hem of her dress, tears streaming uncontrollably. From now on the person you need to protect is me. Anyone who harms me must die. As he spoke, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Anyone who harms Big Brother must die. Confused at first, Gu Qiangshi suddenly found her backbone, the person she needed to protect after becoming strong. That's right, strive to become strong at all costs, and kill all enemies for Big Brother. Chu Xiu did not feel ashamed of using a little girl. Instead, he felt that he had given her a second life and a reason to live. A true villain is not simply evil but believes what he does is right. It's a belief in one's righteousness, a conviction that others are wrong and that one's actions are justified. This is what makes the most terrifying villain. Although Chu Xiu could directly control Gu Qiangshi, he didn't have the time to train her. Instead, he felt that Gu Qiangshi, brainwashed by him, would become incredibly strong, a vital pawn in his hands. After resolving Gu Qiangshi's issue, he didn't keep her by his side but handed her over to Li Wenbin. Initially, he intended to give Gu Qiangshi to Li Chang to manage, but unfortunately Li Chang's slickness and ruthlessness were far inferior to Li Wenbin. Young Master Chu Lei Fei from the Intelligence Department requests an audience. Zhao Meng knocked and quickly entered after receiving permission. Upon hearing the name Lei Fei, Chu Xiu slowly lifted his head, his voice calm. Let him in. It had been a week since Lei Fei last showed his face, which Chu Xiu could understand given the inherent difficulties of establishing an intelligence department. Intelligence was not just about strength but involved cunning disguises and the cultivation of double agents to gather information. Lord of the city. Lei Fei looked excited, kneeling on one knee, respectfully calling out, "What's the matter? Have you encountered a problem?" Chu Xiu glanced at him, continuing to deal with some matters in front of him. These were tasks his subordinates had already handled and just needed his approval. Chu Xiu often delegated tasks to his subordinates as he established his power to enjoy, not to labor. In this new era, power was king and personal control over power didn't need to be constantly monitored. As long as one was strong enough, no one would dare betray him. The extent of one's authority depended on the strength of one's power. Lord, the basic framework of the intelligence department has been established and I've even recruited several ability users. Oh, Chu Xiu looked at him, surprised. That Lei Fei with his capabilities had managed to recruit ability users was indeed beyond his expectations. The Lord knew he couldn't sway me with my strength, but I found another way, Lei Fei said, with a hint of pride, his face wearing a smug expression. I've discovered many mutants with odd abilities. While these mutants are not strong, they are very useful for gathering intelligence, so I've incorporated them into the intelligence department. However, I can't figure out a solution for the funding and subsidies for this organization, Lei Fei admitted, somewhat worried that the Lord might blame him for his inadequacies. Take this, it was prepared for you earlier. A piece of paper fluttered towards Lei Fei as Chu Xiu spoke. Besides implanting backup hidden energy sources within his subordinates, Chu Xiu was never stingy with their compensation. Lei Fei had met the expectations Chu Xiu held in his heart perfectly. When Lei Fei read the contents of the paper, his smile never ceased. This compensation is really good, although not as high as that of the combat personnel. It far exceeds my expectations. Do your job well, especially concerning the Hope Base. I want to know everything I wish to know. I will definitely not disappoint the Lord's trust, Lei Fei responded as he left, unable to calm the excitement in his heart. Feeling deeply trusted by the Lord, he knew he had to double his efforts and not let down the generous treatment given by the Lord. As the city of Nirvana grew stronger day by day, Lei Fei's position as head of intelligence continued to rise. With the recent acquisition of a batch of grains, Nirvana City once again improved the treatment of mutants. Spend money to buy a horse bone, early investment brings substantial returns later, thought Chu Xiu without hesitation. As Nirvana City continued to grow, people would only flock to it more and more. Such was the trend of the times. Zhao Mang, at your service, order Li Wenbin and Yu Wufeng to lead teams to expand the influence of Nirvana City. Yes, also instruct Li Chang to find those research devices, even if it means stealing them. The scientists we capture should be taught what pride and submission mean by the right people. Got all that? I have noted it all down. Good, you may leave. As you command. Once alone in the office again, Chu Xiu stood up and looked at Xiao He. Xiao He looked up at him, puzzled. Do you want to be the king of cats? Chu Xiu asked, his gaze filled with a hint of amusement. Meow, 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 meow. Xiao He was about to nod, seemingly realizing something, then quickly shook his head, his fur standing on end. This human is testing me again. Seeing Xiao He's cautious look, Chu Xiu picked him up, amused by his pitiful appearance. You have the courage to bump into all sorts of female cats in your dream illusions, but you didn't dare tell the truth. Meow. Xiao He stared at him with wide eyes. How did this detestable human know about his dreams of various female cats? It was terrifying that even the dreams he wove for himself were known to this detestable human. Chu Xiu casually tossed him into a corner, saying lightly, I'm giving you a task, go and be your cat king. Meow meow. Xiao He crouched incredulously in the corner, calling out in disbelief, is what this despicable human says true? He actually wants me to become the cat king. Doesn't he fear that my feline army will overthrow his human rule? Xiao He doesn't understand at all. Get going. Chu Xiu kicked him out of the window without hesitation. Every power must be utilized, and Xiao He is no exception. Zhao Meng has a nightmare ability under him which can enter other people's sweet dreams, but also weave nightmares for them. Previously, Xiao He had embarrassed Zhao Meng in an illusion, so he complained about Xiao He. Chu Xiu didn't expect Xiao He to be so playful, to actually use such a great ability for his own enjoyment. As for whether Xiao He would run away, Chu Xiu wasn't worried at all. Xiao He the cat was a character who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was afraid of him yet wanted to stay by his side to ensure his own safety. And just as Chu Xiu thought, although Xiao He left Phoenix City, he had no intention of running away. His departure was open and aboveboard. The guards in charge of Phoenix City didn't dare to stop him and respectfully saw him out the door. Since that despicable human wanted him to be the cat king, he would become one to show him and make him regret it. The task fell to Li Wenbin, who was reluctant because it meant working with Yu Wufeng the jerk again. And why was Gu Qiongshi placed under his care? Li Wenbin had a headache looking at this Gu Qiongshi, a ticking time bomb. Psychic abilities, something everyone feared. Uncle Li Wenbin, don't be afraid, Gu Qiongshi said emotionlessly. Big brother said that psychic abilities are very terrifying and shouldn't casually reveal others' secrets. Li Wenbin's face darkened. If you can't speak nicely, don't speak at all. Indeed. Li Wenbin quickly stopped his wild thoughts. He couldn't think any further. Gu Qiongshi looked at him expressionlessly. Meanwhile, Yu Wufeng, having been influenced by dark abilities several times, had seen quite a change in his values. This was why Chu Xiu continued to keep Yu Wufeng by Li Wenbin's side. one for brains, one for brawn, a good match. As for the conflicts between the two, in Xu Xiu's eyes they were minor issues, as long as they met his demands he did not want to intervene. After all, one was the protagonist, the other the antagonist. It would be strange if the two got along. Let's go, hurry up. Li Wenbin looked at Yu Wufeng and Gu Qiongshi, feeling as if whatever he feared or found annoying would inevitably come his way. Ah, damn it, Li Wenbin was extremely frustrated inside. Gu Qiongshi curiously stared at Yu Wufeng. This big brother's mind is so complicated. Yu Wufeng glanced at her, aware of her abilities, so he also tried as much as possible not to think too much. This time Li Wenbin planned to expand the influence of Phoenix City around the Hope Base. Completely stopping the expansion of Hope Base from the outside would greatly benefit the future rule of Phoenix City over the entire Jingzhou City. Are you saying this was personally done by Xu Xiu? Mayor Chu Hongwei looked calmly at his beloved daughter. I'm sure Chu Yuer nodded. She disliked Xu Xiu's methods and similarly had critiques about some of her father's actions as well. However, it was undeniable that this matter had involved too many innocent people. Nearly 10,000 civilians had died, most of them infected by zombies after being quarantined. Xu Xiu's ability is spatial manipulation. Chu Hongwei furrowed his brows. It was indeed Xu Xiu's ability, but Xu Xiu's power wasn't spatial manipulation. Exactly what it was, I'm not quite sure myself. It's very mysterious. I'll tell you when I figure it out, said Chu Yuer, recalling the eerie power Xu Xiu had used, which was terrifyingly potent. But it's been a week already, can't you forgive me? Now, Chu Hongwei's tone sounded like that of an ordinary father seeking his daughter's forgiveness for a wrongdoing. I don't want my dad to be such a person. Chu Yuer left without turning back. To forsake so many innocent people was not what Hope Base should be doing. It was a betrayal of the very word hope. At that time, those people were sealed in that area, desperately hoping for rescue, yet the actions of Hope Base brought them only despair. Seeing his daughter leave without a word, Chu Hongwei sighed deeply. He felt he had no other choice. If possible, he definitely wouldn't have chosen this path, but his daughter was still young and naive, which was understandable. Previously Hope Base was only nominally under his control, but now he truly held it in his hands. A week had passed and he had already identified the real culprit. However, starting a war was risky because the armory had been raided. Xu Xiu, that fool, truly lived up to being that son of Chu Xiong. This had cost Chu Hongwei both his wife and troops, a fact that pained him deeply. Fortunately, the armory wasn't the only one, otherwise Chu Hongwei would have been truly desperate. As the mayor of Jingzhou City, Chu Hongwei had access to information unknown to many. Jingzhou City had a wartime reserve armory and even fighter jets, all prepared as a contingency against Hope Base's people, but now there was no need to hide these. Honestly, Chu Hongwei really wanted to thank Xu Xiu. If not for him, he wouldn't have been able to control Hope Base so quickly. But one thing at a time, Xu Xiu, as a major threat in Chu Hongwei's mind, he wished Xu Xiu would die tomorrow. Someone, Mayor, reassign someone to spy on Nirvana City and try to bring back the little girl in the photo. Understood. After his subordinate left, Chu Hongwei's eyes gleamed with immense ambition. With his psychic abilities, he had a firmer grasp on ruling Jingzhou City. This little girl had a deep connection with his own daughter. Perhaps he could exploit this relationship. Meanwhile, the departing Chu Yuer felt an oppressive heaviness in her heart. Inside her, unseen, coursed a potent dark force. This was Xu Xiu's contingency plan. Chu Yuer was his greatest chess piece against Hope Base. Chu Yuer had no idea how the man who was close to her in flesh and blood was scheming against her. To Xu Xiu, Chu Yuer was merely a passerby. With a deep sigh, Xu Yuer realized that her own weakness was the root cause of her inability to stop him. She made a decision in her heart that to become stronger she needed to step out from under her father's protection. Besides the Hope Base and the city of Nirvana, Jingzhou City was home to many small groups. Those who wanted to rule and live freely were plentiful, and these people embodied the dark side of humanity, bullying and dominating others. This was the case not only in Jingzhou City but across the entire province and the other provinces of the 9 provinces. The world was in chaos. Warlords and ambitious figures emerged, and despite various threats, this did not stop them from pursuing their selfish ambitions. The official authorities were so overwhelmed they couldn't even maintain order. Many ignored commands and directives. It was akin to a rotation of emperors. This year, it's my family's turn. In such chaos, there were many who wanted to declare independence, but everyone was waiting for someone else to make the first move. No one wanted to be the first, as being the pioneer had its advantages but also significant disadvantages, becoming a well-known target and constantly manipulated. As for Xu Xiu, he was indifferent about being the pioneer. even if he was the first to declare independence. As long as he had the strength, he feared no backlash. The saying went, to forge iron one must be strong oneself, and this principle held true. It was often said that time stealthily slips away, catching people off guard, but in this post-apocalyptic world, survivors counted every moment, grateful for each day they lived through. A month had passed since the apocalypse began, and the city of Nirvana had grown significantly stronger. The number of people with special abilities had reached over 3,000, and the regular survivors numbered over 30,000. Not only had their strength increased significantly, but the research institute within the restricted area of the city of Nirvana had made new progress on special abilities. It appeared that these abilities emerged due to the activation of human genes, and the key to activating these abilities required further research. Now that they had a direction, finding the key to activating these abilities was only a matter of time. In the city of Nirvana, in the Lord's mansion, Chu Xiu was reviewing the Research Institute's report. They need human experiments now. Chu Xiu hadn't visited the Research Institute himself, he only inquired about the progress from Zhao Meng when needed. Yes, young master, Chu Zhaomeng replied without hesitation. Since Chu Xiu often asked, Zhao Meng had learned to be proactive. He would check daily if Chu Xiu had asked him twice before. This information came from a member of the guard who had confided in him privately. This member was now being groomed by Zhao Meng, potentially as his deputy. If they need people, just capture them from the outside. Aren't there many people at the Hope Base? Doing this would also relieve some burden from the Hope Base. It had been a long time since Chu Xiu had made any move against the Hope Base. Naturally, he had other plans in mind. Chu is truly wise. Hope Base will probably be grateful to us once they know. Zhao Meng complimented with a chuckle. As for the task of capturing the lab rats, let's assign it to Li Wenbin. Chu Xiu signed the document and handed it over to Zhao Meng, who quickly took it. Then I'll take my leave, young master Chu. Zhao Meng bowed and excused himself. Chu Xiu put down his pen and looked towards the space war slave, who waved his hand, and a pile of crystal nuclei appeared. This was the advantage of controlling a power, the continuous supply of crystal nuclei, allowing one to cultivate without ever needing to lift a finger. The trading in Nirvana City had evolved from bartering to transactions using crystal nuclei in paper currency. The value of crystal nuclei was the most stable, and Chu Xiu had even introduced the Nirvana Bank. Jingzhou City had a factory that produced paper currency, and now all the equipment had been moved to Nirvana City. With this equipment, along with personnel skilled in its operation, Nirvana currency had begun to circulate. All internal members of Nirvana City were using Nirvana currency. Economic control was extremely useful even in these times. Even if Nirvana City were on the verge of collapse, there would be people continuously supporting it to prevent its fall. Transactions within Nirvana City had to be conducted in Nirvana currency, a rule that displeased many, but Nirvana City's strong stance forced them to swallow their dissatisfaction. After all, Nirvana City was renowned for its safety. Through the continuous income from crystal nuclei, Chu Xiu had absorbed quite a lot, and his dark abilities had reached a bottleneck. In the room, Chu Xiu absorbed this batch of crystal nuclei and slowly opened his eyes. With a raise of his hand, dark power transformed into a black mist that filled the room and began to spread outward until the entire Lord's mansion was covered, then finally stopped spreading. Chu Xiu, shrouded in darkness, merged into the black mist. The world spun around him, and he lay at the center of the darkness, surrounded by endless night, yet he felt no dizziness. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Xiu suddenly opened his eyes, the darkness faded, and he found himself back in the room. His power had undergone a qualitative change, though he was unsure how strong it had become. To test his new power, Chu Xiu released the black mist again. This time the black mist was imbued with his consciousness. Every blade of grass within it was under his control. The range of the black mist seemed limitless, and soon it enveloped the sky. 1/3 of Nirvana City was covered in black mist, and the area continued to expand. Only when the entire Nirvana City was shrouded did Chu Xiu stop. The actions of everyone in Nirvana City were now visible to him. This eerie phenomenon terrified most of Nirvana City's inhabitants, who trembled and hid. Only those who truly understood were not panicked, because this was the power of the Lord of Nirvana City. Young Master Chu's power had reached such a level. Li Wenbin looked up at the dark sky, his heart filled with shock. Yu Wufeng, who was silent beside him, had pupils that constricted, betraying the calmness his face portrayed. He didn't possess such strength, yet Chu Xiu had achieved it. Perhaps the most anxious person was Li Mu. Li Mu had not left for a long time. In fact, he had even bought a villa in the city of Nirvana. Living in the villa were a mother and daughter, a dream for many. However, Li Mu was a man of integrity, never once overstepping his bounds. The city of Nirvana now had many shops, most of which sold scavenged daily necessities. Of course, although ordinary people ran these shops, behind them stood those with special abilities. Having just bought some clothes for the two women, Li Mu saw the black fog. Just then the artificial intelligence alerted him that this black fog was sentient, prompting him to hurriedly shut down the vehicle's systems. Li Mu dared not take any chances. Seeing no response from the city of Nirvana, Li Mu knew this had to be the City Lord's special ability. Other than the City Lord, who else would dare to release their powers so arrogantly? This was a blatant provocation to the city of Nirvana, akin to dancing on the King of Hell's head, a sure sign of a death wish. The city of Nirvana was now plunged into darkness. Even lighting candles was futile as the darkness pervaded everywhere and terror climbed from the depths of people's hearts. The broadcast also urged everyone to stay put and not move. Chu Xiu's consciousness noticed this particular RV. He remembered seeing it once before. However, the RV seemed ordinary, and so did the people inside it. Chu Xiu felt suspicious. This man did not seem like an ordinary survivor but gave off the vibe of a powerful being with special abilities. Strange. Chu Xiu's doubt was fleeting as his mind continued to scan other areas. As his observational consciousness left, the RV's smart system reminded Li Mu in his heart. Just as Li Mu was about to relax, his heart tensed up again. Warning, warning, being scrutinized by a strange consciousness. Warning, warning. Li Mu's heart leaped to his throat, yet his face remained ordinary, as if he hadn't noticed anything. Chu Xiu's sweeping glance might have been accidental, but the other party's overly ordinary reaction was suspicious. Amidst the darkness, maintaining composure, owning an RV and wearing clean clothes, Chu Xiu couldn't help but overthink. Upon analyzing, too many things about the other party were unexplainable. However, it seemed the other party had noticed his gaze and shifted his attention. Although Chu Xiu was observing the entire city of Nirvana, his mind was now focused on this man. This person gave him a peculiar feeling. Perhaps he was the protagonist. Darkness is eternal, but light always prevails. The darkness in the city of Nirvana temporarily receded, and light returned to the people's eyes. Zhao Meng, Chu Xiu called out to the door. Subordinate is here. Zhao Meng quickly pushed the door and entered. Go call Li Wenbin over for me. I have some questions for that guy, Chu Xiu said, indicating he needed to speak with Li Wenbin. He remembered that Li Wenbin seemed to have suffered quite a bit at the hands of someone, but he had always been too lazy to intervene. It was only now, with the arrival of a seemingly special protagonist-like character in Nirvana City, that he thought of Li Wenbin. After all, Li Wenbin was his lackey, a villain by the side of a villain. It was only natural for him to provoke the protagonist. Meanwhile, Li Wenbin was still troubled by his previous losses and hurried over when he heard Chu call for him. Reaching the Lord's mansion, the guards let him in without hesitation. Young Master Chu, you wanted to see me? Li Wenbin arrived in front of Chu, grinning cheekily. Chu Xiu gestured for him to sit down. Once Li Wenbin sat down, puzzled, Chu slowly began. How have you been lately? Encountered any trouble? Huh, you know about that? Li Wenbin scratched his head, mumbling under his breath. How did Chu know about this? Who could have reported this to Chu? The fact that Li Wenbin had repeatedly suffered at the hands of Li Mu was no secret in Nirvana City. Those who knew Li Wenbin were aware of it. If it weren't for Li Wenbin's orders prohibiting discussion of this matter, it would have probably been openly known long ago. So you've been repeatedly thwarted by the same person? This person is not simple, Chu said, looking at Li Wenbin's frustrated expression. Li Wenbin sighed and then proceeded to explain the whole story to young Master Chu. After hearing everything, Chu was almost certain of this Li Mu's protagonist identity. If his protagonist trait was a motorhome, then the Golden Finger was probably that vehicle. However, upon observation, the motorhome seemed very ordinary except for one special feature: it was very new. Whether it was the equipment or the interior environment, everything screamed new. So you wanted to eliminate him outside the city, but even though he left once, he miraculously escaped. Why not strike at him within the city? Chu stood up, walking towards him with a look of disappointment. Young master, I was just trying to uphold the rules of the city, Li Wenbin cried out in defense, hastily explaining. Rules? Chu seemed to have a question mark over his head. Yes, the rules. We set the rules and naturally we must adhere to them. Moreover, Li Mu is just an ordinary person. There's no need to break the rules. Giving outsiders a bad impression, Li Wenbin said energetically, justifying the rules. Following the rules, Chu laughed out of irritation and kicked Li Wenbin. Young master, Li Wenbin took the kick squarely, looking bewildered. Rules? Chu advanced and started punching and kicking Li Wenbin. "Stop, young master, it hurts too much." Li Wenbin dared not fight back, only passively defending himself on the ground, crying out in pain. Suddenly being called in and beaten, Li Wenbin felt utterly innocent. Outside the door, Zhao Meng was curious about what Li Wenbin had done to infuriate young Master Chu to the point of physically attacking him. This was the first time he had seen such a scene, and listening to Li Wenbin's cries, Zhao Meng felt quite satisfied. "Rules? Did I just observe the rules?" Chu Xiu clenched his fist and immediately gave Li Wenbin a black eye. "Ouch!" Li Wenbin cried out, covering his eye. "Talking about rules, young Master Chu talks about rules." I talked about rules, are you sure?" Chu Xiu aimed another punch at Li Wenbin's other eye. "Or is it that I don't talk about rules?" Li Wenbin covered his eyes, cautiously peeking at young Master Chu's reaction through his fingers. Chu Xiu clenched his fist again, casting a fleeting glance at him, then walked over to the window, turning his back on Li Wenbin. "Do you understand now? Talking about rules, I am the rule." "I understand." Li Wenbin swallowed hard, his voice lacking confidence. Chu Xiu turned to look at him, frowning. "Hasn't the stupidity aura been knocked out of you yet? That shouldn't be. If a TV is broken, a smack might make it work. Similarly, if a person is broken, a beating should also fix them right up." Being the protagonist, he was influenced by the protagonist's stupidity aura, so he didn't blame Li Wenbin. Seeing young Master Chu's fists, which were as big as sandbags, Li Wenbin's mind seemed to clear a lot. He quickly raised his hands. No, young Master Chu, I've figured it out." "Really figured it out? Really figured it out? Speak, what have you figured out?" Sitting at his desk, Chu Xiu's fingers tapped idly. Young Master Chu, I should disregard the rules, find an excuse to start a fight within the city and eliminate Li Mu." Li Wenbin took a deep breath, laying out his newfound understanding. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, seeing Li Wenbin thinking he was clever, which made his fists itch. "I'll give you one last chance. Do you need a reason?" "No need." Li Wenbin, full of a desire to survive, replied without hesitation. "Good, go handle it." Chu Xiu waved him off, signaling he could leave. "I'll be leaving." Then young Master Chu, Li Wenbin, accidentally pressing on a bruise on his arm, sucked in air through his teeth and hurriedly left. "Yo, you got beaten up, huh?" Zhao Meng saw him coming out and couldn't help but laugh gleefully. Li Wenbin released his hand from his eye, glaring slightly darkly at Zhao Meng. "None of your business." Zhao Meng was not intimidated at all, laughing unabashedly. Li Wenbin was increasingly irritable inside, his anger towards Li Mu growing. Because of Li Mu he had been beaten by young Master Chu, but why had he followed the city's rules at the time? Li Wenbin was a bit confused, unable to recall his thoughts at the moment. Strange. On the way back, Li Wenbin instructed his capable subordinate, "Remember, don't mess up the task young Master Chu entrusted us with." The subordinate quickly assured him, "Don't worry, Brother Bin, it's just a few lab rats, a few missing people. The base won't be able to trace it back to us, that's best." Li Wenbin always tried his best to do things well, not seeking merit but seeking no faults. "By the way, where is Li Mu now?" Li Wenbin was eager to stir up trouble for Li Mu, having been beaten by young Master Chu. His mind was exceptionally clear. "Brother Bin, we've been keeping an eye on that guy Li Mu." The subordinate hurriedly spoke. "Clear the area and gather the brothers, we're going to make a move. Li Wenbin is going to show Li Mu that if it really comes down to a fight, there's only a dead end for him. The losses he's suffered so far are just due to the opponent's little cleverness. In the face of true power, a little cleverness is nothing." Just then Zhao Meng came over. "What are you here for?" "To laugh at me." Li Wenbin looked at Zhao Meng, approaching, his mouth twitching into a sneer, remembering how this guy had mocked him. "I'm not here to laugh at you." Although he said this, the smile on Zhao Meng's face made it hard for Li Wenbin to hold back his anger. "Let's talk business," Li Wenbin said gravely. Zhao Meng's smile faded a bit as he seriously relayed young Master Chu's orders. "When you deal with Li Mu, make sure he stays away from the motorhome." "Away from the motorhome?" Li Wenbin queried in confusion. Zhao Meng laughed and turned around. "Anyway, I've conveyed young Master Chu's exact words. How you interpret them is up to you." "Brother Bin, that guy is too arrogant," one of Li Wenbin's subordinates complained. Moreover, there had been clashes between Zhao Meng's subordinates and Li Wenbin's subordinates not just once. The grievances between the two sides were deep, with one side relying on Li Wenbin's past relationship with the Lord of the city and the other on Zhao Meng's current position. "Let it go, I won't argue with him." Li Wenbin took a deep breath, deciding to endure it, as Li Mu was now the most important issue. Because of the beating Li Mu had suffered, this vengeance must be exacted on him. "Remember, find a way to lure Li Mu out, away from the motorhome, do you understand?" "Understood," Li Wenbin's subordinates quickly responded. Luring Li Mu away was too simple. Li Wenbin's subordinates directly kidnapped the mother and daughter duo. In the villa, the mother and daughter were tightly bound and their mouths were wrapped round and round with duct tape. In Nirvana City, silently capturing someone could naturally only be done by the people of Nirvana City themselves. When Li Mu heard the news, he was furious. Li Wenbin is too arrogant, continuously provoking me and looking for trouble, truly overstepping his bounds. This time Li Wenbin had captured them, which was tantamount to touching his reverse scale. Li Mu knew that once a real fight ensued, it would completely fall out with Nirvana City. However, Li Mu had stayed here because it was relatively peaceful. If I am not welcomed here, there are other places for me. Since Li Wenbin had made a move on him here, it meant that the opposition had completely torn off their masks. The back mountain of the Lord's mansion, the quietest place, was also the graveyard Li Wenbin had prepared for Li Mu. At the same time, by choosing this location, Li Wenbin was also showing young Master Chu that he was capable of handling this matter. Li Wenbin made a move in the back mountain. At the Lord's mansion, Chu Xiu, hearing Zhao Meng's report, smiled unsurprisingly. If Li Wenbin could really handle Li Mu, the protagonist, then he would be entrusted with a major responsibility afterward. However, Chu Xiu was not very confident in Li Wenbin's ability to eliminate the protagonist. Arrange for someone to bring me Li Mu's motorhome. Chu Xiu was very curious about Li Mu's motorhome, the protagonist's golden finger, an existence that defied the heavens. The only thing I'm worried about is being bound to the protagonist, unable to unbind or switch the binding person. Understood. Zhao Meng hastily went out to arrange for someone to handle the situation. On the back hill, Li Mu drove there and quickly got out of his car. Li Mu, do you see these two women? I've prepared them for young Master Chu. Once they catch his eye, won't their lives be filled with glory and riches, far better than following you? Li Wenbin specifically checked out Li Mu's RV after he got out, finding nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary RV, but since young Master Chu had made the request, it certainly had to be done. Release them. When Li Mu saw the women faint on the ground yet unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. What a joke, you say release just like that? Li Mu, today it's either you or me who survives. This place I've chosen for you is your graveyard, not bad, right? Li Wenbin spread his arms wide, laughing arrogantly. But I can give you a chance. Li Wenbin wouldn't forget the RV was still there. Although he didn't care about an RV, he cared about young Master Chu's attitude. What chance? Li Mu asked in a deep voice. A chance to save their lives. But you have to come with me, Li Wenbin said with a cold smile. Li Mu glanced at the RV, feeling a twinge of sensitivity, but the other party couldn't possibly discover his secret. Moreover, even if he moved away from the RV, he could remotely control it, so there really was nothing to fear. If someone wanted to plot against him, they'd have to see if they had the ability. Thus Li Mu followed Li Wenbin. Got some guts, Li Wenbin observed, scoffing disdainfully. However, as Li Mu followed Li Wenbin halfway, a reminder in his mind made his heart jump. His RV had been stolen. Could it be the other party knew there was something wrong with his RV? Kill him. It was then that Li Wenbin made his move. Li Wenbin didn't give Li Mu any extra time to think, his fiery fist smashing directly into Li Mu's body. Boom! Li Mu was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily into several trees. Li Wenbin watched as Li Mu crashed and coldly smirked. A mere ordinary person, and yet I've lost several superhumans because of him. What a waste. Drag his corpse here, I want to desecrate it today. Li Wenbin waved his hand, directing his men to drag the body over. Alright, Bin brother. Two Earth-based superhumans quickly ran over. The two superhumans who had just run over were immediately sent flying back. Both spat out large amounts of blood and fainted at Li Wenbin's feet. What? You're not dead? Li Wenbin stepped back in surprise, his face showing utter shock. The expressions of everyone present were filled with amazement. Li Mu emerged unscathed and looked menacingly at everyone. He who kills must be prepared to be killed. So, are you ready? Li Mu tilted his head arrogantly, looking at Li Wenbin and his group. Damn it, I don't believe I can kill you. Just as Li Wenbin was about to have everyone attack together, his pager rang. Who is it calling me at this time? Li Wenbin answered with impatience. It's me. Chu Xiu's voice came through the pager. Young Master Chu, it was that fool Zhao Meng who kept calling and harassing me. I really didn't know it was you. Li Wenbin's anger immediately dissipated and he quickly flattered through the pager. Li Wenbin's subordinates around him suppressed their laughter and bowed their heads, daring not to laugh out loud. Is that so? Chu Xiu glanced at the innocent Zhao Meng and spoke indifferently. Let's get to the point. You're using those two women to directly threaten him. You're taking those two women to fight him in a brawl. Are you out of your mind? Chu Xiu's last words were practically a shout. Li Wenbin hastily moved the pager away from his ear. Damn, I've angered young Master Chu again. On the other side, Chu Xiu hung up the phone thinking that Li Wenbin was problematic again. Young Master, the motorhome has arrived, but there seems to be something eerie about that motorhome, Zhao Meng quickly said. Go check it out. Chu Xiu walked out directly. As for the eeriness, the more eerie the better. The motorhome, the protagonist's golden finger, was the most valuable thing. Once he reached the motorhome, he saw it continuously smashing through several earthen walls. An earth-based ability user was maintaining the number of earthen walls blocking the motorhome's progress. Young Master, it's too eerie, Zhao Meng said, now realizing there must be something wrong with the motorhome. Destroy it. Chu Xiu didn't approach the motorhome now as he didn't understand it yet. Boom, boom, all kinds of offensive abilities were hurled at the motorhome. However, the motorhome raised a defensive energy barrier resisting the first wave of attacks. Young Master, let me try. Zhao Meng's body surged with electricity, resembling a descending Thunder King with immense destructive power. Under Zhao Meng's continuous attacks, the energy shield began to flicker intermittently. It's working. Continue, everyone together, Zhao Meng called out upon seeing it was effective. Everyone obeyed, not slacking off, attacking the barrier with all their might. Chu Xiu watched quietly. The motorhome's defensive power couldn't possibly be endless, his eyes gleaming with a dark light. His gaze then shifted back to the back mountain. In the back mountain, Li Mu had been continuously beaten by Li Wenbin and dared not fight back because the two women were in Li Wenbin's hands, if not for his own. Reminder: Li Wenbin would certainly not use the women to threaten Li Mu, eventually leading to Li Mu heroically rescuing them. This was the suppression of the protagonist's halo. However, Li Mu being beaten by Li Wenbin like this and not dying, not even injured a bit, was indeed a bit mysterious. Withdrawing his gaze from the back mountain, Chu Xiu observed the motorhome, thinking the reason must be related to it, whether the motorhome's defensive power was linked to Li Mu's defense. Stop! Chu Xiu raised his hand and Zhao Meng and the others immediately ceased their attack. Young Master, Zhao Meng didn't understand. Why to stop? Just a little more time and they could have broken through. Chu Xiu's gaze once again shifted to the back mountain. He noticed Li Mu seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief. Continue. Chu Xiu's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed he had found his weakness. Yes. Seeing Chu Xiu calling to continue, Zhao Meng didn't dare to question further, promptly signaling everyone to resume their attack. Kill them. Chu Xiu holding a newly researched pager called Li Wenbin. This phone can only be used within the city of Nirvana. Outside of that, there's no signal. Understood, young Master Chu. Li Wenbin, tired from the fighting, directly ordered, kill those two foolish women. Alright, Brother Bin. Although his subordinates were also coveting the women, they dared not disobey Brother Bin's command and quickly moved to act. No, stop. Li Mu, seeing his tolerance result in the decision to kill the two women, suddenly looked crazed. He directly connected to the interior space of the RV and pulled out a brand new sci-fi submachine gun. Get out of the way. Li Wenbin was obviously too slow and the two subordinates who were about to act were instantly shot dead. The superhumans were killed on the spot, but that wasn't the point. The point was where Li Mu got the gun from. Everyone saw it appear out of thin air. Spatial ability. Li Wenbin had seen spatial abilities before and became cautious. Let's see who dares to touch them. The gun in Li Mu's hand, emitting blue fire bullets, deterred everyone from approaching. A bunch of trash. Attack. Li Wenbin, unaccustomed to such defiance, forcefully ordered, Shu Weijing, quickly take those two women away. A superhuman with special abilities created a water mirror blocking it right in front of Li Mu. Rat-a-tat-tat, Li Mu opened fire, but the bullets didn't penetrate the water mirror. Instead, they bounced back. Damn superhuman, Li Mu cursed quietly. Just then, several quick-reacting people hurriedly took back control of the two women. Chu Xiu, watching this unfold, decided it was almost enough. He then directly controlled the dark powers of the back hill, and a deep crevice suddenly tore open, catching Li Mu off guard and causing him to fall into it. The crevice, filled with dark forces, opened its vast mouth and swallowed Li Mu whole. After swallowing Li Mu, the crevice immediately healed. Li Wenbin saw the dark forces within the fissure, surprised that young Master Chu had personally intervened, but this also made him feel somewhat incompetent. Withdraw the troops and bring the women to the Lord's mansion, he ordered. Fine women should not be wasted. If young Master Chu didn't want them, then he could enjoy them later. Chu Xiu had imprisoned Li Mu within the dark mountain, needing control over the RV from Li Mu. Only by transferring the RV's control from Li Mu to himself would Li Mu's real income. In this apocalyptic era, Chu Xiu would not let go of any opportunity to enhance his power, especially not the protagonist's golden touch. The protagonist's golden touch meant a path leading straight to heaven, so there was no need to find the direction. This was a paved long road. Even if Li Mu's protagonist aura erupted, Chu Xiu was willing to take the risk. Dark power suddenly burst from Chu Xiu's body. Terrifying dark mist surged into the RV. Inside the RV it was very simple, just like an ordinary RV, but Chu Xiu knew this RV definitely had some connection with Li Mu. The back hill, now occupied by dark gears, had been influenced by dark forces to become a land of darkness. Like falling into a dark abyss, Li Mu, surrounded by darkness, unable to touch, smell, or even feel gravity, began to panic. Without the motorhome nearby, Li Mu lost all sense of security. Throughout the apocalypse, it was the motorhome that gave Li Mu the confidence to traverse this harsh world. "Damn it, let me out." In the boundless dark space, Li Mu forced himself to calm down and shouted around him. However, the space seemed very open, echoing back his shouts continuously in his ears. Damn it, Li Mu knew this must be the doing of the City Lord of Nirvana. Despite keeping a low profile, he had still drawn the City Lord's attention. Li Mu's heart gradually steadied. At least there was no immediate danger to his life. It was odd that the opponent didn't kill him right away, but what concerned Li Mu the most was the motorhome. He absolutely could not afford to lose it. Was the motorhome damaged? "Hurry up and come get me, I should be in the back mountain," Li Mu urgently contacted the motorhome in his mind. "Master, the motorhome is currently under attack by an unknown force, still resisting using all stored energy. According to calculations, the stored energy can hold for 1 more week. Please increase the energy storage immediately, Master. Would you like to activate the emergency rescue function?" "Activate it, hurry up and activate it," Li Mu rejoiced internally, quickly issuing the command. Meanwhile, dark gears inside the mountains slowly began to turn, and strands of dark power emitted from them started to gather around Li Mu. The protagonist's aura was tremendously powerful, and Chu Xiu did not underestimate Li Mu, constantly monitoring him. Following Li Mu's command, the motorhome began to emit intensely destructive energy. Spatial transfer. Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened, and he directly moved the motorhome to the back mountain near Li Mu. This sudden burst of power was clearly about to self-destruct. It seemed the motorhome was trying to break free from its predicament to rescue Li Mu. When the motorhome was moved next to Li Mu, the self-destruction immediately halted. "How did you get here so quickly?" Li Mu had a special connection with the motorhome and naturally sensed its return. But the next second, the motorhome was moved back to Chu Xiu's side again. Like a yo-yo, spatial transfer could also set a time for the opponent to return to the position they had left. Although spatial ability was the specialty of the spatial warriors, Chu Xiu's mastery over spatial abilities was deepening as he controlled the spatial warriors. Chu Xiu harbored an ambition to one day completely devour the spatial warriors and claim their spatial abilities as his own. However, it was uncertain whether the dark abilities could accomplish this. For this, he pinned his hopes on a deeper understanding of the dark abilities in the future. "Why did you run back again?" Li Mu's joy lasted only a second before he realized the motorhome had left him again, a feeling of loss that no one could understand. It was like a woman had opened the door wide only for the inspection to arrive the next second. "Warning, an unknown spatial force has just appeared. Warning, warning." The RV set a reminder in his mind. The RV, now back in front of Chu Xiu, showed no signs of an energy burst. Chu Xiu's lips curled slightly, a cold sneer in his heart. "If you can explode, if you can blow up Li Mu along with it, activate automatic attack, grant full permissions, come rescue me immediately," Li Mu shouted helplessly from within the back mountain where he was imprisoned. In order to have the RV return to him as swiftly as possible, Li Mu had no choice but to release all permissions to the RV's intelligence, receiving instructions, temporarily taking over all permissions, activating all attack modes. The RV's intelligent voice echoed in Li Mu's mind, making him unconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the RV was fine, he was sure to be rescued. Such was his confidence in the RV. Li Mu also knew that the RV's current situation was probably perilous. Given its location, it should be at the City Lord's mansion, suggesting that the Lord of Nirvana had discovered the RV's special attributes. Damn it, spying on the RV, kidnapping the mother and daughter. The opponent had completely crossed Li Mu's bottom line. Li Mu vowed in his heart that once he escaped, he would overturn the entire city of Nirvana. "Lord of Nirvana, I will kill you." Dark Domain. As soon as signs of attack appeared from the RV, Chu Xiu immediately deployed the Dark Domain. becoming an invincible presence within it. Inside the dark domain, the emergence of various advanced weapons from the RV was a revelation for Chu Xiu. These armaments were far too large to be housed within the small interior space of an RV. The only explanation was that the RV had a storage space inside and could even produce these unseen new types of weapons. A glint of greed flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. This RV was destined to be his. Even if 10 protagonists stood before him, they could not stop him. Whether it took half a year or a year, he was determined to seize this RV. Within the dark domain, like a different dimension, this was Chu Xiu's evolved dark ability. The RV's counterattack did not damage his mansion. However, the damage the RV did to the dark domain also backfired on Chu Xiu, but it was all worth it. Chu Xiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He never considered himself invincible. He was merely standing at the forefront of everyone. A trace of obsessive zeal flashed in his eyes. Owning this RV meant taking down not only Jingzhou City but the entire region would be a piece of cake. Power drives people mad, and with this golden touch right in front of him, how could he let it go? Not everyone is the protagonist, and the only thing he could do was fight, snatch, and slaughter. In the dark domain, all the dark forces fully invaded the RV's systems, which Chu Xiu considered the lifeline of the RV. Destroying these systems would expose the RV completely, like a beautiful young maiden. Come, let's see what the protagonist's golden touch is capable of and how it dares to stop me. Inside the dark domain, the RV was like a sailboat adrift on the ocean, appearing so lonely and helpless against the fierce torrential waves. Li Mu could feel the motorhome weakening, his heart filled with anxiety, yet he was powerless to do anything. All he could do was wait here, waiting for fate's judgment. Halt, who goes there? After Li Wenbin withdrew his troops, he immediately rushed to the city lord's mansion, only to be stopped by Zhao Meng right at the entrance. Step aside, I have urgent matters to discuss with young Master Chu. Li Wenbin furrowed his brows. Had Zhao Meng become too arrogant? Did he really think that by being by young Master Chu's side he could shake Li Wenbin's standing in young Master Chu's heart? No way. The corners of Zhao Meng's mouth lifted slightly, showing no intention of moving aside. Don't push me. Li Wenbin stared at him, a hint of danger flashing in his eyes. This is young Master Chu's order. Zhao Meng slightly lifted his head, looking down on Li Wenbin as he spoke slowly. Seeing that it was young Master Chu's wish, Li Wenbin did not force his way through, knowing that Zhao Meng wouldn't dare to give false orders. However, Li Wenbin still had one thing to clarify with Zhao Meng. Was it your people who stole the motorhome? At that time, to deceive Li Wenbin, nobody had been arranged to guard the motorhome, just waiting to move it away after distancing themselves. But when his men went back for the motorhome, it had already vanished without a trace. Not even tire tracks were seen. This too was young Master Chu's order. Zhao Meng gave Li Wenbin a smug smile, adding, but I should also thank you. If you hadn't been so useless, young Master Chu wouldn't have had my people intervene. A mere Li Mu, and yet so many were lost under your watch. You can explain that to young Master Chu yourself. Then, noticing the two women being carried by female ability users behind Li Wenbin, Zhao Meng asked with a curious expression, what's with the two women? None of your business. Li Wenbin's lips curved into a slight smile. Zhao Meng was rather straightforward, and he always knew that something like offering women was something Zhao Meng would never think of. You're not thinking of offering these women to young Master Chu, are you? Zhao Meng suddenly realized the possibility. Li Wenbin responded with a smile. Zhao Meng felt a tinge of regret inside. Always being by young Master Chu's side, how had he not thought of offering women? Letting Li Wenbin get ahead of him like this irritated him immensely. However, an idea quickly came to Zhao Meng, and he directly said to Li Wenbin, young Master Chu is inside inspecting the motorhome. You have no idea how mysterious that motorhome is. With a secretive gesture, Zhao Meng waved his hand to have his men step back, then motioned Li Wenbin to come closer. What's so mysterious about it? Li Wenbin approached, curious, waving his own men to retreat. That motorhome is a product of future technology, though I don't know why it ended up in Li Mu's hands. Zhao Meng whispered, his hand at his mouth, yet in his heart he was scheming to take over the two women from Li Wenbin. Future technology? Li Wenbin was taken aback, having never considered this possibility. Yes, it's not only equipped with weapons never seen before, but it can also release an energy shield. Zhao Meng didn't hide this from Li Wenbin, telling him the truth. Even I can't break that energy barrier. Zhao Meng sighed deeply. So, is young Master Chu studying that RV inside right now? Li Wenbin curiously glanced inside the gate. Yes, that RV is very resistant and young Master Chu asked us to come out. It will probably take some time to figure it out. Zhao Meng's true intentions began to surface. How about you leave those two women with me? When young Master Chu lets me in, I'll bring the women to you. That works too. Li Wenbin agreed without immediately realizing Zhao Meng's true intentions, feeling that waiting around was not an option. As soon as Zhao Meng saw Li Wenbin leave the women with him and walk away with his subordinates, a smug smile appeared on his face. But just then Li Wenbin turned back and saw Zhao Meng's ugly triumphant smile. "Why are you being so kind?" Li Wenbin walked back to Zhao Meng and muttered. Quietly, he had been careless and had been outwitted by Zhao Meng, a reality Li Wenbin found hard to accept. Looking at the muscular but simple-minded appearance of his opponent, he hadn't expected Zhao Meng to be capable of such scheming. Hey, you can't wrong a good person like that. I was just trying to help you out and you think I'm deceiving you. Zhao Meng looked at him innocently, spreading his hands, but the smirk on his lips was unmistakable. Get them back to me. Li Wenbin took a deep breath, deciding not to argue for the moment. His embarrassment was already enough. He didn't want to make a scene and become a laughingstock. Zhao Meng slowly raised a finger. What do you mean? Li Wenbin's face darkened as he stared at him. One for me, one for you, that's the handling fee. Zhao Meng didn't dare to fall out with Li Wenbin here. If it reached young Master Chu, it would be Li Wenbin who would get the credit, even if Zhao Meng was the one who delivered the women. One woman was enough to let young Master Chu know he was thoughtful. Li Wenbin was so angry he was breathing rapidly, pointing at him, momentarily at a loss for words. You better not fall into my hands in the future. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then spoke word by word. Future matters can be discussed in the future. Zhao Meng was always simple-minded because he thought less, but that didn't mean he wasn't smart, having attended the same school as Li Wenbin. Zhao Meng waved his hand and had his subordinates give the older woman to Li Wenbin, keeping the younger one for himself. Seeing Zhao Meng give him the older woman, Li Wenbin's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't argue. Knowing young Master Chu's history with young women, Zhao Meng was merely being clever by half. After being outwitted by Zhao Meng, Li Wenbin simply joined him as a gatekeeper. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, still in the dark domain invading the RV, had made further progress. Suddenly, Chu Xiu asked if the RV had intelligence. Surprisingly, the RV responded to him, "Following Li Mu leads nowhere. Better to join me." Since the RV had intelligence, Chu Xiu also wanted to try communicating with it. If they could resolve the situation through dialogue, so much the better. Before all the reserved energy was depleted, it was impossible to change the master. Do you have the authority to change the master? Chu Xiu squinted his eyes. Such authority shouldn't exist in theory as it was. The protagonist's golden finger. He had never had this authority before, but it was newly granted by the master himself. The RV's intelligent voice system truthfully informed Chu Xiu. Li Mu was completely unaware that once all permissions were granted, the RV's intelligence would naturally seek its own survival. Of course, it wouldn't defy Li Mu's orders. Even with all permissions granted, the master was still the master. However, how to save and what price to pay, the RV would select the best option within its permissions. At this moment, seeing the current stable condition of the RV, Li Mu's tense heart slightly relaxed. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu was overjoyed, not expecting that Li Mu, in his desperation to survive, would grant all permissions to the RV. Such carelessness was to his advantage, giving him an opportunity. Once the RV lost all its reserved energy, its intelligence could only choose him. Chu Xiu, embodying the darkness in this realm of shadows, began to laugh heartily. The endless power of darkness surged into the RV, causing its internal devices to sizzle and smoke. Knowing what to do, Chu Xiu was determined to go all out. At the same time, he wouldn't forget Li Mu, who was temporarily trapped in the back mountain. Multitasking wasn't difficult for him, and he knew that Li Mu would definitely make a final burst. The RV was in peril, and as the protagonist, Li Mu naturally sensed it. Now that he had given all permissions to the RV, it was his hope that the RV would do its utmost, even in his absence, to exert its maximum power. What Li Mu didn't anticipate was that granting all permissions included the possibility of changing the master. However, even with this permission, the RV wouldn't use it until the very end. Boom! Inside the mountain, Li Mu threw punches into the air, but he didn't give up, continuously firing weapons from his storage space until the magazines were empty. It was just a mere mountain. Did it think it could contain him? Li Mu's gaze was icy as he looked around the darkness. His bullets had definitely hit something. He heard them. Chu Xiu observed Li Mu for a while as countless gears of darkness appeared and flew towards the back mountain. Li Mu didn't need to worry about them now. There were plenty of dark gears. He could continue to fire. Once he had control of the RV, it wouldn't be too late to deal with Li Mu. The reason Li Mu was unharmed might be because the injuries were transferred to the RV. In his past life, Chu Xiu, who had nothing better to do, enjoyed reading novels, and this kind of plot device was all too common. For a whole day, Li Mu furiously vented his inner rage. Many of the dark gears destroyed by Li Mu's firearms were replenished many times by Chu Xiu. The dark gears flying towards the back mountain were seen by many, especially by Li Wenbin and Zhao Meng, who were closest. A day had passed and Chu Xiu's dark gears appeared so many times. Li Mu in the back mountain was probably still thinking of resisting. Li Wenbin's attention to Li Mu had intensified with every dark gear that flew out. "You were still careless," Chu Xiu often said when doing things. "Don't be careless even when hunting a rabbit. A lion must use all its strength." Zhao Meng took the opportunity to gloat in front of Li Wenbin. "You don't know anything." Li Wenbin had no desire to argue with Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng chuckled on the side, not caring about the displeasure on Li Wenbin's face. Inside the city lord's mansion, Chu Xiu was on the verge of victory. The energy shield of the RV had faded to the extreme, as if a gentle poke with a fingertip could break it. During this period, Chu Xiu had suffered a lot of backlash, but he didn't care. If necessary, he would just rest for a while. "The RV is mine for the taking, ah?" Chu Xiu laughed wildly as he saw the moment the energy shield of the RV shattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, not caring in the least. "The RV, you are mine." A gleam flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he fully attacked the interior of the RV. "Warning, warning, warning, 80% of the internal facilities have been compromised. Warning, warning, warning." The alarm of the RV suddenly sounded in Li Mu's mind. Back in the deep mountains. "Damn it, you fool," Li Mu cursed in his heart. "Couldn't he have just a bit more time?" Now Li Mu had figured out a way out, which was to attack a specific point without giving the city lord of Nirvana any time to react. This was the only way. The more urgent the situation, the clearer Li Mu's mind became. It seemed this was the only option left. Li Mu took out a bomb from the RV's storage space, which, despite its palm-sized appearance, had the power to destroy a mountain. Using it would cause damage that the RV would have to bear. The RV was already struggling on its own. If he did this, Li Mu could imagine what would happen. But now Li Mu had no choice but to delay no longer. Waiting any further was just a slow death. Rather than that, Li Mu preferred to take a chance, to compete with the heavens and others. "My fate is my own." Li Mu gritted his teeth and just did it. This guy does have some tricks up his sleeve, using them only at this moment. Truly patient. Chu Xiu looked at the palm-sized bomb in his hand. This thing could not be allowed to detonate. From Li Mu's expression, it was clear that he was very confident in what he held, so without hesitation Chu Xiu used his spatial ability to transfer it to his own hand. Meanwhile, inside the mountain, Li Mu roared furiously. The only bomb had just vanished from his hand. Incapable rage, mere barking of a dog. Chu Xiu didn't even bother to listen. "Now I'm giving you a chance to rebind so you don't have to die." Following that waste, Li Mu was completely beneath your capabilities. "Look, till now you're just an ordinary RV, but to unleash your true power, it has to be with me." Chu Xiu watched the RV that was at the end of its rope, a slight smile curving his lips. The RV was finally about to fall into his hands. According to the Ultimate Authority's decision, it was now at its last gasp with no possible measures for salvation, and the only option left was to rebind the master. The RV's intelligence system was incessantly flashing red lights. Ding dong, according to the Ultimate Authority's decision, the RV is at its last gasp and will soon unbind the current master, Li Mu. Ding dong, according to the Ultimate Authority's decision, the RV is at its last gasp and will soon unbind the current master, Li Mu. Ding dong. According to the Ultimate Authority's decision, the RV is at its last gasp and will soon unbind the current master, Li Mu. "What, you want to unbind me?" The relentless voice of the RV's intelligence suddenly echoed in Li Mu's mind as he was trapped on the back mountain. "I am the master, I refuse to unbind," Li Mu roared in his heart, rejecting the unbinding on the spot. Unbinding refusal failed. Autonomous unbinding authority has been activated. "When did you have the authority for autonomous unbinding?" "I remember you told me." "I am the master. Although you are the master, the authority was personally granted by you to me," the RV's intelligence patiently explained, while the unbinding process was already halfway through. Reminder to the master, unbinding has proceeded to 80%, 83%, 87%. Li Mu's heart was filled with gloom, his face ashen as he realized the consequences of granting all permissions to the RV. Damn it, why did I give all the permissions to the RV back then? Suddenly Li Mu thought of a possibility. "RV, I want to take back the permissions. I am still your master." Li Mu forcefully issued the command in his mind, his heart suddenly relieved, a smug expression crossing his face. Good thing the command was timely, almost capsized in the gutter. Command received. Transferring permissions, please wait. 10%, 16%. Li Mu's expression instantly stiffened, hope draining from his heart, because just then the unbinding had succeeded. He was no longer the master of the RV, the so-called transfer of permissions was now futile. Upon hearing that the RV had unbound Li Mu, Chu Xiu's face lit up with joy. Ding dong, reselecting master, selection complete, binding in process. At this moment Chu Xiu's mind received the RV's binding notification. Binding, ding dong, binding successful, welcome master to use. The RV, this RV can be upgraded. Continuous upgrades can enhance the RV's space and equipment. Upgrade energy can utilize mutant flesh, mutant crystal cores, and various other absorbable materials. Permanently disable unbinding authority. As soon as Chu Xiu became the master of the RV, he immediately issued his first command. Reporting to the master, the unbinding authority has been permanently disabled. Come here. Chu Xiu, having acquired the RV, was in a great mood and immediately withdrew. The domain of darkness. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng, who had been waiting outside for a day and a night, kept nodding off. Hearing the shout inside, he jerked awake. Li Wenbin was already extremely tired, carelessly sleeping on the ground. Who would have expected Zhao Meng to accidentally step on Li Wenbin's cover? Ouch, Zhao Meng, I'm going to kill you. Li Wenbin was sweating cold sweat from the pain, a type of pain only men could understand, and no medicine could alleviate it. No pain could compare to this. I'm sorry. Zhao Meng's apology lacked any sincerity as he ran inside without looking back. Li Wenbin gestured to his subordinates. Can't you see? Come and help me up. Oh, coming brother Bin. A few slow-reacting underlings hurriedly came over to support Li Wenbin. Move. Finally standing up, Li Wenbin pushed away the underlings around him and rushed inside. Just as Chu Xiu had ordered Zhao Meng to collect the flesh of exotic beasts, he saw Li Wenbin run in. What's wrong? All sweaty. Chu Xiu was in a good mood, his speech laced with an easy laugh. Chu Xiu, it's nothing, but this RV. Li Wenbin quickly wiped the cold sweat from his face, curiously looking at the battered RV. This was indeed a treasure. Chu Xiu didn't explain much, patting the RV's scratched surface with a smile. The RV can be upgraded for sea, land and air, but Li Mu has only upgraded it for sea and land so far. There's even an armory inside the RV. It's unbelievable. Li Mu has really sent me a great gift. To repay Li Mu, I shall personally send him off. He looked at Li Wenbin, thinking he had something important to report. Speak up. Just now Zhao Meng said you've been waiting outside with him all day. Hearing this, Li Wenbin immediately looked towards Zhao Meng, who was making faces and even clasped his hands to apologize for what had happened before. Zhao Meng didn't want to fall out with Li Wenbin too badly, knowing full well how heavy his step had been, only he knew the real weight of it. Zhao Meng was also scared. After all, history books are filled with accounts of how twisted eunuchs could be through the dynasties. If Li Wenbin ended up a eunuch, he would surely stick by Chu Xiao's side. Then not only would Zhao Meng lose his position, but he would also be haunted by eunuch Li Wenbin. That would be the real terror. Zhao Meng's mind raced with these thoughts, causing him to shiver on the spot. Li Wenbin narrowed his eyes, feeling that this guy was plotting something. That kick had been heavy, but it wasn't crippling. Chu Xiao, the gift I prepared for you last time, I've finally reclaimed it today. Li Wenbin took a deep breath, enduring the pain, and managed to smile. Chu Xiu chuckled amusedly. A gift? The woman by Li Mu's side? You and Zhao Meng each chose a woman, and those two women are quite closely linked. What? You think I'm led by lust? Chu Xiu's face changed suddenly, his tone turning stern. Scared by his words, Zhao Meng and Li Wenbin quickly lowered their heads, burying them deep. Their actions were very synchronized, clearly used to being scolded. Both of them had a resigned attitude. It scolded. It wasn't like they hadn't been scolded before. After scolding them, the gift was handed over, and Chu Xiu naturally remembered their kindness. Seeing the two men coordinating so well, each taking a turn, Chu Xiu laughed and cursed. You cowards, but since it's your sincere gesture, I'll gladly accept it. Then we wish young Master Chu a lot of fun, they said with a snicker, exchanging glances that only men would understand. Get out of here. Chu Xiu laughed, amused by their antics. We're going, Zhao Meng and Li Wenbin said, happily running off after seeing that Chu Xiu had accepted the gift. After they left, Chu Xiu looked at the RV and flipped his palm, pulling out a new type of submachine gun. This is the firearm Li Mu used, truly a weapon of the future, never seen before. Chu Xiu planned to park the RV here and slowly upgrade it after receiving the mutant beast meat from Zhao Meng. Although he was severely injured, it wasn't visible because the injuries were internal. However, acquiring the RV was a price worth paying. Returning to his bedroom, Chu Xiu pressed a spot on the wall, revealing a secret door. He walked through. This was his usual meditation chamber. Sitting on the cold stone bed, the chill helped clear his mind. Internal injuries were not easy to heal, he needed a healer with special abilities. Apart from the one he had killed, he hadn't found any medical practitioners in the city of Nirvana, but Chu Xiu needed to personally deal with Li Mu first. His injuries could wait, no hero could be spared. Previously he kept Li Mu around for the sake of the RV, now that Li Mu had devalued completely, his time was up. Inside the back mountain, having lost the RV, Li Mu looked desolate and dispirited. Boom, Li Mu emerged from the dark abyss, seeing daylight once again. As the ground closed up, footsteps slowly approached him. Li Mu, devoid of his previous vigor and not even noticing whose footsteps they were, had lost everything. Losing the RV turned you into this. Perhaps this is how you were meant to live, just a useless person, Chu Xiu remarked lightly. Many heroes are actually nobodies who rise to prominence only because they acquire some magical aid. They easily gain abilities without effort and then look down on those who achieve through genuine skills. That's the most annoying part about such heroes. So you're the Lord of Nirvana City, Li Mu said, lifting his head with hatred in his voice. If not for Chu Xiu, he wouldn't have lost the RV or his power. In this apocalyptic world, he could have lived freely doing what he liked because he had the RV. Surprised you recognize me, but unfortunately you're going to die today, Chu Xiu said, pulling out the submachine gun left in the RV and aiming it at Li Mu. Forgot to tell you, the RV is mine now, sorry about that. Without the influence of Li Mu, who had a heroic aura, the mother and daughter, who were just ordinary people, would not possibly have the courage to resist Chu Xiu. Li Mu was gone, but Zhang Yunmei and Mu Yanqi still had to continue living. Although reluctant, they had to submit to Chu Xiu's oppressive control due to their circumstances. Chu shout, Li Wenbin called out as he saw Chu Xiu eating. He didn't dare to come in, only daring to shout from outside. Come in and join me for some food. Chu Xiu gestured for the two women to fetch a set of chopsticks for Li Wenbin. Thank you, Chu Xiao. I haven't eaten yet either, Li Wenbin said cheerfully as he sat down. The two women quickly served him a set of chopsticks and then stood obediently by the side, serving Chu Xiu like maids from ancient times, picking dishes and pouring wine. Although Chu Xiu had slept with the two women, he did not consider them worthy of the status of mistress. In Chu Xiu's heart, they were far from reaching that level. Even Chu Yuer hadn't reached that position. After quickly finishing a bowl of rice, Li Wenbin took a sip of tea and hurriedly spoke. Chu Xiao, about the healer with special abilities you asked me to find. I found one. Did you bring them? Chu Xiu lightly blew on the tea leaves in his cup, taking a sip of the hot tea. Li Wenbin hesitated, his face uncertain, but he had to speak. There was a bit of an incident. Another incident? Chu Xiu looked at him, slightly surprised. This guy didn't run into the protagonist again, did he? Li Wenbin hurriedly explained. It's a pair of siblings. The sister is a rare healing ability user and her brother is a powerful telekinetic. It seems there was a small misunderstanding with them. The telekinetic thought we were spying on his sister, so he attacked our people. Understanding why Li Wenbin looked so troubled, Chu Xiu realized it was because they couldn't defeat the other party and had come back for reinforcements. Have Zhao Meng and Yu Wufeng go with you, Chu Xiu instructed as he ate a freshly cooked piece of tripe, enjoying the rare delicacy in this apocalyptic world. Thank you, Chu Xiao, Li Wenbin said. After achieving his objective, he quickly ate another bowl of rice. Whether forcefully brought or voluntarily, Chu Xiu didn't care about the method. He urgently needed the healer to treat the backlash injuries he suffered from using his dark powers. Otherwise, the recovery time would be too long and he wasn't willing to wait. Moreover, the longer the delay, the higher the chance of developing complications after recovery. After finishing his meal, Li Wenbin left and Chu Xiu had the women clean up while he went to his office. Although Li Wenbin had been as discreet as possible in searching for the healer, it would still be too easy for those with intentions to find out. The Hope Base, which had been holding back from a major conflict, would inevitably know about his severe injuries by now. The ruler of Hope Base, Chu Hongwei, would certainly take this opportunity to strike at him. Chu Xiu glanced at Xiao He sunbathing on the windowsill and then withdrew his gaze, contemplating his next moves. Xiao He, this little guy, not only gathered a considerable number of mutant cat tribes but also subdued many exotic beasts to serve him. Despite his small stature, Xiao He's strength has far surpassed that of most people. Xiao He's beast troops have always been one of Chu Xiu's trump cards. However, there hasn't been a need to use this card yet. Chu Hongwei wanted to make a move against himself and he likewise wanted to act against the other. During this period he had been accumulating strength. There could only be one decision-maker in Jingzhou City, and that was himself. Chu Xiu was all in, using his injuries as a means to achieve his goal. Heavily injured, the enemy would surely let down their guard, as making a move against the Hope Base in such a state would be an Unwise decision. He had to do the unexpected. After all, with the power now under his control, there was no need for him to take action personally. However, to prevent his plans from failing, Chu Xiu specifically called his father, asking him to be ready to support him whenever he made his move. A wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. Everything requires a backup plan. Upon hearing this news, Chu Hongwei, who always saw Chu Xiu as a thorn in his side at Hope Base, was overjoyed. The Lord of Nirvana City might be severely injured, prompting his underling Li Wenbin to search everywhere for medical psychics. Gentlemen, this is our opportunity. Chu Hongwei convened a secret meeting with all the high-ranking officials of Hope Base. The attendees looked at each other in silence. After the last incident, their influence had significantly diminished, and Chu Hongwei could now dictate terms, which caused resentment among them. Since he controlled the power, let him do as he wished. If he failed, he would take the blame. If he succeeded, they could still enjoy some benefits. Chu Hongwei did not completely ignore their influence over Hope Base. The collective combat power of these people was also a force to be reckoned with. Don't stay silent, this concerns the future development of Hope Base. The stronger Hope Base is, the better it is for all of us. Chu Hongwei knew they harbored grievances against him, but these people definitely did not want to see Nirvana City continue to grow stronger. Although psychics could not yet decide the entire course of events, if delayed further, the day might arrive sooner than expected. As Chu Xiu of Nirvana City said, psychics were the inevitable trend. However, Hope Base could not openly state this, as many positions were held by ordinary people, also their loyalists. Fortunately, these awakened psychics remained loyal to them, which was why they had always advocated for the equal coexistence of ordinary people and psychics. However, Chu Hongwei and the other high officials were already planning on the psychic serums. If successful, these high officials could become psychics themselves, completely shedding their ordinary status. Although Nirvana City had robbed them of several high-end talents last time, Hope Base still had its foundation. At the beginning of the apocalypse, they prioritized rescuing those high-end talents. One of the high officials sitting on the right side of the conference table spoke to Chu Hongwei. Since you want to deal with the city of Nirvana, you should know that the superhumans of Nirvana City are far stronger than ours. There are many skilled superhumans under Chu Xiu of Nirvana City, such as Zhao Meng, Li Wenbin, Yu Wufeng, Li Changgu Li and others. We must first eliminate his wings, creating chaos and confusion for him, which would be the best opportunity for us to attack Nirvana City. I have already thought of the reasons for you. No one is allowed to divide Jingzhou City or conquer the rivers and mountains. It is our undeniable duty. One person raised doubts, but how can we eliminate these wings? Haven't we already tried and failed? Another agreed with the decision, asserting that failure is the mother of success and we should not stop just because we have failed before. Other senior members also expressed their opinions, and many were contradictory, unable to reach a consensus. At this moment, all eyes turned to Chu Hongwei, who had been silent. Mayor Chu, it's time for you to share your thoughts. We will listen to you. Yes, we are all listening. Chu Hongwei could see through the minds of these people at a glance and sneered internally. This group of old foxes wanted him to bear the consequences alone if the operation failed. However, Chu Hongwei didn't mind these minor issues. Once Nirvana City was dealt with, these people would be his targets for cleansing. A small sacrifice staves off greater chaos. 2 hours later, Chu Hongwei left the meeting room satisfied. Several high-ranking officials with varying expressions left the meeting room and each returned to their homes. One of the Hope Base's high-ranking officials, named Hong Jiqiang, had a face that alternated between ferocious and calm after returning home. It's all because of you. Eventually, Hong Jiqiang seemed to make an important decision. Here's the address, just help me deliver this into the room. Hong Jiqiang stuffed the content he had just written into an envelope and handed it to a confidant who emerged from his shadow. Remember, if exposed, immediately burn the letter. Hong Jiqiang instructed him sternly. I understand, rest assured, I will handle it. The confidant merged into the ground, becoming part of the darkness and disappearing without a trace. This confidant was a shadow superhuman capable of swallowing other people's shadows to control them. For safety, Hong Jiqiang always kept this confidant merged in his own shadow for protection. In a room at a corner of the civilian area of Hope Base, a shadow used the shadows of people on the street to reach its destination. Knock, knock, knock. The person inside immediately stood up and looked towards the door with vigilance. Who is it? Lei Fei, holding a weapon, hid beside the door and spoke faintly. As the intelligence chief of Nirvana City, Lei Fei always took the lead in important operations and was highly respected by his subordinates. Then everyone in the room saw an envelope being pushed under the door gap. The knocking stopped. "Chief, no problem, it's just a letter." One of the subordinates carefully picked up the letter from the floor, inspected it, and then handed it to him. Lei Fei carefully tore open the letter to read its contents. "Brothers, Hong Jiqian has defected." Lei Fei's face lit up with joy as he carefully put away the letter. "This guy is our only contact and the most likely to defect. After so much time, we finally have a harvest." Lei Fei instructed Li Yuanlong, "Go meet with Hong Jiqiang and tell him that once everything is successful his share will definitely be honored." Li Yuanlong, the one who had just handed Lei Fei the envelope, had lost his wife and children and had awakened the ability to liquefy. His ability could liquefy anything, including himself. Indeed, Li Yuanlong transformed into droplets of water rolling onto the ground and seeping into the earth, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Hong Jiqiang, who chose to betray Hope Base, was also suffering at home, pacing back and forth, very restless and anxious. It wasn't the betrayal that tormented him, but the eager anticipation of a response. After ensuring the safety of his subordinates, he had been waiting for a reply. If the other party refused, he wondered what he should do. If they agreed, whether their promises would be honored. Various thoughts popped into his mind, making sweat drip from Hong Jiqiang's head like rain. At that moment, droplets of water emerged from the ground in Hong Jiqiang's room, forming splashes and finally shaping into a human figure. Li Yuanlong appeared and Hong Jiqiang quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I have decided to defect to you. Whatever I know, I can tell you. But you must ensure that after this is over, I can live safely in Nirvana City." Li Yuanlong's face showed a hint of a smile. "Of course, we keep our promises. As long as the job is done, it will certainly be effective." Reassured, Hong Jiqiang quickly said, "I'll give you some intelligence first. Chu Hongwei is already planning to move against your city's lord. The first target is your lord's right-hand man Li Wenbin. The specific time and place I have already written down here." Since Hong Jiqiang had betrayed Chu Hongwei, he naturally wanted to sell thoroughly, handing over all the intelligence. There is no turning back once the bow is drawn. At this point he could only follow through. Why did Hong Jiqiang choose to betray? It must be mentioned that in the last attack of Nirvana City on Hope Base, Chu Hongwei's goal of exhausting the high ranks had resulted in the sacrifice of Hong Jiqiang's only son. Since then, Hong Jiqiang had held deep dissatisfaction with Chu Hongwei. As Lei Fei and others approached him afterwards, his hatred for Chu Hongwei deepened. Ultimately, he chose to betray. "My son is gone, but I can have others, but vengeance must be sought. After taking revenge, I'll take my men to Nirvana City, where I can still find a woman and have sons." After receiving the intelligence, Li Yuanlong solemnly stored it away and left the place. Lei Fei, upon receiving this intelligence, immediately passed the information back. In Nirvana City, Chu Xiu received the message from Lei Fei and smiled triumphantly. In ancient times, most sturdy cities were breached from the inside. Eliminate Li Wenbin? Chu Xiu would naturally not allow such a thing to happen, so he asked Zhao Meng to inform Li Wenbin about it. Upon hearing the news, Li Wenbin couldn't help but laugh it off. Picking on the soft persimmon, do they think he's the weakest one? A tiger doesn't show its might and is thought to be a sick cat. Therefore, for his own safety, Li Wenbin almost never let Yi Wufeng stray too far from him. Although he found Yi Wufeng extremely annoying, Li Wenbin had to admit that Yi Wufeng's strength far surpassed his own. This time when they left the city, Li Wenbin didn't bring many people, just about 100 superhumans, but they were all armed. These weapons were the ones Chu Xiao had looted from the Hope Base's armory last time. "You really fear death, don't you? Getting prepared so thoroughly," Zhao Meng commented with a light laugh, looking at Li Wenbin's fully equipped subordinates. "It's better to be safe than sorry, dumbass. It seems it's not you they want to eliminate." Li Wenbin rolled his eyes at Zhao Meng. After leaving the city of Nirvana, everyone became more vigilant. After all, it wasn't as safe here as at home. All jokes aside, Li Wenbin wasn't about to gamble with his life. "They probably think you're weak, that's why they targeted you first. Normally, I don't see you sticking so close to me," Yi Wufeng said coldly, looking at Li Wenbin, who was sticking close to him with a disdainful smile. Under the subtle influence of dark powers, Yi Wufeng had gradually forgotten about leaving the city of Nirvana. However, Yi Wufeng hadn't forgotten that Li Wenbin had once killed innocent people right in front of him. Though the dark abilities influenced him, Yi Wufeng no longer harbored murderous intentions towards Li Wenbin, but he still had no good feelings towards him. "This mission," Chu Xiao asked both of you to cooperate with me, not to mock me. Li Wenbin quickly used Chu Xiao's name to suppress them. Zhao Meng didn't bother to speak anymore. Yi Wufeng simply ignored Li Wenbin and walked ahead quickly. Hey, why are you walking so fast?" Seeing Yi Wufeng leaving his side, Li Wenbin suddenly felt utterly insecure and quickly became alert, following him closely. After walking for 2 hours, they avoided zombies whenever possible. After all, this area didn't belong to the city of Nirvana's influence, and leaving these zombies would let the people inside realize how safe and fortunate they were. The road was primarily clogged with wrecked vehicles, and the sight of mutilated corpses was unbearable. Those corpses had been gnawed on mostly by mutant animals. At the top floor of a high-rise building, a brother and sister were resting there roasting the meat of a mutant animal. Brother, the people from the city of Nirvana don't seem to have any ill intentions. Are we being too sensitive? Morongyan said to her brother. Her brother Morong Tian rubbed her head affectionately and looked at her indulgently. Those people are just interested in your abilities. Regardless of their intentions, we just need to ignore them. I haven't stopped you from saving people. Normally you have a kind heart, but others might not be the same. Our parents left us early and we only have each other. Brother won't let any danger come near you. In this apocalyptic world, Morong Tian could only do his best to shield his sister from the dark hearts of men and protect her pure and kind heart. Morongyan always listened to her brother, nodding quickly and handing over the cooked meat. Brother, you eat first, this is well cooked. Alright, I'll eat first. Wow sister, your cooking skills are really improving every day. Really? Of course, it's true. Meanwhile, Li Wenbin and his group were not far from here. According to the information gathered by his people, the siblings were active in this area. However, with a sinister smile, Li Wenbin said, that guy seems very protective of his sister. As long as we... Li Wenbin's words were cut off by Yu Wufeng, who argued this is too despicable. You can never win them over with such tactics. Yu Wufeng stared at Li Wenbin. Not everything has to be so absolute. Let me try. Yu Wufeng did not want another tragedy to occur and had to intervene personally, planning to show his goodwill. Although it was a bit extreme, if Yu Wufeng failed, they would have to resort to Li Wenbin's methods. Zhao Meng's thoughts were simple: no matter the method, as long as the task was accomplished, the rest did not concern him. Okay, Yu Wufeng confidently agreed. Whatever he set his mind to, he could achieve. Brother Bin, there's the smell of barbecue. It's coming from the direction of that rooftop over there. Suddenly, one of Li Wenbin's subordinates, who possessed an olfactory superpower, pointed towards a nearby rooftop. This was a tracker who could detect various smells even a day later, clearly distinguishing them. However, there was one thing that particularly troubled him: the unbearable stench when using the restroom. It seemed that the siblings were likely there. Li Wenbin couldn't help but laugh. Brothers, after this job is done, I will treat you all to a feast. Brother Bin is mighty. Brother Bin is awesome. Following Brother Bin means feasting one day and starving the next 3. Who? Li Wenbin's face darkened instantly as he turned to look at his followers. Who said that? Step forward now. Li Chang and Yu Wufeng chuckled secretly, wondering which unfortunate soul had dared to provoke Li Wenbin. But no one stepped forward, and everyone curiously looked around, not knowing who had spoken. Am I not standing right here? Li Wenbin's gaze turned cold, quickly turning towards the direction of the voice. There, from a roadside trash can, a baby's head emerged, bloody with strands of meat on its sharp teeth. Li Wenbin and his men recoiled in horror. Even the usually composed Yu Wufeng stepped back in fear. The appearance of this baby was indeed too terrifying. It was a mutated baby zombie. One of Li Wenbin's subordinates shouted nervously. The baby zombie shrieked sharply, disappearing quickly back into the trash can. When it reappeared, it pounced directly onto a superpowered individual, biting into his neck. Blood splattered, and the superpowered individual had no chance to resist before being bitten to death. I've got it under control. Li Chang realized immediately, but unfortunately it was a step too late to save the unfortunate soul. Furious at seeing his subordinate bitten to death, Li Wenbin unleashed a fire punch directly. Boom! The fire punch landed squarely on the zombie baby. Roar! Despite the flames engulfing its body, the mutated baby zombie continued to pounce towards Li Wenbin. The baby zombie's roar momentarily dazed Li Chang, allowing it to break free from his control. Li Wenbin transformed his body into flames and charged at the baby zombie. Humans, you all must die. The baby zombie even spoke these words, causing shock among those present. Had the mutated zombies evolved to this extent? Yu Wufeng watched silently, not making a move, his mind filled with worries about the future plight of humanity. With the human population drastically reduced and the sheer number of mutated zombies and animals, some giving birth to dozens at a time and maturing in just a few months, the disparity in numbers was only growing further, compressing the living space for humans. Li Wenbin's subordinates scattered, and a superhuman with the strength of reinforced steel stepped in front of Li Wenbin. he took many hits for Li Wenbin, the final blow sending him flying, his expression one of utter defeat. Meanwhile, Li Wenbin's other subordinates tried to attack, but the baby zombie dodged all their efforts. Damn it, what kind of ability does this thing have? Li Wenbin was puzzled. Everyone be careful, fall back, Zhao Meng shouted, his body surrounded by a halo of lightning moving rapidly to match the speed of the mutated zombie. A bolt of lightning struck the baby zombie, but a barrier appeared around it, blocking the attack. Yu Wufeng, do you really want to watch so many people die in front of you? Li Wenbin's words cornered Yu Wufeng. At this moment Yu Wufeng had no choice but to act. While he despised Li Wenbin, the others were innocent. Moving as swiftly as the wind, Yu Wufeng kicked the baby zombie, but a piercing scream suddenly echoed in his mind, causing him to falter. The small-bodied baby zombie, incredibly fast on all fours, lunged at Yu Wufeng. A flash of lightning struck the baby zombie, sending it flying. Are you okay? Zhao Meng appeared beside Yu Wufeng, concerned. I'm fine, thank you. Yu Wufeng shook his head, indicating he was alright, but he suspected the baby zombie had psychic abilities. Its attack just now dazed my mind. No wonder it can talk, a psychic zombie, that's a first. Li Wenbin hadn't expected to encounter a psychic mutant zombie, which explained the difficulty. Let's do this together, Zhao Meng said gravely. Alright, Yu Wufeng nodded. Then let's get on with it, we still have things to handle. Li Wenbin glared at the baby zombie, disgusted. The baby zombie, pale-faced, bald and naked with very sharp claws, said, humans, we shall meet again. Using a psychic attack, it caused a piercing scream to resonate in everyone's minds. As everyone regained their senses, the infant zombie had already fled. Something's odd here, Yu Wufeng said gravely. It's normal for them to attack humans, but we've never seen a mutating zombie that could run like this before. Zhao Meng, seeing that it had fled, actually breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent is highly intelligent, we need to be more vigilant. It's likely keeping an eye on us from the shadows. Let's focus on the task at hand and deal with it later. Yu Wufeng shook his head. If we let it grow, it will become even harder to deal with in the future. I have a feeling that next time we meet it won't be so easy to eliminate. The mission was crucial. Li Wenbin also didn't want to dwell on it too much. We can always take care of it later. Meanwhile, the siblings had witnessed everything from the rooftop. Brother, I didn't expect them to be quite capable, Morong Yun commented, showing no intention of going down to help. She and her brother had encountered this infant zombie several times before, each time had managed to escape halfway through the fight. This infant zombie is very troublesome. Killing it completely is only possible if it doesn't run away, she remarked. Morong Tian snorted coldly. If we don't deal with this infant zombie now, it will become a major threat later on. I suspect it is testing the strength of human superpowers, although I have no evidence. But the intelligence of this infant zombie is definitely not low. He looked at his sister sternly. But this is not our concern for now. Even if the sky falls, there are taller people to handle it. Morong Yun playfully asked, what if the tall people can't handle it? Then your brother will handle it, Morong Tian replied seriously. Oh brother, why so serious? The sky definitely won't fall, Morong Yun said cheekily, sticking out her tongue and giggling. I hope so. Morong Tian turned to look out the window at the apocalyptic scene, his heart growing heavier. Every man for himself, and where should we go? Where can we settle down? Honestly, Morong Tian didn't want his sister to keep wandering with him. They are probably here for us, look, they are coming in. He observed quietly. Morong Yun curiously asked, brother, do you think someone is injured and they need my abilities? Otherwise, they wouldn't be so desperate to find a medical superpower. Morong Tian nodded, explaining, I know these people somewhat. They are the higher-ups from the city of Nirvana. It's likely that the city lord of Nirvana is injured, but I haven't heard of any major battles happening there. Despite staying out of power struggles, Morong Tian always kept well informed about the Hope Base and the city of Nirvana. Jinzhou City was his hometown and he wouldn't want to leave unless absolutely necessary. Morong Yun, watching her brother showing no intention of leaving, couldn't help but ask, so, are you saying you won't agree to help them? Should we leave then? Morong Tian shook his head and said nothing more, only motioning for his sister to stand behind him. When Li Wenbin and the others finally reached the rooftop and saw Morong Tian, Yu Wufeng quickly stepped forward. Brother, we really mean no harm. Last time was just a misunderstanding, Yu Wufeng said earnestly as he looked at him with a face full of sincerity. Morong Tian's mouth twitched slightly in disdain. Sincerity? Sincerity means using force if you don't agree. That wasn't the intention of the city of Nirvana, it was purely his personal doing. Yu Wufeng glanced at Li Wenbin, effectively passing the blame onto him. Li Wenbin was about to say something when Zhao Meng pulled him back, signaling him not to interrupt. It's best to Resolve this without fighting if possible. Li Wenbin's eyes were cold, but he restrained himself from bursting out in anger, curious to see how Yi Wufeng would convince these siblings. You are Yi Wufeng, I know of you, a Wind-type ability user, one of the strong under the command of the City of Nirvana's leader. Morong Tian directly revealed Yi Wufeng's information, but I think you can't represent the stance of the City of Nirvana, can you? Morong Tian then pointed at Li Wenbin. This guy here is the real decision maker, isn't he? You have a good eye. Li Wenbin felt more comfortable inside, his face showing a trace of smugness. Yi Wufeng, not expecting this person to know so much, continued to persuade him without changing his expression. Healers are very rare, and to date the City of Nirvana doesn't have one. If your sister joins, I think her status will definitely not be low. After all, the presence of a medical ability user can save a life at any time. Your sister seems quite young, you wouldn't want her to keep wandering around with you, would you? You should know the rules of the City of Nirvana, and I hope you also understand about the Hope Base. Currently, these are the safest places in Jingzhou City, only in Hope Base the power structure. I think if you go there you're just going to be mistreated, considering you don't have the credentials to climb up. Here Yi Wufeng pointed at himself. I do have some weight in my words. Even he, Yi Wufeng pointed at Li Wenbin, has no right to interfere with my decisions, so as long as you are willing to come I guarantee that absolutely no one will dare to harass your sister. Yi Wufeng could see right away that this guy's weakness was his sister. After saying so much, the choice is yours, you decide, brother. Morong Yin tugged at her brother's sleeve. Morong Tian signaled his sister not to rush to speak and looked at Yi Wufeng and the others. I suppose you came prepared. What will you do if I don't agree? Yi Wufeng didn't expect that after all he had said this guy would still be so stubborn. What to do? Of course, bring her back by force. Your sister's medical ability is something that Lord Chu personally instructed us to bring back. Seeing that soft words were ineffective, Li Wenbin immediately snorted coldly. If not raising you up, then we have no choice but to take action. Seeing that they were about to take action, Morong Yun, ignoring her brother's earlier admonition, quickly spoke up. I want to know, is your city leader injured, and that's why you need my ability to heal him? Yes. Yi Wufeng didn't wait for Li Wenbin and Zhao Meng to speak and directly answered first. Do you know what you're saying? Li Wenbin, seeing that Yi Wufeng had actually leaked information about Lord Chu's injury, immediately grabbed his collar, his face full of anger. Yi Wufeng brushed off his hands and adjusted his collar, speaking indifferently. Although this information isn't widely known, it had already drawn attention when you started your large-scale search for medical superpowers. That doesn't justify your betrayal of young Master Chu. Li Wenbin glared at him with a cold expression. Yi Wufeng, you've gone too far. Zhao Meng also has no tolerance for traitors. Looking innocently at Li Wenbin, Yi Wufeng's face twisted into a mocking smile. Didn't you say it yourself? Any method is acceptable as long as it gets them to join. Li Wenbin, his words turned against him, was immediately filled with anger. If it's just about treating injuries, I might agree. Morong Tian suddenly interjected. Li Wenbin and Zhao Meng turned to look at him. But if you want me to join the City of Nirvana, I'll need to think it over, Morong Tian said. Then suddenly, using his powerful telekinetic abilities, he manipulated objects around them to attack the three men. With a flick of his hand, Yi Wufeng unleashed a powerful blade of wind, instantly shredding the objects to pieces. Impressive to utilize wind power to such an extent, he commented, admiration clear in his voice. Let's go, I'm getting more curious about what kind of person the City Lord of Nirvana really is. Just as Li Wenbin and the others were about to retaliate, Morong Tian stopped. His earlier action was merely an itch to test Yi Wufeng's strength. What truly made him agree was Yi Wufeng's sincere words. Yi Wufeng was right. He couldn't let his sister live a life of constant upheaval. The City of Nirvana seemed like a good place, but he would need to observe it himself before making a final decision. Seeing how defiant Morong Tian was, Li Wenbin couldn't help but warn him, kid, in the City of Nirvana, no one will pamper you. Morong Tian merely shrugged, fearless. My strength fears no one. Brother, Morong Yin interjected, not wanting to cause more trouble. That's for the best. Li Wenbin scoffed dismissively and gestured towards the door. Please. To prevent them from escaping, it was best to have them walk amidst their group. Follow me closely, Morong Tian instructed his sister. Okay, brother. Morong Yun obediently followed. As they made their way back, they did not encounter the infant zombie again. However, after they left the area, the infant zombie reappeared on the streets, and the other zombies quietly followed it away. In the City of Nirvana, Morong Yun admired the street vendors selling food and clothes, reminiscent of the days before the apocalypse. Brother, this place is really nice. It feels like we're back before the end times. However, it was only a resemblance. The difference from before the apocalypse was still vast. yet this was enough to bring Morong Yun great satisfaction, providing at least some peace of mind. Humans are inherently social creatures. Constantly being alone can only lead to profound loneliness and emptiness. Loneliness can severely affect a person's mental health, essentially leading to psychological abnormalities. By the way, what are your names? I need to record them for the City of Nirvana's ID cards, a city official asked. Li Wenbin suddenly asked, Morong Tian, Morong Yun. Both Morong Tian and Morong Yun spoke up at the same time without any intention of concealing their names. Morong Tian did so out of confidence in his own strength, while Morong Yun did so out of trust in her brother and her own naivety. The Morong surname is quite rare, Li Wenbin remarked with surprise, memorizing their names. Morong Tian pursed his lips and did not engage in conversation but held his sister's hand as they spotted the city lord's mansion. We're here, let's wait to be announced. Zhao Meng went in first, asking everyone to wait outside. They ask us to heal, yet they put on such airs. Truly such big shots, Morong Tian muttered under his breath, touching his nose lightly. Brother, keep it down, this is their turf, Morong Yun whispered with some concern, worried her brother might antagonize them. Despite her brother's prowess, it was hard to fight against many. Alright, I know, Morong Tian waved dismissively. City of Nirvana, if I wish to come I come. If I wish to leave I leave. Even the city lord can't do much to me. Li Wenbin glanced at Morong Tian and chose to ignore him, dismissing him as a naive fool not worth mentioning. Mission accomplished, I'm off, Yu Wufeng said to Li Wenbin before heading to his residence near the city lord's mansion. Li Wenbin, still uneasy about Morong Tian, summoned a subordinate and whispered an order. The subordinate nodded and quickly left the scene. Just then a surge of black mist rolled out from within the city lord's mansion. Morong Tian's pupils dilated as he instinctively stepped in front of his sister, alert for danger. The power contained within the black mist was terrifying, and the moment he saw it, he felt immense pressure. The black mist stopped right in front of Morong Tian and Chu Xiu emerged from within it. So you are the healer? Chu Xiu's gaze shifted to Morong Yun behind Morong Tian. Yes, that's me, Morong Yun said nervously. This is the city lord of Nirvana? So young and handsome, she thought to herself, touching her cheek which felt unexpectedly warm. You are the city lord? Morong Tian asked in a deep voice. Just as he spoke, he felt a twist in space and the scene changed instantly. They were now in the guest hall of the city lord's mansion with Chu Xiu already seated in the main seat, gesturing for them to serve tea to the guests. Please have a seat. Chu Xiu sipped his tea lightly, his every move exuding the demeanor of a true influential figure. Unlike those nouveau riche characters who are all giggles and no seriousness, Morong Yun sat down beside her brother after seeing him sit. Thank you for your hospitality, Morong Tian said, taking a sip of the tea on the table. After seeing him drink, Chu Xiu smiled and said, I need a medical ability user to heal me. I won't hide it from you, it's an internal injury. I wonder if your sister can cure me. I can, Morong Yun quickly assured, confident in her medical abilities. The Lord of Nirvana City, dignified and handsome, appeared nothing like the fierce and terrifying figure rumored outside. Moreover, saving him meant saving many others. If the Lord were to meet an untimely death, his ruthless subordinates would become unmanageable, leading to even more deaths. Although Morong Yun didn't understand much, she often heard her brother mention these things, and from what she had absorbed, she knew the importance of the city lord's existence. Feeling a responsibility to use her newly awakened medical superpower to help others, she was eager to act. Hearing his sister's impatient response, Morong Tian opened his mouth but ended up saying nothing. He always respected his sister's wishes rather than arranging her life like a puppet. After all, he was there to handle any consequences. Arrange for their stay in the residence. It's already late. Treating the injuries can wait until tomorrow, Chu Xiu instructed lightly. By now, the mother and daughter had resigned themselves to their fate, even feeling fortunate to live under the Lord's roof, well-fed and safe. As for Li Mu, they were grateful for everything he had done, but ultimately people must look ahead. Morong Tian nodded in agreement. Please follow us. The two women dressed in proper maid outfits led Morong Tian and Morong Yun out of the guest hall. How do you feel about him? Chu Xiu asked Li Wenbin as the two left. Master Chu, I really dislike that Morong Tian, he's as annoying as Yu Wufeng. Li Wenbin quickly spat out his tea and wiped his mouth before hurriedly replying. Is that so, Chu? Xiu mused thoughtfully. It seems very likely that he's the protagonist. I just don't know what his special advantage is. But since he's in Nirvana City, he'll eventually reveal his true colors. He then instructed Li Wenbin to go rest and recount the day's events from start to finish. Yes, sir. Zhao Meng quickly recounted the day's events after Li Wenbin had left. A talking infant zombie? Have Lei Fei pay more attention to information regarding that zombie? Chu Xiu tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze deep and thoughtful. This type of zombie is a first encounter. It tested us and then ran. Interesting, understood. Zhao Meng bowed his head. Chu Xiu returned to his bedroom alone, entering a secret chamber hidden behind a panel. Sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, dark power churned within him, but his internal organs were extremely unstable, a result of backlash from the dark realm. However, with the presence of the mobile abode, he feared no power, unless someone could destroy the mobile abode in one go and prevent his space slave from using spatial powers. No one could harm him. Regardless of whether Morong Tian was the protagonist, his power could only be used by Chu Xiu. Once inside Nirvana City, he was essentially in Chu Xiu's grasp. Morong Tian was easy to control. All it took was leveraging his sister, and accomplishing his goals would be easy. For instance, today he noticed that the young lady's face turned red upon seeing him. As a veteran in the game of love, he naturally knew what this meant. Turning this favorable impression into affection for him was a piece of cake. How despicable and deceitful he might be didn't matter as long as he achieved his goal. If he succeeded, his vile deeds would be glorified and praised. If he failed, even his heroic acts could be painted in an ugly light. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a trace of dark aura flickering across them. He controlled space to summon a battle slave before him, conjuring a powerful vortex of darkness in his hand that he slammed into the slave's head. After a while, Chu Xiu sighed with regret. It still wasn't working. Perhaps there was an issue with his approach. To absorb another's abilities, he had to continue experimenting patiently. Chu Xiu calmed himself down, organizing his thoughts bit by bit. One day he would master the skill completely. The next day, Li Wenbin got up early and immediately asked his subordinate standing guard outside, "Has that little girl Gu Qiangshi returned?" "Brother Bin, she's already back," the subordinate replied, a hint of unnameable fear flickering in his eyes. Such an ability to probe into one's mind was terrifying. No one dared harbor any ill intentions, fearing that if Gu Qiangshi detected them, they would suffer immensely. As one of Li Wenbin's trusted aides, the subordinate was among the few who knew of Gu Qiangshi's abilities. Have her come here. Li Wenbin planned to have Gu Qiangshi probe Morong Tian's mind. He found that guy somewhat inscrutable and unsettling. As Chu Xiao's most loyal subordinate, he had to handle these concerns himself. After Chu Xiao entrusted the young girl to him, he had his subordinates take her out of Nirvana City for training every day. Out of sight, out of mind. The farther she was sent, the better. After all, he didn't want someone who could read his mind hanging around all the time. No secrets at all. It was truly frightening. "You're still afraid of me," Gu Qiangshi said directly to him upon her arrival. "I told you not to misuse your ability on me." Li Wenbin quickly tried to clear his mind, his face angry as he scolded her. "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Gu Qiangshi sincerely apologized. "But you're very loyal to Big Brother. You want me to check someone's mind, right?" Gu Qiangshi had matured quite a bit. Her face was still youthful, but her eyes, having seen through many hearts, had grown murky and profound. Yes, Li Wenbin's expression softened considerably. He even hoped that Gu Qiangshi would tell Chu Xiao of his loyalty, but I won't easily reveal others' thoughts. The next second, Gu Qiangshi shattered Li Wenbin's illusion. "Come with me." Li Wenbin wore a gloomy expression, his mind completely blank, leaving no room for any thoughts. Gu Qiangshi, clever and sly, giggled with a lollipop in her mouth and followed behind him. Inside the mansion, they were invited to eat. Chu Xiu's breakfast was lavish, filled with various pastries, sweets and milk. What would have been mundane before the apocalypse was now a symbol of luxury here. "Wow, this bread is so delicious. Brother, you must try it." Morong Yun exclaimed joyfully as she bit into a freshly baked meat floss bun, her face radiating happiness. Morong Tian, who hadn't had a warm meal in a long while, did not hold back and started eating heartily. "Eat up, make sure you have enough," Chu Xiu said leisurely, wiping his mouth after finishing his last bite. It would be a waste not to eat. Seeing that Chu Xiu had finished, Zhao Meng unceremoniously took the 3 buns left on his plate. Just then Li Wenbin entered with Gu Qiangshi. "Come and eat." Chu Xiu gestured to Gu Qiangshi, specifically, "Eat less sugar, beware of cavities." The sister here thinks only of food. Very kind-hearted. Gu Qiangshi communicated directly with Chu Xiu's mind using her psychic ability. "And the other one is very confused, seems quite afraid of you, Big Brother." Unperturbed, Chu Xiu stuffed a bun into her hand. "Take this and eat over there." Gu Qiangshi obediently took the bun and sat down to eat on her own. "Were you reincarnated as a starving ghost?" Li Wenbin, having just finished a bun, saw Zhao Meng reaching for his plate and quickly moved it aside. 10 minutes later, everyone was nearly done with their breakfast. "Can we start now?" Morong Tian no longer harbored any illusions of invincibility, especially not in the presence of the enigmatic Lord of Nirvana City. He just wanted to finish up and leave. "Thank you for your hospitality. I will do my best to heal you, rest assured. Morong Yun, now full and grateful for the warm reception, said to the city lord. Let's start right here. Chu Xiu was straightforward, seeing no need for secrecy. Okay, Morong Yun nodded and promptly used her healing ability. A lifeline shot from her towards Chu Xiu and a continuous flow of vital energy surged into his body. Zhao Mang and Li Wenbin stood by Chu Xiu, vigilantly watching Morong Tian, who showed no intention of causing trouble but clearly wanted to leave. Little did he know that entering was easy but leaving would not be. Chu Xiu could feel his organs being repaired, his heavy body gradually becoming lighter. However, he was puzzled by the slow pace of healing. Opening his eyes, he looked at Morong Yun, who was now extremely unstable and pale but still stubbornly persevering. Sister, don't overdo it. If it doesn't work this time, rest a bit and then try again. Concerned Morong Tian quickly approached, his eyes filled with worry. I'm fine, Morong Yun said stubbornly, shaking her head. What do you mean fine? Stop right now. Morong Tian, worried, immediately halted the healing process. At this point, Morong Yun was extremely weak, looking gravely ill. Morong Tian quickly supported his sister, knowing that her condition was due to overusing her special abilities and that rest would gradually improve her condition. What are you doing? Li Wenbin asked in a stern voice when he saw Morong Tian abruptly stop the treatment. My sister needs to rest, Morong Tian answered, his tone tinged with anger. Alright, take your sister down to rest first. Chu Xiu, knowing that Morong Yun had reached her limit and that her internal injuries had healed by about 70%, was quite satisfied. Treatment could continue after her recovery. After this is successfully completed, there will definitely be substantial rewards for both of you, and this is just a small token of appreciation. Chu Xiu clapped his hands and a mother and daughter brought forward 2 trays. One tray held 30 blue crystal cores and the other 10 green crystal cores. As time passed, the appearance of green crystal cores had become more frequent. These crystal cores were trivial to Chu Xiu, moreover he had secretly enhanced them. The stronger one was, the deeper the hidden ingredients. Take Yi Wufeng for example, who had been unknowingly enslaved by Chu Xiu through the enhanced crystal cores he consumed daily. Morong Tian never expected such generosity from the Lord of Nirvana City and was tempted himself. Thank you, he said, believing his sister had done her best and thus felt entitled to accept the reward. While Morong Tian was distracted, Chu Xiu subtly flirted with Morong Yun with a glance, causing the young girl's face to immediately turn red. After Morong Tian took Morong Yun back to rest, Chu Xiu instructed Zhao Meng to notify everyone to prepare for a meeting. Back in their room, Morong Tian quickly poured a glass of water for his sister. Silly girl, why push yourself like this? If you can't do it, rest and try again later. Why make yourself suffer and worry me? Morong Tian scolded his sister, though he tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible, fearing he might scare her. I just wanted to heal the Lord of Nirvana City sooner, Morong Yun admitted guiltily. In fact, she hoped the Lord could recover soon. The Lord had always been polite to her and her brother, and under his leadership the city of Nirvana was thriving. She had a premonition that given a little more time he could achieve even greater things. Thinking of the way the Lord had looked at her earlier, Morong Yun's heart was in turmoil. Did the Lord of Nirvana City have a fondness for her? Morong Yun's thoughts began to drift. A woman's unilateral fondness for a man always starts from 4 aspects: wealth, power, appearance and voice, and Chu Xiu had them all, along with a maturity and steadiness that gave a sense of security which was incredibly attractive to a girl experiencing her first awakening of love. You're not falling for the handsome looks of the Lord of Nirvana City, are you? Morong Tian looked at her suspiciously. Brother, can you not talk nonsense? Morong Yun quickly denied. Seeing his sister's expression, Morong Tian felt even more worried and his face turned stern. I don't oppose you dating, but someone like the Lord of Nirvana City is definitely not the best match for you. Such people only care about power and strength. You must not fall for him, sister. Oh, I'm not. You're still saying I am? Morong Tian was getting anxious, inwardly cursing why the Lord of Nirvana City had to be so attractive. No, let's drop it. I need to rest. Morong Yun then lay down on the bed, placing the pillow over her head and turning away from him. Morong Tian didn't understand that the more he forbade her, the more she wanted to do it. In her view, how could the Lord of Nirvana City possibly be the person her brother described? It simply wasn't possible. Seeing his sister so unyielding, Morong Tian paced back and forth worriedly, but then he thought since they were going to leave anyway, his sister wouldn't see the Lord of Nirvana City anymore and would eventually forget him. With this thought, Morong Tian felt relieved. Later, sitting on a stool, Morong Tian looked at the crystal cores placed on the table. Sister, you need to focus on improving your strength. These crystal cores shouldn't be wasted. Morong Tian had decided to let his sister absorb all of them. But seeing her unmoved and lying on the bed, he sighed deeply. These are a gracious gift from the Lord of Nirvana City. Indeed, as soon as Morong Yun heard this from the bed, she immediately got up and started absorbing the crystal cores. Morong Tian, watching his sister's actions, felt a mixture of pride and a sense of loss, as if his grown-up daughter was about to be taken away. It was a painfully heartfelt moment. An hour later, in the great hall of the Lord's mansion, "Gentlemen, a single battle will decide our fate, a single battle will determine our destiny. It's time to kick away this stepping stone of A. Base." Chu Xiu raised his glass and spoke calmly to those present. "In this battle we accept nothing but victory." The mission to infiltrate Hope Base and disrupt their rear was announced, and Li Chang stepped forward before Li Wenbin could. "Lord Chu, I'll go." "Good, this mission is yours." Chu Xiu nodded approvingly and moved on to assign the next task. "As for the main command on the front line, that's yours, Wang Hong." Even though Wang Hong might not be the strongest, his experience in this area was invaluable. "Yes, sir." Wang Hong's voice boomed as he stood up proudly. "Li Wenbin, Yi Wufeng and Gu Li, you three will assist Wang Hong." Chu Xiu's gaze shifted to the other three, issuing the command. "Understood." The three of them quickly stood up. "Lord Chu, what about me?" Wu Zhi, feeling left out, hurriedly spoke up. "I certainly haven't forgotten you." Chu Xiu sipped his tea and then issued his order. "Wu Zhi, you're a summoner fit to be an army on your own. Attack from the left flank." "As you command," Wu Zhi replied excitedly as he stood up. "Xiao Hei." Chu Xiu hadn't forgotten his pet mutant cat. This was a full-scale operation for the entire city of Nirvana, directly connected to Chu Xiu's future ambition to unify Jingzhou City. The importance he attached to it was evident. "Meow." Xiao Hei meowed quickly, standing up. "This human is here to torment me again. Your army of mutant feline beasts will attack from the right flank of the battlefield. Remember, if you dare to run, I will kill you." Chu Xiu's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Xiao Hei. "Meow meow." Startled Xiao Hei quickly nodded seriously. "As for Gu Qiangshu, you can stay by Wang Hong's side," Chu Xiu said, turning to the last person in the meeting. This was still a child worker, but in these apocalyptic times, no one would probably care about employing child labor. Moreover, as long as he didn't pay them, it wasn't considered employment. This was called training the children's personal survival skills. "Let's achieve our goal in one fell swoop, gentlemen. I'll be waiting here for your good news." Chu Xiu had no intention of participating personally. Such matters could be handled by his subordinates. After all, soldiers are for moments like this. Only through countless bloody battles could true warriors emerge. After this battle to conquer the Hope Base, many would die, but many would also transform on the battlefield, becoming powerful mutants. "We'll wait for your good news, young Master Chu." Li Wenbin and the others quickly raised their cups, replacing wine with tea, and drank together. The timing for the operation had been set during the meeting. It was 3 days later. 3 days to prepare, with the logistics needing to be thoroughly ready. Even for mutants, logistics were crucial. Falling behind could mean hungry fighters, which wasn't a small issue given the large amounts of food they required due to their high energy consumption. After the meeting dispersed, everyone hurriedly left. Gu Qiangshu was even taken away by Wang Hong. As the overall commander of this operation, Wang Hong couldn't afford to be careless. If he failed, he'd rather commit suicide on the spot than be captured. Gu Qiangshu's psychic abilities were incredibly valuable, especially since the battlefield changed in the blink of an eye, and her abilities allowed her to connect with everyone's minds on the battlefield. Given that communications could be disrupted outside and Hope Base might have means to block signals, having Gu Qiangshu's abilities ensured that Wang Hong could unify everyone's efforts effectively. That night, Morong Yin continued treating Chu Xiu, and Morong Tian, concerned, stayed to watch. "Are you all right today?" Chu Xiu asked Morong Yin gently. I'm fine." Morong Yin avoided his gaze, nervous and stammering. If you need anything, just let me know," Chu Xiu said, ignoring the murderous look in Morong Tian's eyes, and continued speaking. "Thank you." Morong Yin breathed out in relief and quickly expressed her gratitude. After that, Chu Xiu didn't speak further. Maintaining a distance that kept one guessing was a way to attract a woman. Meanwhile, Morong Tian suppressed his anger. The Lord of Nirvana City was truly too arrogant. Standing right beside her as her brother, the man had the audacity to flirt with his sister right in front of him. "Your injuries are all healed now." Half an hour later, Morong Yin looked weak, but a relaxed smile appeared on her face. "Thanks to you, your medical abilities really work wonders. If I ever get hurt again, I'll come to you. This is your reward. You can exchange it for crystal cores at the bank in Nirvana City, but remember, transactions in Nirvana City require Nirvana coins." Chu Xiu clapped his hands, and Zhao Meng, standing by like a bodyguard, handed a box of Nirvana coins to Morong Tian. So much. Morong Tian opened it and found it full of Nirvana coins. It's just a small token, I hope you won't find it too little. There are many places to visit in the city of Nirvana. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't join you for a stroll. After healing the injuries, Chu Xiu, like a heartbreaker, left without looking back. Still looking, he's gone, snap out of it. Morong Tian watched his sister gaze in the direction the Lord of Nirvana City had left, gesturing frantically in front of her. Morong Yun pouted and didn't speak, feeling somewhat disappointed. She had thought he would accompany her shopping, but after all, he was the Lord of Nirvana City, busy with numerous affairs. He must indeed be very busy. Thinking this way, Morong Yun couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Bearing so much at an age similar to her brother's, he must be very tired. Distracted, Morong Yun was pulled by Morong Tian as they left the Lord's mansion and started wandering the streets. After absorbing those specially treated crystal cores under the influence of the dark power, Morong Yun's fondness for the Lord of Nirvana City grew deeper. On the last night before the third day arrived, Chu Xiu made a satellite call to his father far away in Yanjing City. It's happening tomorrow. Do you have confidence, or should Dad send someone to support you? Chu Xiu on the other side of the call sounded uncertain. Don't worry, everything is ready. Besides, you have people waiting at the edge of Jingzhou City ready to support at any moment. Chu Xiu made this call not just for updates but also to inquire about the presence of a protagonist in Yanjing City. It couldn't be possible that only Jingzhou City had a protagonist. There must be one in other places as well. I want to ask, have you encountered any odd individuals like those who seem weak but just can't be dealt with? Chu Xiu asked directly. That Chu Xiong hesitated, surprised by his son's question. Hearing the tone over the phone, Chu Xiu knew. It seems there are such people. Try to gather information on them and send it to me. Don't confront them. Once I'm done here in Jingzhou City, I'll come over and handle it. Alright. Chu Xiong felt warmed by his son's concern. He actually didn't care much about these individuals. What truly mattered was his son's concern. Alright, contact me if anything comes up. There wasn't much conversation between father and son, and there wasn't much affection to speak of between Chu Xiu and Chu Xiong. As the sun rose as usual, today marked the day of action for the city of Nirvana. Hope Base also received the news, and the unusual atmosphere of Nirvana City made them vigilant. The operation against Li Wenbin, who had been hiding in Nirvana City, ultimately ended in failure. However, Chu Hongwei had a nagging feeling that something was off, as Li Wenbin had always been active outside of Nirvana City. Chu Hongwei didn't have time to think it through, as he had received intelligence that Nirvana City was likely to make the first move. At this time, at the gates of Nirvana City, a large number of combat personnel boarded vehicles and left. It seemed that Nirvana City was about to take action against Hope Base. I knew these past few days everyone was acting in a hurry. Morong Tian commented as he sat in a noodle shop eating noodles and watching the departing mutants. Brother, can we not leave Nirvana City? I really like it here. Why don't we buy a villa and settle down here? Morong Yun finally mustered the courage to voice the thoughts she had been holding in for days. You finally spoke up. Morong Tian sighed, his soft heart getting the better of him. Alright then, that's great, brother. Morong Yun's face lit up with a bright, cheerful smile. Meanwhile, Li Cheng, who was responsible for the sneak attack inside Hope Base, had arrived at the periphery with his brothers. The ground was littered with the bodies of Hope Base's guards. Get ready, everyone, don't screw this up. Li Cheng waited for the right moment, the moment the frontal battlefield would erupt in combat. In Chapter 80, Hope Base could no longer hold on after 4 days. At this time, Chu Hongwei focused all his attention on the frontal battlefield. Hope Base's main forces were concentrated there, leaving their internal defenses full of holes, vulnerable like a young girl that anyone could take advantage of. Wang Hong, preparing to start the battle on the frontal battlefield, looked at his watch and commanded Gu Qiangshi, it's time, relay my command. All units launch the attack cover with artillery. First and second squads press forward, the rest be ready to move out. Wu Zhi and Xiao He, you may proceed. Understood. Gu Qiangshi closed her eyes, her psychic abilities instantly connected her to every battlefield, with each person marked by a red dot, allowing her to clearly distinguish each individual. After the command reached everyone's mind, the attack commenced. Boom, 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 countless shells soared into the sky, mercilessly bombarding the enemy's camp. Both sides were well aware that the camps were very far apart and the artillery fire was still far from reaching them. Charge! The mutants of Nirvana City, armed with weapons, rushed forward. The first and second squads were equipped with firearms essential for the initial assault. Though mutants were mortal, their abilities greatly increased their chances of survival. as Nirvana City's mutant army pressed forward. Hope Base immediately responded with their own artillery fire. However, Hope Base's numbers far exceeded those of Nirvana City given their large civilian population. In addition, Hope Base also pays equal attention to ordinary people. However, this is no longer an era where numbers can determine everything, otherwise Chu Xiu wouldn't have spoken of a world dominated by superhumans. The battlefield is a meat grinder where superpowers play a significant role, especially those with area of effect attacks. Countless superpowers are unleashed on the battlefield, harvesting numerous lives with superpowers and bullets alike. The brutal battlefield quickly turns blood-soaked. Charge! Wuxia, who had already sacrificed thousands of zombies to summon cannon fodder from another world, issued the attack command. Meow! Similarly, Xiaohei swung its cat fist at this moment. Under Xiaohei's command were not only mutant cats but also countless exotic beasts, all subdued by Xiaohei. Command, there's an airplane in the sky. At the command center of Nirvana City, someone suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Drone Yi! Wufeng, I'm counting on you." Wang Hong's expression hardened as he looked towards Yu Wufeng, who had nothing else to do. "Leave it to me." Yu Wufeng knew that the war was unavoidable and could only compromise again and again. If the war ended sooner, the casualties would be fewer. He reassured himself that by doing this he was contributing to preserving human strength. A tornado appeared out of nowhere, shredding the drones before they even reached the airspace above Nirvana City's positions. Handled, a gust of wind blew and Yu Wufeng returned to his position. "So strong," Wang Hong exclaimed admiringly, then continued focusing on the battlefield. Inside Hope Base, Li Chang led his troops to wreak havoc everywhere. This operation wasn't about killing but primarily about destruction, destroying everything in sight, causing Hope Base to be too busy to attend to both fronts. This was the main content of Li Chang's mission. "Li Chang, did Chu Xiu send you?" Xu Yuer, accompanied by some female superhumans, intercepted Li Chang and his men who were causing destruction. "Disperse." Seeing Chu Yuer, Li Chang sneered and waved his men to cause destruction elsewhere. Just as Chu Yuer's men left and she was about to give chase, she was stopped by Li Chang's control superpower. "Chu Yuer, considering you are Chu Xiao's woman, I could spare your life, but by obstructing me you're betraying Chu Xiao. The price of betrayal I believe you're well aware of. You better think twice." Li Chang, even in his understanding of Chu Xiao, knew that if Chu Xiao truly valued this woman he wouldn't let her leave. Since Chu Xiao didn't care, he naturally wouldn't either. "Really not giving any face at all," Chu Yuer said solemnly. She didn't expect Chu Xiu to be so ruthless, not just on the battlefield but also in these sneaky dealings. "Face?" Li Chang couldn't help but laugh. "Your face isn't worth much, your strength is far inferior to mine. Obstructing me is merely a path to death. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chang made his move, his powerful superpower control rendering Chu Yuer and her companions immobile. Chu Yuer released her ice and snow superpower, instantly freezing the women around her. Snap! Li Chang slowly turned around and snapped his fingers. The human ice sculptures shattered, breaking into countless pieces that fell to the ground. "Your life belongs to young Master Chu," Li Chang said, then swiftly left the area. After Li Chang left, Chu Yuer finally broke free from his control, staring blankly at the shards of ice on the ground. "No! It shouldn't have ended this way." Chu Yuer wept painfully, her tears falling silently, a silence that spoke of profound grief. The female mutants she had saved, whom she had treated as comrades, now lay dead without uttering a sound, killed by her own powers. She dared not meet their eyes, afraid of seeing accusation or blame. This war had all the small groups in Jingzhou City secretly watching to see which way the victory would tilt. The future of Jingzhou City would definitely belong to either Hope Base or Nirvana City, one of the two. The battle had been raging for 4 days and Hope Base was starting to falter. Nirvana City had suffered heavy losses, but Hope Base was even worse off, having drained all its resources. But inside Hope Base, Li Chang with his hit-and-run tactics was causing chaos, and with inside help no one could find them. After that date, Chu Yuer vanished, her whereabouts unknown. Xu Hongwei, who now held sweeping authority over Hope Base, dared not even leave the building, staying inside the heavily guarded headquarters. "These damn mutants," Xu Hongwei thundered in a meeting. The bad news from the front lines was already giving him headaches, and now there were dangers at home too. "What should we do now? Maybe we should consider a ceasefire. Continuing this fight doesn't look promising," a senior official suggested worriedly. "A ceasefire? Do you think we can just stop fighting whenever we want, even if we could? Wouldn't Chu Xiu demand a huge concession?" As a traitor, Hong Jiqian naturally did not accept a ceasefire and insisted on fighting to the end to completely eliminate Hope Base. Once a ceasefire was declared, Hong Jiqiang knew that as a traitor he would eventually be exposed and would be the one to die. Chapter 81. The ace up their sleeve. Comrade Hong Jiqiang is right, we cannot stop fighting now. Only by fighting to the end. If Hope Base falls, none of us high officials will be spared by Chu Xiu, said Chu Hongwei. He still had one last ace up his sleeve, the strategic bomber and the precision-guided bombs. These weapons had extraordinary destructive power, but the stock was not abundant. He didn't want to use this last card until the very end, but now, in this critical moment, it was time to act, otherwise the ace would fall into Chu Xiu's hands. Chu Hongwei's words caused a stir among the other senior officials apart from Hong Jiqiang. Originally, they had thought about preserving their strength and waiting for Chu Hongwei to deplete his forces before they made their move to seize power. Now, they could only seize power immediately, for if they won against Nirvana City they would no longer have such an opportunity. Thus at this moment the higher-ups challenged Chu Hongwei. 2 hours later, Chu Hongwei emerged from the meeting room with a dark expression while the rest of the higher-ups appeared very pleased, having gained a lot. After Chu Hongwei ceded some of his powers, these executives relaxed their grip and went all out. Although these executives were used to wielding power, they still preferred to accumulate strength. Consequently, they had many powerful superhumans hidden under their command. On the front lines, countless people fell one after another, becoming tools in the hands of the ambitious. The battlefield was vast, with superhuman combat divided into countless smaller skirmishes, mostly dominated by artillery bombardment. Chu Xiu's RV also produced many weapons that were sent to the battlefield. Although the production capacity of the RV was limited, it had accumulated over 1,000 weapons. Ordinary people from Nirvana City were also sent to the battlefield. Although these ordinary people held low status, it was precisely because of their low status that giving them a little hope of climbing up was enough to make them disregard everything. This is human nature. What one should have by right and what one strives for are entirely different matters. Chu Xiu never considered whether there was enough ammunition. That was Wang Hong's concern. Thus, Wang Hong arranged for several superhumans skilled in defense to collect scattered firearms and ammunition on the battlefield. It seemed the enemy could no longer hold on. In just 4 days, we had almost pushed them back into Hope Base with victory within sight. Wang Hong was extremely excited, waving his fist. Should we make our move now? Li Wenbin, who hadn't acted in these 4 days, had not had a single chance to distinguish himself. If it weren't for Chu Xiao's orders to obey Wang Hong, he would have turned against Wang Hong long ago. It's time. Wang Hong didn't dare to keep suppressing Li Wenbin. He had refrained from letting Li Wenbin act until this moment. Li Wenbin Yi Wufeng Guli lead the last batch of 500 superhumans to attack the north gate of Hope Base. As long as we break through the north gate, victory will be ours. After issuing the command, the 3 named individuals immediately left the headquarters. Just as they were leaving, Zhao Meng arrived with the Space War slaves. Did Chu Xiu have any instructions? Why did he send you personally? Wang Hong, who had just sat down, immediately got up and asked. Chu Xiu asked me to bring the mutant willow tree. The front line needs it. Also, Chu Xiu said we could begin the general offensive, so he sent me to help. Zhao Meng's face was filled with excitement, eager to prove himself. Finally deployed by Chu Xiu. It seems Chu Xiu is confident about this general offensive. The offensive has already started and they haven't gone far. You should hurry up and join them. Wang Hong couldn't leave as the command post couldn't be unmanned. All right, Zhao Meng couldn't wait to leave with his Space War slaves and his men. On the front lines, Hope Base was on the brink of collapse when suddenly over a dozen powerful mutants appeared, giving the beleaguered forces of Hope Base a much-needed respite. Countless fighter jets mercilessly strafed from the air, piercing many bodies and causing immediate bloody deaths. Precision bombs launched from within Hope Base drew white lines across the sky. Immediately orders were given to intercept them. Wang Hong, with his eagle-eye ability, noticed and swiftly sent Gu Qiangshi to inform the mutants to intercept. The defenders at the command center were numerous, specifically to prevent enemy decapitation strikes. The incoming precision bombs were instantly redirected by a mutant with the ability to swap positions, although doing so greatly exhausted him. However, the direction to which these bombs were redirected brought a sly smile to his face. Boom, boom, boom. The bombs exploded directly on the fighter jets that were attacking from the sky, causing a dozen jets to be destroyed by their own bombs and rapidly fall to the ground. Well done, excellent. Hearing the cheers around him, the mutant wore a proud smile, having secured a great victory for himself. With Zhao Meng joining them, Yi Wufeng and others pierced through Hope Base's defenses like a sharp knife. Die, Li Wenbin killed the last person, his eyes blood red. Kill, Li Wenbin excitedly yelled, leading his group towards the northern gate of Hope Base. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu controlled his Space War slaves to appear above the northern gate, dropping mutated willow trees inside Hope Base. After releasing the mutated willows, the Space War slave vanished without a trace, returning to Nirvana City. The northern gate quickly fell to Li Wenbin and his group after the appearance of the mutated willows. Brothers, the women's crystal cores are within reach. Kill, Li Wenbin, holding a submachine gun and killing several people, shouted excitedly, kill. The group of mutants, driven by the mention of the women's crystal cores, went into a frenzy following Li Wenbin as they charged into the interior of Hope Base. Guli stayed close to Li Wenbin, protecting him. Yi Wufeng, indifferent to these events, only wished for the battle to end quickly and for Jingzhou City to return to peace. Xu Hongwei, upon hearing that his trump card had met such a dramatic end, felt utterly defeated. His prized trump card was gone just like that. It had barely made a sound before disappearing. Simultaneously, as the northern gate was breached and numerous mutant experts stormed in, Xu Hongwei's last line of defense crumbled and he immediately prepared to flee. Without hesitation, he realized Hope Base was no longer tenable. Xu Yuer, who had been pondering her next steps in her room, was forcibly taken by her father to flee. Xu Hongwei's act of running away, abandoning everyone, greatly disgusted her. Moreover, the recent shocks activated the dark powers within Xu Yuer even more. Let's hurry, if we don't leave now, there won't be another chance. Let those people stay and accompany Hope Base to its grave. Xu Hongwei gathered all his loyal followers ready to relocate and start anew, completely oblivious to the fact that his daughter's eyes were already shrouded in dark forces. These dark forces had been personally infused into her by Chu Xiu. The plan was set so that when Xu Hongwei attempted to flee, this dark power would activate, compelling Chu Yuer to kill her own father with her own hands. From the beginning, Chu Yuer had been a pawn in Chu Xiu's game, strategically placed there. After all, Xu Hongwei's status could enable a resurgence, something Chu Xiu could not permit to happen.